Genetics is the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine with tens of thousands of satisfied patients, people who have experienced real lasting relief without drugs and without surgery.
It has just been the most life-changing, amazing experience. Not only life-changing, but career-saving. I get to continue to do the career that I love. I'm playing tennis again.
Stop letting that joint pain boss you around. Start with a free consultation at QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The feeling that surrounds this Arizona Cardinals team after their 22-21 loss to Tennessee is still not great. And after a sideline video of Jonathan Gannon and Amari DeMarcado surfaced, here was head coach Jonathan Gannon on the altercation.
I woke up this morning and didn't feel great about it, honestly. And so in the team meeting, I addressed it. I apologized to Omari, apologized to the team. And I just told them I kind of let the moment of what happened get the better of me there.
The only thing now is to move forward and focus on the 4-1 Indianapolis Colts, who will welcome the Cardinals on Sunday. Meanwhile, ASU, off their bye week, has a tall task this Saturday in Utah for a Big 12 matchup with the Utes. Both teams are 4-1, and a win here for the Devils would go a long, long way. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get real testosterone from real doctors now at Red Mountain. Boost your energy, focus, and your sex drive. Have low T. Start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire. It's the greatest radio show ever.
Fire.
Good morning and welcome.
The world.
Dan Bickley.
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta.
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jared Carlin.
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
And Sammy Sabolka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Mr. Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning, Valley sports fans. Welcome to a Fallout Tuesday.
Nothing but Fallout Boy bumper music.
That's it. Well, maybe not. I'll take a hard pass on that, but maybe a little bit we could sprinkle in there.
They write a catchy song.
So
lads.
So not for nothing, but if I were a gambler and I'm not, I would be.
On. Yeah. I was going to bring this point up.
All right, go ahead.
No.
You first.
I totally stepped on you.
You first. Go ahead.
I know if I have the first pick in the spreadsheet draft on Thursday, I know exactly who I'm taking.
Okay.
Was that where you were going?
No, that's not where I'm going.
Good,
but I do like where you're going with that.
Yes.
My last 2 weeks, I'm not even going to tell you how red hot I've been against the spread. So we make all our picks and we don't spend a ton of time doing it, right?
Yeah.
But this is the lure of gambling. When you do it without money on the line and it works, you think, I could be really good at that.
Yep. 100%. That's why.
And then when you have to put the actual money down, changes everything.
Sammy, not so much in the spreadsheet.
Yeah, well,
0-3 again.
Just some absolute brutal beats out there.
But I've come way back down to earth after my super duper hot start the last 2 weeks.
I'm not talking about our contest.
I'm just talking about.
I do all the games.
Yeah.
Right. And I go and I check them. I had a stupid sizzling hot 2 weeks in a row. But I'm not going to talk about it, and I'm not going down that rabbit hole.
I have questions, though. Do you know your overall mark for the 2 weeks?
I'm not even going to say it. I'm not even going to say it. But I predicted Jacksonville to win, and they did. And I predicted the Bills to win, and they did.
The Patriots.
Well,
that's
yes,
it. That's what I meant.
Patriots game.
Yeah.
It does become a wildly different ball game because I was similar to Dan, and where I would used to look at all the games, and my dad and I would go through and be like, okay, we like this and this. And, I was like 17, 18 at the time, not really interested in the world of sports gambling. And then when you open up the lovely FanDuel when you get to college and you're able to start putting some dollars on it, they become a lot more interesting.
Yeah,
to
it's
you.
a heartwarming story. It's like a Norman Rockwell portrait.
Yes,
That
it
sports
is.
gambling brought
Yes, it
father and
is.
son together.
Yes, it is. So, Jared, what kind of shirt? I'm sorry.
The throwback to the 90s.
Diamond Dan's got the locks. 1-800-DAN-PICKS.
That'd be a fun. I
$4
do
a
remember
minute.
that. That'd be a fun one-off.
75% winners every week. Call toll free.
So I take you're taking the Colts and giving the points, is what you're saying?
I don't even know what the spread is. I don't care what it is.
It's 6.5.
It could be 38.5. I would take the Colts.
Danny the Greek.
There, look. Here's the thesis statement from me going into today's show. I felt horrible about the Cardinals on yesterday's show. After hearing the reaction from the powers that be yesterday, I feel worse.
But Vinny, what if it's a Cardinals kitchen sink game?
What does Diamond Dan say? 1-800-DAN-PICKS.
What were you going to say about Jarrett's shirt?
Oh, yeah. So what do we got today, Jarrett?
Today, okay, first of all, everybody
faded bloodstains.
We've got a lot of different colors. We got a lot of colors on the show today.
They're fresh. They're not faded. The bloodstains. Please go to YouTube, Arizona Sports. Dial it in the old www, and then take a look at me right now. You could tell me what you think the shirt looks like, but it's pretty straightforward. It is flamingos and flowers on a white cotton shirt. Very
Flamingos and flowers.
Acapulco.
It's very underwhelming, to be honest. I mean, for somebody who likes to make a splash.
I have pink shorts on too.
You just brought up one of my pet peeves in the year 2025. And I'm not attacking you for doing it.
Go for it. Yeah.
People who still, when they give you a web address, still say www. Or if you're behind a truck on the road and they have their web address of their business, it's still like
www.
When was the last time you typed that?
I never did.
1997.
Right. That's a great
I
point.
usually say it's HTTP : www. Yeah.
No colon after the double slash.
Oh, okay.
All right, Jared, start the show.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash. Brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
Arizona Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon addressed the media a day after a third straight loss, this one to the Tennessee Titans, and explained he apologized to Amari DiMercato and the team after video surfaced of an emotional exchange on the sidelines after DiMercato dropped the ball before crossing the goal line in what would have been a back-breaking 72-yard touchdown run in the second half of Sunday's game. Quote, "It's not really who I am, who I want to be, and I told the guys that today," Gannon said. Gannon also announced that tight end Tip Ryman's season is over after suffering an ankle injury during Sunday's game. Ryman joins James Conner, Starling Thomas, Sean Murphy-Bunting as players out for the year. Cardinals with their scheduled day off the practice field today. Tomorrow, we'll get our first look at the Week 6 injury report for both the Cardinals and the Indianapolis Colts, who will host the game in Indy on Sunday at Lucas Oil Field. We'll have a lot of reaction to Jonathan Gannon's press availability and his interview with Burns and Gambo here on Arizona Sports. Good one on Monday Night Football last night. Trevor Lawrence scored a 1-yard touchdown run with 23 seconds left, lifting the Jacksonville Jaguars to a 31-28 win over the Kansas City Chiefs. KC had taken the lead with 1:45 left on a touchdown run by Kareem Hunt. Lawrence in the game, 2 touchdown runs, a touchdown pass, and the always fabulous hair. Devin Lloyd also had a 99-yard interception return for a touchdown in the win for Jacksonville, which moved to 4-1 on the year. Chiefs fall to 2-3.
2-3 for the Kansas City Chiefs.
Chiefs are 2-3. Ravens are 1-4. What is happening?
Cardinals are 2-3, same record as the Chiefs.
And and the Bengals twice as many wins as the Ravens.
Eagles don't look like they're all that.
Same amount of wins as the Packers. Cardinals are
the
right
winds
there.
of change are blowing through the NFL, Vinny.
You sound like the Scorpions just then.
I can't whistle. It's too early.
LA Chargers.
You ever
too
tried
early.
it? Yeah. Well, I don't know.
How long does it take you to moisten your lips?
Well, you know what I mean. You kind of gotta get your mouth going a little bit. Can you whistle right now?
Yeah.
Who was that?
Me.
Okay.
Wow.
What happened to my whistling ability? It's no longer an ability.
The man's in chapstick.
Quick, do a monkey call. Chargers lose another running back.
5 great drops for the end of week montage there in 30 seconds.
This time it's rookie Omarion Hampton, placed on injured reserve with an ankle injury suffered in Sunday's loss to the Commanders. Chargers had previously lost veteran Najee Harris to a season-ending ruptured Achilles in Week 3. The rose has come off the bloom for the Chargers in the last 2 weeks, too.
Or the bloom has come off the rose, one of the two.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
John Bloom.
How long does it take you to get sayings right in the morning? Apparently, it doesn't happen before 6:10 for me.
The Todd Bloom has come off the road.
Dodgers 1 win away from the National League Championship Series after a 4-3 Game 2 win over the Phillies. On Monday, Dodgers got all 4 runs in the 7th inning, then hung on in the 9th when the Phillies pushed across 2 runs. They had the tying run at third base, but Roki Sasaki came in and got NL batting champion Trey Turner to ground out to second to end the game. Although Tommy Edman tried to throw the game away, Freddie Freeman wouldn't let him.
Yeah, how about that? So, by the way, you were right, very much right about your prediction on that series that the Dodgers might breeze through it. Their pitching is at an insane level right now. You were right on the money.
They're going to win the World Series again.
You were right on the money, Vinny.
They are. In Milwaukee, the Brewers on the verge of advancing, 7-3 win over the Cubs. Chicago jumped out to a 3-run lead in the first, and again the Brewers answered with 3 in the bottom of the first. William Contreras solo home run in the 3rd inning broke a 3-3 tie. Jackson Chourio jacked a 3-run homer in the 4th to provide the winning margin. By the way, the Cubs starting pitching has given up 9 runs in the first inning of these games. The American League Divisional Series resumed today. First, it's Game 3 between the Mariners and Tigers in Detroit. That series knotted at 1 apiece. The Tigers going with Jack Flaherty in today's game. Seattle countering with Logan Gilbert. First pitch from Comerica Park, 1:08. You can see it on FS1. That will be followed by Game 2 of the Blue Jays-Yankees series in the Bronx. Toronto trying to polish off their division rivals after dominating their first 2 games north of the border. Yankees going with Carlos Rodon. Toronto throwing Shane Bieber on the mound in a battle of hurlers with 5 combined All-Star appearances on their resumes. First pitch, 5:08, also on FS1. Corbin Carroll and Herolder Presumer of the Arizona Diamondbacks, both named finalists for the Hank Aaron Award, which recognizes the player with the best offensive season in each league. Carroll became the first D-backs player ever to have 30 home runs and 30 stolen bases in the same season. Led the National League in triples, 80 extra base hits, 3rd most in the league behind only Shohei Ohtani and Kyle Schwarber. Perdomo had a breakout season, driving in 100 runs, ranking in the 2nd in the National League in offensive WAR behind only Juan Soto of the Mets, according to BaseballReference.com. Ohtani, the reigning National League winner of the award. Guess who's going to win it again? Shohei Ohtani. He's going to win every award from here on out. Arizona Wildcats quarterback Noah Fifita named the Big 12 Co-Offensive Player of the Week after leading his team to victory over Oklahoma State last Saturday. Fifita threw for 376 yards and 5 touchdowns in the 28-point win. He has to share an award with a guy who had a much less impact on his game, Josh Hoover of TCU. Only had 4 touchdowns and 100 less yards. 21st ranked Arizona State will be back on the field Saturday in Salt Lake City against Utah after their Week 6 bye. But we also found out when the next ASU home game will kick off. Big 12 announced Monday that the Devils' October 18th game against Texas Tech will kick off at 1 o'clock Arizona time for a national television audience on Fox. In hockey, you remember that sport, Phoenix fans? Edmonton Oilers star Connor McDavid, 3-time Hart Trophy winner, signed a 2-year contract extension worth $25 million. The biggest star in hockey, $12.5 million a year.
How about that?
And the NHL
Less than Grayson Allen.
I knew it was coming. I knew it.
It's always Grayson.
Seriously, though, that's the weird benchmark for other sports.
For you.
Grayson could have a big year.
The NHL season gets underway tonight with 3 games. Chicago visiting the 2-time Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers, the Penguins in New York to take on the Rangers, and the Kings hosting the Colorado Avalanche. There you go. There is your splash for this Tuesday, October 7th. Coming up next, for years we've wanted the national media to talk about the Cardinals in the worst way. Well, now The national media is talking about the Cardinals.
In the worst way.
In the worst way. We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
You're a Pat Murph. Oh, I love Murph.
Yeah.
I was with Murph last year. We were in the Graham Rossini suite for an ASU game, and we chatted baseball for a long time. He was there.
Name dropper.
What?
Well, Pat Murphy and I were hanging out in Graham Rossini's suite.
I love Murph.
Brett Yormark was there, too. We hung out and had a couple cocktails with him.
We hung out. We didn't have any cocktails. I mean, Brett Yormark was there, too. I'm sorry.
When we come back,
kind of a big deal around here. I get invited to big events.
Burns and the Name Dropper show here on Arizona Sports.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Gambo. Back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, and astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at amazonbusiness.com.
You've still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Friends, it's Pat. I finally did it. Sometimes you just need to get off the grid and get some time to think, like way off. So I hopped into my all-new 2025 4Runner with available iForce Max engine and took off, which is me, the 4Runner, and good old Mother Nature. Unfortunately, that's when I realized it was also Taco Tuesday. So I ended up coming back that night. I mean, priorities, right?
Get low 1.75% financing for 48 months on a new 2025 Tacoma SR or SR5, or 1.75% for 72 months on a new Tundra, or get a great lease deal on your favorite Toyota, including the all-new 4Runner. Stop by your closest Valley Toyota dealer or visit valleytoyotadealers.com today. Toyota, let's go places. 1.75% with $21.59 per thousand borrowed for 48 months. 1.75% with $14.64 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 11/3/25 and exclude TRD Pro models. See dealer for details.
Hey, it's Gambo. How do the Cardinals improve from their worst loss of the season? We'll discuss on today's Burns and Gambo show 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I'm not sure how much runway head coach Jonathan Gannon has in Arizona, but they can't claim they're moving in the right direction if 2025 results in a 3rd straight losing season. While I don't believe in the concept of a good loss, I'll acknowledge that all losses are not created equal, and for Arizona, losing to the Tennessee Titans is as bad as it gets, especially when you have a 2-possession lead in the 4th quarter and a breakaway run poised to extend it to a 3-score game. The Cards are at an inflection point as a franchise, and this year should be viewed as a referendum on not only the head coach, but on the quarterback too. If they're not a postseason contender, hell, if they can't have a winning record, Why should they continue to stay the course with Kyler Murray as their quarterback?
It's Chris Canty, ESPN Radio on Monday morning, talking about the Cardinals. And look, normally to get Cardinals coverage, you're going local.
Yeah.
You're going to us. You're going to other outlets. You're going to the local websites. The Cardinals were splashed on every website yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
They were on the crawl. They were featured on all the talking head shows, and not for the right reasons. And I want to give a shout out to the people in listening in Deer Valley.
Deer Valley!
DV, what's up?
Normally, the people in Deer Valley would usually hear Cardinals talk because it's in Arizona.
Yes.
But not just in Deer Valley. Everywhere now you can hear it. That's what I'm trying to say.
But appreciate you listening to all our great listeners out in Deer Valley. Yeah, they were everywhere yesterday for all the wrong reasons. People are calling this one of the worst losses in recent NFL history. The Tennessee Titans had lost 10 straight games coming into that.
Mm-hmm.
They were 1-12 in their last 13. People in Tennessee, we had Teron Davenport on last Friday to preview the game, and he kind of cut me off before I even got the question out about whether or not Brian Callahan was coaching for his job. And the Cardinals handed him a win. They
handed him a victory.
lifeline.
Yeah, that's right. You're exactly right. It was one of those things where if he remains as head coach in Tennessee and beyond, he can thank the Cardinals for that game. There's no doubt about that. Yeah, listen, I got out of here yesterday, and all across Sirius XM, national talk show hosts like Dan Le Batard, other people, they were all talking about the Cardinals through the prism of all the wacky things that happened. How you'll never see a team self-immolate the way that the Cardinals did, right? Mm-hmm. And we went over all of the plays yesterday. It really was a clown carousel of errors. Then, this morning now, the national media is kind of caught up to the Amari DiMercato, Jonathan Gannon sideline confrontation, and that has kind of piqued people's interest. In between was the press conference yesterday, but yeah, you're absolutely right. I've thought about this before. There have been a few times in our history as a sports town where we've had a game that just kind of hovers for 2 or 3 days, and because there's just so many talking points, and it affects people so deeply. This is one of those games, whether you like it or not, and there was a lot here for the national media to kind of jump on board with as well.
Absolutely. About the Amari DiMercato incident yesterday, it was addressed not only in the press conference by Jonathan Gannon, but also with Burns and Gambo in his interview. Here's JG on what he said to the team.
Not afterwards, in a team meeting today. I woke up this morning and I didn't love how I handled that, truthfully. I got let the moment get the better of me there, and my emotions ran a little bit hot. So I apologize to Omari and apologize to the team in the team meeting, and I won't let it happen again. It's a mistake that I made that we got to make sure that we correct our mistakes and move on and get better from.
This is a little strange to me, and I know, we did reference the video that surfaced where it was a very uncharacteristic moment caught on film for Jonathan Gannon. He talked about that too, trying to be a problem solver on the sidelines, and he didn't do that, but there was a little bit of a physical nature to it. But here we are talking about a player who everybody in the league is talking about for a boneheaded, selfish, ridiculous move on the football field that cost his team a win, and he's the one that got an apology.
Yeah, isn't that something? And you wonder, and again, I don't think that this is the case, but if you were going to send a message to the player to get the rest of the group's attention, confronting him and harassing him physically on the sideline is not something. I don't think you're going to cut him after that, because now you're apologizing to the player.
No, I think, look, we speculated on that yesterday because not only was it this, but he also didn't make a play in the San Francisco game that proved to be costly too. And when you're a head coach and a front office and things are not going well, there's a pecking order of who you can make an example of. I brought it up yesterday. Kickers. Very easy scapegoats. Because you can bring in a kicker to try out on a Tuesday, and he can win the tryout, and he can kick for you on Sunday. And if that doesn't work out, you move on. Kickers are everywhere. And that's the way they live their lives now. They're always staying ready for a phone call. It's a little harder to do with a position player, but when you're talking about an undrafted third-string running back, that kind of meets the criteria of a player you can make an example of, but it won't happen.
If
Connor
don't have
any depth.
if Connor or Benson were healthy right now, it might have played out differently, I think.
Yeah.
The whole apology thing to me, it's I see both sides of it because one, you don't want to make a public display of that and stuff, but on the other hand, he should have been really mad, Jonathan Gannon, at that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but the level of physicality that he showed, that's over the top, Jarrett. You watch the video, and you cannot get away from that.
And that seems to be a lot of what like former players have problems with is like that's something you just cannot do.
No.
You
that's
sort
old
of lose
school coaching. That's back in the day. That's Bear Bryant kind of stuff, right? That don't fly no more. And yesterday I gave Jonathan Gannon the benefit of the doubt because watching the play, Paris Johnson Jr.'s got his arm over Amari DiMercado's shoulder in a sort of a big brother comforting kind of way. And when Jonathan Gannon is unloading on him, Paris Johnson Jr. doesn't do anything to kind of like stop Jonathan Gannon or get in between Jonathan Gannon and Amari DiMercado, which signaled to me that maybe Jonathan Gannon is giving him a lot of positivity, and then the physicality was an extension of that. Mm-hmm. And if that were the case, the player would be cool with that. Okay. Now that Jonathan Gannon's apologized for that, we know that is anger based. I actually got a message from a player agent that says the Cardinals, if they wanted, they could fire Jonathan Gannon for cause. Now they're not going to do that, but they could.
Yeah.
Because you can't do that. And so I'm real curious how this plays out internally with this football team, right? Because if there's more than one guy rolling their eyes like, that's foul.
It's so seemingly uncharacteristic for Jonathan Gannon, too. He's usually so mild-mannered and even.
Yeah. Oh, when you got a free 6 to 7 points staring at you in the face and you do something dumb to give that away, I'd be pissed, too. The other thing that surfaced on this story, maybe we can circle back around to this, is there's a number of people that believe Amari DiMercado did cross the plane of the goal line with the ball in his hands.
Mm-hmm.
Pat McAfee was one of them.
Right. But that still doesn't absolve the stupidity of it.
No, and I think in those cases, because it's such a boneheaded play and such a selfish play, if the NFL has a chance to make an example out of you by taking the touchdown away,
I totally agree.
Get no benefit of the doubt if it's close.
You know how they always say the tie goes to the runner and you've got to knock out a champion in boxing?
Yeah.
In that situation, the
tie goes to the fumble.
The tie goes to the fumble.
Tie does not go to the runner.
The tie does not go to the runner in those situations.
Coming up next, Marvin Harrison Jr. produced magic for one half, but in the second half, he disappeared. We'll get into that and more next as we continue live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Phoenix Mercury are in the WNBA Finals. Arizona Sports is giving away a pair of tickets to see the Mercury face the Aces Wednesday night downtown. Text the word finals to 620-620 for your chance to win. Be part of the best atmosphere in the WNBA and cheer on the Mercury in the finals against Vegas. Text finals to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Waltz. Did you know Waltz has been around since 1957? They are practically a Valley institution. They've seen a lot of trends come and go in the market over the years, but the one thing that has always stayed constant at Waltz is their commitment to you, their customer in Arizona. Here's what Waltz will do for you. They're going to give you expertise and an extremely knowledgeable staff. They'll give you the insight you'll never get from the big box stores. You'll get great selection, all the major name brands you're looking for, big screen televisions up to 115 inches. If you've ever wondered what a television that big looks like, go check it out. It's on display in their theater room at Waltz. Incredible selection of outdoor televisions. I say this all the time because I'm blown away. I used to remember the old outdoor televisions and how bad they were. The quality of them have gone through the roof. This is a great time to do that. Waltz can do that as well. And they're going to give you great pricing. And to prove it, if you find a price you like elsewhere, bring it to Waltz. They will match it. They'll also give you great delivery options, same-day delivery, 7 days a week, and get your installation done worry-free by a pro. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can shop online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
This holiday season, elevate your event at Talking Stick Resort. From breathtaking views and a world-class golf course to 113 square feet of flexible event space, every detail sets the stage for an unforgettable holiday party. Whether it's cocktails under the stars or a fully produced banquet with state-of-the-art AV, Talking Stick has it all, plus a luxurious spa for next-day recovery. Secure your celebration today. Talking Stick Resort, Scottsdale's premier destination for celebration. Life well played.
Ready, set, Ford. Get the thrills, get the adventure, and get the savings during the first ever Brocktober. On now at Arizona's largest Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Lease a new 2025 Bronco Big Bend for only $399 a month for 36 months. Lease a new 2025 Bronco Sport Big Bend for only $299 a month for 36 months. Purchase a new 2025 F-150 STX Super Crew for only $44,899. Plus, get 3.9 for 72 months financing. Don't miss the Brocktober savings. Shop and compare with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense at Arizona's most awarded Ford dealership for complete satisfaction, Sanderson Ford. Bronco offer requires $1,810 down. Bronco Sport requires $1,920 down. Both plus tax, title, license, and $499 doc fee. OAC from Ford Credit. F-150 stock number 255360 with MSRP of $52,645. Offers expire 10/31.
Sanderson Ford. Today at Berg Simpson, we'll get a call from someone who needs our help. We'll learn about their loved one's injuries. We'll listen to their concerns, and we'll promise to fight for them. Then we'll use our resources and experience to deliver the best possible results we can for that client. So today, when that client calls Berg Simpson, we hope they feel they've done the best thing for their family.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Still a tough pill to swallow for Arizona Cardinal fans after their puzzling loss to the Titans on Sunday, but the focus now shifts to finding a way to win in Indy against a 4-1 Colts team this coming Sunday, and head coach Jonathan Gannon still believes in his guys and their process.
Team over you, urgency to get better, and that's what we'll do. So if we didn't have the right people in the locker room, I would be on red alert.
Meanwhile, Kenny Dillingham and the Sunundevils have had plenty of time to prep for their trip to Utah this coming weekend in a matchup between two 4-1 Big 12 teams where it feels like both the Utes and the Devils need this game, and that's what's trending now.
Hey, it's Luke. What did Patrick Peterson think of the Cardinals' epic collapse against the Titans? We'll ask the Cardinals legend at 11:15. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
And it's play action. A boot to the right. Murray looking downfield. Now hoists it deep, far side, and it is underthrown. But it's caught anyway by Harrison. Shotgun snap to Murray. Straight drop back and throws a back shoulder fade that's caught on the far side by Harrison at the 42-yard line. He's pushed out of bounds there. It's a gain of about 20. Snap to Murray. Titans rush 5. Straight drop. Murray looking deep. Fires over the middle. Pulled in for a first down by Harrison at the 45-yard line. Brought down there.
A lot of early action from Marvin Harrison Jr. in Sunday's loss to the Tennessee Titans. And then when the game got a little uncomfortable, number 18 was nowhere to be found. 32 targets by Cardinals quarterbacks in that game. 5 of them went to Marvin Harrison. He caught 4 of them for 98 yards. That's 15.6% of the targets.
That's his lowest usage percentage rate of the season, Vinny.
Mm-hmm. And people were wondering about that, too, and that was a number of questions that were asked to Jonathan Gannon yesterday. Here was Jonathan Gannon in his press conference with the media on MHJ getting very little attention in the second half.
Marv obviously had a very impactful first quarter, and I think the ball went back to him one or two more times after that. Were you okay with the ball only going back?
Got to keep getting the ball to our playmakers. I would say that.
So not a lot of elaboration there. He did elaborate a little bit more with Burns and Gambo, and Gambo asked the question and counted it out. 26 straight snaps in the second half without a target to Marvin Harrison Jr. Here was JG on that.
Yeah, I mean, we had some plays up for him, and the structure didn't allow for the ball to go there. But I think we have to do a better job collectively to make sure that he touches the ball, and Trey as well, because that's who the passing game goes through. And I thought some other guys stepped up when they weren't the first read in it. I thought they made some plays, but we got to let 18 and 85 impact the game.
Yeah, 12 total.
But you got to
targets
stop
to those
talking
two guys.
about it. You've got to start doing this. I mean, this is elementary stuff. And if this were year one of this regime, you would go, okay, fair point. You got to work out these kinks and these things. It's year three.
At a certain point, we got to do better. Has to translate to doing better.
Better.
I will say this, and I don't think it's fair to prescribe this to the entire offense because they are marginalized at the running back position, but their passing game, strictly their passing game, offensively, in year three of this regime, looks a lot more stunted than it did in year one.
I completely agree with that. In rewatching the game, in talking to a couple of people, there's some serious concern about the schematics, not only of this running game compared to last year and the last couple of years, but these routes and what's happening with these receivers and the miscommunication that still exists. It's frightening. You can point to any number of miscommunication plays with Marvin Harrison Jr. That seems to have gotten better. There was a real bad one with Michael Wilson over the weekend. It's year three of a regime. This offense should be much closer to autopilot than what it is. So again, I don't. That's why I think that people who really care about this football team, like Wolf, for instance, you can see the concern he's carrying. There's a fear that this thing might crater, Vinny.
Look, if you've watched the Arizona Cardinals for any length of time, you get pretty adept at realizing, diagnosing when those moments, when you're at those, and Chris Canty used the term inflection point. I totally agree with that. This is an inflection point. They missed an opportunity for their get-right game. At the very least, you beat the Titans. You push away or you hold off all of those questions about your team for another week, and then you go on the road with a little wind in your sails playing a football team. I think the most confident offensive football team in the game right now, which doesn't make any sense to say about the Indianapolis Colts, but it's a fact. They're getting compared to the greatest show on turf. They're getting compared to the Kurt Warner-led St. Louis Rams at this point. And that's how efficient they've been.
Well, and then you think about going into the season, the two coordinators who left Philly's Super Bowl losing team. Shane Steichen was on the hot seat going into this year. Jonathan Gannon was not. This thing almost is flipping completely.
Yeah, well, Shane Steichen and the Colts rolled the dice on a quarterback
Daniel
who
Jones.
wasn't.
Yep.
Well, before that, they rolled the dice on a quarterback who wasn't ready to play in the NFL, and Anthony Richardson. And it held them back for 2 years.
Yep.
And look, I don't know what Daniel Jones is eating for breakfast these days, but he doesn't look like the same guy. And maybe that's another indictment of the New York Giants. There's been so much talk about these quarterbacks like Baker Mayfield finally getting out of Cleveland, getting out of a weird situation. He's probably the MVP of the league right now. Daniel Jones floundering for all those years in a bad situation with the Giants, even though they made a playoff, and he won a playoff game with the Giants. But
Sam Darnold looks for real still.
Sam Darnold looking tremendous after being bounced around the league.
Yeah.
And the Cardinals are in year 7 with a starting quarterback who looks nothing like a year 7 starting quarterback. I'm sorry. I'm not pinning this all on Kyler Murray, but the more I watch him, the less comfortable he looks back there.
Yeah, listen, Chuck Harris, who covers the Cardinals, I think we've had him on the show before. He points out that of all the quarterbacks in the NFL, there's only one who has never gone to a private quarterback coach to help him further acclimate himself. Guess who that is?
I would guess Kyler Murray.
Kyler Murray.
Saw that piece yesterday.
Yeah.
Can I put the Marvin Harrison, Kyler Murray, and Trey McBride inability to get them the ball in a statistical perspective real quick? So EPA is expected points added. It's like the new WAR stat of the NFL. Mm-hmm. They have it between quarterback and wide receiver and tight ends, that average EPA. Kyler, Trey, and Marv are not in the top 20 in the league in expected points added between those three. And the top 4 are all teams that look really good. It's Matthew Stafford and Puka Nacua, Jared Goff, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Darnold and Jackson Smith-Njigba, and Bo Nix and Cortland Sutton. So those guys being able to get their best players the ball is turning into
value.
Value.
Of course.
And the Cardinals just are not able to do that right now.
Yeah, I struggle with this a lot because you have to design an offense around your players, right?
Yes.
Don't you? I mean,
yes.
You can have your schematics, you can have your philosophies, you can have your systems, but you have to have some flexibility where if you luck into a great wide receiver or a great running back or a great quarterback or 2 great receivers, you now can tailor that system to exploit your best players. The idea of the ball goes where the ball goes, that to me is not smart strategy.
No. Especially when you don't have a million weapons.
No.
You have 2 great weapons.
That strategy is built on the idea of 100% health. When they have a fully functional offensive line and a running back who is a physical back. They don't have those things right now. And I don't know how possible this is with Drew Petzing. Mm-hmm. I think they need to pivot to be more of a pass-first team and be more wide open.
Yeah.
You want another depressing stat? And I know this is not the end-all, be-all of stats. But in the Jonathan Gannon, Drew Petzing offensive era of the Cardinals starting in 2023, these quarterbacks in the NFL have more 300-yard passing games than Kyler Murray does. Kirk Cousins, Derek Carr, Sam Howell, Caleb Williams, Gardner Minshew, Jake Browning, Nick Mullins, Desmond Ridder, Jameis Winston.
Oh, boy.
All have more 300-yard passing games in that space.
I think you threw in some XFL players in there. I don't know, wasn't it?
That's not good.
That's not the whole list. Those are just guys that are included on the list.
Wow.
But there's a governor on this passing offense, and they got to figure out what's holding it back.
Well, yeah, seeing that they can't run the ball.
What, problem?
Yeah.
We'll talk about the Clayton Adams thing later, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
WNBA Finals are here. Your Phoenix Mercury need their fans loud and proud for Game 3. They're taking on the Las Vegas Aces tomorrow night. You could be in the crowd. Text Finals to 620-620 for your chance to score Finals tickets. History's on the line. Be a part of it. Text Finals to 620-620 now. Coming up next, are the Jaguars the real deal? And how real is the Chiefs' trouble in Kansas City? We'll explore next on Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Tuesday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Oh, my goodness. This is so hard for me. It really is. You know, the way I have so much regard and respect for Amari DiMercato. Based on needs, I respect him tremendously, yet what he did to me is unthinkable. It is unthinkable that he would do that on a football field, not Amari DiMercato. He would have been the last guy I would have ever picked to actually do that at the goal line.
Seriously, it wasn't just the one play like JG said, but that was the only one that was voluntary.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
More and more these days, people who are in pain are taking control of their health and looking beyond the traditional medicine. That's why QC Kinetics is so successful. People with chronic joint pain are learning that there are other options besides steroids, meds, and surgery. Patients fighting pain are getting lasting relief using advanced cellular-level treatments. It's QC Kinetics regenerative medicine that can revitalize your joints using growth factors from your own body. It's a simple injection, not a hospital stay. It's fast and all-natural, no downtime. If your back or knees or shoulder hurt all the time, you need to explore all your options. Call QC Kinetics and get a free consultation. Look beyond the same old solutions. Find a better life with QC Kinetics' amazing regenerative treatments. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Whether you're posted up at home or cheering with your crew at Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, Kilt Lifter is the ultimate game day companion. Arizona's favorite award-winning amber ale, bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays. This season, lift your game with Kilt Lifter.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Every day, reliable, comfortable, connected. Every day you rely on power. At APS, we work around the clock to deliver some of the most reliable power in the country. But with Arizona's extreme weather, outages can happen. Stay safe and informed with alerts by keeping your contact information up to date. And visit our outage center for updates online or on the APS app. For more ways to stay safe and informed, visit aps.com/brighter.
Our backyard needed a makeover big time, and it's a big decision until it was an easy call at Casa Galvisi with California Pools and Landscape. And they're celebrating the industry's biggest honor with the biggest savings. Do not miss the Pool Builder of the Year sales event Saturday, October 18th at all 4 Valley Design Centers, Arizona's most awarded pool builder for 37 years. The best pricing, fastest build times, industry-leading warranties. Get started with your free design consultation at calpool.com/Paul.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
Yeah, we had a good goal line play that we liked off a little play action, but never got to see it because I was going down as I came out of the center. So, and just panic, honestly, because I was trying to get up to get the ball out of my hands to the clock. we didn't have any timeouts. So I was really going to just stand up and launch it out of the back of the end zone. But then I had a little bit of a lane, so I took it and, scored from there.
Trevor Lawrence of the Jacksonville Jaguars explaining what happened on the game-winning touchdown. 23 seconds left. Lawrence gets his foot stepped on, goes down, gets up. Somehow the Chiefs' best defensive player, Chris Jones, decided to just take a rest at that point.
It was really, really bizarre for a player who is so otherworldly most of the time to kind of be that disinterested at that moment.
Yeah, and Trevor Lawrence finds his way into the end zone, and the Jacksonville Jaguars beat the Kansas City Chiefs 31-28. overcoming an early 14-point deficit. Chiefs were up 14-0 in that game. Another highlight play, Chiefs down near the goal line. Patrick Mahomes throws a pick. Devin Lloyd, who's having an unbelievable year for the Jaguars, not only comes up with the pick, but an unreal run, 99 yards for the touchdown. He was so tired, he wasn't really even celebrating. The cameras caught him coming off, and he was making all these facial expressions like,
I need some oxygen, man. Yeah. Give me some oxygen.
Great win for the Jaguars. He was Patrick Mahomes on what happened on the pick six.
Honestly, they just got me with the coverage that they played. They had played zero kind of inside that 10-yard area in previous games, and they hadn't shown the poppers with the linebackers popping out when they were protected. And I think back to a game against Cincinnati early in the year that they hit Jamar Chase kind of on a slant route, and so I saw the look and I checked to the play with the in routes, having 3 ends, knowing that they're going to try to pass off the guys, and Juju was going to pop wide open, and he did. But credit to, they schemed themselves, and they kind of looked over what they could do better, and he popped right underneath where I was throwing the ball, and so it was a great call by them defensively, and obviously a great play by Zero getting the pick, and then I got to find a way to tackle him or slow him down after he gets the interception.
Yeah, like I said, great win for the Jaguars.
It really is.
4-1, and the Chiefs, conversely, 2-3 at this point. So a lot of the big names, a lot of the sexy picks, a lot of the teams that have done a lot of winning in the last few years, winning.
So,
have you watched the Charlie Sheen documentary, by the way?
No, I have not.
Goodness gracious.
No, I have not.
That guy's like a cat. 9 lives. I don't know how he's alive. Anyway.
It's the tiger blood, man. Come on. So, listen. So, I think last night this was a big, big moment, not just for the Jacksonville Jaguars, but for Trevor Lawrence. Trevor Lawrence is a big-time draft pick, is a big-time college player. People have been waiting for him to kind of declare himself as one of the top-tier quarterbacks in the NFL, and I think the narrative about him until last night was, well, we're waiting.
Yeah.
And a guy that there was a belief that, well, Trevor's not one of these guys that lives and dies football. He doesn't have that Josh Allen, I'll do anything for this game kind of vibe. That's a big night. That's a narrative shifting night for Trevor Lawrence
because
last night.
It's a rare opportunity on a national stage for that team and that quarterback to do that, and they made the most of it.
Yeah, and Trevor Lawrence became just the second quarterback to celebrate his birthday with a victory on Monday Night Football.
Ooh.
You'll never get the first one.
Oh, give me a team.
New York Jets.
Chad Pennington.
No.
Tyrod Taylor.
No.
Richard Todd.
Oh, Vinny nails it. Vinny nails it. Vinny, woo! Vinny nails it.
It's unreal.
How did you pull that?
That's the quarterback I always go to when I think of Jets quarterback.
Richard Todd?
Yes.
Wow.
That's when I got big into football. Richard Todd was a big name.
Yeah.
Not
Every
a good
now and again on
quarterback.
this show, we get an indication of what a trivia juggernaut Vinny is.
That's unbelievable. I'd never even heard of Richard Todd.
Really? Now you have.
Now you have.
Google it.
So Trevor Lawrence and the Jaguars, they're now on the radar screen.
I mean, do you think they're for real?
I don't know, man.
I was going to frame the question this way because look, we know Buffalo is what they are. They're 4-1. They've got tied for the best record in the AFC. Of these teams that have gotten off to good starts, maybe surprisingly for some people, the Patriots are 3-2, Pittsburgh 3-1, Indianapolis 4-1. Jacksonville 4-1, Chargers 3-2, Denver 3-2. Who do you think is the most real of those?
Oof.
I have to go with Indianapolis. Even though Jacksonville has been impressive.
I think Indianapolis is legit. I do.
Out of
Denver?
list, I would say Denver.
Denver they're trending in the right direction. For them,
I guess do you believe in Bo Nix?
Yeah, but their defense is really good.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It comes down to, do you believe
devastating.
in Bo Nix? Because their defense is really good.
Yeah, Bo Nix did enough to beat the defending Super Bowl champions.
Mm-hmm.
It is interesting on Trevor Lawrence because he was in the same category as Kyler Murray so far in his career. Number 1 pick, all the talent in the world, good.
Mm-hmm.
But that's about all he's been is good. And I think at this point in his career, Jaguars fans were pretty much resigned to that's about as good as he was going to be and as far as he was going to take him.
But you get a good coach who really knows what he's doing, and I don't know much about Liam Cohen, but people say this guy is legit. And it just further illustrates, and I don't know where the Cardinals are on this spectrum. I think we all have new questions about what's happening here. But the more and more you watch this sport, the more and more you realize how many NFL franchises get sideways, how much dysfunction is around in a lot of these franchises. And maybe it's owner over-involvement. Maybe it's siding and saddling up with the wrong coaching staffs. Because it sure seems like when you get the right mix of guys who really know what they're doing in terms of innovation and attacking teams where they need to be attacked, that it can change the arc for players overnight. You mentioned a bunch of them already. Mm-hmm. Baker Mayfield went to Carolina, and he looked like one of the worst quarterbacks I've ever seen. And now, like you said, he's probably the MVP of the league.
And is just dripping with swagger and confidence. Did you see the exchange with that Seahawks fan?
Oh, yeah.
I missed it.
The infamous Seahawks fan?
Oh, yeah.
They were riding him pretty good. He's in the tunnel waiting to come out, and Baker doesn't hold his tongue. He uses the saltiest language you can imagine and says, you're going to be real quiet when it comes to halftime. Then when they win the game, he went back to the fan and trolled him again.
So good.
Fantastic.
I don't know if you saw this, too. The Giants and the Saints, not exactly a marquee matchup this week.
Mm-hmm.
Saints got their first win, but inside the NFL had Demario Davis, the linebacker for the Saints, mic'd up, and a lot of exchanges with Cam Scatterbo in the game.
Oh.
Here was some of the audio from Demario Davis from inside the NFL.
Hey, 44 like a bad little kid. He's just like a little bad kid. What do you think this is? Boy, it's a grown man game. You already let it go one time.
That's 5 yards.
Man, that's 1 yard, boy. You ever been at one of those little football camps and you picked up one of them bad kids like wrestling with them? That's what number 44 like. I can feel his little feet just back there going. It feel like a bad little kid. Like a little battery back there. Hey, I love the way you run. You got to. That's how you're supposed to play. Hey, I got much respect for you, dog. Keep hunting. Keep hunting, bro.
The problem with Scatterbo in that game is the Giants are driving for the go-ahead score in the fourth quarter. Huge fumble, returned 86 yards for a touchdown.
That was unfortunate. That was unfortunate. But he is off to exactly the start I think we all hope for him.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Went to a good opportunity. The opportunity grew because Tracy got hurt, and he is making the most of it.
Yeah,
for a team that's got a lot of question marks. And now they're without their top receiver.
To have that kind of reputation inside your own building already as a rookie.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's just scat.
Arizona Sports and Redbird Farms Chicken are teaming up to bring you an exclusive tailgate package, including a grill set, a Yeti cooler, and Cardinals tickets. Be among the first 25 fans to join us this Friday. Safeway, located at Cave Creek Road in Tatum, between 4 p.m. and 6 p.m. to claim your free T-shirt with proof of purchase of any Redbird Farms chicken product. Coming up as we hit the 7 o'clock hour, a boneheaded play, a sideline blow-up, and a public apology. So what happens now with Jonathan Gannon and Amari DiMercato? We'll get into that and more next on this Tuesday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Fall is a wonderful time in the Valley. It's also the best time to replace your windows if you need it. And if you've been in your home at least 15 years, chances are you do. So do what I did. Take advantage of a great special from my friends at Advanced Window Products, where you are getting $2,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. You will not be disappointed. My new windows look awesome. The installation process was fantastic. It was professional. Their cleanup process blew my mind. In fact, they came back to paint and repair stucco. I didn't even know they were coming back for that. I was astonished, certainly not accustomed to that kind of service and handling. Highly recommend Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company that sells directly to the public. There are no middleman markups. They build your windows, they install your windows, they guarantee them for life, and with great financing options available, great time to invest in your home, likely your number one asset. Call them at 480-764-2002, online at advancedwindows.com.
All my young crunk brothers, I'm proud to put my name alongside Brooklyn Bedding, the best sleep ever on the best mattress ever, and I've literally never slept better. Base and earnings today and tomorrow only. It's the Brooklyn Bedding Flash Sale. 30% off everything in store and online. So head on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you and take advantage of this rare opportunity to get 30% off everything. I say it and mean it. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvisi here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What? You've got brothers.
Huh?
$50 and $200 bills just like you.
Hey, what's up?
What? We just got them for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're all going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $250 cash bonus when they open a checking account with direct deposit or $50 with a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from IQBar. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at eatiqbar.com/policy/terms of service.
I've got good news and bad news. Here's the bad news. Most protein bars are packed with sugar and unpronounceable ingredients. The good news? There's a better option. I'm Will, and I created IQBar plant protein bars to empower doers like you with clean, delicious, low-sugar brain and body fuel. IQ bars are packed with 12 grams of protein, brain nutrients like magnesium and lion's mane, and zero weird stuff. And right now, you can get 20% off all IQ Bar products, plus free shipping. Try our delicious IQ Bar sampler pack with 7 plant protein bars, 4 hydration mixes, and 4 enhanced coffee sticks. Clean ingredients, amazing taste, and you'll love how you feel. Refuel smarter, hydrate harder, caffeinate larger with IQ Bar.
Now you can get 20% off all IQ Bar products, plus free shipping when you text IQ Bar to 64,000. Text IQ Bar to 64,000 to get your 20% off. That's IQ Bar to 64,000.
Low T, start for free. Yep, get prescription testosterone with no startup fee only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvisi here. Think better, sleep better, improve your sex life. Nothing. Boost testosterone like actual testosterone. Don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. And for a limited time, get started for free. Go to RedMountainWeightLoss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The feeling that surrounds this Arizona Cardinals team after their 22-21 loss to Tennessee is still not great, and after a sideline video of Jonathan Gannon and Amari DiMercato surfaced, here was Gannon on their altercation.
I woke up this morning and didn't feel great about it, honestly. And so in the team meeting, I addressed it. I apologized to Amari, apologized to the team. And I just told him I kind of let the moment of what happened get the better of me there.
The only thing now is to move forward and focus on the 4-1 Indianapolis Colts, who will welcome the Cardinals on Sunday. Meanwhile, ASU, off their bye week, has a tall task this Saturday in Utah for a Big 12 matchup with the Utes. Both teams are 4-1, and a win here for the Devils would go a long, long way. And that's what's trending now.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. Arizona State begins their 4-game gauntlet this weekend. Is the showdown in Salt Lake City the toughest one of the bunch?
The Burns and Gambo Show starts at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Under center is Brissett, 3rd and 1. Beecham in as an extra offensive lineman. On the Cardinal 28, Brissett takes, hands it off. DeMercado up the middle, got the first down and more. Off to the races, 50, 40, 30, 20, 10. All the way for the touchdown. 72 yards on 3rd down and 1. DeMercado with the house call.
After review, the ruling on the field is a fumble forward through the end zone for a touchback. It'll be first down at the 20-yard line from Tennessee.
I woke up this morning and didn't feel great about it, honestly. And so in the team meeting, I addressed it. I apologized to Omari, apologized to the team. And I just told them I kind of let the moment of what happened get the better of me there. Obviously, like I try to be emotionally stable and calm because my job is to solve problems when during a game and kind of lead the charge on that. So it's not really who I am, who I want to be, and I told the guys that today. So it's a mistake by me, and it's just like everybody in there. Everybody made some type of mistake yesterday, which is, culminates to why we didn't win the game. And we can't let it happen moving forward.
Jonathan Gannon yesterday after the Emari DeMercado fumble, which got a lot of attention, and rightfully so, on Sunday and Monday, but apologizing for it. I think that was a heartfelt, looking within moment for Jonathan Gannon. When he talks about, hey, that's not who I want to be. So he probably did the right thing. I kind of chuckled at it earlier because I do think it's funny, a guy who makes that visceral, boneheaded, selfish of a mistake to cost your team a football game, and he's the one that ends up getting apologized to.
Yeah, exactly. Listen, and so there's a couple things coming out of this game that I think are very, very apropos moving forward. Number one, is this going to affect the way the group feels about their leader, Jonathan Gannon, who, as you know, as we all know, has received really good marks in the NFLPA Players Survey 2 years running. And he's done that without producing winning seasons, so obviously there's some authenticity to him, there's some honesty to him, that there's some trustworthiness to him that players clearly vibe on, right? I think that's fair to say.
Yes.
I think Jonathan Gannon could have come out yesterday and say, "Oh, that was nothing. I was hyping him up. I was telling him." But he was very candid with the media and put up his hand and said, "Yeah, I apologize to the player, and that's not me, and I can't let that happen." Well, I wonder. One second. I wonder if the locker room absorbs that. I wonder if part of them are like, okay, you know what? That's not like Coach, but given that moment and given how stupid that play was, we get it. Let's give him a break. My gut feeling is the answer is yes on that.
What I was going to say is this stuff happens twice a season with Andy Reid and a player, oftentimes Travis Kelce. I've never seen Andy Reid apologize. He always says, oh, it's just, this is how we interact on the sidelines. It's in the heat of the moment. It's no big deal. So it was very interesting that Gannon took this tact in response to it.
That's an interesting comparison because I think they're different situations.
I do too.
And I think Travis Kelce, the first one was in the Super Bowl where the cameras caught. Was that not correct? And Travis Kelce's, that's just kind of our relationship. This year when it happened again, Andy Reid looked like the aggressor.
Yeah.
And actually made the physical contact with Travis Kelce, and he explained, hey, Travis is a fiery guy. That's how he responds to things. This one was clearly a player being admonished by a coach.
Right. And the level of physicality with the swing or wherever he hit him was beyond the pale.
Yeah,
the visual is bad. It's not. It's much more contact than is deemed appropriate in sports in 2025.
But it's also one of those examples of a mistake by a player where in an exchange like that on the sideline, the player has no recourse at all. The player can't say, yeah, but there's nothing you can say.
Right.
You just have to sit there and take it.
Right. And that's where you wonder about, is there going to be some backlash? Because I heard LeVar Arrington, former Penn State great, talk about how he used to have coaches who would do stuff like that, and he's seen coaches do that back in the day. But in this day and age, you don't walk up on another man like that. You don't do that to another man like that. So I'm real curious if this does get behind this incident gets behind them. I'm also curious when it comes to image and that kind of thing in the locker room, what the Kyler Murray not jumping on the fumble, how that's perceived. I've looked at the play many, many times, and part of me says, yep, he kind of made a business decision, and then part of me is like, he wouldn't have gotten that ball anyways. He was too far away. So I vacillate on it, but the players really are the ones that matter. And when they watch film of this game, I'm real curious how they interpret that play and what that does for Kyler's quote-unquote leadership in the room.
Here was Gannon on that in his press conference yesterday.
Did you get an explanation for what happened on the fumble off of his face?
Yeah, we're on the wrong snap count there.
On the wrong snap count, and then the follow-up question was, hey, do you want your quarterback to go after that, or would you rather Kyler just not get involved? And he did not. He said clearly, I want the quarterback to get on that.
Yeah. So that's the kind of thing, because the Cam Newton fallout. That was pretty profound. Football players are like, really? You're too good for that? You expect me to get on that?
And Cam Newton is also twice the size of Kyler Murray.
And that one felt a little different because
that was the Super Bowl.
That is true.
Was the Super Bowl.
That is true. That's fair.
And he took a couple of steps to it first, and then.
Well, the still photo shows him in a very athletic position. He's on his toes. He's leaning forward.
Kyler, yeah.
He was clearly startled by the snap.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which, for anybody, even a supreme athlete, it's going to take you a second to get your bearings and find the football. But I'll say the optics of the effort weren't great because he got into the fray late after a Tennessee player already had his hands on the ball.
Yeah, so I think it wasn't a good look. There were a lot of not good looks from that game.
Look, and yesterday at the end of our show, we had crosstalk with Wolf and Luke, and Wolf was, I don't know if distraught's the right word.
He was distraught. He was very. You could see it on his face.
He was affected, and one of the questions I asked him was about the third down call, and. Hey, he reacted the way he reacted. He kind of bit my head off about it.
A little bit.
It kind of dismissed the third down call. We're talking about a play call. Players do their jobs. And look, that's the way Wolf operates. Wolf thinks as a player, and he doesn't apologize for it. He makes that clear on the show. But the third down play call came up yesterday. And there's more questions about it now that it came up in the press conference.
We're gonna have to get back into this because there's a lot to chew on there, Vinny.
Yeah, there's a lot of different layers to it. And I think, and I'll plant this seed and we'll get back to it, the way the questions were answered yesterday was probably the least inspiring thing of what we heard from Jonathan Gannon in all of his dealings
Unfortunately,
yesterday.
I agree with you.
So we'll get back into that. Also want to remind you the WNBA Finals are here. Literally, Game 3. At Mortgage Matchup Center tomorrow, the Mercury need their fans loud and proud for Game 3 against the Aces tomorrow night. You could be in the stands. Text Finals to 620-620 for your chance to score Finals tickets. History is on the line. Be a part of it. Text Finals to 620-620 now. Coming up next, we will go through Week 5, react to all the big storylines, plays, and everything else from the NFL. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Tuesday, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
8-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro First Teamer on the NFL's 2010s All-Decade Team. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, you've seen him on Valley billboards, Valley buses, television commercials during Suns games. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but know this, the work they do is very serious, and when you're hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice. Sweet James Accident Attorneys, a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. When you hire Sweet James, you have access access to the best and brightest attorneys. They even have an in-house trial team, which gives them great leverage when dealing with the insurance companies. And when you hire Sweet James, you can expect maximum compensation, because having the right attorney can literally mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country. They've been named best attorneys in America. And if you're hurt in an accident, do not settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
From the shadows of your bathroom comes a villain with 2 pinchers, 1 stinger, and 0 respect for your home.
Scorpions can make your home feel like a scary movie. At Blue Sky Pest Control, we rewrite the script. We keep scorpions out of your home so your story stays drama-free. Call 602-BLUE-SKY today. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
We're calling professional wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, where are you?
I'm on my way to practice in my Arrowhead Honda. Man, I absolutely love it. The team at Arrowhead Honda takes great care of their customers, and they're really like family to me. The game isn't till Sunday, but I feel like I've already won with Arrowhead Honda.
Head down to Arrowhead Honda today and score big with unbeatable deals and top-notch service.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with Garrett Lee, co-owner of Moving Team 6. Garrett, I just saw where you guys actually have hit over 1,000 5-star reviews.
That's absolutely true, and we don't do it without our team, and obviously to our amazing customers that are willing to trust us and support our team along the way. The thing that separates Moving Team 6, obviously, is our team. You need somebody to help you make that move happen, and we're the team for you.
Go to movingteam6.com for more information. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
When it comes to your electric bill, saving energy means saving money. That's why SRP offers many ways to help you cut costs and boost comfort. From rebates and discounts that can save you thousands of dollars, to expert insights that can help make your home more energy efficient. SRP has tools and programs that give you many ways to save. Explore your options today at srp.net/savings. That's srp.net/savings.
Hey, it's Luke. What did Patrick Peterson think of the Cardinals' epic collapse against the Titans? We'll ask the Cardinals legend at 11:15. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Still can be a lot better. We shot ourselves in the foot a lot. Left a couple plays out there we wasn't on the same page, but ultimately we got to get on the same page and continue to be on the same page.
Devontae Smith of the Philadelphia Eagles talking about the offense being on the same page. One of the headlines of the weekend. We'll get back to that in a second. But right after, we shout out our great listeners in the Far East Valley. Apache Junction, AJ. We appreciate our listeners out in Apache Junction this morning here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Let's start there. The Philadelphia Eagles. We got through 5 weeks of the season, Bick. We got no undefeated teams and no winless teams.
Ooh, okay.
So those are all gone. Even though the Titans tried. and they let them off the hook. The Philadelphia Eagles, in a very strange game against the Denver Broncos, led 17-3. They blow that lead. They lose 21-17. The optics of the Philadelphia offense, which has been talked about so much, and you've got a couple of squawking wide receivers in Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown, who at different times and at different volumes have complained about their roles, sometimes aggressively, sometimes passive-aggressively. The Eagles come out. Jalen Hurts throws for 280 yards and 2 touchdowns. Devontae Smith, 10 targets, 114 yards. A.J. Brown, 8 targets, 5 catches, 43 yards. Bigger workloads for both of them. Saquon Barkley, who ran for over 2,000 yards last year, is the Offensive Player of the Year, 6 carries, 30 yards. They completely changed their identity offensively. And I brought this up to you, and I thought of this, and I don't believe it, but I wonder if there's a team that would do this. With all the noise around the Philadelphia Eagles, would Nick Sirianni be petty enough to say, see, if we get away from our identity, this is what happens?
Oh. Wow.
I don't think...
That's an interesting thought.
I don't think you risk losing a game to do that, but if there was a coach to do it.
Yeah, listen, so you watch the Eagles, and they've been winning games because they've got a pedigree and they've got a really good roster, but they don't do anything well offensively other than the tush-push. And it's largely due to the injuries that they've dealt with on the offensive line, right? But still, I wonder about this. I wonder about this team and where this thing is going because... the NFL, first of all, is littered with running backs who have incredible high-usage single seasons, then come back the next year, and then there's a dip because all those carries take a toll on you. Now, it really hasn't affected Derrick Henry, but it affects pretty much everybody else. Then there's the offensive line component, which hasn't been right, and then there's the defenses and how they're attacking the Eagles, and that's kind of what it looked like Denver did to the Eagles in that game, is they kind of finally said, okay, you guys are going to have to throw the ball to beat us. And then there was a bunch of questionable calls that all went against the Eagles, and it really looked like they imploded. That team still feels tenuous to me. There's a lot of personalities going in a lot of different directions on that team, and that head coach is very combustible.
Through 5 games, Saquon Barkley has 267 rushing yards.
Wow.
So he's on pace for 1,300 yards in 17 games. Last year he ran for 2,005. So something has changed. And I'll go back to our fantasy draft. If I had the number 1 pick, I would have drafted Saquon Barkley. And I remember talking to somebody about it that day, and they said, don't touch Barkley. He's not going to be that good. He's not going to be that productive. His touches were off the charts last year. You move away from a running back like that. That's being proven true.
It's kind of happening.
So maybe this, converse to what I said about Nick Sirianni changing the script just to prove a point. Maybe they need to do that because he's averaging 3.2 yards per carry right now.
Listen, he has yet to have a 20-yard gain this season, which is a big number for a running back. But not. You remember how many times Saquon Barkley is a home run hitter. He had 17 runs of 20-plus yards during the regular season, 4 more during the playoffs, and those 4 in the playoffs included 60, 62, and 78-yard runs. He's not that same guy.
All against the Rams.
Yeah, it sure feels like it. Yeah. So I don't know. Listen, it's really interesting to me how the Lions, a team I thought was going to struggle because they lost 2 very good coordinators, they've kind of circled back as the best team in the NFC. In my opinion.
And everybody wanted to dismiss them after the Week 1 loss to Green Bay because they got beat pretty soundly by Green Bay at Week 1, and they've looked fantastic since then.
Yep. And
I think they're the best team in the NFC.
So do I. The Packers went out and got Micah Parsons, and people are crowning them. The Eagles and their start, people thought, yep, that's just a juggernaut. I don't know. I really don't. I think the Lions now are back atop the NFC, and the Lions, by the way, they're going into Kansas City this Sunday night, and the Chiefs have to deal with that team on a short week.
You guys mentioned Baker Mayfield earlier. Maybe he's the MVP. Do you believe in Tampa?
Yeah.
'Cause you didn't bring them up just then. They have a 4-1 record also. Are they legit Super Bowl contenders out of the NFC?
I believe in them. I don't know.
Do you have them with the Lions and the Eagles?
No. Well, I mean, they beat the Eagles, so they're definitely there.
They lost to the Eagles.
They lost,
right.
They
blew that game.
But they had beaten them the previous 2 teams. That was the team that the Eagles historically, in this run of theirs, struggles with.
I don't think they're with Detroit. I do have belief in them.
Yeah.
And my belief, every time I watch Baker
too.
Mayfield, every time I watch him play, my belief and respect in him grows.
Same here.
And speaking of banged up, the other team is Sammy's boys, the 49ers, are 4-1.
It's crazy. They just win football games. Like, there was an interesting. I was listening.
I
to some
believe
things.
in them the least of those 4 teams, but
Sure. There was an interesting conversation I was listening to of how many guys in the NFL would you go down a list, would you trade for Kyle Shanahan or like Sean McVay? How valuable are these younger coaches that can, we saw on Thursday night, win a football game for you? You would probably not trade your quarterbacks or your franchise defensive end, but the list after that isn't very long. Is it? Like, how much value do you put into these high-level coaches?
I put more into Kyle Shanahan than I do Sean McVay, but that's just me.
And one of those guys has a Super Bowl title, and he's the guy that you don't have as much belief in.
That's right. That's right.
I think Kyle Shanahan's a great regular season coach. And taking nothing away, that team being 4-1 is almost a miracle.
Almost.
And that Thursday night win against the Rams was very impressive. Couple of teams that we had expectations for in the AFC. The Ravens, wow. Their list of inactives was
crazy.
A Pro Bowl roster.
It's crazy.
And they got absolutely smoked by Houston. They're 1-4. The Cincinnati Bengals, I don't know if you saw this. Jake Browning has been pressed into duty for Joe Burrow, who's out for an extended period of time. He had 3 more picks. Jamar Chase had 3 tackles in that game.
Wow.
Yeah, there was a time.
That's a stat you don't want.
At one point in the game, he had more tackles than catches. Now, they rectified that, and he finished with 6 catches for 110 yards and 2 touchdowns. But at one point, he had more tackles than catches.
That's crazy.
That's just a bad
doesn't
football
Fitz have a weird number like that?
He had more tackles than drop passes in his career.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's a great stat to
and
have.
at the top of the AFC, the Buffalo Bills tasted defeat for the first time.
You know, it was if you look at it from the paper point of view, I mean, a pretty pivotal game in terms of what we could have done with this, and we didn't take advantage of our opportunity. I thought our defense played well, and they bailed us out a couple times, but just not going to win many NFL games turning the ball over 3 times.
Yeah, Josh Allen, after that loss to the Patriots. On the Patriots side of things, real quick before we wrap this up, I had this feeling. Patriots fatigue was a real thing for a long time. When Tom Brady was there and Bill Belichick was there, and they're both moved on, and you had that few years where they weren't really all that relevant, all that good even. They were pretty terrible. Are we on the doorstep of another Patriots run? Because that looks like a really good football team.
Listen, and I tell you what, Bill Belichick, the story coming out of Chapel Bill that he refused to let them even make knowledge of Drake May, who is a UNC graduate, because he's having success with New England. He's doing things counterproductive to building a good team in North Carolina because he's got a petty vendetta against his former employers. You gotta think that Robert Kraft and people in New England are just doing. Tom Brady is probably having a huge laugh about all this.
Probably. Today's Character Count scholarship nominee is Canyon View High School senior Kaylani Tucker. Kaylani is a dual sport athlete playing flag football and throwing javelin on the track and field team. Last year, she was named the 2024 Region Defensive Player of the Year in flag football and won a state championship in both flag football and track and field. Kaylani's resume off the field also impressive. She is very active in the Future Business Leaders of America, becoming the first student in her school district to ever be elected Arizona State President. And on top of that, she is the National Honor Society member, a part of her school's freshman mentorship program, and an award-winning content creator for Canyon View's film and TV program. Congrats to Kaylani Tucker, and remember, Character Counts is presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical, and they're looking for their next student athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text character to 620-620 to nominate a student today. Coming up next, 7:30 upon us. Time for the reboot. Sammy will take us through it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
It's redefined everything about this season. It's redefined. One game. Mm-hmm. One game has redefined the whole equation for the Arizona Cardinals.
That's the type of game that costs people their jobs.
Yes.
Now, the thing that's fascinating to me is they stopped playing. Oh, they stopped scoring. No, they stopped playing.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Trapped in a 30-year mortgage, decades of payments, mountains of interest, and every time rates fall, you refinance and start over? That's not a plan. That's a prison. The Life Changer loan lets you do your banking inside your mortgage, using your income to crush interest and pay off your home in just years, not decades. Don't spend one more minute in mortgage prison. It's not magic. It's just math. So take back control at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
1877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey, it's Ron Wolfley. Choosing dental implants is one of the most important health decisions you'll ever make. That's why I want you to check out Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix. They're locally owned and proud to offer world-class care in a state-of-the-art facility. With decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored, Dr. Joe and their expert team deliver results you can trust. Unlike the gimmick dentistry you see elsewhere, bait-and-switch pricing, fake, limited-time offers, or surprise add-on fees, at Aria, you'll always know exactly what to expect. That's why they've earned over 500 five-star Google reviews from patients who felt truly cared for. This is your health, not a sales pitch. Come experience the Aria difference. Aria is helping patients regain their quality of life while saving thousands of dollars compared to the other corporate dental implant centers. Go see my good friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Still a tough pill to swallow for Arizona Cardinal fans after their puzzling loss to the Titans on Sunday, but the focus now shifts to finding a way to win in Indy against a 4-1 Colts team this coming Sunday. And here was head coach Jonathan Gannon as he still believes in his guys and their process.
I woke up this morning and didn't feel great about it, honestly. And so in the team meeting, I addressed it. I apologized to Omari, apologized to the team. And I just told him I kind of let the moment of what happened get the better of me there.
And that was head coach Jonathan Gannon on his and DeMercado's altercation on the sideline. Meanwhile, Kenny Dillingham and the Sunundevils have had plenty of time to prep for their trip to Utah this coming weekend in a matchup between two 4-1 Big 12 teams where it feels like both the Utes and the Sunundevils need this game, and that's what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bentley and Milano Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Time to get rebooted on this Tuesday morning. Sammy's here to take us through the Rush Hour Reboot.
Yes, Sammy. Good morning. If you are not watching us on YouTube, you can.
And what the hell is wrong with you?
Whoa, you said
Don't
that.
Don't berate our listeners like that, Ferret.
Yeah, they're listening to us. They're currently...
I know they're currently listening to us, but they should also be watching
but
us.
There are 200 of them watching. We can get that number up. If you want to, you can go to YouTube, type in Arizona Sports, and our beautiful faces will be there. But it is a Tuesday...
In quotation.
Yes. It is a Tuesday post third straight loss for the Cardinals. We've had another day to kind of let the emotions settle and think about what we saw on Sunday. Do you have any new thoughts or question marks from what you saw on Sunday?
Yeah, I told Vinny I spent a lot of time kind of looking at the passing schematics, and they don't look good. But I think a lot of it is their lack of trust in Kyler Murray. It's very, very real. Teo Mackey points out on that the 43-yard pass to Marvin Harrison Jr. to start the game. You remember that play?
Yes.
Of course you do. He points out in watching this play, the progression starts with two underneath routes that are covered by four defenders when Marvin Harrison Jr. is alone on the edge, one-on-one with a bad cornerback. Why did it take Kyler Murray so long to get the ball to Marvin Harrison Jr.? And you look at the play, it should have been a walk-in touchdown. Instead, he had to go up and get that ball in traffic. And there's all sorts of instances of wide-open guys that he doesn't get the ball to. So, this is part of why I'm kind of at a freak-out factor right now with this football team.
Yeah, mine goes past coaches, it goes past individual players. The belief I had in this team was shaken by this game, and quite honestly by the reaction yesterday. We're going to get more into that. I did not pick the Cardinals to make the playoffs this year. I don't believe so.
No, I think you didn't.
When we did our projections, I think the playoffs are a pipe dream. They look nothing like a playoff
they
team.
Don't.
They look way more like a 5-win team.
They do.
Than they do a playoff
I
team.
cannot. I would like to argue with that as somebody who was very optimistic about this team, but you are not lying.
Right now, I definitely would have to agree with you.
Here's the other thing, Sammy.
Yeah.
Marvin Harrison Jr., the first read was on a play just once on 15 pass plays after the first quarter. How does that happen?
I don't know. That's a great question.
When you go into, whether it's conscious or unconscious, conservative mode, it's very easy to explain that.
I guess you're right.
They almost blew a 24-point lead to the Carolina Panthers by doing the same thing. And that was my big takeaway from yesterday. Nothing is more frustrating than a team that doesn't learn from its mistakes. They talk about learning from the mistakes, but they don't.
Yes.
And they haven't.
They haven't shown they can actually finish a game. So I don't know if you guys saw, but Emari DeMercado dropped a touchdown out of the end zone on Sunday.
What? How did I miss that?
News to me. And I guess, his head football coach was not pleased. And here was head coach Jonathan Gannon on that interaction in a presser yesterday.
I woke up this morning and didn't feel great about it, honestly. And so in the team meeting, I addressed it. I apologized to Omari, apologized to the team. And I just told him I kind of let the moment of what happened get the better of me there.
So what do you think was more telling, the altercation itself or Gannon's response and apology afterwards?
And there is some new info
from USA Today.
All right. Jarrett Bell great name, says that the NFLPA is investigating the sideline altercation.
Yeah, listen, again, the level of violence displayed by Jonathan Gannon, and I'm using that term, violence, loosely, but the level of that contact, it's beyond the pale. It's past the level where you can just brush that off. But listen, Jonathan, I believe Jonathan Gannon's apology, and my intuition is that the team will buy it as well. That's what I believe on that.
Yeah, but because there's no history of anything similar to that.
Yeah. Right. But again, the fact that came out of a guy whose whole brand is stoicism.
Yeah,
arms folded, sunglasses on, never
shows
losing
you
his
how
cool.
bad that play by Amari DiMercato was.
Yeah.
It does. All right, let's talk some ASU football. They have a huge chance on Saturday to pick up another Big 12 win against Utah, who's also 4-1. How do you feel about this Devils team coming off a bye as they head to Utah?
This is a game that I had circled as the swing game for the entire season. I feel a little better about it after watching what Texas Tech did to them.
Yeah.
But this is a very physical group. It's a very good head coach. This is it's a mountain you got to climb.
It's true.
Yeah, I mean, I was encouraged by what Texas Tech did to Utah as well, but Utah's also kind of rebounded pretty nicely from that. They beat West Virginia. West Virginia stinks, let's be honest, but they beat them by 34 points. That is a tough place to play. It's a program with clear identity that they lean on. They are tough. They're physical defensively. They run the football. They use their tight ends. Their special teams is usually great.
Yep.
I don't want to look. I don't want to at all look past this game. This is going to be a tough one for the Sun Devils. There's no doubt.
Do you think Texas Tech is by far the best team?
I'm not going to say by far, but I am going to say yes, they're the best team.
I believe they are as well.
Go.
No, it's okay. I was just going to wrap things up. We have a Tuesday update. I'm no Colin Jost, but I am your host. This weekend on Stacking Wins, I was the biggest mover from a disappointing 12 to 17. The Niners have won some football games for me, but who knew the Dolphins and the Jets would just hate winning? I guess not myself. Dan,
everybody knew that.
Everybody knew the Jets would.
Everybody knew they were going to suck.
Yeah, but not me.
Two sucky teams.
Dan, you moved from 15 wins to 17 wins. A tough week. Your top three picks, the Chiefs, Ravens, and the Bengals, are on the struggle bus.
Wow.
But
The
the
Bagels?
Colts, the Bengals.
Oh, the Bengals.
Jared's just
I could go
always
for some
thinking about
bagels.
food.
Yeah.
But the Colts and the Patriots might save your stacking win seasons. The Colts.
That's a good point.
Look really good. Jarrett, you have 21 wins. The Saints got win number 1 for you, and win number 1 for Spencer Rattler as well. Vinny, this is a foreshadow for your success in these inter-show competitions. Your leading stacking wins, 22 wins, and that leads me to the next category.
Wow.
You know the difference.
What is
the
difference?
Titans win over the Cardinals?
Massive.
That's the difference between me and Jarrett right
It's
now.
true.
It is. That leads me to
I
the
have the
spread.
Cardinals, yes,
The spreadsheet. Vinny, you led the week 2-1.
Wow, Vinny is just on fire.
Getting to a respectable 7-12.
Put me out.
Getting to a respectable 7-12 this year myself. Well, if I were an NFL team, I'd be in first place. I have 5 wins. I'd be looking good. Sadly, my NFL football playing days are over. I'm 5-14. We'll keep it moving. Jarrett and Dan, both 1-2 this week. Both still above 500. Jarrett 10-9. Dan 11-8. So we'll look to keep that going.
I'm 10-9, but I started off 9-3.
Yeah, true. And fantasy.
And continues again for Vinny.
Vinny, 4-1 in first place. And I want to point this out. You're playing some stout fantasy football defense. You have the least points scored against you. Don't let anybody take that away from you.
I
4-1.
built my team on that premise of good fantasy defense.
It's the fall of Vinny.
It might be. And Jarrett, in a showdown under this roof, a slugfest, you took down Dan Bickley. Dan, you moved to Jarrett moves to 3-2. Bick goes to 2-3. And I stumbled upon a Rico Dowdle masterclass this week. I put up 170 points.
Wow.
Moved to 3-2 as well. And
that's just the luck of the draw, because I played Sammy last week and I beat him when he didn't have a good week, and now
it's fantasy football, and that's your Tuesday update.
My college fantasy team is not very well. Awful.
You don't have Noah Fafita?
I don't. Wouldn't touch him with a 10-foot pole. Thank you, Sammy. We're all
Sammy.
rebooted. Coming up next, last Friday, we got our first look at the new era of Suns basketball preseason edition. What'd we think? And the Suns' trip to China is in full swing. We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Tuesday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
To be fair, as much as I make the point that their loss yesterday counts only as much in the standings as, say, Seattle's does, or anybody who lost yesterday, it feels like more than one loss.
It does.
And
It's a great point. Good
may,
thing it isn't.
Yeah, we may know all we need to know about the rest of this season after Sunday's game against the Colts. If they come out swinging like the Diamondbacks did after the trade deadline, because that's kind of what this feels like right now.
Yeah.
If they come out swinging, they beat the Colts somehow, all right. I mean, you still gave this game away this week, but maybe it woke something up in you.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine, where they harness your body's natural ability to heal itself by restoring and repairing damaged joint tissue. And I am telling you from personal experience, this stuff works like magic. QC Kinetics helped me avoid surgery when I tore my meniscus 5 years ago. I'm currently in treatment for a real bad case of tennis elbow. 3 treatments in, I am markedly better, back in the gym, lifting, doing everything I want to do. QC Kinetics helping tens of thousands of people with these great advanced protocols. These are all natural cellular therapies. There's no surgery, there's no drugs, there's no downtime. You walk in, you get your treatment, you walk back out the door. Remember, great athletes like Peyton Manning and Kobe Bryant, they used to fly to Europe for these treatments because they weren't available in America, but now they're here. Go check out what these cutting-edge options can do for you. You can find QC Kinetics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get that free consultation by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Homeowners, are you wanting to move but feel stuck? Call Carol Royce of Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Many home sellers face a catch-22, risking owning 2 homes or none at all. Skip the stress with Carol's Guaranteed Sale Program. No double mortgages, no getting stuck. Carol will guarantee the sale of your home at your agreed-upon price and time frame, or she will buy it so you can move with certainty. Call Carol Royce today, 480-776-5231, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
If you could rewind 10 years, what would you do differently? Buy Apple stock at $20? Skip the ghost pepper challenge? Maybe even rethink the skinny jeans. Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Some regrets are harmless, termite damage isn't. You can't go back in time, but you can keep termites from eating your future. Call 602-BLUE-SKY today for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pest.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com. Low T, start for free. Yep, get prescription testosterone with no startup fee only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvise here. Think better, sleep better, improve your sex life. Nothing. Boost testosterone like actual testosterone. Don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone, and for a limited time, get started for free. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial #250 on your phone phone keyword Red Mountain.
Join the Bud Light Football Face-Off Thursday, October 9th at DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale, starting at 5 p.m. Compete for your chance to win tickets to the Cardinals game versus LA on December 7th, plus a chance to go to Vegas for the final face-off where you could score a trip to the Super Bowl.
Arizona sports. Suns. A new horizon shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Murata.
LaRavia lost the handle in the lane. It's Grayson Allen coming up with it, a steal, and the Suns are on the move again. Booker up the left side, stepping into a deep three. He knocked it down as he got knocked down by Jake LaRavia running by. Scott Twardowski, the official, helps Booker up to his feet, and he's got 19 on the night, 70-47. The Suns have their biggest lead.
Yeah, I like the way we played. A lot of carryover from training camp, so it was nice to see it versus another team. So keep building on it. Go to the film, see what we did right, see what we did wrong, and still learn from it.
Yeah, that was from last Friday night. We didn't have a real chance to react at all to what we saw from the Suns yesterday because of the Cardinals dominating the discussion, and rightfully so. But a 22-point win over the Lakers on Friday night in Palm Desert to open up the preseason. And that was Devin Booker saying, I like the way we played. I like the way they played, too. We kind of... I think I felt like I tempered what to expect visually from the Suns, and you were talking about maybe noticing increased effort.
Right.
And I wanted to tamp that down a little bit because, after all, it is preseason. But you know what I saw? Visible increased effort.
Yeah. Yeah. It's funny how sometimes you get those mental blocks where you don't want to create expectations and be let down.
Yeah.
And sure enough, you weren't let down. My big takeaway, and again, the outcome doesn't matter. The Lakers didn't play Luka. They didn't play LeBron. That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how the Lakers played, who they played, how they looked. What mattered is the compete level for the Phoenix Suns and whether or not they're actually implementing all of these things they've talked about. I came away from that game thinking to myself, Dillon Brooks is going to be a superstar in the Valley. And I wonder if Dillon Brooks is smart enough, because I think he is. When you learn how much time he puts into studying opponents and looking for any little thing to do to kind of get in another guy's kitchen, he takes it to another level. So after that media day press conference, I'm like, okay, I think we're really going to like this guy. This guy is everything this basketball team was screaming for last year. Watching him play against the Lakers, diving on the floor in a preseason game, I wonder if he knows this market is going to fall head over heels with this guy. And he's going to make a lot of money in the process.
We were at the same media day press conference, and that was what struck me the most from those sessions was Dillon Brooks' availability and just his thoughtful answers on how he has embraced this role. He came off almost as a guy who relishes being the villain so much, like he's got an evil, dark lair that he hangs out in, where he does all of his film study.
Yeah, exactly.
And I don't think that's the goal, is to be embraced by a market, because this is his third different NBA city. I think those two things are just going to organically align. He plays the way he plays, and on this side, as they converge a little bit, this market has been so starved for a player like that, and this team, this individual franchise has been so starved for a player who adds that element, that they'll meet in the middle, and it'll just happen. And both goals can be reached.
The other thing I noticed, and maybe I was looking for this, and maybe it's not as big of a deal as I think it is, but you could hear them communicate on defense, which is something they never did last year. And there's a lot to be said for teammates who are either in awe of Kevin Durant or who were afraid of Kevin Durant and didn't want to get that Kevin Durant, KD death stare on the court, if you will. Look, I actually kind of started to imbibe some optimism that you've been feeling after one preseason game, which is everything I don't do. But again, and I hate to do this because it sounds petty, but it really kind of speaks to the drain that Kevin Durant can have on a basketball team.
There's no LeBron and no Luka. Let's remember that.
I'm not talking about the outcome, Jarrett.
Okay.
I'm not talking about the outcome. I'm talking about the way the basketball team felt free to express themselves, to play earnest, honest basketball, to talk to each other, to communicate. I think Kevin Durant has got so much respect in the game that it's hard for young players to kind of play with him.
Yeah, are
you buying any of this?
I get that feel. I'm not as willing to take what I saw in game one, even though I was, encouraged by it, to apply it to a regular season win total or what's going to happen. We don't know what's going to happen. But everything else you're saying, yes. How many times, and we talked about this, how many times when Kevin Durant was here for his 2+ years did he throw a lazy cross-court pass that got picked off?
Lot.
And then he would hang his head and walk down the court. Who on that team was getting into Kevin Durant
Nobody.
in a huddle or in a practice or behind closed doors and saying, we can't have that?
Nobody.
Because it never got better.
No.
Especially not Devin Booker. Like, did you ever see Devin Booker stand up to Kevin Durant in any kind of way? You have a closer.
Towards the end of the year, I think there were 2 incidents where Devin Booker gave him the kind of, what are you doing? And there's talk that their relationship deteriorated as the season went on.
I would take that as a positive, too.
Yeah. Okay.
Because I think there was way too much buy-in.
Way too much.
I'm curious to see what this looks like. And now they took a 17-hour flight to Macau, China for 2 games. And Dwayne Rankin's got a piece on AZ Central that kind of outlines a lot of the logistics of it, and how it came together, and what the NBA pays for. And we had Josh Bartlestein on last week, and we kind of ran out of time because we were talking a lot about the Mercury being in the WNBA Finals. But I'm curious, and they didn't know when they agreed to this over a year ago that they were going to have a brand new coaching staff and a completely different looking roster than what they had. But I wonder how much trepidation there is, even if the NBA says, hey, we're footing the bill. You're going to do some goodwill stuff for us over in China and play a couple of preseason games. When they play a preseason game Sunday, a.m. Phoenix time, they come back after it's a shorter flight coming back. It could like 14 hours, I think. They play a preseason game Tuesday night in downtown Phoenix. So the logistics of it are not ideal, and I wonder how much trepidation there is when you're preparing for a season that turns out to be maybe a transformative season for this franchise. The good still has to outweigh the bad, I'm sure, but I wonder how much urging they get from the NBA, like, oh, you're going to do this for us,
Yeah. That seems like a heavy ask. As somebody who has made the flight from China to the U.S., I can't ask them to get back on the court the following day.
You know me, the world traveler. Anything over 6 hours is completely foreign to me at this point in my life. I am so uncomfortable traveling on a plane. The idea of a 17-hour flight gives me the heebie-jeebies.
Yeah.
Now, I know it's a private chartered flight.
Yeah, right. It's different. Yeah. Every seat on that flight is going to convert into a bed, which makes a big difference.
It does.
But still, that's quite an ask. So again, I am not saying, just to be clear here, I am not saying I'm upping my belief in their ability to win games, but I am upping my belief in the idea that the way this team plays is going to be received well.
Well, and look, last year I thought it was a mixture of that laissez-faire attitude, and I don't think there was much coaching going on at all last year. I think most people would agree with me.
Yeah. I think you're right.
I want to play one other thing, but I'm going to save it till the end of the show.
All right.
Something that came out of the Suns' trip to Palm Desert that kind of went a little bit viral, especially locally. But coming up next, Bick's going to kick off the second half of this Tuesday show with the blast. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader, including Cardinals play-by-play.
Breaks a tackle, heads for the end zone, touchdown!
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying... just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age. making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the name Sweet James on billboards all over the valley. It's a fun name, but what they do is serious business. When you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, the insurance companies that promise to protect you, they often pay you as little as possible or deny your claim altogether. That's why I want you to know about Sweet James Accident Attorneys. This world-class law firm with over 25 years experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims, with a 98% winning record. They're the only firm with an in-house trial team. Having the right attorney means the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. They've even been named among the best attorneys in America. If you're injured in an accident, you're going to want Sweet James Accident Attorneys. They are there for you, and you don't pay them until they win your case. Go to sweetjames.com. That's sweetjames.com. Or call 800-9-MILLION, 800-900-0000.
We're Right Way Roofing, and we do it right.
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing, where we believe there's only one way, the right way. We only use the most durable, top-quality products at a fair price. As a third-generation roofing company, we believe that if you have a lifetime tile, you should have a lifetime underlayment, which is why we only use the best products and offer the best warranties in the business. Look us up at azroof.com for a free estimate.
We'll always keep you watertight.
KMVP-FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The feeling that surrounds this Arizona Cardinals team after their 22-21 loss to Tennessee is still not great. And after a sideline video of Jonathan Gannon and Amari DiMercato surfaced, here was head coach Jonathan Gannon on that instance.
I woke up this morning and didn't feel great about it, honestly. And so in the team meeting, I addressed it. I apologized to Amari, apologized to the team. And I just told him I kind of let the moment of what happened get the better of me there.
The only thing now is to move forward and focus on the 4-1 Indianapolis Colts, who will welcome the Cardinals on Sunday. Meanwhile, ASU, off their bye week, has a tall task this Saturday in Utah for a Big 12 matchup with the Utes. Both teams are 4-1, and a win here for the Devils would go a long, long way. And this report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. We're looking for the next student athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text character to 620-620 to nominate a student today.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
Teams that start 2-0 usually make the NFL playoffs. I fear the Cardinals are going to be the exception, and I fear it's going to get worse before it gets better. And I say that because the Cardinals cannot run the football. Their offensive line has gone from strength to liability, and to a layman's eye, the schematics of the passing game look broken, and probably because the quarterback very often misses the open receiver. Now, I scoffed when some people in the Valley lamented the loss of Clayton Adams, the former offensive line coach hired by the Cowboys in the offseason, and I scoff no more. Adams has had a huge impact with the Cowboys offense, which is practically a juggernaut. He is getting rave reviews for what he's done to the Dallas offensive line, and in hindsight, it was a big mistake for this organization to let Dallas poach what looks to be their best coach. He should have promoted Adams to offensive coordinator and made Drew Petzing an assistant head coach if necessary, but the Cardinals seem curiously compliant in letting Adams go. This team now faces 8 games against opponents who are 500 or better. They haven't beaten a team with a winning record in 349 days, and just when they should be ascending, they're instead hitting rock bottom in year 3 of the Gannon regime. It's still early, yeah, but after Sunday's game, that sounds more like a threat than a reason for hope. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
It's tough to lose him because he's one of our best, but knew that was going to be the case at some point. You know what I mean? He's a really good coach, so really excited for his opportunity. He'll do really well.
That was back in February. I'm assuming at the WM Phoenix Open, based on the background noise.
Sounds like
that
it,
was
right?
Jonathan Gannon talking about losing Clayton Adams. Happened real early in the offseason, too. Dallas identified him. We're going after him. We're going to make him the offensive coordinator. Boom. Then it happened. Interesting in seeing how this is shaken out. And I've got thoughts on the Cardinals side now. But to hear Jonathan Gannon all these months later say, well, we knew it was going to happen. He's one of our best. Mm-hmm. You don't let your best go that quickly.
That's it. You hang on to the guy, and you create a succession plan is what you do, like Todd Bowles and Bruce Arians, that kind of thing. And again, I was one who was like, okay, I didn't want to believe that an offensive line coach was that important to what the Cardinals were doing. But when you juxtapose what has happened in Dallas this season and the metrics the Cowboys are putting up, the fact that they scored 40 against the Packers without CeeDee Lamb, the fact that they dominated the game last week without 4 offensive linemen, they are raving about him.
Bill Barnwell of ESPN pointed this out in a piece. He had his top 5 losses of the week or worst losses of the week, and the Cardinals lost to the Titans, came in at number 1. Mm-hmm. He's got this long write-up on it. And he wrote, correlation isn't always causation, but it does seem notable that Cardinals offensive line coach Clayton Adams left Arizona this offseason to join Dallas, take over as its offensive coordinator. Guess what has happened there? Led by a resurgent season from Javonte Williams, a Cowboys run game that ranked 12th in success rate on design runs between 2023 and 2024 is now 2nd in 2025. He points out the loss of Tip Ryman, although the Cardinals weren't using a lot of tight end heavy sets. Mm-hmm. That's going to change things as well. But I will say this, in defense of what the Cardinals have done to this point, they have yet to play a snap with their best 5 offensive linemen together this season through 5 weeks. And now they're down to their 3rd, 4th, and 5th string running backs.
Okay, fair enough.
But earlier in the year, when you had James Conner, the running game looked
that's my thing.
Almost unrecognizable from what we had seen for 2 years.
That is where I've kind of come over to the other side on this Clayton Adams is a big deal kind of thing. And so that to me in hindsight looks like a mistake.
Yeah, it certainly does, and we'll see if it's correctable. But I want to get into something that happened yesterday as well that, in my opinion, and the way I felt from it, probably discouraged me more than anything coming out of the Tennessee game. And we talked about the 3rd and 8 play call at the end of the game. Yep. Cardinals get a first down, they win the game. They went real super conservative. They ran the ball. They got a yard. They punted it back. And at that point, I felt the game was over. Turned out it was the game was over. Here was Jonathan Gannon in his press conference dealing with the media yesterday. The full exchange on the questions and answers on the decision-making behind that 3rd down play call.
Did you have any second thoughts about the play calling on that play?
Yeah, I talked to Drew about it. I think we got to put our guys in a little bit better spot there. We were expecting one thing. They didn't give it to us. I could have used the time out there. That's something I could have did a little bit better because I know he didn't really love the call either. So it's something that we talked about, and we got to put our guys in better spots.
How does that happen where you and Drew both not loving the call, but it still goes forward?
There's a clock ticking to that. That's a good question, Teo. And there's an element of time, and at that point in time, do you want to use the time out there or not? I just decided not, but it's a learning experience for myself.
I'm guessing Kyler has a line of scrimmage offense that he could check out too. That didn't happen either, apparently.
Not that one.
You always say that you know what's being called. Can you, as a head coach, you can override Drew if you wanted to?
I would never override Drew because he's the offensive play caller.
Would you like to see your quarterback with the ball in his hands on that third and there?
Yeah, that's what we talked about, probably.
All right, so the call is made. Yeah. The offensive coordinator doesn't love the call based on the defensive look. The head coach doesn't like the call based on the defensive look. They have 3 timeouts remaining on the biggest play of the game. Mm-hmm. It's again, a successful play. You win the game. They don't do that. The quarterback doesn't check out of it. And the head coach will never override the offensive play caller.
Now, did Jonathan Gannon...
There's a lot there.
There is. The one thing I'm not clear on, when Jonathan Gannon said, not that one, in response to can Kyler check out of a play, is he saying that he can check out of plays, but he chose not to, or he could not have checked out of that one?
That's a great delineation, which we're going to have that conversation coming up in the next segment. But that's something that I thought, too.
I took it as he can always check out of it. He chose not to on that one.
Well, see, I took it as the opposite.
Yeah.
Okay.
Where that play was called, Kyler run that play.
It's a pretty big delineation. I'm with you on that because, again, year 3, Jonathan Gannon called it a learning experience.
I just don't understand I didn't like the play.
He didn't like the play.
Well, let's do it anyway on the biggest play of the game.
We've just run into a brick wall 2 plays in a row. We're expecting them to expect us to pass the ball. They're still playing us tight up front, and oh no. And all that goes through their minds, and they still don't trust Kyler Murray to throw the football.
And he's repeatedly said, I'm the head coach. I oversee everything. I have the final say. And then at the end of that,
but I would never override him.
I would never override him.
That's real interesting to me.
I understand giving trust, showing trust and support to your offensive coordinator, your other coaches, but
it didn't make much sense because he said he maybe didn't like it or wanted to talk it over with Petzing. You have the timeout.
That's the thing, and pointed out the ticking clock. If it's one timeout, all right, then it's a little bit of a different decision. You had 3.
And if you get the first down, you make a good play exexecution, you win the football game.
Well, and then having only 2 timeouts doesn't matter at that point.
No.
You're not going to use them. And look, maybe there was too much trust shown in the defense. If this doesn't work, I don't love the play call, but hey, our defense is going to win it for us because they did it in New Orleans and they did it at home against Carolina. Maybe we can count on a 39-year-old to make another play.
But they hadn't done it the last 2 weeks.
No,
listen, so the last 3 weeks, the defense has given up a big chunky reception that has basically unlocked the game for the other team. It's happened 3 weeks in a row. Mm-hmm. And clearly they're stressing out this defense too much by not doing their jobs, if you will. Oof. Bill Barnwell also said in that piece, he said it's the most nonsensical, despairing loss he could ever imagine for a fan base to have to absorb.
That's why I was so steadfast in sticking by. That was a worse loss than the Bears loss
agree
in
with
06.
You. I completely agree with you.
And it is the kind of loss, and I can be certainly proven wrong, but it is the kind of loss that derails seasons.
Yes.
Because not only are you facing losing a double-digit lead in the second half, you did it against the team that everybody in the league thought was the worst team.
Mm-hmm.
You let the worst team off the mat. And Kyler Murray even said it. They were a play away from quitting.
Yeah. It's insane. And you think about where if this doesn't get better, and if this becomes one of those 5-12 kind of seasons, like you correctly said, looks and trends to be, where are they going to go with this? I mean, are they going to get back in the market Teo Mackey points out that the Cardinals have not needed to change their GM, head coach, quarterback, or either coordinator since 2023. Only 3 other organizations can say the same thing: the Chiefs, the Buccaneers, and the Broncos, and those 3 are all playoff teams. There are currently 0 employed head coaches in the NFL who are in their 4th season without a playoff appearance to show for it.
Wow. I want to remind you the WNBA Finals are here. Your Phoenix Mercury need their fans loud and proud for Game 3, taking on the Las Vegas Aces tomorrow night. You could be in that crowd. Text the word finals to 620-620 for your chance to score finals tickets. History is on the line. Be a part of it. Text finals to 620-620 right now. Coming up next, they all say the right things, but sometimes actions speak louder than words. We have to ask, do Cardinals coaches really trust Kyler Murray? More on that subject next. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on this Tuesday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Phoenix Mercury are in the WNBA Finals. Arizona Sports is giving away a pair of tickets to see the Mercury face the Aces Wednesday night downtown. Text the word finals to 620-620 for your chance to win. Be part of the best atmosphere in the WNBA and cheer on the Mercury in the finals against Vegas. Text finals to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Hey, it's Vince Murata back to tell you about Spinato's Pizzeria, a Valley favorite for more than half a century. Now, 6 Valley locations and the official pizza of the Cardinals, Suns, and Mercury. So they've got you covered wherever you are. And when you go to Spinato's, you know you're going to get the same quality because of their Spinato's Family Kitchen. Yes, they make all the sauce there, distribute it to all the locations, even State Farm Stadium and the Mortgage Matchup Center, to ensure that you're getting the same quality that you get in Spinato's 6 Valley locations. And if you're hosting game day at your place, don't fumble those food responsibilities. Spinato's has got you covered with their awesome catering menu. Crispy Chicago-style pizzas, mouth-watering pastas, monster wings, meatballs, salads, gluten-free options, desserts, something for everybody to keep the whole crew fed without missing a plate. Just hit up the catering menu, place your order at spinatospizzeria.com, and you will be the MVP of game day. And they've got different catering packages based on how many people you're feeding as well. Now here's something cool. For the rest of October, Spinato's has brought back a fan favorite, the Wizard of Za, a spicy Chipotle peach pizza, brimming with sweet heat, pairing it with a hazy peach IPA from 100 Mile Brewing. So whether it's game day, pizza night, or you're just hungry for something awesome, Spinato's delivers. 6 Valley locations, and again, the official pizza of the Cardinals, Suns, and Mercury. Take care of all your game day catering needs. Order online at spinatospizzeria.com.
Hey, it's Wolf, and I've got to give a huge shout-out to the team that just transformed my yard into an oasis with artificial grass. That is Legacy Green Solutions. These guys are the real deal. Family-owned and operated in the basin for over 25 years, voted best of the valley. Legacy Green Solutions uses premium American-made turf with certified installation that looks and feels natural. Right now, Legacy is offering a limited-time deal. Mention Wolf and get 15% off. Just text GREEN to 620-620 or visit LegacyGreenSolutions.com.
Message and data rates may apply. We're here with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, what is that great ride you pulled up in?
Man, it's my Honda from Arrowhead Honda. Just like on the field, I know the importance of reliability and performance and trust my ride to Arrowhead Honda. Whether you're looking for a rugged SUV or a sleek sedan, Arrowhead Honda has you covered.
Head down to Arrowhead Honda today and score big with unbeatable deals and top-notch service.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
Gambo, how do the Cardinals improve from their worst loss of the season? We'll discuss on today's Burns and Gambo show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
No, both Drew and I, the whole building trusts Kyler to make those plays, and that's what we talked about today. Like, we got to make sure that we keep the ball in the quarterback's hands, and you can do that a lot of different ways, but we got to make sure we have the ball in the quarterback's hands with a chance for him to impact the game.
Jonathan Gannon with Burns and Gambo yesterday. When asked if you trust Kyler to put the game away, make those plays when the game is on the line. We're going to circle back to that in a second after we shout out our listeners in Guadalupe this morning. Yes, thanks to all of our listeners out in the great town of Guadalupe. Do you trust your team? Do you trust your quarterback to help your team put a game away? Certainly a valid question. And I want to tip my cap. I thought Burns and Gambo did a great job of asking a lot of questions to Jonathan Gannon yesterday that necessarily didn't come up in the media session, but certainly questions that the fans wanted answered. So I thought that was a really, really good interview. And I thought Jonathan Gannon handled the interview well as well.
I agree with all that.
On the subject of trusting the quarterback, this falls under the we gotta umbrella again. You heard him say it. We gotta call better plays to trust our quarterback, to entrust our quarterback to put those away. That one wears thin. The we gotta philosophy wears thin after a while.
Listen, I
either you're doing it or you're not doing
it. And the fact that Marvin Harrison Jr., that they still have not found a way to feature him, to use his gifts, to get him to be a huge part of that offense, somebody's got to answer for that. I pointed out the play that you diagnosed, that big gain to Marvin Harrison Jr., where we all applauded his ability to go up and get that ball in traffic again. It seemed like a continuation of the way he looked at the end of the Seattle game. But if you look at that in replay, he should have been the primary read. He's one-on-one with a bad cornerback on the edge. And generally, a quarterback in year 7, you see your star receiver in one-on-one coverage, you know where you're going with the football. And as Teo pointed out, he went through 2 different progressions before he got to Marvin Harrison Jr., who had to go up and make a play in traffic when it should have been a walk-in touchdown. This is the kind of stuff that I can see why a coaching staff could lose confidence in your quarterback, because you don't know what he's going to do with the football.
But I am not I'm not Kurt Warner on this subject. I'm not exactly sure how progressions work. Is that play designed to go short first? And maybe you're going through those short progressions first to see what's available over the middle. That seems to be in tune with the way this Cardinals offense has operated to this point. And then, okay, what's open down the field? Maybe it happened a little bit later than it should have.
But it would seem to me,
and that was one of the positive plays of the game.
But it would seem to me that if you're processing the game before you get the football in your hands, that's a light bulb is going to go on. Oh, it looks like Marv is going to have single coverage out there. I think I'm going to get the ball to him right away. Isn't that? I mean, that's the schematics of most quarterbacks, right? Even if you've got a play called that you're supposed to look here, then there, and then last resort you go here. You see your star player in single coverage, that changes everything. At least it should. And again, I'm not trying to fully bash on Kyler because he's been good this season, but not good enough. And there are the moments where if you were a play caller, I think you could see where the timidity comes from.
But as a play caller, specifically on that 3rd and 8, which if you have James Conner or even Trey Benson, or your offensive line has proven they've been dominant in the game, then okay, 3rd and 8, James Conner, good O-line. You can try to run the football to see if you can't get 8 yards, but none of that was true. And to me, I kind of mentioned it yesterday, taking the ball out of Kyler Murray's hands, it doesn't only take the ball out of his hands, it takes it out of Trey McBride's and Marv's.
Yes.
And you're giving it to, and we respect Michael Carter on this show, but that's a tall ask for him to get a gutty 8 yards with the game on the line.
What percentage of Cardinals runs this year have ended in an 8-yard gain? I mean, they had a couple in that game. I mean, Knight had a 10-yarder. They had a 71-yarder that didn't count, turned into a fumble. But by and large, 8 yards is on a 3rd down.
Yeah.
And especially when you don't get the look you want.
Yes.
And there have been countless issues with this offense where if you watch a play, Kyler Murray is bailing on the pocket too soon, before the before the route is about to break open. And when it does break open, the quarterback's gone. And so, and again, this is not absolving the offensive line. They allowed a ton of pressures against Kyler Murray against a Tennessee defense that didn't blitz all that much.
It's just what's the worst case scenario? Because a turnover could happen on the handoff as well. So you take away a turnover, what's the worst case scenario? An incomplete pass probably doesn't do anything at that point because the 2-minute warning is going to hit anyway.
Yeah.
And a sack, you're going to punt the ball anyway. I just don't get it.
Worst case scenario on a pass play there would be a sack, turnover, or an interception with a return, which probably would have worked out better for the Cardinals because it would have shortened the field and given them time left after instead of suffering another walk-off loss. Honestly, it was a horrible decision to run the football there.
It really, really was. And again, the thing for me is, okay, if the fact that you were going to run the ball regardless, and then you decided to stick with it when you didn't even get the look you want.
Yeah.
In that situation, that to me, that's a red flag. That's an operational red flag because calling a running play there on 3rd and 8 on a play that is going to either give the Titans the ball or win the game for you, you better make sure that you're going to get exactly the look that you want because running the ball in that situation, very, very conservative. So if you don't get a soft defense, a defense that's expecting you to pass the ball, you got to get out of that play.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and don't you want to see, like, this is year 7 of Kyler Murray. We've talked ad nauseum. It's year 3 in this system. Don't you want to see if he can win you a football game?
Of course. Yes, you do.
Like, on the flip side, the Tennessee Titans, you saw from Cam Ward, granted, they had to trust him. There was no choice but to throw the ball down the field and after we had punted. But they gave him the ability to.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it doesn't matter what quarterback you have under center, you want to see if your QB, especially, quote, a franchise one, can win you a football game where literally nothing had gone right in the second half.
Go back to Sunday the press conferences post-game. Kyler Murray was asked, were you frustrated with the final offensive drive?
Just trust the play call.
He sounds frustrated.
So I think everybody was in agreement that it was a terrible play call. And nobody could step up and say, you know what? What are we doing here?
What are we doing here?
Yeah.
I know. It's a great point.
And by the way, I don't know if Kyler Murray's just programmed to say that, being the good teammate or being respectful of his coaches. But if I'm Kyler Murray, and this might sound diva as hell, and I brought this up yesterday, I am pissed that they called that play in that situation. And
you're paying a guy a lot of money to man that position, and you're doing it. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
He was marginalized with the foot injury, and that came up after the game, too. It was kind of a weird circumstance, but he's still out there.
Uh-huh.
And what inspires your team more? Hey, that guy's less than 100%. Do you see that play he made?
Yeah.
See that throw he made on 3rd and 8
Yeah.
that clinched this thing for us?
So we got an offense now here in Arizona, 23rd in points per game, 27th in yards per play, 30th in yards per pass play, 31st in rushing success rate.
And I'll remind you that they've played the Panthers, the Saints, and the Titans this year.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Coming up next, we'll continue talking Cardinals-Titans, a man who called the game for CBS, and a familiar face and name to Valley fans. Adam Archuleta from CBS Sports joins us next. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on this Tuesday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Oh, my goodness. This is so hard for me. It really is. You know, the way I have so much regard and respect for Amari DiMercato. Based on needs, I respect him tremendously, yet what he did to me is unthinkable. It is unthinkable that he would do that on a football field, not Amari DiMercato. He would have been the last guy I would have ever picked to actually do that at the goal line.
Seriously, it wasn't just the one play like JG said, but that was the only one that was voluntary.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Building wealth from scratch is very difficult to do, if not impossible, but the sharp people tell you the best way to get it done is to reduce your debt. And if you're in the market for a new home, if you're looking to refinance your home, make your first call to Life Changer Loan. If you're a good fit, they are going to save you a ton of money. This is an innovative program, and it's also the way many people in many parts of the world borrow money. It just hasn't been mainstream in America. Certainly should be. This is an offset loan model where you pay all principal first. You do your banking inside of your mortgage. You're going to pay off your home in a matter of years, not decades. And when that happens, you now have a lot of time to build that personal wealth because you're not saddled with debt, the mortgage debt that can cripple your finances. You also get 24/7 access to your equity, which does great things. It means you can borrow back from yourself whenever you need it. Lots of great things with the Life Changer Loan, but it's not for everybody. You've got to be a right fit. Give them a call because if you are a good fit, you are going to love the results. 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Every day, community. Supporting. Giving. Every day at APS, we support Arizona community organizations and our customers, giving back to help Arizona teachers, nonprofits, and families, volunteering to support and strengthen neighborhoods, working with local partners to provide customers with crisis assistance and other services when they need it most. To help your community or find assistance for yourself or someone you know, visit aps.com/brighter. This ad is funded by Pinnacle West shareholders.
When it comes to Redbirds, your favorite team may dominate the gridiron, but Redbird Farms chicken rules the roost in flavor. With hand-cut, antibiotic-free, cage-free, vegetarian-fed chicken, Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Our standards exceed the highest industry norms for quality. Find Redbird Farms chicken at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Still a tough pill to swallow for Arizona Cardinal fans after their puzzling loss to the Titans on Sunday, but the focus now shifts to finding a way to win in Indy against a 4-1 Colts team this coming Saturday, and head coach Jonathan Gannon still believes in his guys and their process.
Team over you, urgency to get better, and that's what we'll do. So if we didn't have the right people in the locker room, I would be on red alert.
Meanwhile, Kenny Dillingham and the Sunundevils have had plenty of time to prep for their trip to Utah this coming weekend in a matchup between two 4-1 Big 12 teams where it feels like both the Utes and the Sunundevils need this one. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. Why should you choose America Roofing? Arizona's largest roofer, an A+ with the BBB, and the winner of the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. Save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Hey, it's Luke. What did Patrick Peterson think of the Cardinals' epic collapse against the Titans? We'll ask the Cardinals legend at 11:15. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Third straight week, the Arizona Cardinals lose on a walk-off field goal, first to a San Francisco, then Seattle, then the most inexplicable of all, the Tennessee Titans. A game that was called by our next guest on CBS Sports color analyst, former Sunundevil and NFL great Adam Archuleta joins us here on the Arizona Sports Line. Adam, thanks for joining us today. How are you?
Adam.
Hey, gentlemen. What's up? Long time no talk.
Right. Yeah, it's been a while. And I'll start with the big question. Look, we were all shaking our heads after that one. You ever seen anything like what you saw on Sunday at State Farm Stadium, Adam?
No, it's like one of those situations. I kind of knew at the time what was happening, but it's like you almost kind of go into like a blackout. And now that I'm sitting, it's a hangover the next day, and I'm trying to process exactly what happened in that game. I really can't. It is. I mean, there's been a lot of crazy, different comebacks and finishes, but I'm hard pressed to find another game like that I've ever seen or been a part of. It's truly. I don't even know if I know what to say. I don't know if I'm the right guest to have because I don't really know what to say about what happened. I mean, your heart breaks for the Cardinals because it's in the category of bad beats. That's about as bad as it gets.
It really is. It's as I think Bill Barnwell of ESPN said, it's as nonsensical and despairing of a loss a fan base could ever absorb. Let's start with the Amari DiMercato play, which was the second time that's happened in the span of a couple of weeks. So you got to assume that's a coaching and a talking point going into the game. Why do football players continue to do that and sabotage their own touchdowns?
Here's the thing, and this is the case in Amari's fumble. Sometimes guys are, they're excited, and it comes across as showboating. And I try to put myself in his situation, and quite honestly, arguably the biggest run of his life, and he has a chance to put the game away. It's probably one of those scenarios. It's a surreal feeling. You kind of lose track of time and space, to be honest with you. And so I don't think it's hey, I'm trying to showboat, or hey, I'm this. He probably honestly was in a form of just in the zone, kind of blacked out a little bit, and just didn't realize exactly where he was until the play was over. And it's like, oh my God, what did I just do? What happened? So in a way, like you say to yourself, how does that happen still in the league, and how dumb and how stupid of a play it is? At the same time, I can understand if you're in this moment and you're in kind of like a dreamlike trance. You just broke this big run. You don't realize, he probably thought he was in the end zone by the time he let go of that football.
Mm-hmm. Adam Archuleta, CBS Sports analyst, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. We've been having a discussion for the last couple days, too, based on the play calls that went down and the way the end game scenario went down, Adam, whether or not the Cardinals brass showed enough trust in Kyler Murray to make a play to win the game at the end. They had the handoff to Michael Carter on the 3rd and 8, gave the ball back to Tennessee. They end up losing the game. If you want to comment on that, great. But big picture, seventh year as a starter for Kyler Murray, And you've been calling these games for a while. You do a handful of Cardinals games a year. What are you seeing or not seeing in the development of Kyler Murray as an NFL quarterback?
Yeah, that's a good question. If you want, I can address that last sequence. It's a delicate balance between, hey, don't give Tennessee a chance to have timeouts with a quarterback in an offense, quite honestly, that was mightily struggling all game long. And so there is a thought, hey, I could understand that thought of get rid of the timeouts. The Cardinals hadn't particularly played well. But at the same time, I do think that Murray should have had a say in one of those plays, either on first down, a boot pass, a movement pass. If it's there, you get a sure completion, throw it. If not, take off and run and stay in bounds. I certainly think in that situation, the guy who should be the best player on the football field should have a say in what happens in that drive.
No doubt.
100%, no doubt about it. How you want to get to that and how you want to do that, you can have 1,000 different philosophical discussions, but Kyler Murray has to have a say at the end of the game. As far as Murray goes, listen, 2 years ago, I had Baltimore in their first game of the year, and it's the first year that John Harbaugh got rid of Greg Minuski, and then he hired Todd Monken. And so we were talking to John Harbaugh about, hey, what goes into hiring a coordinator? What are you looking for? And he said, he talked about they could go to the Shanahan tree, which certainly Shanahan and McVay, and they have really a good way of putting their quarterbacks in a position to succeed. But he told us that's really a system. That's like a plug and play. You have to run it a certain way. And he said, I don't really think Lamar is that type of a player. Lamar needs to have some freestyle. He has to have some structure. He has to have an offensive a system that has some flexibility to maximize his strengths. And I put Kyler Murray in that category as well. He's an unorthodox quarterback. And so I do think that you've seen him develop the under center game. You've seen him develop the other aspects of trying to play in the pocket and being that quarterback. But you haven't really seen the results. You're still scoring the same points. You're throwing for less than he did. And so I don't think you're getting the best version of him, and I don't know what he's like in the building. I don't like to go by hearsay or reports. I don't know what his study habits are. I only want to go with what I see on the field. All the other off the field stuff, I'm not good at speculating. So I don't know how much time he does put into it or not, but I don't think you're getting the best version of him. He is an instinctual player who has elite competitive spirit, elite instincts of how to play the game. And I don't think we've seen that match that from his early part of his career. And that's, to me, what they're missing in this offense.
I think you're right on the money about that. I think they need to kind of empower him and live with the results. All right, when you take a look at that fumble, that the snap that doinked off Kyler Murray's face mask, ball sitting in front of him, he looks for a minute like he's going to dive. He sees a big defensive lineman right there, and he chooses not to. Is that a big deal or not a big deal internally inside that locker room to other football players?
Man, that was a crazy play. And, at first, I wasn't even thinking about should he jump on the fumble or not. I'm trying to figure out, when we're watching the replay, what happened. Because, first of all, I've never seen a snap hit a quarterback in the face and have his head snap back the way he did.
Yeah.
To me, I think he was kind of stunned by it, quite honestly.
Yeah, I agree.
And then it's like, well, okay, he gets hurt on that play. So then I'm thinking about, well, where did he get hurt? You see when he took the snap, he just kind of had a weird – his left foot got caught in the turf a little bit. So then you wonder, was he stunned? Did he know what was going on? He was caught by surprise. And I could see maybe where he wasn't sure what was happening. And then by that time it was too late to get on the fumble. There's so much more, you'd really have to analyze that and break that down on film. And so I can't sit here and say what was going on in his mind. Did he try to save himself or anything like that? I thought it was one of the more bizarre plays that we've seen in the NFL this year, just with, Gaines, the way he stood up before the play and the ball was snapped. There was a lot of different variables on that play. So, I can't say. It's fair. Hard for me to sit here and say, oh, yeah, man, that's a bad move. The guys aren't going to like that. There's a lot that goes into that play. So I don't really know what to say about it other than it was par for the course of the game. I mean, that was a wild among many.
Yeah. Adam Archuleta from CBS Sports, our guest. I want to end on a happier note, Adam, because all these years after you wore maroon and gold, the way you played, your story still resonates with Sunundevil fans. I got to pick your brain and ask you how excited you are with what's going on with Kenny Dillingham and company in Tempe.
It is exciting. Unfortunately, just the way, my post-career has gone and getting into TV and with the TV contracts, I never really got a chance to follow the Sun Devils because, with the Pac-12 network and Cox and, whatever, and I'm always on the road. So it wasn't as if I got a chance to really follow them super closely throughout the years. And, I didn't know anything about Kenny at all when they hired him. And then I start to learn about his story, and I'm like, well, wait a minute. This is about as self-made gets.
Yeah.
And for him to get to where he has got to at the age that he did it, all on his own and all by just seeing things a different way and having the foresight to say, hey, I can go about it this way and to grind and to build and to be able to lead this team and what they did last year. I'm all in on Kenny Dillingham. I just think that's the kind of story, that's the kind of leader. And when you exude that as a person and as a man, and then you're as authentic as you could possibly be, that bleeds throughout. That's what you want in a leader. That's what you look for. And so, I hate the fact that they're in the Big 12 and there's no more Pac-10, there's no more Pac-12.
Yeah.
But I'm all in on Dillingham, and I think he's terrific, and he's the perfect coach for this football team.
Adam, great stuff. Thanks for joining us today. Really appreciate it. Hopefully we can do it again soon.
Thanks, Adam.
Yeah, guys. Thanks.
Thank you. Adam Archuleta, CBS Sports analyst. Sundevil great. He joined us here on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up next, more analysis and reaction. Week 5. It's in the books now in the NFL. What stands out? We'll tell you straight ahead. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. The Cardinals became the talk of football in all the wrong ways, writes Dan Bickley. Jonathan Gannon calls his sideline interaction with Amari DiMercato a mistake, and the Cardinals' epic collapse went beyond DiMercato's fumble. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Chapman BMW is home of the ultimate driving machine, one of the more exhilarating driving experiences you are going to find on the planet. And once you become part of the Chapman family, their state-of-the-art service center, staffed by BMW certified technicians, ensures your vehicle will receive expert care. So what does that look like? Well, here's what it looks like. It means they'll pick you up if your car needs service, or you can opt for mobile service at your home. If you cannot wait in one of their luxurious lounges, they'll give you a ride wherever you need to go, or you can drive away in one of their loaner cars. And there's also a very, very cool pickup and delivery service free of charge. They come to you, they pick up your car, they drop off a loaner, and return it when it's done. Further proof of why, if you're in the market for a new ride, head on down to Chapman BMW in Chandler, Chapman BMW on Camelback Road in Phoenix. This is a family-owned, award-winning business that has been serving the Valley for nearly 6 decades. And when you need maintenance, they are where the ultimate driving machine meets the ultimate service experience. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
May I help you? I just wanted to request a late checkout, please.
Of course. That's $30 per hour for up to 4 hours.
Huh. Okay, but if you can offer a late checkout, then that probably means no one is staying in that room. So if it's empty, maybe I can just stay a few extra hours.
Oh, aren't you adorable?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Oh, it's here, the best time of year, and no, I'm not just talking about football season.
Wait, Wolf, what could possibly top football?
Robert, it's shade season, baby. I'm at the compound, on my patio, cool, comfortable, no glare on the TV, thanks to All Pro Shade Concepts.
That's exactly what we do. Our shade solutions block the sun, cut the heat, and keep your patio game day ready all year long.
Make your season complete. Visit allproshade.com today for a free estimate, because you gotta have shade.
Do you cringe when you have to smile for photos? Are you lacking confidence because of broken, discolored, or missing teeth? Struggle to chew food properly or just function normally? Have you even forgotten how to smile? Well, ProSmile can change all of that with dental implants. At ProSmile, from start to finish, everything is done on-site with your implants by Arizona's top oral surgeons, cosmetic dentists, and an on-site lab to provide immediate teeth with the highest quality. The all-on-4 implants can give you back the confidence to laugh and smile and look good doing it. ProSmile Dental is the only practice. We have oral surgeons and cosmetic dentists available on-site every day. ProSmile is family-owned, not a national chain. They have locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale, and they offer multiple financing options, including interest-free financing or financing up to 10 years. So whether it's the all-on-4 implants, an issue with wisdom teeth, or even a smile makeover with on-site custom-designed cosmetic veneers, text PRO to 620-620 or go to ProSmileAZ.com to book your free consultation. And let's get you into a smile you'll love.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with JT Lee. That's right, all the legendary JT, Moving Team 6. Moving Team 6 actually has a culture.
Amazing culture. What I look at is it's God, family, country.
Love it, man. It's how you do things that make you guys different.
We just want to go in, get the job done with perfection, and make sure the customer's happy, and that's what matters.
That's movingteam6.com. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
5 weeks behind us in the NFL season. I'm going to start here.
Yeah.
We wait and we wait and we wait patiently for the NFL season.
Mm-hmm.
And once it hits, it is an absolute typhoon. It goes by so fast.
Which is amazing because it's only one game a week.
Yes, but man, I can't believe we're already five weeks into a 17-game schedule.
Yeah, well, it's more a reminder of how fast time goes is what it is.
I thought you were going to say you want it to be over.
Well, talk to me in a couple weeks.
Yeah, right?
But it's also the perception because time is moving at the same rate. But when you don't have football, it feels a lot slower.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. We don't do the power rankings thing. Although we have probably dabbled in it in the past. Certainly, I used to pay a lot more attention to them.
Yeah.
If you had to rank just your number one team in the NFL through 5 weeks.
Right now, it's the Detroit Lions.
Yeah, I'm right there with you.
They've kind of taken over that spot now that the Ravens have kind of fallen apart and they're decimated by injuries. The Chiefs, they just do not look the same. Patrick Mahomes looked pretty good last night, but It just feels like everything is changing in the NFL. That the traditional teams that have had a lock on winning, they're being challenged now by teams that weren't competitive a couple of years ago. And that's good. That's a sign of a healthy league.
So I always like to ask, we're 5 weeks in, the best team might be the Lions or the Bills, whatever you may think. Mm-hmm. But push come to shove, what two teams do you think will be in the Super Bowl?
See, there's still
I don't know if I could answer that right now.
There's still a little bit of hesitancy to say the Detroit Lions because of their history factors in.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
There's just no other way to say it. I will begrudgingly go with Detroit from the NFC at this point. In the AFC, that's a great question. I still think Buffalo is the class of the AFC. Mm-hmm. But again, you're dealing.
They just lost to New England at home, though.
You're dealing with the same things.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if I'm ready to put stock in New England as being a real Super Bowl contender, but you want to talk about a night and day difference from what they were.
Well, and the heat that Stephon Diggs brought to the game. Did you see the side eye that he gave Josh Allen in that game?
Yes.
They tweeted out the Patriots tweeted out the perfect still shot of the eye, like looking right through, like perfect.
Well, and what that game though, if I were a Bills fan, and I would love to see the Bills get to the Super Bowl, I'd love to see them win a Super Bowl just for the just how that community they just deserve it. You've got to wonder if they missed a great opportunity. Now, they've owned that division, the AFC East, for quite some time now, 6-7 years, and they still haven't gotten a Super Bowl appearance out of it.
It would be pretty fitting for them to get it in their last year of that stadium, too.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I wonder, I got to check the schedule to see how many games Stephon Diggs has against other former opponents. He's got another one against Buffalo. Do they play Minnesota or
they play Houston?
Or Houston?
I'll look.
I don't know if he had the same problem in Houston that he had in Buffalo.
But he brought a special heat to that game against the Bills. There's no doubt about that.
And I give him credit because I didn't think he was that same type of player. I misspoke earlier. I said there's no undefeated teams. There's no winless team. There still is one winless team. The JETS.
Oh, right.
Jets.
That's right.
I think we would probably. Would you say the Jets are the worst team in football?
They've been competitive in a few games.
Like less competitive each week.
Like the Titans were the worst team.
They probably still are.
I was going to say, I know we just lost and it's fresh, but the Titans are still the worst team in football.
It took so many crazy things to happen for the Titans to win that game. I might agree.
Okay, but the Jets are near the bottom. 5 games into the Aaron Glenn era as the head coach, a guy who wore that uniform has been incredibly positive, demonstrative on the sidelines. This is what the Jets do to you. He's already acknowledging, hey, look, I know what I'm doing is wearing on people.
I really am. And the reason why is because when you guys talk to them, they say the same things that we say in our team meeting. And listen, it's going to take time, fellas. I mean, just because, we're struggling here. I talked to 2 guys this week. Again, I told you guys, Tony Dungy, Jimmy Johnson, they all had these issues early on. And listen, I'm not throwing any one of these guys out. The only thing that we can do is go back to work. And that's what we have. We go to London this week. We travel tomorrow. All right, we have off day on Tuesday. And Wednesday, we're working. And we're doing everything we can to fix all these issues.
I didn't set that up great. I mean, he knows his message is getting through. And the Jets went the route of hiring a culture changer or a guy that they thought could change the culture. But this is the reality of life in the NFL.
Yep.
You could do that back in the 70s and the 80s and the 90s and be real patient and stack up loss after loss after loss. It doesn't work that way anymore.
No, it doesn't. Now, they might have more patience with Aaron Glenn.
Yes, you would think.
You would think.
I would think so also because they threw away 2 years of rebuilding that team with Aaron Hump Rodgers and letting him assemble the roster and the coaching staff and all that. So they're really starting from scratch aside from like Garrett Wilson and Breece Hall and a couple of pieces.
Some good Quinnen Williams. There's some
good.
There's some really
pieces,
good pieces there.
And Justin Fields isn't going to be your quarterback for the future, but I
that's
saw
the
this
thing.
thing. He's 0-26 when opposing teams score more than 21 points.
That's very bad.
It's very bad.
That's the thing is also when you don't have the quarterback of the future, it's hard to see a path.
I know. A couple things before we run out of time in this segment that I want to get to. Did you see Rob Gronkowski loving up on Cam Skadaboo?
I did see that.
See what Cam Skadaboo did to a 6'5", 330-pound defensive lineman. Just ran him into the ground.
And then got slammed after the whistle.
But that's interesting for a Wildcat to kind of say, you know what? I like that guy so much that I'm putting those rivalry feelings aside.
I think, and you guys can tell me, Sammy and Jarrett are equipped to tell me if I'm speaking out of school here.
Uh-oh.
Skadaboo is the type of guy that transcends the rivalry.
Yep, 100%.
Because of the way he plays. And I'm trying to think of an example. I mean, Gronk was kind of that guy.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Gronk was kind of that guy. Like, oh, yeah, I know he went to U of A, but that's a guy I want on my team.
Yeah.
I think Sunundevil fans felt that way during Gronk's playing career. And how could they not?
I don't know if you saw he was on set with Tom Brady and they were talking about the Patriots and Tom Brady talked about how look at Hunter Henry. The Patriots have got their best tight end in the history of the organization. That's pretty good.
Gronk was also at the Red Blue
I was gonna say.
game.
He was on the sidelines at the U of A Oklahoma State game, and they couldn't shut him up on the TNT broadcast.
Yeah, and here's the last point. I brought up this whole thing about Bill Belichick in North Carolina earlier, but I want to repeat this. So there's a social media outlet called Inside Carolina, citing anonymous sources. They tweeted out that North Carolina's official accounts didn't promote anything at all with Drake May, who is a Tar Heel, even though he's been fantastic, because it was a directive from the media staff to not post anything related to the Patriots. And they point out that Bill Belichick admitted 2 weeks ago that Patriot scouts are not allowed in North Carolina's building. And what Bill Belichick said was, quote, "It's clear I'm not welcome around their facility, and so they're not welcome at ours. It's pretty simple." Now, keep in mind what that means. This is the head of a college football team denying access to people who might give your players jobs.
It's also like one of the big appeals of having Bill Belichick as your coach is his connections with the greatest franchise of the last 25 years. And to completely ignore that part of his life, it doesn't make any sense.
No, it doesn't. But if he's making the directive, or I don't know, somebody he's dating is making that directive.
But again, this is about as inglorious an ending to a great coaching career you could ever imagine.
How many years do you think he lasts? Probably not one and done, right? But maybe, right?
It might be one and done. They're terrible. They look directionless. And
college football's about players. It's not about scheming. You can't do what Bill Belichick does successfully on the college level.
On this like future rankings thing that they had that I referenced yesterday that UCLA was the worst at, Oklahoma State is now the worst at it, but North Carolina is second. Of all the Power 4 schools.
And specifically, what's disturbing about the example you brought up, because it is Drake May, Bill Belichick's in Chapel Hill. Drake May not only went to North Carolina, his whole family is legendary in Chapel Hill. He had a brother who played on a national championship basketball team. Those people really, really love the Mays, and and vice versa. The Mays love Chapel Hill. So to make an example out of him because he's wearing a Patriots uniform,
talk about ego run amok.
Yeah, it's pretty gross. Coming up next, we hit the 9 o'clock hour of this Tuesday morning. Sammy's going to take us through some social studies here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, fall is our reward in Arizona. It's a time to get outside, a time to enjoy your backyard with your family. It's also a great time to call Turf Monsters, the one-stop shop that can make it all happen for you. They're the Valley's leading installer of award-winning artificial turf. They can help you make game days better with a lush, low-maintenance lawn for the kids, for the dog, for watching football outdoors. Keep your short game sharp with a custom putting green from Turf Monsters. They are so good at custom-built putting greens. Turf Monsters was hired to create the putting course at Dobson Ranch Golf Course. That should tell you something. Let them bring the course to you, and they do more than artificial turf, talking about barbecue pits, fire pits, pergolas, pavers, and pickleball courts. Schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com or give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
From the shadows of your bathroom comes a villain with 2 pinchers, 1 stinger, and 0 respect for your home.
Scorpions can make your home feel like a scary movie. At Blue Sky Pest Control, we rewrite the script. We keep scorpions out of your home so your story stays drama-free. Call 602-BLUE-SKY today. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Having your car serviced is never convenient, but when you drop your vehicle off at Liberty GMC in the evening, you can pick it up the next morning. It's almost like no downtime. That certainly helps. Dave Burns here for Liberty GMC, and only at their certified service center can you get free wiper blades with every oil change as well. Liberty GMC is family owned. They've served the Valley since 1997. In Peoria at the Highway Loop 101 on Bell Road and 87th Avenue, or check them out online, libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler, a local family business started by my dad, Oliver Smith, right here in the Valley. Dad, you've been importing diamonds and cutting out the middleman for decades. How did that change things?
Well, we dropped the price, but not the quality. By importing diamonds and manufacturing jewelry ourselves, we cut out the middleman and passed about a 35% savings directly to our clients. We sell almost all of our diamonds with GIA certifications because that's how you create value. And value and trust are the cornerstones of our business.
Shopping for jewelry can be intimidating, but it doesn't have to be. Whether it's an engagement ring, anniversary gift, tennis bracelet, or diamond studs, we make the process easy and personal. Trust Oliver Smith Jeweler.
We have some of the best diamond prices in the country, and we are right here in your backyard.
Come experience why Oliver Smith Jeweler does diamonds differently. Visit us in Scottsdale at the Shops at Gainey Village and in Fashion Square Mall.
Ready, set, Ford. Get the thrills, get the adventure, and get the savings during the first ever Brocktober. On now at Arizona's largest Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Lease a new 2025 Bronco Big Bend for only $399 a month for 36 months. Lease a new 2025 Bronco Sport Big Bend for only $299 a month for 36 months. Purchase a new 2025 F-150 STX Super Crew for only $44,899. Plus, get 3.9 for 72 months financing. Don't miss the Brocktober savings. Shop and compare with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense at Arizona's most awarded Ford dealership for complete satisfaction, Sanderson Ford. Bronco offer requires $1,810 down. Bronco Sport requires $1,920 down. Both plus tax, title, license, and $499 doc fee. OAC from Ford Credit. F-150 stock number 255360 with MSRP of $52,645. Offers expire 10/31.
Sanderson Ford. KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The feeling that surrounds this Arizona Cardinals team after their 22-21 loss to Tennessee is still not great. And after a sideline video of Jonathan Gannon and Amari DiMercato surfaced, here was head coach Jonathan Gannon on the altercation.
I woke up this morning and didn't feel great about it, honestly. And so in the team meeting, I addressed it. I apologized to Amari, apologized to the team. And I just told him I kind of let the moment of what happened get the better of me there.
The only thing now is to move forward and focus on the 4-1 Indianapolis Colts, who will welcome the Cardinals on Sunday. Meanwhile, ASU, off their bye week, has a tall task this Saturday in Utah for a Big 12 matchup with the Utes. Both teams are 4-1, and a win here for the Sunundevils would go a long, long way, and that's what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Feeling a little social this time of morning. How about you, Bick?
Oh, yeah, always.
9 a.m. social for you guys?
Yeah, very, very social hour of the morning. Time for some social studies. Sammy's here to take us through. What do you got, Sammy?
I've got some good stuff for you, but first and foremost...
We'll be the judge of that.
Okay, cool. We have some good questions. First and foremost, if you're looking where to find us, we're on X at Bickley_Murata. We'll post these questions daily. We're on Instagram, Blue Sky, Facebook at Bickley and Murata, and on YouTube at Arizona Sports if you want to see what we look like, what we're wearing every day. Jared's got great and fun shirts every single day. Today he's got the bloodstains and the flamingos, right?
Yeah, yes. Bloodstains and exactly.
And to balance it out, I have the most muted, drab, gray wardrobe every day.
I know. I have
light blue, white, and grayish green.
Olive green, yeah.
To respect to Jared's shirts real quick, I have never seen a repeat.
Yeah.
I have a lot of shirts.
I will say this, Bick's wearing kind of a rock star shirt today.
Yeah.
Kind of.
It is.
Yeah.
It's a good one.
It's but yes, I got pink shorts on too for anyone watching.
Oh, God, don't do that.
Geez. All right, so our first
you might want to start wearing pants to work. No?
Soon.
Okay.
Once it gets consistently under 90.
I think once you get to October, I think it's time to stop wearing shorts.
And especially
so hot out.
It's
cold beautiful in the morning. Though, yeah.
It's colder in the morning now, so pants feel...
It's in the 60s in the morning.
It feels so good.
Great.
Feels good. All right, so our first question for Cardinal fans, what is the biggest What is the biggest thing that needs to change if this team is going to turn it around this year, and why?
Yeah, their offense has got to get functioning. The metrics are bad everywhere.
Yes.
So, I mean, they have got to get this figured out.
Is just good enough, or does it have to be, like, really good, you think?
I think if their offense was middle of the road,
it might be enough.
We'd be talking about a team that was probably 4-1 right now.
Mm-hmm.
The one thing that it was eye-popping to me, Kyler Murray's deep ball accuracy is in the top 5 of the NFL this season.
He's 1 for 2.
What's the sample size?
Hey, I'm just saying.
And deep ball going 20+ air yards, is that the criteria for that?
Criteria.
I haven't checked those numbers this week, but I'll admit it. I went down the rabbit hole this morning before the show, and I pulled up Kyler Murray at Oklahoma highlights. And then about 2.5 minutes in, I was like, what am I doing this for? It's a completely different type of football. And like we've said, for the last 7 years, it was fun to watch, but every receiver was wide open.
Right. Well, he doesn't have a guy like Hollywood Brown on this team. So.
Or CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah, true. A couple of the responses real quick. Stephen Ruiz said, the offensive philosophy, conservative doesn't begin to describe it. They play like they're terrified to lose, and therefore it is causing them to lose these football games. Our next question, I forget the root of this question, but what is something old-fashioned, outdated, or antiquated that you still say or do, and why?
I had said, I was giving a website, and I said www,
yes.
and he says that nobody says that anymore.
I'm not wrong, am I?
No, you're not.
No.
Completely on. Something old-fashioned, outdated that you still say or do.
This becomes a painful self-reflection kind of thing. How old am I really? I mean, these pants I'm wearing are pretty antiquated.
I think a perfect example, you still print everything out and staple it together.
By the way, we had a
Oh.
stapler question.
Oh.
Yes.
Where'd you find it?
I didn't. I bought a new one.
Oh,
you
no.
damn thieves.
Wow.
Grubby fingered thieves in this
I cannot
place.
believe somebody would steal a stapler.
If you can't trust your coworker,
who can you trust?
Never mind. You can't trust anybody.
No.
See, Vinny,
Just
I'm the
shell out
same.
an extra $9. By the way, I ordered it online after the show. Had possession of it by 2 o'clock.
Yeah, Amazon.
That is beautiful.
Amazing stuff.
See, that's something that you do. You don't go to the store and buy one.
I have.
I'm the same as you. I like to print out stuff. I
See?
handwrite everything.
And you're way younger than me. Antiquated.
Vic, anything?
Yeah, I still don't take advantage of online shopping the way a normal person would. I still think I have to walk into a store and buy things.
There are things I do not.
And then I don't go because I hate shopping.
I don't
love
like to buy certain things online. I have never grocery shopped online. It really took me a long time to get, and I'm still not totally comfortable buying clothing. You don't know how it's going to fit. You have to find something that you know fits because you have another product of theirs. Shoes online?
Difficult.
Yeah.
I see.
It's just so convenient and easy.
It is,
It's
but
really
and quick.
easy. Yeah.
But I went to the mall yesterday because I had one thing that I was looking for. I wanted to try it.
Was it the thing you were looking for, an open mall in 2025?
No. Good malls here in Phoenix, Arizona. Great malls.
The ones that are left are actually really
good malls.
Yeah.
Friday night, my little dude always negotiates with everything. I've got to bribe him to get him to do anything. He's very, very smart like that. So he negotiates his way into a new Lego set that he wants, right?
Okay.
So I give in, and I'm like, we'll get onto this tomorrow. He gets right in his room. He gets online. He orders it. By the time I woke up the next morning, that package was on my doorstep.
So
He
good.
probably placed the order at 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah, it's easy.
It's insanity.
I know.
Cole, take out the garbage. If you take the whole family to Norway, I will. All right, fine.
Fine. Tickets purchased.
That's the negotiation of the Bickley house.
That's me.
Oh, man, there are some good responses here. Tony Height, he says he still uses the phrases cool beans, the bee's knees, and peachy keen.
Oh, boy.
And he's had his boss put him in a verbal timeout when he said those in the middle of work. Bee's knees. I've never heard that other than the drink. But Tom Foss says He likes to pull the pin still while putting. I didn't know that ever was outdated or antiquated. And he still likes to enjoy movies at the movie theater.
That is almost feels like an antiquated thing.
Right?
Unless it's like a super duper blockbuster, it feels like nobody goes to the movies anymore.
I don't think that's, and certainly not the way they used to. I love going to the movies still.
Me too. I love it.
But the amount of movies that come out that I actually want to see is so far less than it used to be.
I agree. Like, I love a good movie, and especially with the seats that recline, you could find me there anytime.
Yeah.
And lastly, we only have like 30 seconds. Can you whistle? Yes, with your lips only. Yes, with your fingers only. Yes, with your lips and your fingers. No, you feather-headed dingus.
Lips only.
Yes, same.
What is the meaning of dingus? Should you be saying that word on the radio, Jared?
That's a lot better than the words he said recently.
Can either of you?
I can't do
the finger whistling. I used to be a good whistler. Apparently, I've lost that skill.
All right, hold on. Turn down the music real quick. Give me a little Patience by Guns N' Roses.
All right.
Here we go. Here's Dan Bickley.
I'm not. I don't remember the chords. Dun dun dun. Wow, this is impressive. That's impressive. Wow.
If you're tuning into YouTube right now, you can see Vince Morata's pursed lips.
I put you on the spot.
No, it's okay. I couldn't remember the chord progression.
That's high quality stuff. I too think I'm very good at whistling to the tune of music.
I whistle way too much. I think I probably annoy people with it, because not necessarily in a room, but when I'm walking through the office.
You whistle?
I whistle a lot.
I whistle at the gym. That's probably the most obnoxious place to whistle. They probably hate me. Especially if a good song comes on, I'll do a little whistle, get some eyes.
As long as you wipe down the equipment, you're fine, bro.
Yeah. We ran out of time.
Whenever somebody walks
rack your weights, bro.
Just as long as it's not just whenever somebody like bends over to pick up a weight.
Yeah, no. No. My time here is done.
Yes. Thank you, Sammy.
Just for this segment. Thanks, Sammy. Social studies every morning at 9 o'clock. See the fun we have? Why are you not getting involved? Would you get involved, for goodness sakes?
Exactly.
Coming up next, a Herculean task for Jonathan Gannon and company to pull his team out of the schneid. What could have been a season-sinking loss against the Titans. We'll get into that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
NFL record for most punt return touchdowns in a season. Played 10 of his 13 NFL seasons for the Cardinals and officially retired a Cardinal this summer. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
So one of the pitfalls of hiring a service company in Arizona is you never know who's going to show up at your front door, and that is one of many reasons why you hire Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, and that's because every Parker & Sons technicians is trust certified, which means they're all licensed, bonded, and insured. It means they've all passed background checks and drug tests. They're the company you can trust in your sacred space. Remember, for 50 years, Parker & Sons helping Arizona homeowners stay comfortable with honest, expert service. They're reputable and highly decorated. They're fast and reliable. When you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. They will not charge you extra for nights, weekends, and holidays. They show up on time. They fix it right at a fair price. They treat your home like it's their own, and all you have to do is call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Our backyard needed a makeover big time, and it's a big decision until it was an easy call at Casa Galvisi with California Pools and Landscape. And they're celebrating the industry's biggest honor with the biggest savings. Do not miss the Pool Builder of the Year sales event Saturday, October 18th at all 4 Valley Design Centers, Arizona's most awarded pool builder for 37 years. The best pricing, fastest build times, industry-leading warranties. Get started with your free design consultation at calpool.com/Paul.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Gambo. How do the Cardinals improve from their worst loss of the season? We'll discuss on today's Burns and Gambo show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Worst loss of the season. Come on, Gambo. Worst loss ever.
Yeah.
Ever.
Ever.
Shout out to our listeners in Sun City, Arizona. Love our listeners in Sun City, Arizona.
If you're driving around in a golf cart listening to talk radio, what's up, Sun City?
That sounds pretty nice.
If you had to call your grandkids to ask them how to get the app on your phone, what's up, Sun City?
Radio still exists, Jared.
Well, that's true.
Yeah.
Or how to watch us on YouTube. How about that?
There you
If you wanted to see a video.
Wait a minute. Radio on the video? What? Jonathan Gannon was a guest of Burns and Gambo yesterday. They covered a lot of topics. A lot of questions were posed by the boys in the afternoon to Jonathan Gannon. And in fact, this question, which we discussed earlier, but I haven't played this particular answer yet. Jonathan Gannon, if he agreed with the 3rd and 8 run call late in the game after the Cardinals, well, they needed a first down to get it. They didn't get that first down, punted it away. They lost the game.
No, we talked about it today. We got to put him in a better spot there to try to get a first down. And what we thought they were going to do to that personnel group, they didn't end up doing. So we got to look at different things to try to get to another call there. So, you know, it's something to live and learn from. But no one feels great about what the position that we put him in there on 3rd and 8.
We haven't really brought up this particular question on that front, and that is, what does it say that was the first option? The first thing that came into Drew Petzing as the offensive coordinator's mind in that situation, with 3 timeouts left, down in distance, score, time, everything. When you need a play to win a game, you get a first down on this play on 3rd down and 8, you win the game, and his first go-to was a passive run play.
Yeah, 2 things. It's either they were hoping against hope that they could get another play like Amari DiMercato had earlier and something that busts wide open, or I think timidity, fear. not trusting your quarterback, not trusting. I don't know. It's just, to me, that you got to get out of that play. It's a weak enough call to begin with that if you do not get the look you're hoping for from the defense, you got to get out of it.
That's it, though. It's a weak enough play call that if you got exactly the look you were going for, you're expecting to run up the middle for 8 yards?
8 yards. And so what that looked like was a give-up play, and we've seen a lot of those from this team. Look, I'm kind of vibing on what Adam Archuleta said, and look, I'm also acknowledging that Kyler Murray and what he sees, I don't know if it's consistent. I don't know if he, sees the field sometimes and then not so well some other times, but there's just many, many examples of going to the wrong place with the ball. There's many examples of him bailing on the pocket before the route breaks, and you can't do that. And is that all Kyler Murray's fault? No, if he's under pressure, but we also know there's a lot of checkdowns under pressure. I don't know the way out of this, man. I don't. Their running metrics are bad. Their passing metrics are bad. Their blocking metrics are bad. So Adam Archuleta,
saying their offense is bad?
Yeah. So Adam Archuleta is like saying, look, if Kyler Murray's really a great athlete and a very instinctual quarterback, maybe you go the other way. Maybe you take the restrictor plates off and just go, you know what, we're just going to live or die with this kid.
That would be, especially in a year where a lot of fans, a lot of people like us are like, this is the year for him to either maintain and be the quarterback for the future, or maybe it's time to cut ties. Both parties kind of go their own way. That would be the thought of, if you give him the full reins and take the, quote, training wheels off, you really get to see if he has it or not.
And again, it's why I would like to see, and I'm not advocating for benching Kyler Murray. I would like to see Jacoby Brissett run this offense for a couple of series just to see what it looks like.
Thought we were going to get that chance.
So did I.
On Sunday. It didn't work out that way.
And if Kyler Murray has a lingering foot injury, and I'm still baffled by how that all went down, then who knows what's going to happen this week?
Yeah, Birds and Gambo also asked Jonathan Gannon a question that popped up a few weeks ago. I believe it was after the San Francisco game. If Jonathan Gannon has any problem with Drew Petzing, the way he's calling the offense right now, 3 consecutive losses after the loss to Tennessee. That question popped up again.
No, I don't, but we do. It's just what you just said, Gambo. That's we got to make sure that we're doing those things. We got to make sure that we're getting the ball to our playmakers throughout the whole game. And I know it's going to come in spurts at times, but it's not for lack of trying. I know that. We just got to continue to find solutions to make sure that happens and stay more efficient and play better offense for 60 minutes. Really play better defense for 60 minutes and play better as a team for 60 minutes. So I understand during NFL games it's going to be, you're not going to win every snap, but we got to win more snaps than we're winning right now.
And we're 5 weeks into the season, and there's a lot of tape out there that opponents can watch, opposing coordinators can watch on what the Cardinals are doing. And unless the Cardinals show an ability to get uncomfortable, to get out of their comfort zone offensively, their comfort zone is a comfort zone for opposing defenses too.
How about it?
And that's a problem.
That's well said.
Yeah.
So they've got to find something, because they're going to go into a very hostile environment against a team that has a lot of belief, against a running game that is very powerful.
Well, let's face it, they're one of their best pass plays from Sunday. The Marvin Harrison Jr. catch that we thought was a touchdown. It wasn't some great, brilliant play call. He threw it into double coverage, and Marvin made an unbelievable catch.
And as I said, that play is rife with error. That Kyler Murray should have got that ball to Marvin Harrison Jr. much sooner, and it would have been a walk-in touchdown. So that's what I say. There are just times when he doesn't see things you think he should be seeing. And then there are times he plays marvelously.
There are those times, but still way too many examples of each in year 7, I think.
I agree with that.
WNBA Finals are here. Your Phoenix Mercury need their fans loud and proud for Game 3 against the Vegas Aces Wednesday night. You could be in that crowd. Text Finals to 620-620 for your chance to score Finals tickets. History's on the line. Be a part of it. Text Finals to 620-620 right now. Let's lighten the mood, shall we? How about a Tuesday round of mustache?
Not a mustache.
We'll do it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Phoenix Mercury are in the WNBA Finals. Arizona Sports is giving away a pair of tickets to see the Mercury face the Aces Wednesday night downtown. Text the word finals to 620-620 for your chance to win. Be part of the best atmosphere in the WNBA and cheer on the Mercury in the finals against Vegas. Text finals to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
All right, here's some Sonic trivia for you on a Tuesday morning. Did you know Sonic started as a root beer stand in Oklahoma way back in the day? Back then, you had to park in a gravel parking lot, cross a busy thoroughfare, place your order at a tiny little takeout window. They handed you your food, and you were gone. The experience of dining at Sonic has gotten a lot better over the years, and now Sonic is in 46 different states. That experience is something you will not find anywhere else. You pull into a canopied parking spot. Outside your driver's side window, you've got this great menu full of diversity, some items that you won't believe. You place your order, you sit back, you're being served curbside by an iconic car hop. When you're done, you hit the open road, you are gone just the way I like it. You also know I'm a fan of their all-star lineup of burgers. People are loyal to Sonic for a whole bunch of different reasons. Iconic classics like cherry limeades, tots, corn dogs, new favorites, mozzarella sticks, groovy fries, soft pretzel twists, and remember that drink menu features 10,000 different combinations of drinks and slushes. Live free, eat Sonic.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Why are more Arizonans becoming members of Global Credit Union? Dave Burns here, proud member. That's because at Global Credit Union, their members pay low to no fees on their accounts and get a better interest rate than they can at the bank. And as a result, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. It makes a difference. You can become a member today. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Oh, it's here, the best time of year, and no, I'm not just talking about football season.
Wait, Wolf, what could possibly top football?
Robert, it's shade season, baby. I'm at the compound, on my patio, cool, comfortable, no glare on the TV, thanks to All Pro Shade Concepts.
That's exactly what we do. Our shade solutions block the sun, cut the heat, and keep your patio game day ready all year long.
Make your season complete. Visit allproshade.com today for a free estimate, because you gotta have shade.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Still a tough pill to swallow for Arizona Cardinal fans after their puzzling loss to the Titans on Sunday, but the focus now shifts to finding a way to win in Indianapolis against a 4-1 Colts team this coming Sunday. And head coach Jonathan Gannon still believes in his guys and their process.
team over you, urgency to get better, and that's what we'll do. So if we didn't have the right people in the locker room, I would be on red alert.
Meanwhile, Kenny Dillingham and the Sunundevils have had plenty of time to prep for their trip to Utah this coming weekend in a matchup between two 4-1 Big 12 teams where it feels like both the Utes and the Sunundevils need this game, and that's what's trending now.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Today's Sanderson Ford Arizona Sports Poll question: at 2-3 through 5 games, how many wins will the Cardinals end up with this season? Is it 2-5, 6-10, or 11-14? Run the table.
Can we clarify something here?
Yes.
Do we have the freedom to change our mind?
Sure.
This is very much a real-time answer.
Sure.
Real-time answer for me is 2-5.
Oof. Okay.
Until they show me otherwise.
Place the vote.
All right, the vote's been placed. 50% of the vote, 6-10. 46% of the vote, 2-5. And only 3%, shout out you 3%, that think the Cardinals can still get 11 or 14 wins, through 14 wins.
I wonder how many of those 3% actually just hit the wrong button.
Yeah, they could have. It's placed all weird. There's only 3 options. And,
From what I've seen through 5 weeks, this looks like a team that's going to win 11 in a row.
Click it.
Today's the Anderson Ford poll question. You can vote on it right now on the homepage at arizonasports.com.
Mustache. Not a mustache.
A mustache, a mustache, a mustache, big mustache, thick mustache, my mustache, your mustache. Say the word mustache. A mustache, a mustache. Now we both have said mustache. A mustache, a mustache. If you only got a mustache.
The mustache. What? You don't like it? It's disgusting.
I don't care what you think about this. This is not for you.
Who's it for? The 83 Yankees bullpen?
Oh, yeah. It is time for America's fastest growing facial hair related quiz sensation, mustache.
Not a mustache.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Like a beautiful sow.
A beautiful sow.
You missed the baby. Normally you go, oh, baby.
I do. Well, not today. Not today. I mix it up sometimes. But we are going to play this wonderful game in which I will be presenting an audio clue from a movie, TV show, interview, or song. Bickley and Murata have to tell me whether the person that's talking or singing has a mustache or does not have a mustache. They get a bonus point if they correctly identify the person. First one to 10 points wins. Sorry, I went to the dentist yesterday. I had a lot of suctioning and brushing done.
Go ahead and spit.
They don't even do that anymore. When we grew up, it was rinse your mouth and spit, rinse and spit, turn your head and spit.
Now they got the draining
suction. Yep. Anyway,
what's the theme?
The theme.
Suction is the theme.
No, the theme is not suction, although it is sucking, because it is related to the Cardinals-Titans game. The Cardinals could not hold onto a lead. Amari Demercado could not hold onto the ball. So it's all things having to do with holding.
All right,
holding. All right, Dan Bickley, would you like to go first or second?
Yeah, sure, I'll go first.
All right, you will go first. You will go first with this clue.
She says we gotta hold on to what we've got. It doesn't make a difference if we make it or not. We got each other, and that's a lot for us.
That is Bon Jovi, not a mustache.
That is correct. John Bon Jovi. All right.
We'll give it a shot. I know people were waiting for that part, so I had to deliver.
Good luck with those harmonies.
I know. All right, Vince Murata, your first clue will be this.
That is Darius Rucker, lead singer of Hootie and the Blowfish. And I think at that point, he had a mustache.
Yes, he did. He had a goatee.
Yeah. It always cracks me up when people see him in public. Hootie!
I was just going to say that. I wonder if he regrets naming that band that because everyone thinks he's Hootie.
Yeah, I know.
He was
How do you
the
know
lead
he
singer.
named it?
I know.
Funny line in the movie Jerry Maguire about that very thing.
Oh, really?
Yeah, when Cuba Gooding Jr. is at the airport going to the NFL draft and he's dressed with his baseball cap on and he's wearing a flannel. And the kids come up to him and ask for his autograph and says, Hootie?
Oh, that's funny.
Very dated reference, but very funny.
All right, Dan Bickley.
Yes.
Hold on to your butts. It's okay. Look, see that? It's on. It worked.
Samuel L. Jackson from Jurassic Park, and I believe that character had a mustache.
That is correct. Samuel L. Jackson. Right before he gets eaten. Spoiler alert. 31 years later. Okay. Vince Marotta.
Yeah, Vic's off to a 4-2 lead.
There's this guy, TJ Strongbow, who used to do the sleeper hold. Throw him into the ropes, and he comes back and, oh, get him, lock him up, lock Rick. Okay, you bring him down slow, apply pressure, and he's going to sleep right now.
That is Adam Sandler from Big Daddy, Not a Mustache.
That is correct. All right, good start for both of you on this holding-themed edition. Dan Bickley.
Yes.
Tell you something.
And it's going to jump the game in Vegas.
And I say that something. I want to hold your hand.
How quaint, huh?
I know. It's
How
simpler.
quaint. That is the Beatlas, and that is their freshly shorn era. That's not a mustache.
Yes, that. How quaint you say as you say that, and yet they were treated as like these devilish influences when they first came. Oh, look how long their hair is.
I know.
Look how they're singing to the young girls.
This is definitely a topic for another time, but it might be an interesting topic. Has there ever been a band ever that has transformed from start to finish more than the Beatles have?
In the way that they looked and sounded?
That's a great question.
And were successful the whole way.
Yes.
Not like tried a new direction and totally like
Kid Rock.
Yeah.
I mean,
all right.
They got to be near the top of the
They
list.
do.
Yeah.
All right, Vince.
Yes.
It's not in the way you look or the things that you say that you do. Or the lie. Love is always on time.
Whoa. That is Toto. I don't remember the name of the lead singer at the time. He got booted from the band. His name was Bobby something. But he definitely had a mustache.
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say that song rocks.
That song
Wouldn't use
rocks.
that
Oh, it
word.
does rock.
That song
Wow.
That does.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, that song rocks.
Hold the line, my friends.
definitely.
All right, holding edition.
6'6".
Dan Bickley.
220 pounds.
You just got to keep it pushing. It's the same thing, no matter which way you word it, I feel like it's the same answer. Just got to keep it pushing. Holding on to it isn't going to do anything for me. It's not going to do anything for anybody.
Why can I place that voice?
The end part is really the key part.
Yeah, 0-2 is not going to do anything for me. He's not
No,
gonna do
hold here.
Holding on to it isn't going to do anything for me. It's not going to do anything for anybody.
Oh, Amari DiMarcado, not a mustache. Does he have a mustache?
He does have
Darn
a
it.
thin mustache. He does. But yes, that was the key part that Vince was making fun of.
I
Yes,
gotcha. I gotcha.
I would have guessed that. I would have guessed not a mustache, too.
You could check me on that. Sammy, look it up. Amari DiMarcado, mustache. Check his face. Check his lip. Look it up. All right.
What'd you do at work today, Sammy? I checked to see if Amari DiMarcado had a mustache.
I looked at a football player's lip. All right. Vince.
Yeah.
Not yet! Stand by, Wilson! Hold on! Hold on, Wilson! I think we did it!
That is Tom Hanks from Castaway, and at that point, he definitely had all kinds of hair going
That's
on.
right. Has
With a
not
mustache, yeah.
been years since he shaved in that particular one. All right.
That was a good movie.
Great movie, yeah.
All right, here we go.
Yes.
Good luck. I think you might be able to get this one.
Okay.
I don't know if it's in your wheelhouse. It might be. All right, ready?
Mm-hmm.
Just hold on loosely, but don't let go. If you cling too tightly, you're gonna lose control.
That is a band called 38 Special, and I
correct.
think that is a mustache.
That is correct. Nice. Well done. Did you know that one, Vinny?
I did.
Okay, you did.
I didn't know. I wasn't sure about the mustache thing, but
well done. All right,
that song
then.
was a gigantic hit. When
Yeah, it was.
Oh yeah. All right, here we go. Then you need 2 for the win.
Hold up. Wait. For my who be thinking we soft. We don't play. We gon' rock it till the wheels fall off. Hold up. Wait. For my who be acting too bold. Take a seat. Hope you're ready for the next episode. Hey.
I always say that classic rock is my Achilles heel.
Yeah.
This is not far behind.
Oh,
Yeah.
this is a tough one. I mean, you've heard the song before.
I've heard the song a million times.
Another one when it ended, we all wanted to say the next line, shout it out. But do you know whose voice was that?
I'm ashamed to say no. I do not.
Okay, well then you could tie it though. Mustache, not a mustache.
I'm gonna say mustache.
Mustache is correct. Do you know who it was, Dan?
Well, if you're asking, that's Snoop and Dre. That's next episode, but
Correct.
that's not Snoop. That's probably Nate Dogg.
That is correct.
Okay.
Oh my goodness gracious.
I do know West Coast gangster rap.
Yes,
very
that
well.
was well done. But we do have a tie in the score unless you want to just give him the win.
East Coast.
Yes, that's why.
Amari DiMercato has a slight mustache.
You're a Diddy fan, huh?
He checked on it. He's a Diddy fan, not the music. He did she checked the.
It was a slight mustache.
A wispy mustache.
For Amari DiMercato. So
I had to really look close.
We
but it's
are
a mustache.
tied then, which means we will go to a tiebreaker.
Oh joy!
I've got a good one.
He's got a good one. All right, then you might as well do it right after this commercial break, because we will finish off this edition of
Mustache.
Not a mustache.
Not a mustache.
So good getting a break. We're gonna put a wrap on a goofy Tuesday show, and we'll settle this once and for all. This town doesn't have room for the both of us, Bick. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Only got a mustache.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Kyler Murray either is your quarterback or he's not your quarterback. And if he's your quarterback, that's the moment where a quarterback has to make a play for you. And if you don't trust the quarterback to make a play for
Then
you
he
in that
shouldn't
moment,
be your
then
quarterback.
he shouldn't be your quarterback.
Kyler Murray's like, he's your most expensive player.
Yeah.
He's your highest paid player. He's the face of your franchise. Like, to not trust him to make that play is just, that's why I had to ask Gannon the question. Do you guys not trust Kyler? Because it was ridiculous that 5 out of those 6 plays were running plays.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Trajan Wealth, and sports fans know better than anyone that you need more than goals to get where you're going. You need the right team, and you need a really good plan. So if you are thinking about retirement, if you are seeking financial independence, do not fumble the ball. Set up a free appointment at Trajan Wealth. They are veteran-owned and locally operated. They are not beholden to certain products, which means they can offer you a multitude of options, and they're fiduciaries, which means they are obligated to act in your best interests. See, it's more than numbers at Trajan Wealth. It all begins with relationships, and I am talking about customized strategies, personalized plans based on your needs and your desires. At Trajan Wealth, your future is their priority. Call them at 480-990-3300. Find them online at TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Home sellers, no matter your situation, consider all of your options. Before you list your home, call Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. With Carol's guaranteed multiple cash offer program, receive up to 7 cash offers plus her guarantee sale offer, where Carol guarantees the price and time frame of your home sale, or she'll buy it. Sell with certainty and don't risk your hard-earned equity. Call Carol Royce today at 480-776-5231 or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and Sullivan and must agree on price and possession.
At Vital for Men, aging doesn't mean slowing down. Our testosterone therapy is built to boost your energy and sharpen your focus. Thousands of men have already leveled up their sleep, stamina, and drive. Now it's your turn. We're adding semaglutide to support your full health journey. Plus, we accept most insurance. Start with a free test today. Visit vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Get back to you.
Progressive has great customer service, and it's easy to reach us because great and easy is the way to be. Like salads. Great for you, and so easy you could put any group of veggies in a bowl and it's a salad. A full carrot with a head of cabbage. Weird, but still a salad. One radish and a couple of green beans, also a salad. 14 blueberries, half an onion, and a sunchoke. Odd, yes, but an odd salad. So contact Progressive's customer service by phone, app, or online. It's great and easy, just like salad. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
If you're suffering from stabbing pain, numbness, tingling, or burning in your arms, legs, hands, or feet, you may be experiencing peripheral neuropathy. If you or a loved one is suffering from neuropathy and has been prescribed a medication like Lyrica, Neurontin, or Cymbalta, there is an alternative. Amazing research has now shown that neuropathy symptoms can be reversed in as little as 1 week. At Restore Wellness, highly trained doctors are using a cutting-edge treatment and successfully slowing and often reversing the disease without addictive medications. If you're tired of living in pain, then call 480-447-9555. That's 480-447-9555. There's no surgery or prescription drugs. Don't wait to get relief. Call 480-447-9555. The first 25 callers will receive a full exam and in-depth consultation, absolutely free.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata, Song of the Day.
One, two, three, four.
We talked a lot about trust this morning.
Yeah, we did.
A Matter of Trust, Billy Joel.
Is there any whistling in this song?
There's not. There's a lot of good whistling songs. It would make a great playlist.
Sweet Georgia Brown we talked about.
Yeah.
It's the old Harlem Globetrotters.
Centerfold by Jake Isles Band.
Oh, yeah.
Coffee by Biba Doobie.
Wow, that's a pull.
Selfishly, this is one of my favorite Billy Joel songs.
I love Billy Joel. This is not one of my favorites.
Did you watch the documentary?
I did not, no.
So good. Matter of Trust, Billy Joel. I wonder if they were listening to this in the Cardinals coach's office.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
All right, we got to settle this.
Yes.
A 9-9 tie.
We do.
Mustache, not a mustache.
So today's tiebreaker question, the theme was holding, right? And in the NFL, holding equates to a penalty flag. And the Chicago Bears have the NFL's most penalties in the history of the NFL. How many penalties
in the history
of the Chicago Bears?
Wow.
Do they have?
How many yards or how many?
No, how many penalties they've committed.
Total penalty. Wow.
That's a hard question.
Yeah, it's a lot of calculations you got to figure. Games by season, by year.
I can give a range.
No. This we'll try to reverse engineer this.
Okay. It's a good trivia question.
I disagree.
Now the Bears are they the oldest team
One
currently
of the
active?
oldest. I don't know if they.
I got no clue.
They're the Cardinals and the Bears.
My guess is in.
Wow. Okay. I'm going to say 10,130.
All right.
All right.
What did Vince say?
Vince said 5,895. And Vinny is closer to the 7,800.
Oh, you were kind of right in between.
Kind of split the difference.
It was close.
Wow. You have a lot more faith in the Bears than I do.
7,800 penalties in the Bears.
Yeah, that's not a
Bears.
fair question. Vic grew up watching
Yeah, right.
the Bears.
I was traumatized by that
And
dreck.
is that counting this season? They might have gotten closer to 10,000 by now.
That's
Where did you find that
Wow.
stat?
just stat moose. I looked up most.
Stat moose? What's stat moose?
Stat moose? Stat muse?
Oh, stat muse.
Stat muse.
Ah, got it.
I looked
How do you
up
feel about the band Moose?
Stop moose.
Muse. I looked up the most holding penalties of all time. Not a lot of options there, so then it took me to most penalties of all time, and I was like, that's a good one.
Sammy,
Stat
did you know
moose.
the closing music to our show when the music kicks in? That's Moose.
Muse. I was gonna go with the most holding penalties from teams this season, but I don't. It's by
pretty early stuff.
The Colts. They have 13.
Stat moose.
Stat moose.
Stat moose.
Stat moose.
What does Amari Stoudemire use in his hair?
Nice.
That's well done, Jared. All right.
Congrats, Vinny.
I'll take the win.
Congrats, Vinny.
That was a mind bender.
Chow on that W.
Tiebreaker. I brought this up earlier, something that came out of the Suns' trip to Palm Desert to take on the Lakers. Kind of went viral Friday before the game. Dave McMenamin posted this. He covers the Lakers for ESPN. And he asked Devin Booker a question on what the Lakers can expect from DeAndre Ayton this year.
I guess we'll just have to see. Yeah.
That was fantastic. It was fantastic.
I know people ran with it, said, yeah, it's a perfect answer, and people were laughing at it. And look, maybe there was intent by Book, but what is he supposed to say?
Right. And again, he
could have been really honest and said, I don't give a rat's behind what he gives the Lakers. I got to worry about my team, but because it's DeAndre Ayton.
Wow.
And then during the game, too, Ayton missed a little bunny in the lane, and the Suns got the rebound, and you can hear Book yell, hell no!
Yeah, I heard that. That was fantastic.
He might do that all the time. We don't know.
That's fantastic.
We have to close the show on this, too, and this was in my notes for today, and you guys were not all that hyped about talking about it. LeBron James yesterday posted a little 10-second teaser video. The decision of all decisions. Teased it for today at 9 a.m. Arizona time.
Right.
And then he has hashtag the second decision. And it's him sitting down in kind of a similar setting as he did with Jim Gray when he did the decision all those years ago. Turns out his second decision, he's taking his talents to Hennessy VSOP. It's an ad. LeBron James needs to go away. Can you imagine being that tone deaf? He still gets, if there's one thing LeBron James gets massive criticism for, is how he handled that decision in 2010 with the decision. And then all these years later,
to go back to that phrase.
He goes back to it for a partnership.
I know.
He is,
but
he's the worst.
To also be that gullible for anyone who didn't know this was going to be some sort of endorsement or commercial or something.
He's also very much in desire of a year-long farewell tour, and it's coming at some point. Maybe. I don't know. I think somehow LeBron James is going to continue to baffle science and aging somehow.
Wink, wink.
Wink, wink.
Hey, whoa,
and maybe play for 30 years in the NBA.
Hey, that Hennessy's got some good...
Good Lord.
I'm not going to lie. I was a little nervous as a huge LeBron fan. I saw that yesterday. I was like, no, dude, can't retire. Please, no.
23 years isn't enough?
No, he's still a top 15 player in the NBA.
I don't agree with that, by the way, but that's just me. He's not far beyond it, but he's not top
15.
He's top 25.
That's going to do it for us today. Thanks to Adam Archuleta for joining us. Thanks to you for listening. We are back tomorrow morning at 6. Wolf and Luke are up next.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
To be fair, as much as I make the point that their loss yesterday counts only as much in the standings as, say, Seattle's does, or anybody who lost yesterday, it feels like more than one loss.
It does.
And
it's a great point.
Good
thing it isn't.
Yeah, we may know all we need to know about the rest of this season after Sunday's game against the Colts. If they come out swinging like the Diamondbacks did after the trade deadline, because that's kind of what this feels like right now.
Yeah.
If they come out swinging, they beat the Colts somehow, all right. I mean, you still gave this game away this week, but maybe it woke something up in you.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona's only professional bull riding team, the Ridge Riders, are back in action at Desert Diamond Arena October 10th through the 12th. Feel the heat of the desert as the Ridge Riders defend their home dirt, battle for glory, and fight for bragging rights against the toughest teams in the league. This is bull riding like you've never seen before. The most exciting, heart-pounding sport in America. Get your tickets now at PBR.com or Ticketmaster.com. Presented locally by Wix Filters, engineered for experts.
Paulie, we love our guys at America Roofing. Question, what do you think makes them stand out over all the other roofers in this market?
I mean, Jake, Josh, Tracy, they do business the right way. We know that because we've been partners for years. They've worked on both our houses.
Yeah, I had America Roofing over to the house. They were up on the roof and they found a trouble spot. And they said, hey, there's some water that's not draining properly. And they caught the problem early. A fast and affordable fix. Paulie, I saved 12%. And all of you can save 12%. Just mention Gatos or Paul Calvisi.
Speaking of money, America Roofing just donated $50,000 to Phoenix Children's Hospital. No wonder they've been serving Arizona for more than a quarter century.
Family owned and operated.
Get a free evaluation of your roof.
Bonded, licensed, and insured.
Family first, family built, America Roofing.
Online at americaroofingco.com. 602-960-ROOF. 602-960-ROOF. America Roofing.
They've got you covered.
ROC number 186438442.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone with no startup fees. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Hi, everybody. It's Dave Burns here with V's founder, Jimmy V. Jimmy, I know you can get a great haircut at V's, but it's also an escape a little bit, isn't it? From the world, from the heat outside, whatever it is that you're trying to find a little bit of comfort from, you can walk into a V's barbershop and you'll get that experience when you walk in.
What's fascinating to me, Dave, is most guys that walk into the shop, they have a smile on their face. And that's just a wonderful sign for me to watch. They're about to enjoy the experience. They're expecting to enjoy the experience. It's just a place you can go for a half-hour vacation. If we do our job right, time flies by and you walk out and you feel great and you're standing straighter and you're kind of a little bit looking forward to the next time. Just a little bit. Probably have about 3 weeks to go, but you're thinking about it a bit.
Do you think the smiles are bigger walking in or walking out?
They're bigger walking out.
So book your 30-minute vacation and your next great haircut by visiting vbarbershop.com. That's vbarbershop.com for V's.
9 Inch Nails. Live at Desert Diamond Arena, Friday, March 6th. Get tickets Wednesday, October 8th at 12 p.m. at NIN.com. 9 Inch Nails. Live in Glendale. Peel It Back Tour 2026.
Ready, set, forward. Get the thrills, get the adventure, and get the savings during the first ever Brocktober. On now at Arizona's largest Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Lease a new 2025 Bronco Big Bend for only $399 a month for 36 months. Lease a new 2025 Bronco Sport Big Bend for only $299 a month for 36 months. Purchase a new 2025 F-150 STX Super Crew for only $44,899. Plus, get 3.9 for 72 months financing.
Don't miss the Brocktober savings. Shop and compare with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense at Arizona's most awarded Ford dealership for complete satisfaction, Sanderson Ford. Bronco offer requires $18.10 down. Bronco Sport requires $19.20 down. Both plus tax, title, license, and $4.99 doc fee. OAC from Ford Credit. F-150 stock number 255360 with MSRP of $52,645. Offers expire 10/31.
Sanderson Ford.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolko with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The feeling that surrounds this Arizona Cardinals team after their 22-21 loss to Tennessee is still not great, and after a sideline video of Jonathan Gannon and Amari DiMercato surfaced, here was head coach Jonathan Gannon on the altercation.
I woke up this morning and didn't feel great about it, honestly, and so in the team meeting I addressed it. I apologized to Omari, apologized to the team, and I just told him I kind of let the moment of what happened get the better of me there.
The only thing now is to move forward and focus on the 4-1 Indianapolis Colts, who will welcome the Cardinals on Sunday. Meanwhile, ASU off their bye week has a tall task this Saturday in Utah for a Big 12 matchup with the Utes. Both teams are 4-1, and a win here for the Devils would go a long, long way, and that's what's trending now.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers, are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
We're live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Tuesday morning. It is the Wolf and Luke Show. Wolf, what's up?
What's going on, Luke? How you doing?
Better than yesterday, I think.
Yeah, I would
We're all
say
doing a little better.
I do. I feel a lot better as well, Basinonians. But as the dust settles on a Tuesday here, and it is Players' Day off in the National Football League for the most part, it does start to build once again as we're getting ready to broadcast, and all you can think of is, I want everybody in this room, and I mean everybody, to give us 100% all the time. Are you ready for that, Luke?
Well, I'm the only other person in the room, so that really puts a lot of pressure on
Well,
me.
you know what? Just because there's glass, command and control, are you ready to give all that you have today?
Yes.
Okay, you are ready for this broadcast. Jamal, what about you?
Absolutely.
Okay, absolutely. I like that. The intensity level is definitely here right now, Basinonians. Where's your intensity level?
What about
Even
Sammy
the Bulls. Sammy, are you ready to broadcast?
100%.
Sammy's been here for like 8 hours.
Wait a minute,
I just gave 100%, but I'm willing to give more.
Okay, you know what, Sammy? Don't tell me about the storm. Just bring the ship in. Okay, Sammy? Just don't tell me about, I've already broadcast at 100%. You know what? We want
asleep
more.
when he was already going.
And by the way, Basinonians, don't let anyone tell you that you have 110%. I give 110. You don't have that. You don't. It's impossible. So don't tell me you give 110%. Give 100%.
All right, I'll give
of all
exactly
that you have.
100% today. I won't give any more or any less.
This is my advice to the Arizona Cardinals as well. Give 100%. Give all that you have, period. Let's change the direction of this season and let it start today.
Patrick Peterson's going to join us in about an hour-ish. He's going to join us at 11:15 to talk about how they move on from that disaster against Tennessee. Jarrett Bell, USA Today NFL columnist, is going to join us later in the show just to talk about the state of the Cardinals in general on the national scene. John Bloom is going to join us to talk Phoenix Suns. We can finally start doing that. And because we did the listeners-only meeting yesterday, Wolf, and the calls were great, but we didn't get to nearly as many as we needed to. And I was reading through the YouTube live chat towards the end of the show. It was great stuff, too. So we're going to do another listeners-only meeting.
We are?
And we're going to do it at 10:45. We're going to do it early.
Okay, 10:45, a listeners-only meeting, part 2.
Is your chair a lot lower than it usually is?
Yeah, it is right now, but you know what? I'm kind of digging it, Basinonians. This is just going to be a different day of broadcasting.
I can only
raise the chair.
I can only see Wolf's eyes, and usually I can see his entire face.
Isn't this kind of cool, though? I mean, hey, YouTube, what's going on? The intensity level. I don't know what it is, dudes, but I'm feeling it today. You know, yesterday I was forlorn. I was forlorn. The fact the Arizona Cardinals lost to the Tennessee Titans, I was down in a hole. And now today, what are you going to do about it? That's what's taking over, Luke. What are you going to do about it?
I figured that was going to take over at some point.
I mean, what? It fills me with a hope that maybe that's what's going on inside the Arizona Cardinals locker room today, Basin Earnings. What are you going to do about it?
Well, the beauty of sports is you can't just run away from it. You can't be like, oh, this got too hard. Okay, you'll see us in a year. You have to play 12 more games. So you can either do something about it or be embarrassed right off the field for the next 3 months. That's the beauty of sports.
Yes,
right
it
there.
is.
Here's Jonathan Gannon yesterday talking about the overall performance against Tennessee.
Obviously disappointed about the game. Talked to the team today about it. Showed them, the things that we needed to show and correct them. And, I expect the right response. They had a good response today, as good as you can have with losing a game like that. But they were down in the dumps a little bit, but then we got on to business, got the things corrected, and now we got to move on here and go play a really good football team in Indy.
Yeah. See, that's what I'm talking about right now. Okay, yeah, it was down. It was bad. It was awful. Forlorn. That's fine. You should react that way because you care about your own performance and how you played. But there comes a point where all of a sudden you have to say to yourself, that was rock bottom. And hitting that really hurt. And now, I don't know if I'm okay being on rock bottom. I'm going to do something about it. I want to know who are the leaders inside that locker room who are going to demand that their teammates do something about it, starting with themselves first.
Well, I think we're going to find out. One way or the other, we're going to find out what sort of leadership they have now going forward. So much of yesterday's show was just the raw reaction to the sort of loss that has the rest of the football world laughing at you. I mean, everybody was laughing at Arizona yesterday. It's
and rightfully so.
So much of it was that we didn't even get into. We touched surface level on everything, but we didn't get super deep into a lot of the other things that happened in that game, other than just Amari DiMercato handing the ball back to Tennessee right at the goal line, or even the interception that got fumbled into the end zone for a touchdown. There was the play where the ball was snapped off Kyler Murray's face, and on a normal week, if that were the only crazy play that happened, we'd probably all be talking about, hey, could they have done more? Could Kyler maybe have done more to recover that fumble? I mean, he looked kind of stunned because the ball hit him right in the face.
Yes.
But JG was asked about that yesterday.
On the mistimed snap play, would you like to see Kyler jump on that ball, or do you want your quarterback to stay out of that?
No, he should jump on the ball. I thought he tried to jump on the ball there.
Yeah, second right there.
Well, hit him in the head, and I think he lost it.
It was a weird play because that's the play he got hurt on too, isn't it?
Yeah,
that's where his foot got hurt. Yeah.
It was a weird play. I would like to see a little bit more effort. There's no doubt about that. But I think Kyler didn't know where the ball was.
Yeah, honestly, I think that was the case because I immediately thought back.
It was shocked
to that Super Bowl where Cam Newton, the ball was on the ground and he just didn't go for it. Yeah. And there's the Super Bowl, and Cam Newton, I think, won MVP that season. And all the talk after the Super Bowl wasn't even about Denver winning. It was about how Cam should have gone after the ball. That play, I understand why people were thinking that, and ideally he could just recover it, but that was such a weird play. It's not like the ball was snapped off his arm. It was snapped right basically off where his eyes are, so he couldn't even see where it went. I don't know. I'll give him a pass on that one, but they have to get this stuff cleaned up. They were talking about how they have to clean up the communication along the line of scrimmage before that game, and that was really the start of the downfall on Sunday.
Where are my dogs? Where are my dogs? That's what I want to know. And by the way, no, you know what? Honestly, I want you to rip that. I want you to rip that right there, Rick. Where are my dogs? When I say that, where are my dogs?
But not the Baja men. Don't
okay, because I want you to rip that for a drop later, because that's what I want. I want a drop on this show. Where are my dogs? Because I want to know where the dogs are inside this locker room. I want to know where they are. I want to know what you're going to do about it. You, being a dog yourself, what are you going to do about it? Start with yourself first. And then I want to know, what are you going to do with your teammates? How many of them are you willing to walk up on and say, what are you going to do about it? I want to know where the dogs are for the Arizona Cardinals. You can demand that a guy get better. You can. You know what? Prepare harder. Try harder on the field. You can demand that of your teammate. But it better start with you first, setting an example for yourself and everybody else.
I'm going to get one more in here from Gannon. He was on with Burns and Gambo yesterday, and we're going to play a lot of cuts from that. But they asked him if he agreed specifically just with that 3rd and 8 run call late in the game.
No, we talked about it today. We got to put him in a better spot there to try to get a first down. And what we thought they were going to do to that personnel group, they didn't end up doing. So we got to look at different things to try to get to another call there. So, you know, it's something to live and learn from. But no one feels great about what the position that we put him in there on 3rd and 8.
I wondered if he might say something like that, because after the game, Gannon kept saying we have to get first downs at the end of these games. And, you know, people can debate back and forth if you like to call in the second quarter or like to call in the third, whatever. But that specific one play, 3rd and 8, running with your 3rd string running back, didn't look like they were even trying to get a first down. It looked like they were just concerned with eating 10 more seconds of clock. So I'm glad they asked him that.
Yeah.
And I'm glad he answered it.
You know what really fired me up about that, Basin Earnings, is the fact that, ask yourself now, do you think the Arizona Cardinals competitors, do you think their opponent at that point in time thought the Cardinals were going to run the ball? No. And they still got stuffed. Because you didn't do your job. You didn't block anybody. That, to me, once again, is what I am left with. They didn't even think you were ever going to run the ball in that situation. And you know what? You got stuffed. What are you going to do about it? That is all I want to know today. And I would hope that if every guy inside that locker room for the Cardinals, what are you going to do about it? We know what has happened. Forget about it. Now, what are you going to do?
This is a player's day off, too. This is Wolf on a Tuesday. The WNBA Finals are here, and your Phoenix Mercury need their fans loud and proud for Game 3. They're taking on the Las Vegas Aces this Wednesday, and you could be in the stands. Text Finals to 620-620 for your chance to score Finals tickets. History's on the line. Be part of it. Text Finals to 620-620 right now. Let me just circle back. We're doing a listeners-only meeting in about a half hour. You hear Wolf's tone of voice, so make sure you bring it if you're going to call in at 10:45 today. When we come back, we'll get into the sideline interaction between Jonathan Gannon and Amari DiMercato. JG addressed it yesterday. We'll get you what he had to say about it next. It's Wolf and Luke in Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Where are my dogs?
8-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro First Teamer on the NFL's 2010s All-Decade Team. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. Choosing dental implants, it's one of the most important health decisions you're ever going to make. Ron Wolfley reporting at Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix. They're locally owned and proud to offer world-class care in their state-of-the-art facility With decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored, Dr. Joe and their expert team deliver results that you're going to be able to trust. Unlike the gimmick dentistry you might see elsewhere, bait and switch pricing, fake limited time offers, or maybe even surprise add-on fees, at Aria, you'll always know exactly what to expect. That's why they've earned over 500 five-star Google reviews from patients who truly felt cared for. What you need to do is go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Chronic pain can be very bossy. What do I mean? It tells you what you can or can't do. Sometimes it even has the audacity to keep you from working.
I missed almost 3 weeks of work, and I was no longer able to play tennis. The pain was really debilitating sometimes. I missed Thanksgivings.
Abby was ready to put the bossy bad back in her past. And that's when she discovered QC Kinetics and their non-surgical treatments for pain. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine with tens of thousands of satisfied patients, people who have experienced real lasting relief without drugs and without surgery.
It has just been the most life-changing, amazing experience. Not only life-changing, but career-saving. I get to continue to do the career that I love. I'm playing tennis again.
Stop letting that joint pain boss you around. Start with a free consultation at QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
This March, Wendy's is fueling the madness with amazing deals on their hamburgers made with fresh, never frozen beef.
Like a juicy Dave's single for $1 and a fresh $2 Dave's double with in-app offer.
It's such a good deal, we wrote a little ditty about it.
Get it for $1. Dave's single, order in the app. Dave's single, get it for $1. Choose wisely, choose Wendy's, official hamburger March Madness.
Limited time offer. Participating U.S. Wendy's. See offer details and redeem at Wendy's app. Account registration required. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S. and Alaska.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. The Cardinals became the talk of football in all the wrong ways, writes Dan Bickley. Jonathan Gannon calls his sideline interaction with Amari DiMercato a mistake, and the Cardinals' epic collapse went beyond DiMercato's fumble. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
All right, we're back here. It's Wolf and Luke on a Tuesday morning.
Bring it, YouTube.
I'm going to start matching your intensity if this computer in front of me won't save a simple Word document. I'll be honest. We're going to get there.
Screen on the ground.
Seriously. You ever seen Office Space where he takes the bat to the printer, he brings it out into a field, and then
I
you're
was
missing
not
out.
an Office Space guy.
Well, it's a famous movie scene.
Okay, great.
Copied by Family Guy, too. I'm sure you watch Family Guy a lot, right? No, probably not. Okay. My theory for why you're so fired up, Wolf, is because the NHL season starts today. Maybe that's why.
Okay, maybe a little bit.
That's it.
Where fighting is allowed. Interesting.
Let's get back to the Cardinals and the sideline confrontation between Jonathan Gannon and Amari DiMercato that took place on Sunday. I think everybody knows what led up to it with the context of how this team has been trying to avoid more last-second losses and how they've been trying more than anything to finish games. That was even a negative connotation of their 2 wins this season. There was a lot of talk afterwards of, man, can you finish a game better? And DiMercato obviously had a chance to finish the game, flipped the ball away for whatever reason. I'm guessing even he doesn't know why he did that on some level. But it led to a confrontation on the sidelines. JG's not somebody who usually shows much emotion on the sidelines. Showed a ton of emotion on the sidelines. So this is JG talking about it yesterday after everybody had about 24 hours to let things calm down.
I woke up this morning and didn't feel great about it, honestly. And so in the team meeting, I addressed it. I apologized to Omari, apologized to the team. And I just told him I kind of let the moment of what happened get the better of me there. Obviously, like I try to be emotionally stable and calm because my job is to solve problems when during a game and kind of lead the charge on that. So it's not really who I am, who I want to be, and I told the guys that today. So it's a mistake by me, and it's just like everybody in there. Everybody made some type of mistake yesterday, which is, culminates to why we didn't win the game. And we can't let it happen moving forward.
Yeah. Where do I start on this one, Basinonians? Where do you start? I have to start with this. Football is an emotional game. And if you don't play or coach the game that way, don't line up next to me, please. That's where I'm going to start. Okay? JG had an emotional moment and let his emotions get the best of him. He should not have contacted Amari in any way, shape, or form. That is an absolute must not do for a coach. He should not have contacted him in any way because he was over there in his face, which I'm okay with, in anger. He was over there because he was angry at what happened, and I would be angry as well. If I were his teammate, I would demand what he did and why he did it. I would, on the field, in the heat of the moment. It's an emotional game. It's one of the things I love the most about the game is the fact that you could go out there and let those emotions, that passion, drive you to do your best and be your best.
I think this fan base. Okay, so there's a line here, right? And he obviously crossed it a little bit, and the camera angle I still don't think shows it great. We were looking at at least a zoomed-in version this morning. He obviously contacted him, and the fact that JG was saying he didn't feel good about it, I think, shows that he probably had something there to not feel good about. I think this fan base would have lost their mind. Well, I stole it from you. You said it before the show.
Still, it was a great point.
I feel like the fan base would have lost their mind if he didn't at least get in his face and yell. I mean, for me, that cost them a game. It might cost them their season, and it was the dumbest play we've seen an Arizona Cardinal ever make. You can sit here and point out other plays that were bigger plays. Yes. You can point out plays in the Super Bowl. They weren't dumb plays. That was, we need to win. I'm throwing it away. So somebody has to get in his face. Ideally, Wolf, I wish it would have been another player.
Yeah.
And maybe they did behind the scenes. I'm not trying. This isn't like some commentary on how that's not what this is. But ideally, it would have just been another player because that was my first thought in the moment of, dude, your teammates have been grinding for 10 days to put that Seattle game behind them. Do you not care? And we talked about this yesterday. Obviously, he cares because this is not a first-round pick. Yeah. This is a guy who had to fight just to make a team a couple years ago. And they obviously love him on this team because this is one of the guys that JG and his coaching staff picked to make the team 2 years ago when he was undrafted. And they keep bringing him back. It's never even a question if he's going to make the team. I would have preferred it was a teammate that got in his face, but at a certain point, somebody had to at least say something to him on the sidelines.
Yeah, and it's the head coach's prerogative. Listen, if you want to yell at him, have at it. If a coach wants to get in your face, if you want to yell at him, have at it. If you want to square him up eyeball to eyeball, do it. If you want to sit him on the bench or cut him, that is a head coach's prerogative to do. It is. But you cannot contact him in any way. And JG's apology, this is what you brought up, and you're right on. JG's apology to Amari and to the team is evidence that he did contact him in an aggressive way when he slapped his stomach or whatever.
Sometimes a coach will slap you on the shoulder pads after they've gotten in your face, but it's more of a like, hey, I basically just told you off on the sidelines in front of your teammates and everybody who's watching this game for 20 seconds. Now I'm going to slap you on the shoulder pad, get back out there. This wasn't that.
And, Luke, I have stood Basinonians toe-to-toe and face-to-face with men that I love and respect to this day, yelling at each other. It was one of the great things about the sport. It was one of the great things about the culture, the intensity level of the sport. Yelling was normal, and it was okay to actually engage in that. So I really hope this blows over and doesn't become an issue inside the Cardinals locker room, because this could be a problem in the locker room.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to think him being accountable, JG being accountable. Amari was accountable after the game. I mean, you know, as frustrated as everybody was and still is, and I'm right there with you. I've never seen a player give a game away like that. I give him a ton of credit for, you know how it is in the locker room. And you can duck the media. You can. And Amari DiMercato is not somebody who's going to get called to the podium where it's like, hey, you know, Kyler, where'd you go? You have an agreement that you have to go to the podium after the game or whatever. Amari could have snuck out. He didn't. He stood there and talked. And
stand-up guy.
And he knew he messed up. And JG stood up and talked yesterday, and he knew he messed up, there as well. And ideally, for the only way this team's going to figure this out is if they all put everything behind them at this point.
And once again, I just want to clarify, Baselonians, when I say that this could be an issue in the locker room, the only reason why I say that is you got a head coach that has a no-fight policy on your team, and you do something because you lost control on the sideline, that could come back to bite JG in the can at some point in time. I hope that it doesn't, Luke. I hope it doesn't, because JG is my spirit coach. You know that. This guy, I agree with him on everything save for one thing. But I do think it could be an issue with players that may not agree with his coaching style. It could be a problem. I hope not, but it could.
Well, you know my feeling on not this specifically, but just in general, if you're running a professional sports team or you're a coach or even a player, I mean, this applies to businesses too, but you got to communicate. And who knows? I mean, it's a huge roster. I get what you're saying, but I think JG standing in front of his team on Sunday or whenever that was, or yesterday morning, and then also in front of the media, and then again on Burns and Gamble. I just didn't play that cut because it was similar to the one in front of the press conference yesterday. That goes a long way.
Must do.
Because if you never address stuff, then it's kind of like there's always that doubt of like, so wait, do you think that was cool? But if I do it, it's not cool. Like if you just address it, you can't erase stuff that happened, but you can. That's the only way to move forward is by actually addressing it and being like, okay, look, you screwed up, I screwed up, a couple other guys on this team screwed up. We're in as you said, Wolf, rock bottom right now.
Yep.
You want to be there for another 3 months, or you want to get out of it?
What are you going to do about it?
All right. When we come back, is ASU football ready to win a game at Utah this weekend? Not the easiest place to play, especially at night. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Is this the type of game you question everything? Me, you, the fan? Sure. Is Michael Bidwell questioning everything? He put a lot of faith in Monty and JG, and I personally still think they're the right guys for the job. I think that Monty Ossenford is a good GM. I think Jonathan Gaddon's a good coach. You might have to make some changes on the coaching staff. Torey Lavelle had to fire the third base coach because of a bunch of boneheaded plays. If Petzing doesn't get his act together, his job should be on the line. Definitely by the bye week. I'll say that. By the bye week, if this offense doesn't get turned around, you go look at this offense, it's not good.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
It matters who your lawyer is. At Berg Simpson, we truly care about the quality of work we do, that fair compensation is given, and that our clients are getting the best possible representation. We're always working hard and are committed to doing everything we can to give our clients the best opportunity to have a great result. We're proud of that, and it shows.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Don't wear it, sell it.
At Oliver Smith Jeweler, we love buying jewelry and luxury timepieces. We care about each piece's unique history, craftsmanship, and design.
Hi, I'm Oliver Smith, and over the past 40 years, Oliver Smith Jeweler has helped advise many clients on jewelry and watches. We can evaluate your pieces free of charge, provide you with an estimate of what they are worth in one-on-one meetings with you, respecting your time and valuables. Get a check or convert your unworn valuables directly to gold coin or bullion for the future investment.
Oliver Smith Jeweler is known for our beautifully crafted jewelry and having the best timepiece selection in the Valley. Our clients choose us time and time again for our trusting nature, exceptional value, and our commitment to providing unsurpassed customer care.
Don't wear it, sell it. Come visit us at Oliver Smith in Gainey Ranch or in the Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Fallout continues from the Arizona Cardinals' 22-21 loss to the Tennessee Titans on Sunday. One of the big stories from the game was the altercation between Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon and running back Emari Demercado after Demercado's crucial fourth quarter fumble. Gannon spoke to Burns and Gambo yesterday and said he apologized to the team for the incident.
I didn't love how I handled that, truthfully. Let the moment get the better of me there, and my emotions ran a little bit hot. So I apologize to Omari and apologize to the team in the team meeting, and I won't let it happen again. You know, it's a mistake that I made.
According to USA Today, the NFL Players Association is looking into the situation but has not started a formal investigation. And the MLB divisional round continues today. Coverage of Yankees-Blue Jays Game 3 begins at 4:30 over on ESPN 620 AM.
God knows I am reincarnated. I was stargazing. Life goes on. I need her, my babies.
Hey, everybody, it's Burnsy. Arizona State begins their 4-game gauntlet this weekend. Is the showdown in Salt Lake City the toughest one of the bunch? The Burns and Gambo Show starts at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Back at it for ASU now, and Baylor and TCU, tough opponents, Wolf. The stretch coming up now that the bye week is over and going into the next bye week. Their next bye week is November 8th because in college you get 2. At Utah at night. Home against Texas Tech, 1 o'clock start, by the way, next Saturday, October 18th, against number 9 Texas Tech at Mountain America Stadium. Home against Houston, on the road against Iowa State. And those 4 teams are combined 18-3. And 2 of the 3 losses have come to Texas Tech. Like Houston's only loss came to Texas Tech. Utah's only loss came to Texas Tech. Iowa State just got lit up by Cincinnati this past weekend. But still, you're talking your next 4 opponents. This will determine your path through the Big 12. I think the next 4 weeks for ASU are going to determine a lot about the entire conference of who's going to be in the Big 12 championship.
Yeah, I would agree with that. The one suggestion that I would have going forward, and I'm sure that Kenny is emphasizing this to his players as well, you can't fall behind 17-0 and expect to come back and win games.
Yeah.
They need to start better, start faster.
Well, here's Kenny talking about the slow starts yesterday.
Yeah, we just got to start faster. We got to have better plans early. And we made an emphasis of it in our team meeting this morning. We got to start practice faster. Like, we got to have an urgency when we start this thing. So we're going to change some things up, not a bunch, but, make little tweaks to try to, create some urgency at the start of practice because it is taking us a while to get into our rhythm. And, we can't fall behind 17 points and expect to win many games. Luckily, the 2 games we have fallen behind 17, we've taken a lead. But that's not a recipe to win games.
Well, how's that for confirmation of what you just
Can
said?
I just say, honestly, based on earnings, I know you thought I heard that cut. I did not hear that cut. I do not listen to the cuts. When I trust Rick to actually pick the cuts out that we're going to want to respond to. I did not hear that cut from Kenny. But it makes so much sense, doesn't it? You can't expect to get down 17 points. Get down 17-0, and that's happened twice so far this season, and have a reasonable expectation you're going to be able to come back and win the game. You must start faster, and I love that because he's emphasizing it in practice. I'm sure he's emphasizing it in individual drills as well. When the offensive line breaks up and goes to the offensive line, the area of the field they go to, and the running backs go to, I'll guarantee you there are coaches yelling to get over here and let's start this thing quickly. Let's start this drill quickly. There's probably an urgency and a vibe that you can feel if you're at practice.
Well, Utah poses a little bit of a different look, too. I mean, ASU's already faced a couple really good quarterbacks, Josh Hoover, Sawyer Robertson. Devin Dampier is a really good quarterback, a local guy. So if you're not following Utah super closely, but that name sounds familiar, that's because he was Saguaro's quarterback there for a while. And he's a guy who's mobile. He's already got 258 rushing yards this year. He's not like a running quarterback necessarily, but he can run. But I wouldn't say that's all he does. He's already thrown for over 1,000 yards. Utah's a tough team seemingly every year, but he gives them a little bit of a different dynamic because this is not the same old, hey, is Cameron Rising going to play? And if not, who's their backup? They have a bona fide number 1 quarterback.
Yeah, he's a phenomenal player. I mean, I definitely should have recruited him harder, to be honest. I mean, he's definitely proved me wrong. I always thought he was a really good player, but how productive he's been in college football, I mean, super impressed by him. Completion percentage out the roof, his ability to extend plays, how he runs the offense and operates it. I mean, super, definitely a miss by me 100%, and kudos to them for having him on their team because he's a really, really good football player. And he's a tough guy to tackle. He gets the ball out fast. I mean, he just does a lot of things well, which is why he won a lot of games at Saguaro High School. So kudos to him. I'm happy for him. I mean, my brother-in-law coached him, was his quarterback coach. Jason Munns was his head coach. So even though we're playing him this week, I got a lot of respect for him, his game, how he plays, how he goes about his business, and how he continues to prove people wrong and has a chip on his shoulder. So I got nothing but respect for him, and I wish him luck the rest of the way.
Boy, Kenny, and the accountability is staggering right now. It's the accountability, admitting all of his faults, admitting them all. And I honestly feel like this is one of the reasons why guys at ASU like playing for Kenny Dillingham, because he will admit when he's wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Not a lot of head coaches are into that.
I feel like especially in college.
Especially in college.
In college,
yes.
you get a lot of coaches that are like, I am the game. Like, players come and go, but I'm more important than the school itself. Kenny's not that. And I would say that mentality's going away a little bit in college football, but I feel like the ego on a lot of college coaches is somehow bigger than that of NFL coaches a lot of times.
If you're willing to make mistakes and then point them out to your team, base earnings, if you're willing to do that, your players are going to respond to that. You know, it's like I tell my son after he plays a game, always tell the truth. Always tell the truth. In a game, you should always tell the truth all day long. And that's also enforced based on audience. But especially when you go to watch tape. Don't make up a story because you look bad on this play. Always tell the truth. You have to be accountable. And that's what you want your players to be. And it's the reason why Kenny is setting the example, the model for his players.
One more from Kenny. He was asked about maybe using Kanye Udo more in the red zone, or at least, inside the 5-yard line. I think a lot of people are kind of wondering that because they have struggled so much there. And at least on paper, that's where Kanye Udo, you think, would thrive.
Yeah, we've looked at everybody. I mean, I was going to move, see what the Baconator, Tristan Bacon, could do back there. He was a running back in high school, but he got tweaked a little bit last week. So we've thought about a variety of people to get it fixed, and we've got a plan to hopefully be better in that scenario. In those scenarios, I feel really good about the plan. The plan may not work, and then you guys can say we still suck at it, and I'm going to continue to try to fix it, and then we'll be at the same spot next year or next game, and hopefully that's not the case. Hopefully the plan and what we practiced last week and what we're doing hopefully can be more productive for us.
Your thoughts on that?
What I said last week, I thought Sweaty was the best nickname I've heard, at least in the NFL, for a defensive player. But the Baconator is pretty good for Tristan Bacon.
Give it to me one more time, Rick, before we go to break.
Broadcast
give it
bacon?
To me right here, the bacon sound. Where is it?
You're not getting it. Wow, that was there. You go.
Okay. Bacon takes a while. It takes a while
you gotta
to
get
cook.
it to heat up. Yeah,
you got to
start that way.
Yes.
All good things come to those who wait.
I like it crispy.
NBA, bacon, 100%.
Crispy.
I don't agree with like crispy pizza. I don't need my pizza crispy. A lot of people do that. Like, why? Why would you? But
no, I'm with you.
Bacon. I'm not. Who wants wet bacon? Like
crispy.
Cook the bacon.
I don't want super soggy pizza though.
No, just cook your pizza normal. No, I don't want like
got to be firm,
doughy.
but not like bacon. It's got to be crispy.
Yeah.
There's a difference between firm and crispy.
If you're going to overcook one of them, overcook the bacon for sure. The WNBA finals are here. Phoenix Mercury need their fans loud and proud for Game 3. They're taking on the Las Vegas Aces tomorrow, and you could be in the stands. Text finals to 620-620 for your chance to score finals tickets. History's on the line, so be a part of it. Text finals to 620-620 right now. All right, when we come back, it's your turn. Part 2. We didn't get to take as many calls as we wanted yesterday, so we're going to do it again right now. 602-260-9870. What is the state of the Cardinals right now? How would you fix things going forward? Do you believe they can fix things in time for Indianapolis this Sunday? Listeners only meeting 602-260-9870. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader, including Cardinals play-by-play.
Hit by Josh Sweat and dragged down for a sack.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Bay Centurions. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Presidential Pools and Spas. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information, man. Presidential Pools, they have been Arizona's #1 pool builder since 1991. Think about that, brothers. That's right. Arizona's #1 pool builder by volume. They have an industry-leading warranty. This is one of the reasons why they're #1. A 5-year warranty, and now it's the best time to get a pool and not only add value to your home, of course, but your backyard, man. The weather is here. It is perfect, of course. You can get a heated pool even coming up. Football season is here. We're all going to be hanging out at the Wolfley compound in the backyard with the kids. We hang out as a family base in Orleans. It's one of the things you're going to enjoy the most about getting presidential pools and spas to come out to the compound. Hey, listen, dive in with Presidential Pools. They'll take care of you. Go to presidentialpools.com. Arizona's #1 pool builder.
Hundreds of collector cars and millions of memories. Join Barrett Jackson this October at the Scottsdale Fall Auction, presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Special pricing available for seniors, military, and students. Free admission for children 12 and under. Tickets on sale now at barrett-jackson.com.
This March, Wendy's is fueling the madness with amazing deals on their hamburgers made with fresh, never frozen beef.
Like a juicy Dave's single for $1 and a fresh $2 Dave's double with in-app offer.
It's such a good deal, we wrote a little ditty about it. Get it for $1. Dave single, order in the app. Dave single, get it for $1. Choose wisely, choose Wendy's, official hamburger March Madness.
Limited time offer, participating U.S. Wendy's. See offer details and redeem at Wendy's app. Account registration required. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S. and Alaska.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Low T, start for free. For a limited time, get prescription testosterone with no startup fees. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial #250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
9 Inch Nails. Live at Desert Diamond Arena, Friday, March 6th. Get tickets Wednesday, October 8th at 12 p.m. at NIN.com. 9 Inch Nails. Live in Glendale. Peel It Back Tour 2026.
Doesn't it make you feel better?
Join the Bud Light Football Face-Off Thursday, October 9th at DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale, starting at 5 p.m. Compete for your chance to win tickets to the Cardinals game versus LA on December 7th, plus a chance to go to Vegas for the final face-off where you could score a trip to the Super Bowl.
The Listeners Only Meeting with Wolf and Luke.
Quit it now! All right, welcome back to the show, Wolf and Luke. We're going with a second Listeners Only meeting. Back-to-back days of Listeners Only meetings, Wolf.
Yeah.
And we're doing it early in the show today. But we didn't get to everybody. We didn't even get close to getting to everybody yesterday, so we're going to open the phone lines again.
Part two.
Because that was a pretty, unfortunately, pretty memorable Cardinals game on Sunday. That's going to be one that we're talking about in 10 years when we're referencing, various moments in Cardinals history. I will say the one silver lining before we start taking these calls, I don't even remember the loss to Carolina last year because it doesn't even compare to that Tennessee loss.
The scene was angry that day, my friend.
And for all the times that we have lamented that late season loss to the Carolina Panthers last year, that was nothing compared to this Sunday. All right, let's go to the phones.
Google it, my young crunks.
Let's talk to Kieran in Gilbert. Kieran, you're on the Wolf and Luke show. What's up, buddy?
Luke, Wolf.
What's up,
my young brothers? Are you kidding me?
We get it.
Do your job.
We get it.
Do your job. Where's my dubs? I'll tell you where your dubs are, brother. I'm right here. I am so fed up. Oh my gosh, where do I begin? I got to go quick. I got to go precise. All right, let's start with this. Amari DeMarcado, you're only here still because we need the boots and the familiarity. Anybody else would have been gone. All right, all due respect. OC, Drew, if you don't pull it out of you know what and do a little bit more offensive throws, I'm going to go insane. This whole thing, this whole season, every team we should have annihilated if we were really, in fact, at that level of passion and drive and energy like we expect from a professional football player. Oh, my gosh. Well, don't get me started, man. I hear you. I'm with you. I wish I could have been at the team meeting, the JG. I would have had all my staff, all my players, and went, so look at the guy to your right, look at the guy to your left. You should be embarrassed that you let this happen. You let this happen. I let this happen. And anybody else that doesn't want to go the direction we're going, there's the door. Don't let it hit you. You have the most expensive quarterback on your team, and you hand the ball off? Drew, what are you doing, man? You drive me crazy. I am so passionate, and I love this team. I love all my Arizona sports. But you got to be kidding me. D-backs, Suns, Cardinals. Oh, thank goodness I have season tickets at ASU. That's the only bright light at the end of the tunnel right now as an Arizona sports fan. Get rid of the sensitivity. Get in there, boys. Get doing your job. Oh, love you guys. Okay, bye.
Thank you, Kieran. You know what I like?
That's my dog.
This is what I like
Kieran's
to think.
my dog.
I like to think Kieran was calling from work, and he works in a very quiet office, right? And everybody right now is terrified around him.
Well, he steps outside, I'm sure.
No, I that's what I'm saying. I hope that I don't know that Kieran works in an office, but I hope if he does, he was just right there in the office. Everybody else just stopped typing and was looking around like, Kieran, you okay?
I would suggest to you, Kieran, you step outside.
All right, back to the phones. Let's talk to Danny in Chandler. Danny, you're on the Wolf and Luke show.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good.
What's up, Danny?
I'm feeling better than yesterday like you guys are, but I will say this. I'm really concerned about this team going forward because I was looking at their schedule yesterday, and I don't think they have – I know they don't have any games that were as winnable and as much of a gimme as the Tennessee Titans, but I was looking at the whole season schedule, and I could see them losing every game from here on out. I don't think it's going to happen. I think they'll win, maybe 2-3 games at the most, but it's just, the most winnable game that I see is the one at home against Jacksonville, and even the Jaguars aren't a pushover these days. And I just don't see, from what I've seen about with this Cardinals team over the last couple of years, I just don't think they honestly have the leadership to get out of this current mess.
You could be right on that,
Could
brother.
be right,
We're
Danny.
all going to have a front row seat, Danny. We are.
Yeah, I would advise everybody not to look at the schedule right now.
Oh, my
and just know
goodness.
things do change. Yes, Jacksonville all of
They
a sudden is
do.
beating the Chiefs. But that Cincinnati game in Week 17 doesn't look as hard as it did at the start of the year. And that could change again, too. They just acquired Joe Flacco like 20 minutes ago, Cincinnati. And that's not even a joke. They really did. So,
Hey, you know what?
things change.
We have seen this team really struggle in the second half of the season, have we not? In November and December, we have seen this team struggle. How about maybe the struggle is the first part of the season, and maybe they can pick it up in the second part?
That was two thoughts I had in the middle of everything on Sunday night after the game. One of them was that the only way they can put this behind them is if they go out there and have a strong second half because they've never had that, and that would overshadow the Tennessee game. The other thought I had...
And I know the schedule is very, very difficult, yet at the same time, they have underperformed. They have not played up to their potential. They have underachieved, and it's clear. And all you need to do is start with the offensive line. It's not even close. Get better. Do better. Be better.
The other thought I had on Sunday night, and I didn't bring this up at all yesterday, was that ball not across the line when DeMercado flipped it away?
Yeah.
I mean, that doesn't excuse the play, but that was pretty close to just being a touchdown anyway, wasn't it? Let's go back to the phones and talk to Billy in Phoenix. Billy, you're on the Wolf and Luke show.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
As a longtime fan, I was born in Phoenix. I grew up in St. Louis. I was born into a Cardinals family. 55-plus years I've been watching this team, and only one other time I saw the emotion that JG showed on the sideline, and that was Denny. So as a fan, it made me feel good to actually see the JG, who's normally really reserved, really buttoned up, holds his emotions close to his chest. To actually see him care the way he did, just as a fan, made me feel good. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Maybe he took it a little too far, but you got to remember the kid's wearing shoulder pads on the sideline. At least he didn't, reach out and slap him as he was running across the goal line. So,
Right.
as a fan, like I said, I loved it. I don't think that he did anything wrong. I see football guys hit each other harder than that in pregame.
That's right.
So
that's right, bro. Listen, I understand where you're coming from, Billy. I really do. Yet at the same time, you cannot, in this day and age, you cannot contact another dude. Even back when I was playing, to grab him and, in college, okay, I'm okay with that. I am. In the NFL, I'm sorry. No, man.
Well, BA got
Don't
fined
put your
for
hands
this
on me.
a couple years ago. Tampa Bay,
That's
remember,
right.
in the playoffs, BA got fined. But I think what Billy just said right there, setting aside the contact part, just the yelling and getting in his face, though, and clearly upset. Dude, I feel like about 95% of Cardinals fans agree with what he just said.
I loved it.
Let me see some emotion. It is I understand why JG is reserved after games. I understand why Torey Lovello is reserved in press conferences after games. But sometimes the fan base just wants to see that you care as much as they do, especially when your running back just looked like he didn't care nearly as much as the fans.
You just cannot physically contact him, and that's the reason why JG apologized.
That's why he apologized, yeah. Let's fit one more in here. Let's talk to Parker in Chicago. Man, all the way from Chicago. What's going on, Parker?
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on again. I appreciate it. Sure. I just got a couple quick points to make. The first thing and foremost was I was listening to Cardinal Talk Sunday night after the game, and I'd just like to apologize on behalf of a couple of really nasty fans that called in. Listen, we as fans, we can't allow our frustrations to turn us into bad fans. We're Arizona sports fans. We've been through this before, so I don't see the reason for anyone to be calling in and cussing out a radio host. Now, on to the right. So I by no means think that Kyler was the issue with Sunday. I do think a lot of it falls on the offense and the offensive coordinator. But although Kyler might have not been the problem, he was not the solution. And I'm looking for some more games from Kyler where I remember even in the Cliff era where there were games that Kyler won for us. The team did not play up to it, and Kyler stepped up and he won. I don't know if they're just not trusting him to do that right now, but given how much we've been looking to see his performance in the latter half of seasons, I think this is going to be the year to do it. I think he needs to step up more than he has already, even if that is a very big ask, because I do think he stepped up, but I think he needs to start winning some games for this team, and the offense needs to allow him to win some games for this team. So,
thanks, Parker. Appreciate it.
No, Parker, you're spot on, buddy.
I could do the rest of the show on what he just said on that call because Kyler has not been, I don't think, through the first 5 games, the problem or the solution. If everything's really on the line for him with this team this season, we need to see it. And this goes back to that 3rd and 8 call. Trust your quarterback to make a play there. That's my biggest issue with it. It's not the play design. It's not, did you call the right play or not? The game is on the line. Trust Kyler Murray to make the play. If he can't, then you start to get your answers for the end of the season. But come on. Trust Kyler Murray and either Marv or Trey McBride or whoever to make that play. Don't give the ball to your 3rd-string running back when your offensive line can't block. It's the definition of insanity. You're not putting Michael Carter in a position, or Imari DiMercato even, in a position to succeed there. All right, we come back over to basketball. Can the preseason teach us anything about this new Phoenix Suns era? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Phoenix Mercury are in the WNBA Finals. Arizona Sports is giving away a pair of tickets to see the Mercury face the Aces Wednesday night downtown. Text the word finals to 620-620 for your chance to win. Be part of the best atmosphere in the WNBA and cheer on the Mercury in the finals against Vegas. Text finals to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. Is your back all jacked up, bro? You got some spine issues, well, whatever it may be. I can tell you, as a former professional football player, my back has been jacked up before, and the spine surgeons over at Disc, a little shout out, Dr. Chris. They have helped me in the past, ladies and gentlemen, and this is one of the reasons why I recommend them to you if you're battling spine or back issues. Disc surgeons, they utilize the broadest array of treatment options, including non-surgical, endoscopic spine surgery, and ultra-minimally invasive spine surgery. Disc surgeons are known as leaders in minimally invasive spine surgery all over the world, Masononians. That's right. People come here from all over the world because of Disc. Get back to living. Go to sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900 for Disc.
Hey, it's Gambo, and joining me today is Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, let's cut right to it. Why do people here in Arizona need a living trust?
Because, Gambo, without a trust, your estate goes through probate, which means it's the courts that decide who gets your money, not you. It's expensive, it's public, and it can drag on for months or years.
What else does a trust do?
A trust also maintains your family's privacy, helps reduce estate taxes, and most importantly, makes sure the right people inherit your assets exactly the way you intended. Our trusts are an estate planning portfolio that include durable power of attorneys, healthcare POAs, living wills, and pour-over wills.
And just for my listeners, if you allow Asset Preservation to do a portfolio review with $250,000 or more of investable assets, they will set you up for a trust for just $9.99. Call 602-877-PLAN or go to AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO. It's October. Say goodbye to the heat and hello cooler weather. That means it's National Car Care Month, and there's no better time to make sure your car's ready for the fall. The fall is so busy, we no sooner shut our cars off and then, oops, we're gone again. So I know we all want to take care of our cars, but we never seem to find the time until it breaks. There's a couple of quick and easy things we need to do to keep our cars ready. Checking the brakes, battery, and tires is a start. And let's not forget about the fluids. A simple oil change and topping off your coolant can save you major headaches later on. If you're hearing strange noises, see dash lights, or just need a tune-up, now's the time to act. Please don't wait until your car leaves you stranded to come see us. We know that getting car repairs can be confusing, but where to go when you need them isn't. That's us at AMCO. Remember, transmission repair is our specialty, but we do all repairs too, and we take the hassle out of getting your car repaired. So Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating, or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Fallout continues from the Arizona Cardinals' 22-21 loss to the Tennessee Titans on Sunday. One of the big stories from the game was the altercation between Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon and running back Amari DiMercato after DiMercato's crucial fourth-quarter fumble. Gannon spoke to Burns and Gambo yesterday and said he apologized to the team for the incident.
I didn't love how I handled that, truthfully. Let the moment get the better of me there, and my emotions ran a little bit hot. So I apologized to Amari and apologized to the team in the team meeting, and I won't let it happen again. You know, it's a mistake that I made.
According to USA Today, the NFL Players Association is looking into the situation but has not started a formal investigation. And the MLB divisional round continues today. Coverage of Yankees-Blue Jays Game 3 begins at 4:30 over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. Why should you choose America Roofing? Arizona's largest roofer, A+ with the BBB, and winner of the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. Save 12% at americaroofingco.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley with the Cardinals moving on to Indianapolis. Can our football team put a traumatic loss in the rearview mirror and get on back to winning football? We'll discuss our football team. Shenanigans begin at 6 a.m.
Hour number 2 of the show, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Thanks to everybody who called in. Sorry, we again did not get to everybody, but like the calls that we were able to get to, you can always reach out to us on YouTube, on the YouTube live chat during the show. We can check that out. Wolf is just constantly refreshing YouTube. I don't know why you refresh it once it's up.
Yeah, what up, YouTube?
Let's talk a little basketball. Wolf?
Yeah, you know what? Let's do that, man.
You're fired up for the Suns season.
I really am.
Some reasons.
Once again, it's a question mark, isn't it? It is. Mm-hmm. We all think we know the Phoenix Suns are not going to have a great season. We all think we know that. And there's a real possibility, Basinonians, they go out and they win 35, 37 games, somewhere in that vicinity, that they do that.
I'd take that right now.
Okay, I would take that as well. Can I just
37, not 35. Put up a better record than last year. I'll take it.
Okay, that's good. I like that. But for me, it's not the what as much as it's the how. I'm fascinated by this. I love this. Team development and coming together as a team. No matter what sport it is, baseball, basketball, football, hockey, it doesn't matter. Team sports, to me, is what I love. How are you going to come together and develop as a team? I love this, especially with teams that I love and care about. And we all know the Phoenix Suns, we all love and care about for the most part. So having said that, I want to see how this new regime, this new culture, this new identity comes together. How is it going to come together? It's fascinating to me, and it's going to happen right in front of our eyes. This is what I love. The urgency is there.
You know, the other part of it is you're in the Western Conference. If they were in the Eastern Conference, you could at least kind of entertain the thought of, hey, let's say they won 37 games. 37 games got the Miami Heat into the play-in last year. And you get in the play-in, you at least have some fun basketball. It's tough because the last couple years we had gotten into the world of, hey, can the Suns win the title this year? I mean, in 2021, they were 2 games away. In 2022, they won 64 games. I still put that Game 7 against Dallas up there, basically with that Titans game this weekend, as 2 of the worst experiences as an Arizona sports fan.
That was bad.
But you had legitimate, realistic hopes to win the whole thing that year. And when you go out and trade for Kevin Durant the next year, and you're the one team that pushes the eventual champion Denver Nuggets in the playoffs, I think you have legitimate hopes then, too, and even going into the following year. Last year, I don't know that anybody expected them to win the title, but the expectation was still, you're a playoff team, and at any time in the playoffs, KD could drop 50, and you could take somebody out. Now you don't have that. I'm with you. It's the how. Now you're building something. I'm very intrigued to see what they're building from. This should not be the dark ages where you're winning 19, 20, 21 games. You have Devin Booker firmly in his prime. That alone should be worth 30 wins.
And once again, there are some fascinating dudes that are on this team now. None more fascinating to me than Dylan Brooks. Okay, and what's going to happen with Dylan Brooks? Please, just don't be the instigator. Go out and play the way that we all know you can. Be the Jay Crowder with some teeth. Be that guy. Just go out there and play hard and let it come to you. Don't look for it. Don't instigate. Don't go out and don't be a cheap shot to try to get under somebody else's skin. Just go out and play as hard as you possibly can. That's fascinating. Jalen Green and how that's going to come together with Devin Booker in the backcourt. Can't wait to see that. The young guys on this team as well. Ryan Dunn. What can you expect from Ryan Dunn in year 2. Rasheer Fleming. Oh, what do you got? What do you got, Rook? How's it going to go for you? There are guys on this team that it's really fascinating to me. I can't wait to see it all come together.
They've got 4 preseason games. They've already played the one against the Lakers in Palm Springs. They're playing 2 in China coming up on Friday and Sunday against Brooklyn. They come back and play one against the Lakers next Tuesday, and then it's get ready for season time. Devin Booker talking about what he liked about his team's performance in the first game against the Lakers.
Just keep the competition level high, the communication high, and just stick with it. You know, tonight we played well, we shot it well, but, you know, understand every night's not going to be like that, and, you know, our ability to still stick together and, you know, play hard a full 48 minutes.
He also talked about just liking the way the Suns played overall.
Yeah, I like the way we played. A lot of carryover from training camp, so, you know, it was nice to see it versus, you know, another team. So keep building on it, you know, go to the film, see what we did right, see what we did wrong, and, you know, still learn from it.
So,
you know what I like? I'm sorry to cut you off.
I knew you were going to. That's why I was over going,
You know what I like, based on it? I like the fact that Devin Booker wants to be here. I like the fact that I think Devin Booker is on board with, once again, a rebuild, a whole new rebuild. And again, I appreciate Book. I don't know if we all really, truly understand how fortunate we are to have a guy like Book be at the center of this team. For me, I know there are some people out there that don't agree, that don't like Devin Booker. How you can't like Book is beyond me, but having said that, I love the fact that he wants to be here and be at the center of this rebuild.
Just like the fact that you have him in his prime, and yet he's seen a lot. He's probably seen a lot more than most players of his caliber at his age have seen. He has seen some of the worst basketball you'll ever see at the NBA level early in his career, winning 19, 20, 21 games a year. He has seen a turnaround in the bubble, which was already weird in itself. He has seen a team go all the way to the NBA Finals. He has seen an excruciating loss in those finals and the next year to Dallas. He has seen a team with one of the greatest players of all time that wasn't even him totally underachieve. So I know you're very concerned with his leadership. I don't think he's ever going to let the competition level of his teammates wane, because he saw a team with Kevin Durant and Devin Booker miss the playoffs. Like, that still hasn't sunk in to me.
Absolutely. Still there with you.
The WNBA Finals are here, and your Phoenix Mercury need their fans loud and proud for Game 3. They're taking on the Las Vegas Aces this Wednesday. You could be in the stands. Text Finals to 620-620 for your chance to score Finals tickets. History's on the line, so be a part of it. Text Finals to 620-620 right now. When we come back, we're going to talk to Patrick Peterson, get his thoughts on how the Cardinals bounce back from that brutal loss to Tennessee on Sunday. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
You're a Pat Murphy.
Oh, I love Murph. Yeah. I was with Murph last year. We were in the Graham Rossini suite for an ASU game, and we chatted baseball for a long time.
Name dropper.
What?
Well, Pat Murphy and I were hanging out in Graham Rossini's
I love Murph.
Brett Yormark was there, too. We hung out and had a couple cocktails with him.
We hung out. We didn't have any cocktails. I mean, Brett Yormark was there, too. I'm sorry.
When we come back,
kind of a big deal around here. I get invited to big events.
Burns and the Name Dropper show here on Arizona Sports.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Here's a tale of Becky. Didn't know what to do with new meds prescribed and no real cost clue.
She squinted at prices, that can't be right. Then tapped GoodRx and saw the light.
She can get a deal. Book telehealth if she feels.
Learn about those meds without any stress. That one little app does all the rest. Even my horse downloaded it. Dang, save time and money on prescriptions.
Check GoodRx. GoodRx is not insurance.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile with a message for everyone paying big wireless way too much. Please, for the love of everything good in this world, stop. With Mint, you can get premium wireless for just $15 a month. Of course, if you enjoy overpaying, no judgments, but that's weird. Okay, one judgment.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at mintmobile.com.
Hey, it's Pat. So I went for ice cream the other night, and they had 48 flavors. I couldn't decide. Well, the Valley Toyota dealers have put me in that same position. They have 19 hybrid models to choose from, more than any other brand. How could you choose? Like the ice cream shop, I had to test all 19. Unlike the ice cream shop, I didn't go home with a bellyache, so that's a small win.
Right now, get a rugged 2025 Tacoma SR or SR5 with 1.75% 48-month financing. Or get low 1.75% financing for up to 72 months on a full-size Tundra. With great deals like this, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota. Let's go places. 1.75% with $21.59 per thousand borrowed for 48 months. 1.75% with $14.64 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 11/3/25 and exclude CRD Pro models. See dealer for details.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off. Because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Brad's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, where batteries are as low as $89.99. Sammy, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge. And Sammy does that for free, too. In no time at all, Brad is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply. Arizona Sports.
Drops back to throw. Quick pass to the far side. Is picked off by Peterson. He's going to house it. 20, 10, 5, touchdown. Patrick Peterson, a pick six.
That's why we drafted him. Former Cardinals cornerback, number 21, Patrick Peterson. P2 joins Wolf and Luke in the no-fly zone. The no-fly zone.
Patrick Peterson, 10-5. He dives. He's in. Touchdown, Cardinals win.
The no-fly zone.
Yeah, thanks again to everybody who called in earlier. Thanks to everybody who's watching and commenting on YouTube. And Wolf, thanks specifically to our listeners in New River right now.
Oh, New River.
New River.
Beautiful place. New River.
New River is Wolf's kind of town. And thanks to Patrick Peterson, who is joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line. Patrick, thanks for the time as always, man. How's it going?
How you guys doing on this sunny Tuesday?
Oh, it's a little rough, Pappy. I'm not going to lie. It's been a little rough. Where are your thoughts right now in regard to the Arizona Cardinals and what you saw on Sunday?
Man, it's just coming down to the same old thing that we've been talking about, since I was able to join you guys in the show. It's finishing. That's one of those words that's a cliche word. Wolf, you know this. That's one of those words that's used probably the most in OTAs, minicamp, training camp. whatever else camp that the NFLPA decides to throw in there is finish. Finish, and the Cardinals have yet been able to finish games, and especially fourth quarters.
Well, I'm glad you started there, Patrick, because the fourth quarter of this game against Tennessee was especially weird. It was like they found new ways to not finish. Is there a concern as a team that starts to get in your head that you can't close out games? Because they've really had 4 different games they've had a chance to close out this season, and offensively they haven't closed out any of them.
Yeah, at the end of the day, this is one of those games where we know that, James Conner is gone, that this game is going to be relied on, the running game by committee. And, they had a good running game. One of the big games was wiped away without, finishing through the goal line. But this is where, the offense have to be a little bit more dialed in their 4-minute offense. I just feel like the offense right now, when they get into those moments, it's almost like they don't know what to do. So I feel like they have to get better in that 4-6-minute offense situation and situational football, because I remember that was one of the main focus points when I was with Arizona, and Bruce Arians was our head coach. How important it was about finishing games and having a 4- and 6-minute plan to be able to close out the game or to be able to put yourself back in the game.
Pappy, was there an area of the game, whether a position room or a unit, offense, defense, whatever, that disappointed you the most in this game?
I'll probably honestly say the secondary late in the game, giving up 16 unanswered points, especially the play to Calvin Ridley, at the end of that game to really put them in position to kick that field goal. I thought the defensive line played well. Played well enough to be able to keep Cam under wraps, because he had a nice game passing, but for the most part, guys got pressure on him. So I probably would say the back end for the most part.
We're talking to Patrick Peterson. Patrick, that was a brutal loss for a number of reasons, with the DeMercado fumble and letting a winless team come back and beat you in your own stadium if you're the Cardinals. Just from your experience playing, I don't know that you ever really lost a game like that, but when you have a loss that feels like rock bottom, who leads the team out of that? Is it players or coaches, or who has to step up?
Man, unfortunately, I never had to deal with one of those comeback losses like that. But this is now where the leaders are going to be called upon, like the Calais, the Kylers on the offensive side of the ball, to be able to help this team get out of this slump. The team is going to have to lean on those guys, and those guys will have to lead this team, to the right direction, because it can go one or two ways, to be honest with you. It's either they can get out of this slump, or they can continue doing the things that they're doing and end up throwing this season away with, how much promising they had coming into the season. So this is where the leaders are going to be called upon heavily, because those are guys that's in the locker room, that's being able to get these guys to be able to buy in to what they want to do. Because, when you lose games like this, because the first quarter of the season is always about, building confidence and working out the kinks. But the way the Cardinals are losing, it can, like I said, it can go one or two ways. It can be one of those devastating things. But then you got to lean on your leaders to be able to not allow things like that creep in, and help the team understand that there is still a long season ahead of them.
Pepe, I just got to ask you this personally. Watching Dadrian Taylor Demerson and his pick fumble 6 that happened, I have never seen anything like that myself. I literally called up a coach that I knew had coached 40 years and then 27 years in the National Football League, and I asked him, have you ever seen a play like that? He said, I've never seen a play like that, ever. So I'll ask you, Pappy, have you ever seen a play like that?
Well, if I have never, ever seen a play like that, because crazy thing about it, when I was watching the game, he picked it up and was like, oh, yeah, it's over. Wait, he fumbled. Pick it up. Stop rolling backwards.
And then it got kicked back. Oh, man.
I know the entire Lucky behind was there to end up recovering the ball to help them get that touchdown. But that was one of the craziest plays, a play that I've never seen before, and unfortunately it happened against us both.
Yeah, unfortunately, like the worst possible
I'm just wondering if that locker room just feels like, really? Is this the way that it's going to go? How do you, man, you mentioned leadership earlier, Pat P. Leadership is going to be critical for this team going forward. It is.
No doubt about it. And honestly, this is where I would like to see, Kyler Murray really take that next step.
Yeah.
As far as the leadership role, as far as being on the front line, getting the guys to buy into whatever it is, and pretty much leading this team to where they know they should be. You know what I mean? So it's going to come down to, at the end of the day, him finishing the games, because he's touching the ball 9 times out of 10. We know they don't have a running game. An effective running game as of yet thus far. It's going to come down to how Kyler Murray is able to lead this team and being able to help this team close out games to capture victories moving forward.
Talking to Patrick Peterson. Patrick, at least through these first 5 games, it's been pretty clear that the defense has to carry this team. I know that's not the ultimate goal, but when you're on a defense, on a team like that, where you're shouldering that much responsibility, what does that do to a defense? Is it too much pressure? Does it galvanize a defense? Like, what kind of defense rises to that sort of occasion?
I mean, honestly, when I was there, we had the offensive struggles for the most part until Carson and Bruce Arians came into town. So we relished those moments. We went out there knowing that it was going to be tough for our offense, to put points on the board or to even get first downs and sustain drives. So when we went out on the field, we knew that we had to be on our P's and Q's each and every time we stepped out on the field. And if we gave up 17 points, it was going to be a dogfight, So as a defensive player, our goal and mindset is always not to allow the team to have big gains or get in the end zone. So as a defense, those are moments that you relish, because that's our goal anyway, not to let teams score. So as a defense, I know they're dialed in and making sure that they hold the fort down. But pressing the issue, pressing the envelope, and that can cause, miscommunication or guys not in the right position to make the plays. So there's a cause and effect with that.
Okay, Pat P., it is time for confession time right now. I once hit a guy, the stupidest thing I ever did on a football field. I hit a guy 4 seconds after the whistle blew. 4 seconds, okay? And I got a 15-yard penalty because of it. What is the stupidest thing you've ever done on a football field?
On a football field? Oh, man. Well, I was always one of those guys that wanted to play within the rules. I never wanted to hurt the team. So probably, honestly, Wolf, that's a good one. I don't know. I don't think I ever received a personal foul before.
Yeah, well, there you go. So, all right, I just wanted to know, Pat P., thank you, man. Really appreciate you and your time today.
Thanks, Patrick.
All right, guys. Talk to you next week.
Man. Think about that, Pat P.
It's Patrick Peterson joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. I love that answer. Wolf's like, I hit a guy 4 seconds after a play once. Pat P's like, well, I never took any personal foul penalties.
I mean, think about that, Basin Needs. The whistle blows. 2001, 2002, 2003. That's a long time.
I'm just
Wipe them out.
Assume if that's not something you made a habit of doing, and it isn't, you probably had a pretty good reason for why you did it.
I did.
Even if you shouldn't have done it, I think you probably had a pretty good reason for why you did do it.
True.
Thanks to Patrick Peterson for joining us right there. When we come back, we'll react to what Pat P just said about the Cardinals' loss to the Titans and what they need to do now. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader, including Cardinals play-by-play.
Harrison goes up and stabs it for a touchdown.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from our brothers over at Legacy Green Solutions. Go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com for more information. It's football season, man. Oh, the weather is perfect right now, and your backyard is calling, is it not, my brothers? My friends at Legacy Green Solutions, they help turn ours into a true oasis at the Wolfley compound. Legacy installs premium, American-made artificial grass. It looks real, Base Earnings. I mean, I kid you not. It feels amazing. It's perfect for your kids and your pets. Your dog's going to love it. Locally owned for over 25 years, their artificial grass is the best. Say goodbye to mowing, just clean, green perfection year-round. And right now, Base Earnings, you get 15% off when you mention me, Wolf. That's right. 15% off when you mention Wolf. Text GREEN to 620-620 or go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com.
Ready, set, Ford. Get the thrills, get the adventure, and get the savings during the first ever Brocktober. On now at Arizona's largest Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Lease a new 2025 Bronco Big Bend for only $399 a month for 36 months. Lease a new 2025 Bronco Sport Big Bend for only $299 a month for 36 months. Purchase a new 2025 F-150 STX Super Crew for only $44,899. Plus, get 3.9 for 72 months financing. Don't miss the Brocktober savings. Shop and compare with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense at Arizona's most awarded Ford dealership for complete satisfaction, Sanderson Ford. Bronco offer requires $1,810 down. Bronco Sport requires $1,920 down. Both plus tax, title, license, and $499 doc fee. OAC from Ford Credit. F-150 stock number 255360 with MSRP of $52,645. Offers expire 10/31.
Sanderson Ford. Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons.
Many of you know that my inspiration for becoming an accident attorney was my brother Tim, who was rendered a quadriplegic at age 18. I didn't know what a personal injury lawyer was or what they did, but I soon did. Tim was treated terribly by the insurance company, and I became enraged. It was a constant delay and deny. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Tim later worked with me for 27 years. Last year, my hero died at age 65. You can see my eulogy for him by visiting mybrothertim.com. He was one hell of a man. Because of Tim, together we built the largest injury firm in the world, and our clients are treated the way I would want my family to be treated. At Morgan & Morgan, nobody is a nobody and everybody is a somebody. If you need our help, visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer. See you soon, Tim. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
There's never been a better time to experience Sunundevil football.
Pressure coming. Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again.
Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sunundevil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sunundeviltickets.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Fallout continues from the Arizona Cardinals' 22-21 loss to the Tennessee Titans on Sunday. One of the big stories from the game was the altercation between Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon and running back Amari DiMercato after DiMercato's crucial fourth-quarter fumble. Gannon spoke to Burns and Gambo yesterday and said he apologized to the team for the incident.
I didn't love how I handled that, truthfully. Let the moment get the better of me there, and my emotions ran a little bit hot. So I apologized to Omari and apologized to the team in the team meeting, and I won't let it happen again. You know, it's a mistake that I made.
According to USA Today, the NFL Players Association is looking into the situation but has not started a formal investigation. And the MLB divisional round continues tonight. Coverage of Yankees-Blue Jays Game 3 begins at 4:30 over on ESPN 620 AM.
Hey, it's Gambo. How do the Cardinals improve from their worst loss of the season? We'll discuss on today's Burns and Gambo show 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Well, if there's part of me that wonders with this team, we're all looking at the schedule, like, man, all right, 2-3. Now you got the Colts, who are somehow amazing. Then you got Green Bay. Then you got a bye week, and it's tough after the bye week. There is part of me, though, that wonders if, I mean, every game they have played has come down to essentially the last play of the game. There's part of me that wonders if that's just who they are, if they're going to play up to the Colts, and the Colts game is going to come down to the last drive. And if even the Packers game is going to come down to the last drive. Against the Titans, that's embarrassing. But against the Colts, the way they are now, or the Packers, that would be a good thing if you could bring it down to the final drive.
Yeah, no, that would absolutely, that'd be incredible. Or just better yet, go out and beat the Green Bay Packers. You know, again, play up to your potential. I'd love to see them do that. Not play up to the Green Bay Packers or down to the Tennessee Titans. I would love to see them be more consistent in how they play. Be more consistent. And the biggest disappointment, it is bitter in the Wolfley compound. Bitter is on the offensive line. Yeah. It is bitterness that I feel. And I hope that every guy on that offensive line feels that as well. This is a team that was physical. This was a team that ran the ball, and they could do it against anybody, and did it. And that's not been the case this year, and that stinks.
I think what is frustrating to me, and I think to a lot of people, is when they got up early against Tennessee, and we saw it, I guess, against Carolina too, but when they got up early against Tennessee, right or wrong, the thought definitely crossed my mind of, they're up too much too early. They're going to lay off now. They're going to take their foot off the gas. And that's not the right way to think. Watching, I get it. But then they completely reinforced that. Where it honestly felt like if they were just up 7 all game, they would have kept pushing and kept attacking and kept keeping the Titans on their heels. Once they got up big, it was like, all right, let's run out the clock. There's 2.5 quarters left. Let's run out the clock. That's what it looked like. We just talked to Patrick Peterson, and we asked him, okay, now how do you get out of this?
When you lose games like this, because the first quarter of the season is always about, building confidence and working out the kinks. But the way the Cardinals are losing, it can, like I said, it can go one or two ways. It can be one of those devastating things. But then you got to lean on your leaders to be able to not allow things like that creep in and help the team understand that there is still a long season ahead of them.
Man, 2 or 3 times Papi referenced leadership.
I got another one here. I'm going
to really okay. Let's listen to that again, because it was important.
Well, because then we asked who specifically leads this team now.
Yes,
man. Unfortunately, I never had to deal with one of those comeback losses like that. But this is now where the leaders are going to be called upon, like the Calais, the Kylers on the offensive side of the ball, to be able to help this team get out of this slump. The team is going to have to lean on those guys, and those guys will have to lead this team, to the right direction, because it can go one or two ways, to be honest with you. It's either they can get out of this slump, or they can continue doing the things that they're doing and end up throwing this season away with, how much promising they had coming into the season. So this is where the leaders are going to be called upon heavily, because those are guys that's in the locker room, that's being able to get these guys to be able to buy in to what they want to do.
It's critical. It really is. And he also mentioned Kyler.
Yeah.
And the fact that Kyler Murray, do you have that cut?
I don't see, because I don't know which one of these cuts that is, okay, but I'm glad you brought it up, because that's what I wanted to talk about.
He was talking about Kyler. This is time for Kyler Murray to stand up, and I totally agree with Pat P. It is time for Kyler to stand up and take the reins, if you will, of this team and put the team on his back and go out and make plays, play well, go out and be that guy. And, not everything. Once again, Kyler needs help. Every quarterback needs help. But it's time for Kyler to go out and be one of the reasons why they win a game.
All right, here's that cut.
No doubt about it. And honestly, this is where I would like to see, Kyler Murray really take that next step.
Yeah.
As far as the leadership role, as far as being on the front line, getting the guys to buy into whatever it is, and pretty much leading this team to where they know they should be. You know what I mean? So it's going to come down to, at the end of the day, him finishing the games because he's touching the ball 9 times out of 10. We know they don't have a running game. An effective running game as of yet thus far. It's going to come down to how Kyler Murray is able to lead this team and being able to help this team close out games to capture victories moving forward.
See, I'm glad he brought him up because I know Kyler, this conversation has come up his entire career, right? And it's come up in different forms. Oh, yeah, this guy was the #1 overall pick. He better be a leader. Oh, this guy's your quarterback. He's got to be a leader. Oh, look how much money he's making. He's got to be the leader. Oh, his body language on the sidelines isn't great. That's got to get better. Oh, he's the team captain. He's got to be a leader. This is his opportunity, and it comes in negative circumstances, but that's generally where good leadership shows up, right? Anybody can be a good leader when everything's going great.
That's right.
The negativity around this team right now, you're 2-3. You're not 0-5. This season is still very salvageable. There's no 5-0 team, so you're 2 games behind the best teams in the NFL right now. It's record-wise, you can bring this team back. This is really probably his best opportunity to not just be like a leader. How about be the leader? How about be more of a leader than Buddha? How about make that your goal if you're Kyler Murray? Don't just be like, well, yeah, I'm not mad at Marv, or hey, I didn't, I'm sitting up on the bench on the side. How about? And I'm not trying to criticize his current form of leadership,
right?
But they need something to shock them out of this. And if Kyler Murray went from a 6 on a scale of 1 to 10 as a leader to a 10. Yeah. If his goal was to be the offensive version of Buddha Baker, even if he didn't quite hit that, just the respect his position commands anyway, if he then took it to another level, that would jolt this team into something.
There's no doubt about it. It's one of the reasons why I continue to talk about Kyler Murray, wanting to see him pull the ball down and run the ball and don't slide. Honestly.
He didn't slide on one of the plays.
On one of them, he did do that. And to me, it was like, yes! That's what I'm telling you. Do it again. Do it again. You cannot play the game of football and be afraid. You cannot do that. And sometimes Kyler looks like he's back there and he's panicked at some point in time. Your teammates see that as well. It's how you play truly matters, especially at the quarterback position. You can't ever give that feeling off that you are panicked.
Yeah.
You don't want to do that. But I understand it's going to happen. And, from time to time, you're in a position where, man, it's hard to play quarterback. It is. Yet at the same time, you can't be afraid and play it well. You can't.
Well, we all keep having that conversation of it's not Kyler's fault necessarily. They are where they are, but he hasn't been the solution yet either. Again, if you want to lead, you lead when things are bad. And they are right now. And him taking that next step abruptly before this Colts game is probably the only thing that can pull them out of this right now. All right, when we come back, go around the NFL. How surprised are you that the Chiefs just lost a primetime game to a team that's on the Cardinals schedule later this season? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Quickly and Marana mornings.
The sideline interaction, Paris Johnson Jr., talk about a great dude and a great teammate. Just over there with his arm around the shoulder of Amari DiMarcado. Jonathan Gannon storms over, and it's about as animated as I've ever seen him. Mm-hmm. Like, he's full of rage, and he's talking very emotionally to him, and then he takes his arm and kind of appears to slap him. fairly hard, like on the side of his body. And in first glance, you're like, whoa, that's kind of violent. But Paris Johnson Jr.'s got his arm around him and doesn't do anything. So clearly what Jonathan Gannon is saying to the player is positive.
Look, as someone who's been slapped many times in my life, very few have been positive.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. What if you found your dream home and you could just move in right away without waiting around to sell your old place first? It sounds perfect, right? It's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later. Here's how. Orchard gives you the cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline without waiting around. No showings, no double moves. I have tried to buy and sell at the same time before. The double moves are excruciating. Orchard cuts that hassle right out of the process for you, though. And then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home so that you attract the right kind of buyers. Orchard agents are local experts. They're some of the most experienced around town. Plus, they're equipped with smart tools and products to help you sell your home for more. This is what they do. They've already helped over 10,000 customers sell their home without the stress. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell. Still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Walt's TV and Appliance, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner. And Bear, what do our listeners get by shopping at Walt's?
Well, Dan, you'll get great expertise and great prices. We'll give you the best in-store and in-home experience every time. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Come check out our great selection, speak with our knowledgeable staff, and enjoy worry-free installation done by a pro. Only at Walt's. Shop local. Shop Walt's.
In baseball, numbers matter. Every stat is tracked, every play analyzed, but numbers alone, they don't win games. And they don't build a secure financial future either. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team behind a personalized plan for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lavello.
Tori here. You're spot on, Jeff. Good numbers help, but it's teamwork that wins. It's about building trust, understanding goals, and creating a legacy.
At Trajan, we go beyond the numbers. We build real relationships and customized investment strategies so you can enjoy life today and feel secure about tomorrow.
It's a relationship, and that's why I chose Trajan Wealth. Call today to build your personalized plan. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Wednesday morning. We'll have our weekly NFL conversation with Mark Schlereth. The fun starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, welcome back to the show. It's Wolf and Luke on a Tuesday. The week is complete in the NFL, and it ended with the Chiefs losing in prime time.
Man,
to the
what a
Jacksonville
game.
Jaguars. What a game. That
What
absolutely
a game.
great call.
That was great.
You know, Rick sent me the updated standings, the picks and everything for this week. We all did horribly. Well, Jamal went 2-1, so he's 12-7 on the year.
Okay.
Wolf, you went 0-3 this week.
Wow, that's bad.
So you're 9-10 on the year. Rick went 1-2, so he's 9-10. I went 1-2, so I'm still in first at 13-5-1. Thanks, Green Bay, Dallas. But I would argue that One of my losses this week was the Cardinals losing to Tennessee. I'm just not going to count that. That should be a win. You win games when you're up on Tennessee 21-6 and you're about to score, right?
Yes.
No, the NFL has been crazy to start this season. The fact that we are 5 weeks in and there is not one undefeated team is unbelievable. And the Chiefs, they were on the ropes. They go out, they beat Baltimore last week, and you're like, okay, here they go. They're going to start to turn around. Has Patrick Mahomes ever lost a primetime game?
It's incredible, actually, to watch that game last night and what happened. To see the Kansas City Chiefs get the ball. They had the ball with over 6 minutes to go in the game. And we all knew what was coming, did we not? Okay, I guess we're playing for keeps. And Pat Mahomes was going to take the Chiefs down. They were going to score a touchdown, and they were going to win the game. Well, they did go down the field, scored the touchdown against the Jaguars, and then with a minute and 45 to go, something wicked this way came, and it was Trevor Lawrence. Oh my goodness, he took his team down the field, they scored, and won the game because of it. Man, that blew my mind.
So one of the things I thought before the season, and to be fair, I don't think it's right yet, but last night was kind of a flash of it, is I thought, looking at what Liam Cohen did with Baker Mayfield last year.
Duval.
Yeah, that kind of made me question it. But what he did with Baker Mayfield last year, and now Baker's still doing it without him, obviously, in Tampa this year. But I wondered if maybe he could do that with Trevor Lawrence this year.
Man.
Another former number 1 overall pick, a guy who has shown flashes, just like Baker had. Baker had shown flashes. He won playoff games in Cleveland, which nobody's done in forever. But Trevor Lawrence has kind of been all over it the last few years. I don't know if Liam Cohen is unlocking something in Trevor Lawrence, but it's definitely worth keeping an eye on.
This was the Trevor Lawrence game, as far as I'm concerned. Especially because it was Pat Mahomes on the other side. Not only was it Trevor Lawrence's 26th birthday yesterday, but he played as well as I've seen him play in any game. Now, he's had better numbers, of course, in certain games. But to me, he played so well. He threw for 221 yards, had a quarterback rating of 95.3, did have an interception, and that's what brought that down. But he also ran the ball 10 times for 54 yards, and every time, 2 touchdowns as he was running. But every time he ran the ball, it seemed like it was a critical thing that he did.
Yeah.
And a very important thing when he did it.
Jacksonville's 4-1. If I made you pick who's going to win that division right now, Jacksonville, Indianapolis, Houston, Tennessee, who are you taking? I think it's Jacksonville. I think they're the better team.
I think it is. I think it's Jacksonville right now. And, they've got a little something, team of destiny, call it whatever you will. But Trevor Lawrence, when he stumbled because the right guard stepped on his foot.
Yeah.
Fell to the ground in the pocket. Got up, Basinonians. Fell to the ground again, trying to get up. Then got up again and actually made his way out, moved to the left, and scored a touchdown on a broken play. Oh, I honestly have never seen that play either, where a quarterback fell in the pocket twice and then got up and scored a touchdown.
Yeah.
Our video guy, Jeremy, texted me last night when that happened and said that was the most unathletic play that turned into the most athletic play.
Yeah, he got it done, and Jacksonville's defense got it done too. Devin Lloyd, a 99-yard pick six of Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
When do you ever see that? Here's Mahomes talking about it afterwards.
Honestly, they just got me with the coverage that they played. They had played zero kind of inside that 10-yard area in previous games, and they hadn't shown the poppers with the linebackers popping out when they were protected. And I think back to a game against Cincinnati earlier in the year that they had Jamar Chase kind of on a slant route, and so I saw the look, and I checked to the play with the in routes, having 3 ins, knowing that they're going to try to pass off the guys, and Juju was going to pop wide open, and he did. But credit to, they schemed themselves, and they kind of looked over what they could do better, and he popped right underneath where I was throwing the ball. And so it was a great call by them defensively, and obviously a great play by Zero, getting the pick. And then I got to find a way to tackle him or slow him down after he gets the interception.
Only Patrick Mahomes. Only he would answer a question about him throwing a pick six right after a loss like that. Most quarterbacks would give you about 3 seconds of an answer.
Incredible, man. It really was. You know, you think of the Jaguars, brothers. Think of the Jaguars right now. They beat the Panthers at home. Not a big deal, of course. They lost to the Bengals on the road.
Burrow was still playing. That's the game he got hurt.
Correct. 31-27. They lost by 4. They beat the Texans at home. They beat the 49ers in San Francisco. And now they beat the Chiefs at home.
And Purdy was playing in that San Francisco game, too.
That's right. That's well done by you, Lou. But, man, they could be 5-0.
I've oddly been following Jacksonville this season because that was, you know how you just kind of always have like 1 or 2 teams. You don't care what they do, but you're just kind of interested. I said that on the show before the start of the season. I'm oddly intrigued by Jacksonville this season, and I didn't think they were going to win last night.
You know, I know we're focused a lot on what happened last night, but that's okay, right, brothers? We want to talk about this. The Chiefs, what a strange game for the Chiefs. Did you know they scored their first touchdown of the season in the first quarter?
Yeah,
last night.
Their first quarter touchdown. Yeah, that's weird.
First quarter touchdown.
Yeah, that is also strange.
That blew my mind when they said that. That was broadcast bacon, as a matter of fact.
Like Tristan Bacon, the Baconator?
It was like out of nowhere when they dropped that. What a bombshell. You're telling me this is their 5th game of the season, and they have not scored a touchdown in the first quarter? I was blown away by that, and it took a pick, by the way. They ran the pick.
That almost got called back.
That's right. Then they overturned themselves because Pat Mahomes walked up to him and said, "We get 1 yard. We get 1."
And even when Mahomes is answering that question about the pick six, he's answering it almost like joyfully because in the back of his mind, he's like, yeah, I'm still probably going to win 4 more Super Bowls in my career. So, whatever, I'll shake this off. What surprises you more right now, that the Chiefs are 2-3 or the Baltimore is 1-4? And I understand Cooper Rush played the last game, so they were up against it there. Wolf, their defense.
Baltimore 1-4.
Their defense can't stop anybody.
You're talking about Baltimore.
Baltimore's defense.
I know.
Most points allowed in the NFL, and I don't even think it's close. They've allowed 20 more than the Jets.
I don't even know what to say about that, John Harbaugh.
I'm guessing he's not taking that very well. Also, just this note on the Chiefs, they've got the Lions next. So there's a real good chance the Chiefs are 2-4. So
where's that game played? Do you know?
Kansas City.
Kansas City.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, couple teams.
Well, you know what? There it is. There's a line in the sand. Kind of feels like the Arizona Cardinals in Indianapolis. They got to get a win.
And the Ravens have the Rams. So Baltimore could be 1-5. Baltimore could be 1-5, and the Chiefs could be 2-4.
Oh my goodness!
Who would have thought that before the start of the season?
Nobody.
If you could have told me the Chiefs are playing almost anybody next week, and I would say they're going to bounce back and win. The 2 exceptions would have been Philadelphia, because Philly has their number, and Detroit. Those are the 2 teams where I'm like, I don't know. Even Buffalo, I think the Chiefs would find a way to bounce back and win. I don't know about Detroit. I don't know about Philly. And Detroit on a short week, too, for the Chiefs. They really could be 2-4. All right, when we come back, we'll take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Phoenix Mercury are in the WNBA Finals. Arizona Sports is giving away a pair of tickets to see the Mercury face the Aces Wednesday night downtown. Text the word finals to 620-620 for your chance to win. Be part of the best atmosphere in the WNBA and cheer on the Mercury in the finals against Vegas. Text finals to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. You gotta have shade, that's right. Listen, when you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, you're working with the most trusted local shade company available. Voted number 1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades in 2024. Number 1. They have an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau, and you can check out all their 5-star reviews on Google. There's over 1,000 of them, if you can imagine that. Installation is all done by their in-house team. There's never any subcontractors, Basinonians. These shades are commercial grade as well, industrial strength, hundreds of colors and durable fabric to withstand that Arizona sun. Choose from manual or motorized, sealed track or cable shades. All Pro Shade Concepts, they have them all. They came over to the Wolfley compound and they gave us all our shading needs. What an unbelievable job that was by All Pro Shade. Go to allproshade.com. You gotta have shade.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Arizona's only professional bull riding team, the Ridge Riders, are back in action at Desert Diamond Arena October 10th through the 12th. Feel the heat of the desert as the Ridge Riders defend their home dirt, battle for glory, and fight for bragging rights against the toughest teams in the league. This is bull riding like you've never seen before. Get your tickets now at PBR.com or Ticketmaster.com. Stop by any participating Quick Trip for a 20% off ticket discount code when you buy Monster Energy.
Everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're looking for a meal that's never boring and always packed with flavor, head to Sonic with over 10,000 drink combinations. Iconic classics like cherry limeades, tots, and corn dogs, plus new favorites like the Double Sonic Smasher and Groovy Fries. There's something for everyone in your crew. And remember, order ahead with the Sonic app to score exclusive rewards like half-price drinks and slushes. Live free, eat Sonic.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone with no startup fees. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Fallout continues from the Arizona Cardinals' 22-21 loss to the Tennessee Titans on Sunday. One of the big stories from the game was the altercation between Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon and running back Amari DiMercato after DiMercato's crucial fourth-quarter fumble. Gannon spoke to Burns and Gambo yesterday and said he apologized to the team for the incident.
I didn't love how I handled that, truthfully. Let the moment get the better of me there, and my emotions ran a little bit hot. So I apologized to Amari and apologized to the team in the team meeting, and I won't let it happen again. You know, it's a mistake that I made.
According to USA Today, the NFL Players Association is looking into the situation, but has not started a formal investigation. And the MLB divisional round continues today. Coverage of Yankees Blue Jays Game 3 begins at 4:30 over on ESPN 620 AM.
And I'm hungry like the wolves.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
It is noon on a Tuesday. It is time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Rick is here. Rick.
What's up, guys? Fallout continues from the Arizona Cardinals' disastrous loss to the Titans on Sunday. One of the biggest stories from the game was the altercation between Cards head coach Jonathan Gannon and running back Amari DiMercato after DiMercato's fourth quarter fumble. Gannon spoke to Burns and Gambo yesterday and said he apologized to both DiMercato and the team for the incident. Here he is yesterday.
Not afterwards. In a team meeting today, I woke up this morning and I didn't love how I handled that. Truthfully, I got let the moment get the better of me there, and my emotions ran a little bit hot. So I apologize to Omari, and apologize to the team in the team meeting, and I won't let it happen again. It's a mistake that I made that we got to make sure that we correct our mistakes and move on and get better from.
Was this incident a bad look for JG?
Yeah, I mean that whole game I feel like was a bad look just across the board. Yeah, it's not a great look because you can't make physical contact with your players. I don't think it's like some unforgivable thing he can't come back from.
Agreed.
But it's it wasn't great.
No, there's no doubt about it, Rick. It was a bad look for JG. Getting in somebody's face, staring him down eyeball to eyeball, I got no problem with that.
I think he had to do that.
You have to be able to do that.
After a play like that, if you don't at least say something to DiMercato, I think your players are like, what's going on here? Are we trying to win or what?
Football is an emotional game. If you want to yell, yell. Have at it on the field. There's no doubt about that. You've got to be able to communicate to your players, and that's fine. Just no physical contact whatsoever.
Sticking with the Cardinals, our Sanderson Ford poll question is up now at ArizonaSports.com, and it asks, at 2-3 through 5 games, how many wins will the Cardinals end the season with? 11-14, 6-10, or 2-5?
Well, 6-10 is a huge range. I'm gonna say 6-10. They've already got 2. I mean, if they seriously finish in the 2-5 range, they're gonna look significantly different next year. If they go out there and go 4-13 this year, I mean, I know I said yesterday, the moment DiMercato did that, and then it led to what it led to, I felt like their season was over as far as actually making the playoffs. Yeah. But it isn't. There's still 12 games left. Like they need to wake up and go out there and avenge it. They may very well finish like 7-10, but I'll if you're giving me 6-10 as a range, I'll take that for sure.
I'm going to boycott the question based on principle.
Just like at 4 out of 5 days of the week.
No. I've never said that before. I'm going to boycott the question.
Okay. Well, even though you haven't said it, you've done it.
That's right.
You did it yesterday.
Have I said it before, Rick?
No.
No.
But you did it
That's
yesterday.
That's exactly what I'm saying. I've never said it before.
Sometimes Wolf does the, quiet quitting on the poll question. He doesn't say it, he just doesn't do it.
Yeah,
6-10.
This time he came into his boss's office and slammed the door and said, I'm quitting.
I'm out of here. You can't fire me because I quit. All right, what's the number?
So, all right, I'm going 6-10. 6-10 is 49%, 2-5 is 48%, and 11-14 is 3%.
Come on, man. Even as down as I am on them after that game on Sunday, 2-5.
Yeah,
this team finishes 5-12.
I mean, 11-14 sounds pretty crazy right now.
We should hang that poll question in their locker room. There you go.
Okay.
Hang it in the locker room.
But they can't be offended by people thinking they could still win 10 games.
Well,
it's the
but it could be 6.
Yeah, but that's the range.
The range. 6 games. You win. You go 6 and 11, or you go 10-7. You're talking about 2 different seasons, and we're going to go ahead and put it in there as that's the range.
Yeah, I don't know why they didn't cut that in half because
what are you talking about?
That range where they are defines their entire direction of their franchise.
I boycotted the question, and you guys actually got me to talk about it.
Yeah, but you know what? While you talked about it, you kind of got me to the point where I want to boycott the question, too.
Oh, my goodness.
Because the whole essence of their season is between 6 and 10 wins.
You know, I'll have a little talk with my friends over in the web flower.
Okay.
That's what we call it.
Is that who's responsible for that? The guys in the web flower?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going over
Wolf
there.
might be going over there during the break.
I'm going over there. Oh, my goodness.
I think I just watched them all get up and leave at the same time.
Over to college football. You guys want to talk some college football?
Yes, please.
Arizona State is preparing to face Utah in Salt Lake City on Saturday. Big one up there this week. It has been no secret that ASU has struggled so far this season in the red zone. Here's Kenny Dillingham yesterday on if power back Kanye Udo could be used more in that area of the field.
Yeah, we've looked at everybody. I mean, I was going to move, see what the Baconator, Tristan Bacon, could do back there. He was a running back in high school, but he got tweaked a little bit last week. So we've thought about a variety of people to get it fixed, and we've got a plan to hopefully be better in that scenario. In those scenarios, I feel really good about the plan. The plan may not work, and then you guys can say we still suck at it, and I'm going to continue to try to fix it, and then we'll be at the same spot next year or next game, and hopefully that's not the case. Hopefully the plan and what we practiced last week and what we're doing hopefully can be more productive for us.
What do you guys think the Sun Devils should do to fix their red zone struggles?
Well, I think based on what Kenny just said right now, they're doing it and that they're looking at everything because they are really good at getting down the field into that area. But Utah and Texas Tech coming up, you're not going to beat them. You don't have to be the best red zone team to beat Utah on Sunday, but you can't be having these drives that go 80 yards and then they stop at the 5. Not against a team like that on the road. So I think everything does need to be on the table, and it's one of those things where if you need to get creative, go ahead and do it. Do what you've got pieces. You've got Jordan Tyson. I think Shimon Mateer might be your best answer in that area. But I'm intrigued by the idea of Kanye Udo because this is kind of what he's built for.
Yeah. You got to run the ball better. If you want to be a good red zone team, you have to run the ball better. And it's the reason why we're having this very conversation right now with Kanye Udo. The fact that he is a physical runner, especially in between the tackles, I think that's what we need to see. We need to see ASU run the ball better, especially in the red zone. You want to be a good red zone team, you have to do that. Why? Because the square footage is greatly reduced when you try to throw it. It's simple. Run it.
All right, last one for you guys. The Cleveland Browns have traded quarterback Joe Flacco to the Cincinnati Bengals. What do you guys make of this news?
The Cardinals will face the Bengals week 17. Facing Joe Flacco in week 17. I don't know that Joe Burrow is going to be back by that point because Cincinnati is not going to be in the playoff race by that point. How many teams has Joe Flacco played for now? 30?
Oh, wow. Let's see if I can do this off the top of my head.
If you can,
this is
going to
be good.
Okay.
Ravens, Broncos, Jets, Browns, Colts, Bengals.
Hold on, I wasn't looking. Ravens, Broncos, Jets. Yeah, what were they again? Say them again.
Ravens,
okay.
Jets,
okay.
Broncos, Colts, Browns, Bengals.
Wow, that's disgusting. Right?
I nailed it, right?
Yeah.
I'm a big Joe Flacco guy.
Browns in 2023.
Joe Flacco guy. Yeah.
And then Browns in 2025.
And I'll go ahead and say it right now. Browns in 2027.
Be 42.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that.
Well, by then they'll be done with Shadur, and if Dylan Gabriel gets hurt or something, they'll have to bring Joe Flacco back.
Joe Flacco came into the league in 2008, Basin Audience.
Him and Calais.
Think about that. 2008.
Yeah, him and Calais were in there.
Bro!
I remember watching a Ravens playoff game one time when Joe Flacco was going up against Kerry Collins.
Wow. Rick is officially wacko for Flacco. Like, I've heard the phrase before, but I've never met anybody firsthand who is Wacko for Flacco. Rick, we're going to get you a shirt. Just Wacko for Flacco. What color
Please do.
But it's going to be in the colors of all the teams he's ever played for.
Every single one all mashed together.
So it's going to look like a box of crayons throw up on you. All right, that was wolfing down your lunch. Thank you, Rick. It'll look like something Jarrett wears, actually. When we come back, who has to lead the Arizona Cardinals out of this rut that they are now firmly in? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
He's hit. He's sacked. It's Calais Campbell.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks. Hungry? Twin Peaks has some great lunch combos, 11 to 3 every weekday, so, right now. Mix and match with great offerings like their grilled cheese, BLT, turkey avocado smash. You can go with the house and Caesar salads, garlic mashed potatoes, sweet potato fries, and more. Plus, they have an entire menu made for MVPs that isn't just the lunch combos. They got wings, burgers, flatbreads, sweet and smoky ribs, green chili, chicken soup, desserts. It's pretty much the perfect time to be at Twin Peaks, too, because football's here all day, every Saturday and Sunday, plus Mondays and Thursdays and some Fridays. You get the baseball playoffs going. Hockey and basketball are starting. Hockey starts today. Some great fights this month. Twin Peaks really is the perfect solution when you and your friends are looking for somewhere to watch all the action, grab a table, order some food and drinks, live it up with their wall-to-wall TVs. You won't miss 1 second of the action. Whatever you need, Twin Peaks has you covered with the great scenery they're known for at 5 convenient Valley locations now. So never settle. Stop by and experience the lodge mentality at Twin Peaks.
In football, the best teams rise to the top. In medicine, the same is true. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is consistently ranked among the nation's best in brain and spine care. From game day concussions to the most complex neurological conditions, Barrow delivers world-class expertise right here in Arizona. When it comes to your brain, your spine, your future, you want the very best on your side. Barrow Neurological Institute. It matters where you get your care. Visit barrowneuro.org.
Hey Arizona, Tom Chambers here. I've learned that great teams are built by hard work, ethics, and perseverance. That's exactly what you get with Right Way Roofing. Right Way Roofing is a third-generation roofing company that has built trust in our community through their commitment to excellence. They use the toughest, most durable materials to handle Arizona's extreme weather. Take it from me, Tom Chambers. When it comes to your roof, choose the team that delivers excellence, because there's only one way, the right way.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons.
Let me tell you one of the reasons I think we became the largest injury firm in the world, and it's not even close. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My wife and I had a plan early on. In our firm, our lawyers only work on certain types of cases. Our products liability and dangerous drug lawyers only work on those cases. Same for car crashes, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and insurance disputes. Our thinking is for these lawyers to focus on one area of the law and live it and breathe it. Power comes from knowledge. Many lawyers do everything, jack of all trades. Not us, and we don't charge an hourly rate. You only pay us if we win. If you want to hire us, it's easy. Dial Pound Law on your cell phone, pound 529, or visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer from the comfort of your own home. Let us get to work for you. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Gambo. How do the Cardinals improve from their worst loss of the season? We'll discuss on today's Burns and Gambo show 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
John Bloom's going to join us this hour. Thanks to Patrick Peterson for joining us last hour. And thanks to everybody listening in Whitman right now. Wolf?
Whitman. Never been to Whitman.
Neither have I.
Northwest of like on your way if you're going. I don't know how to point northwest.
Whitman,
that way,
Arizona.
Back that way. Yeah.
If you're on YouTube, you just saw a very funny moment here where Luke pointed directions and he didn't really know where he was pointing.
I realized halfway through, if you're watching on YouTube, me pointing northwest is actually me pointing northeast to the camera. So it's northwest. It's northwest of Phoenix.
I like that.
Whitman. If you're in Whitman right now, you know what I'm talking about.
Well done. Way to involve Whitman and YouTube.
We talked to Patrick Peterson earlier about this, Wolf, who leads the Cardinals out of this. And I'll play one of those cuts real quick here from this about an hour ago.
No doubt about it. And honestly, this is where I would like to see, Kyler Murray really take that next step.
Yeah.
As far as the leadership role, as far as being on the front line, getting the guys to buy into whatever it is, and pretty much leading this team to where they know they should be. You know what I mean? So it's going to come down to, at the end of the day, him finishing the games because he's touching the ball 9 times out of 10. They don't have a running game. An effective running game as of yet thus far. It's going to come down to how Kyler Murray is able to lead this team and being able to help this team close out games to capture victories moving forward.
Yeah, this is something that there's no doubt about it. Your best players have got to step up. When things are getting dicey, Basinonians, when you're 2-3 and you lose to the Tennessee Titans, the way that the Arizona Cardinals have, you beat yourself. You played the worst team in the National Football League and beat yourself in the process. It's very, very difficult. I was talking about this yesterday. It's rock bottom. Now you need leaders to step up and say, follow me, and we'll be okay. Stand up and don't quit, and we're going to be okay. You need guys to do that, especially on the offensive side of the ball, the defensive side of the ball, and in transition.
Kyler's an interesting name because for so much of his career, I feel like when people talk about, hey, Kyler could be a better leader, it was meant as an insult or a criticism. Like, hey, he's not very good. He could be a better leader. I don't get that sense anymore that he's like not a good leader just based on what his teammates say. And I'm not saying like his teammates when they're asked on ESPN about it and they have to go over the top. Oh, he's the greatest leader ever. Like, okay, he's not, but I understand what you're doing, right? But it's more just what guys say when there isn't a camera rolling or a microphone around. And they're like, no, he's a legit leader on this. But I think now, unfortunately, is a tremendous opportunity to take it to another level if you're Kyler Murray. They're going to need leadership from multiple guys. But I don't know, especially on offense with James Conner out.
And what does that look like, Luke? What does that leadership look like?
Are you saying from Kyler or from different guys?
From Kyler.
From Kyler in particular, I just think he could hit a different level of however he chooses for it to look like, I think it needs to be a significantly different level. Not like over the top where it's disingenuous, but this is your moment. I said this earlier. If I'm Kyler right now, my goal is to be the offensive leader equivalent of what Buddha is on the defensive side. You're not the same guy. It's not going to look the same. Yeah. But don't just be like, hey, I'm a pretty good leader. Hey, we all look up to Kyler. He's been here longest. Like, it's more like, we're not going down this path.
No.
You've got nothing left to lose. If you're Kyler Murray, there's a decent chance you're not on this team next year if you miss the playoffs. And I don't know what other sort of changes would happen depending on how badly they would miss the playoffs.
There'll be big changes. There's no doubt about that. Yet at the same time, can I just say this, brothers? What does that look like? To lead, it looks like Buddha Baker playing defensive football.
Yeah.
Think of how Buddha plays defensive football. And then think Kyler Murray has got to lead by doing once again, playing well. I'm sorry. That's what leaders do. You must do before you can say. If you want to be a leader and you don't do, you're just a talker, oh my goodness, you're a pariah in the locker room. You will be a pariah. You've got to do before you can say. You've got to do before you can lead. Leaders do, Basinonians. Never forget that. Kyler needs to go out and do. He needs to play well, and Kyler would tell you that himself. You want to lead? Play well, Kyler.
I want to make sure I say this the right way because it's going to sound bad at first, but let me explain it. He needs to basically, because he's the only one in a position to do this, he needs to basically make it clear he's not going to accept losing. And I'm not saying that he is accepting losing right now, but what's the conversation about him every week? Oh, man, it's not Kyler's fault they lost. Now, Kyler didn't win him the game, but it's not his fault they lost.
Yeah.
He needs to hit some sort of level. And I'm not saying this is a criticism of him. I'm just saying this is their only way out of it, is if Kyler's like, you know what? We're not losing to the Colts. We're just not going to. We're not going to. And if Marv is down on the sidelines after a drop, I'm going to go over there and fire him up in the second quarter. I'm going to go above and beyond. I'm going to do other people's jobs if I need to, because I'm not going to have another season where I don't even make the playoffs, and I'm going into year 8 of my career, and I've played one playoff game, and it was probably the worst game of my career, too, against the Rams. I'm just not going to accept it. That's the only way they can get out of this. Well, if you know my thought coming into the season was build a defense that's so good that you can win almost despite your offense, it's become clear now at 2-3, and with what just happened and James Conner done for the year, they are going to need Kyler Murray to get them into the playoffs.
Yes. Again, this is something that you expect out of your quarterback. What you want to see are players around him actually responding to the quarterback and playing better. Kyler needs to make players around him better. And it all starts by him playing well. It does. And then demanding that the guy that lines up next to him plays well as well. Players, you know what, they need, there are players, let me put it this way. There are players, Basinonians, that don't need their quarterback to play well to impact them at all. There are guys that, I don't care, I'm going to go out there, you do what you do, I'm going to do what I'm going to do my job.
Yeah.
There are players who are like that.
Where were you?
But, there are players that do need a quarterback to impact them. Isn't that right, Baker Mayfield? When you think of Baker Mayfield and how he plays,
play like
that. Impacts guys around him. There's been many quarterbacks that have done that before, Basin Earnings. Many quarterbacks that make guys, or Pat Mahomes is a classic example. We're talking about some of the best quarterbacks in the league, obviously, but they make them better. They inspire them to do better. This is what Kyler needs to do. Play well and inspire your teammates to be better.
Especially coming out of what just happened on Sunday, because there needs to be some sort of jolt for this team. It can't, look, with all due respect to the plan they're trying to put together, it can't just be like, well, you know what, this week we're going to be better on third downs, or, this week we are going to block better, or we're going to do this. Like, some of this stuff isn't happening. You're talking about it, but it's not happening. And I'm pretty sure the Colts aren't going to be like, hey, did you see how the Cardinals lost last week? Let's let up. They're having a tough week. I'm pretty sure the Colts are going to be like, cool, we're going to go 5-1. We're going to run this team into the ground. So if you're the Cardinals, there's got to be some sort of jolt out of where you are, because you're also going in the wrong direction still too. And I just don't know. Is there another player? Like, how much more can Buddha lead, Wolf? How much more can Calais Campbell lead? I mean, they're going to be counted on. I think a guy like Paris Johnson, I think he is a leader on that team. But as far as somebody, just by the nature of who they are and the position they're in, that could kind of shock people into like, yeah, you know what? We are kind of accepting losing. We are kind of playing scared at the end of these games on offense. I think Kyler's the only one that can do it. I think he's the only one in that position.
Agreed.
He didn't answer what? You didn't answer my question of what kind of player you were. I'm guessing you didn't need the quarterback to motivate you.
No, I did not need the quarterback. I was a desperate player. That was the one thing that, again, if I had a superpower given to me by God, Basin Orleans, it was desperation. And I felt it every play. I felt it in practice, and I felt it in a game. Every time I stepped in between those white lines, there was one speed. I'm serious. One.
But you're
Isn't
right.
that right, Nick Saban, who doesn't like me to this day because I told him I wasn't going to back off.
Well, he's kind of mellowed out lately since he got on College Game Day. Maybe he likes you now. I don't know.
I don't think so.
But you're right, though. There are players that do need it. And on a 53-man roster, if Kyler hits some other level, that's going to affect a dozen or so players. And If it's a dozen or so players, that's going to take the whole team to a different level. I don't think the Colts are like unbeatable this weekend. Do you?
No.
I don't. I mean, if the Cardinals play the way they've been playing, they have no shot.
Yes.
I don't think they're unbeatable. All right, when we come back along those lines, are the Cardinals capable of playing a full 60 minutes of disciplined football? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
It's redefined everything about this season. It's redefined.
One game.
Mm-hmm. One game has redefined the whole equation for the Arizona Cardinals.
That's the type of game that costs people their jobs.
Yes.
Now, the thing that's fascinating to me is they stopped playing. Oh, they stopped scoring. No, they stopped playing.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Rick. What do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beat, if you don't mind? Yeah, gather around the transistor and press the air. My Crunk brothers. I am proud to put my name alongside Brooklyn betting the best sleep ever on the best mattress ever. And I've literally never slept better. I love that. That is so good. Basinonians today and tomorrow only. It is Brooklyn Betting's flash sale. Yeah. The flash sale, 30% off everything in-store and online right now. We are the Woo Fan Clan. We love our Brooklyn Sedona hybrid mattress from Brooklyn Betting. So head on over to one of Brooklyn Betting's 12 Basin locations. Tell them Wolf sent you and take advantage of this rare opportunity to get 30% off everything. Yeah, I'm talking about everything, Basinonians. Say it and mean it for the best sleep ever. Get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting. Go to brooklynbetting.com.
Ready, set, forward. Get the thrills, get the adventure, and get the savings during the first ever Brocktober. On now at Arizona's largest Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Lease a new 2025 Bronco Big Bend for only $399 a month for 36 months. Lease a new 2025 Bronco Sport Big Bend for only $299 a month for 36 months. Purchase a new 2025 F-150 STX Super Crew for only $44,899. Plus, get 3.9 for 72 months financing. Don't miss the Brocktober savings. Shop and compare with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense at Arizona's most awarded Ford dealership for complete satisfaction, Sanderson Ford. Bronco offer requires $1,810 down. Bronco Sport requires $1,920 down. Both plus tax, title, license, and $499 doc fee. OAC from Ford Credit. F-150 stock number 255360 with MSRP of $52,645. Offers expire 10/31.
Sanderson Ford. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and fall is a great time in the Valley. It's also the best time to replace your windows, so do what I did. Take advantage of a great special from my friends at Advanced Window Products, where you get $2,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. You will not be disappointed. My new windows look awesome. The installation process was fantastic and professional, right down to the cleanup process. Highly recommend Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company that sells directly to the public, where there are no middleman markups. They build your windows, they install your windows, then they guarantee them for life. By the way, that lifetime warranty is transferable. It's serviced by a local team with labor, glass, and parts included, and with financing options available. It is a great time to invest in your number one asset. Call 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO. It's October. Say goodbye to the heat and hello cooler weather. That means it's National Car Care Month, and there's no better time to make sure your car's ready for the fall. The fall is so busy, we no sooner shut our cars off and then, oops, we're gone again. So I know we all want to take care of our cars, but we never seem to find the time until it breaks. There's a couple of quick and easy things we need to do to keep our cars ready. Checking the brakes, battery, and tires is a start. And let's not forget about the fluids. A simple oil change and topping off your coolant can save you major headaches later on. If you're hearing strange noises, see dash lights, or just need a tune-up, now's the time to act. Please don't wait until your car leaves you stranded to come see us. We know that getting car repairs can be confusing, but where to go when you need them isn't. That's us at AMCO. Remember, transmission repair is our specialty, but we do all repairs too, and we take the hassle out of getting your car repaired. So Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Fallout continues from the Arizona Cardinals' 22-21 loss to the Tennessee Titans on Sunday. One of the big stories from the game was the altercation between Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon and running back Amari DiMercato after DiMercato's crucial fourth quarter fumble. Gannon spoke to Burns and Gambo yesterday and said he apologized to the team for the incident.
I didn't love how I handled that, truthfully. Let the moment get the better of me there, and my emotions ran a little bit hot. So I apologize to Omari and apologize to the team in the team meeting, and I won't let it happen again. You know, it's a mistake that I made.
According to USA Today, the NFL Players Association is looking into the situation but has not started a formal investigation. And the MLB divisional round continues today. Coverage of Yankees Blue Jays Game 3 begins at 4:30 over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Termite season is here. Call 602 Blue Sky today to schedule your free termite inspection.
I got your picture, I'm coming with you.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley with the Cardinals moving on to Indianapolis. Can our football team put a traumatic loss in the rearview mirror and get on back to winning football? We'll discuss our football team. Shenanigans begin at 6 a.m.
Said this going to break. It's not like the Colts are some unbeatable team. They are good. They are better than I thought they were going to be this year.
Yes.
But I don't think that they're some unbeatable team. But, Wolf, the Cardinals have more issues than just Amari DiMercato flipping the ball away as he's about to score a touchdown, or, you know, the fluky rabbit interception, ground causes the fumble, Keitrell Clark accidentally kicks it into the end zone right to Tyler Lockett. I mean, you can't count on stuff like that happening. Just like if you're Tennessee, you can't count on a team doing that for you every week. So Tennessee's probably gonna have a hard time the rest of the way. But you know, penalties. You brought this up yesterday. How many nice big plays did Trey McBride have in that game that got called back because of penalties that had nothing to do with Trey McBride? Penalties have been an issue this year.
Penalties have, yeah. There's no doubt that. 3 times. I'm talking about big plays, explosive plays to Trey McBride. 3 times there was a penalty.
Yeah.
In this last game. And that is, you just cannot have that happen. You can't. It's disheartening when that happens as well. So they need to be much better in terms of their discipline. And, you know, typically in the JG era, this is the one area they've been really good at. They've been one of the teams, one of the fewest penalized teams in the National Football League.
Here's Adam Schefter yesterday talking about that Cardinals loss.
If Amari DiMercato goes into the end zone in the fourth quarter, it's 28-6 with 12 minutes and 42 seconds left in the game. Okay, against a team that hadn't won. They'd be down 22 on the road. DiMercato comes to the sideline. There's been video out there of Gannon going over, and it looks like he is so angry that he doesn't know how to control himself. This is a week after A.D. Mitchell does the same thing for the Colts. And Rex, I've never coached an NFL team, but I'm going to imagine it was a teaching point, and it was mentioned to teams across the league this week that one play results in a turnover that leads to the game turning around. Not to mention the fact that the Cardinals then had that interception that they fumbled away where 4 guys are around. They had 8 drives that finished with 0 points in the second half. They had a snap that hit Kyler Murray in the face that resulted in a fumble. Like, you couldn't make up ways to lose a game more than they lost this game.
Yep. There it is. That's why it's brutal. That's why this was rock bottom. That's why, once again, I say you can go 2 ways on this, brothers. Inside that locker room, you can go 2 ways. You can say, this is not going to happen. And you can say, we're going to do something about this and get better. Or you can say, this is unbelievable. We're doomed, and get worse. Every guy inside that locker room has got to make up his mind as to what he's going to do about it. This fires me up. It does, because I've been in this situation before multiple times, Basin. I got a PhD in losing. That's right. losing in the National Football League and how it's done and what it looks like and what it feels like. I know what I'm talking about in regard to this. But you know what you do? You make it personal. You say to yourself, I'm not going to lose today. We might lose by 21. I'm not going to lose today. And can you imagine if you had 2 guys say that, and then 3, and then 5, and then it turns to 10? I'm not going to lose today. This is what the Arizona Cardinals have got to do inside that locker room right now. Yeah, you know what? Well, okay, we might win. I'm not going to lose. Whether we win the game or not. Today, I'm not going to lose. Now, again, that doesn't always happen because the other guy gets paid as well. And the other guy's a good player as well. And it's hard to always do your job. You are going to lose someplace, but you have to have the resolve in your heart and in your mind and in your soul that you're not going to lose yourself personally. It starts there.
If the Cardinals play with the desperation of a team that just got embarrassed on Sunday, because they did. Everybody in the football world, we were talking about this yesterday, is just laughing at the Cardinals this week. They're just laughing at it. I mean, Adam Schefter right there. How often do you even hear Adam Schefter breaking down games? He's usually talking about news from around the league. He just rattled off like 8 things that the Cardinals had occur in that game that were embarrassing. And everybody saw it. You can't hide in sports. You especially can't hide in the NFL. If they play with the desperation of that's not us and we're not going to be laughed at. We didn't put in all this work all offseason and already this season to be laughed at.
Yeah.
If they play with that desperation, the Colts shouldn't be able to match it on Sunday because the Colts are 4-1. If the Colts lose, they're 4-2. You know what I mean? Like just by the nature of where these two teams are coming from, the Cardinals should be the more desperate team on Sunday.
Where are my dogs? Where are my dogs?
We're going to find out.
That's what I want to know. Big Red, where are my dogs? Where are the leaders in the locker room that will challenge every man my dogs? Inside those walls? Do better, be better, try harder, or don't line up next to me. Can you imagine if Buda Baker would say that? Buda is the player that Buda Baker is.
Probably
is
as
good as Buda is. Can you imagine if he was walking up to you saying, you aren't giving it. You aren't giving it enough. I mean, it would have massive impact inside that locker room. And again, I think you're right. Buda's probably doing that.
You, though, are right talking about the offensive line and how they've had a hard time blocking. They were better when Will Hernandez was in there, but he wasn't in there that much on Sunday. But the penalties aren't just happening on those Trey McBride plays. It feels like anytime there's a good play, it's like, so-and-so was holding, or false start on the offense. And Jonathan Gannon talked about not just the penalties, he's just talking about mistakes in general, but the mistakes that keep happening right now.
Well, they're different mistakes, you know what I mean? So I show them today, I showed them a game review of all 3 phases in chronological order. I kind of have a rhythm and a cadence of what I show them on Mondays, but I got some wiggle room. And today I showed them chronological order, all 3 phases, every opportunity that a couple plays here and there that we could have made on all 3 phases that we come out with a win. And then point out why those things are happening and what we need to do to correct them.
Yeah, going back to the leadership thing, man, you can't demand that a guy play better. You can't. But you can demand that he tries harder to prepare himself for a game and to play better. You can demand that he knows what to do and will do it as hard as he's capable of doing it. You can demand that from your teammate as long as you do it first. And you better do it first.
They've lost 3 games by a total of 5 points. I mean, if they just clean up a couple mistakes, they're 4-1 right now. I think to be fair, they're 4-1. They got outplayed by Seattle. I know they came back and Seattle had to beat them at the end, but Seattle outplayed them. But they should have beat Tennessee. They handed Tennessee that game more so than I've ever seen a team just say, you know what, we don't want the win, you just take it. And they basically couldn't close out San Francisco when you should be able to close them out. We went through all the final drives of the games yesterday and how short that final drive is on offense for the Cardinals every single week. They should be 4-1. 4-1 should be 4-1 gets you nowhere. I understand that. But if you're looking forward and you've still got 12 games of football to play, if you just play closer to your potential, not even like amazingly, if you just don't give the game away, you beat Tennessee. And if you just close out one game on offense, you beat San Francisco, and you're 4-1 right now. So I don't think, as much as we look at the rest of the schedule and we're like, well, they're not going to be favored in that game or that game or that game or that game. There's not really any on the schedule that I look at and I say they're unwinnable if they start playing better. If they play the way they played in the second half against Tennessee, they will go 2-15. I mean, they know
play better. I like the sound of that. Play better.
WNBA Finals are here. Your Phoenix Mercury need their fans loud and proud for Game 3. They're taking on the Las Vegas Aces this Wednesday, and you could be in the stands. Text Finals to 620-620 for your chance to score Finals tickets. History's on the line, so be a part of it. Text Finals to 620-620 right now. When we come back, over to basketball. What were John Bloom's biggest takeaways from the start of the Suns preseason, and what is he expecting from this team this year? We're going to ask the voice of the Suns. He'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Phoenix Mercury are in the WNPA Finals. Arizona Sports is giving away a pair of tickets to see the Mercury face the Aces Wednesday night downtown. Text the word finals to 620-620 for your chance to win. Be part of the best atmosphere in the WNBA and cheer on the Mercury in the finals against Vegas. Text finals to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're looking for a meal that's never boring and always packed with flavor, head to Sonic. With a great menu full of iconic classics and new favorites, there's something for everyone in your crew. And remember, order ahead with the Sonic app to score exclusive rewards like half-price drinks and slushes, where every sip helps support local schools through Sonic's Limeades for Learning, with over $30 million donated since 2009. Live free, eat Sonic.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone with no startup fees. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to
So what's next? A new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. When do you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer? Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Pull-up jumper at the buzzer. He got it! Kevin Durant! How about 52 for Devin Booker?
This is a dream job. I now have my dream job.
He's going to fade from three and knock it down!
My!
If he can make it there, he can make it anywhere!
Voice of the Suns, John Bloom, joins Wolf and Luke to talk Phoenix Suns. Now.
Yeah, he still has the best intro.
There's no doubt.
If I was any other guest we had, I'd be like, hey, why does John Bloom get this like crazy intro? I mean, some of the other guests have really good intros, but some guests we just have them on and we're just like, hey, what's up?
That's right. Bloomer.
What's going on, Bloomer?
And you never need to change it. You can just keep it that way. I mean, I think you could freshen it if you really wanted to, but there's no reason to. I love it the way it is.
Oh, that's great. Bloomer, how you doing, man?
You know what? Basketball's back, Wolf. Yeah. I am thrilled that that's the case. And we're caught up in the WNBA finals here as well in my house. So super excited to see if the Mercury can handle their business, starting with Game 3 tomorrow night. But then we're back at it with some unique broadcasting. As you can tell, I'm not in Macau, China, if you're watching right now. And if you're listening, then you probably could have told that as well. But we are broadcasting from home this weekend, so it's going to kind of be a little bit of a flashback to the days where we were sidelined, or I guess, grounded, if you will, due to bigger causes around the world. And that's not a great feeling to be back doing that, but it is a great feeling to be back broadcasting basketball after what seemed like a couple off seasons patched together as one.
Yeah, it's a good way to put it. It feels like it's been a very long off season. Bloomer, what do you want this team to be this year? And you can take that answer any direction you want, but it feels like there's so much unknown for the first time in a couple years.
It definitely does. And in a way that's refreshing. It's also daunting for the people that need to figure out the direction for this group quicker than otherwise. And that's Jordan Ott and his staff, to think about what they're up against, not just the fact that this is his first head coaching job in the NBA, but then you talk about all the new faces, you talk about all the changes in the roster, and that's going to lead to changes on the floor. And it's going to mean I think a lot of grace that they deserve as a group, just because they probably don't even know who they are yet. So we're all going to be finding out who they are together, including the guys that are playing on the floor. Now, Friday night was a good first step. There's no doubt, even though you take everything into consideration, and we understand it's preseason. We understand Luka Doncic and LeBron James were spectators, just like the rest of us. They weren't on the floor, but I was more looking at what to see from the guys wearing the purple in the Phoenix Suns purple and orange, that is. And I was pretty impressed because of what I was told going in to look for. And that was with conversations with the staff, with Jordan Ott specifically, telling us about the movement that he would expect and he's hoping for from this group. And that's movement on and off the ball. That's movement offensively and defensively. And so that was really our focus going into Friday. And I thought they really delivered.
Who are you most excited to watch this season coming up? Because there's a lot of new faces, Johnny.
Yeah, no, there is. If you made me pick a new guy, I'm going to probably go with Jalen Green, just because I feel like there is a tipping point with young men who are entering, kind of year 4 or 5 in the league and 23 years old. It's just kind of right at that spot where you can take a significant step. And he has a lot of the dimensions to kind of get him ready and poised to take a step. And I'm not talking about numbers specifically, but I'm talking about as an overall effective and winning basketball player. And he's already done a bunch of that in his early days in the league, but now he gets a chance with a new place. And with Devin Booker more specifically, that's really what I want to talk about, because obviously I'm going to say Book's the guy I'm most excited to watch. This is his team now again. I think a lot of us are excited to see what that means, not just for him, but for the team and for the city and the Valley and everybody around the Phoenix Suns. So there's an excitement level there. It's also going to take me back to that initial word I gave you guys, which is daunting. There's no doubt. It's a real big challenge for Devin Booker entering year number 11 based on what he's got around him compared to what he had around him. And I think he understands it. And, I think it's going to be a deal where we're on that ride together again. Not like we expect him to come out and hit for 50 every game, but I certainly expect him to take the brunt of leadership, and this team's personality is going to really be about Devin Booker and everybody else kind of falling in line. And that's going to be an interesting thing for all of us to watch.
Talking to John Bloom. Bloomer, what do you think Dillon Brooks can bring to this team this year? Wolf and I were out there for Media Day almost 2 weeks ago now, and we talked to 15 people? I think we talked to like 13 players, and Jordan Ott and Brian Gregory. And, there were some real interesting conversations, but the one that really jumped out to both of us was just talking to Dillon Brooks and seeing how intense he is even at Media Day. What do you think he brings this year?
Yeah, I love that conversation, by the way, all of those conversations you guys had. And isn't it a different vibe? I mean, it really is. Yeah. I know you guys were there before. This wasn't your first time being there, but just being at practices this last few weeks, you can feel that vibe as well. So I know you felt it there. And with Dillon, he's that epitome of the guy that you just don't want to go against, but you absolutely want in your room, and you want him to be on your squad. And it's exciting that he is now in so many different ways. Because I think he's an excellent basketball player. Can we just start there? I know the villain thing precedes him, and part of that is his doing and his creation, and I love it. I love how much thought goes into it. Wolf, I know you have to have a lot of love and respect for it, even though maybe.
Yeah, but Johnny, I would say I don't want him to think a lot about it, because to me, that's where he starts instigating. I want him to just be real. Go out and be himself and let it come to him, just like Jay Crowder. Jay Crowder played really, really hard, and stuff happened with Jay Crowder because he played so hard. I don't want him thinking about, I'm going to go do this and I'm going to go do. I don't want him instigating stuff. I want him just being genuine and authentic. In our conversation with him, Johnny, he was, you could see it. He was genuine and authentic, and that's what has kind of won me over on him.
And now you can see why he's won over all those other locker rooms that he's been in, right? Because he shows those people something different than what he shows the rest of us when we're watching him as a nemesis, And so now he's in that room and he's a leader. And you're like, really? Okay, I see this now. And I saw it for the first time through the lens of when he was on Team Canada, Wolf, because I was really paying attention, to the coverage in the Olympics and seeing how much they were relying on Dillon Brooks. Obviously, they had Shea Gilgeous-Alexander. We all know what he's become, right? But Dillon Brooks was looked at in that room as the bona fide leader of that group. And that told me more than I ever learned about the man. And I had already really respected the heck out of his game. And I'm talking specifically basketball, because I watched the heck out of him in college all the way back when he was playing for Aaron Maloney's beloved Oregon Ducks. And he was a beast in the Pac-12. So, yeah. He was, though. You got to just be honest about it, even if you hated him back then. But now he's a Phoenix Sun. We can all wrap our arms around him. I think everybody joined him.
Bloomer, always great to talk to you. We're going to do this a lot this year. Just where I think when you hear John Bloom's voice, you think basketball is here. And I'm ready for basketball to be here.
So am I, man. Johnny, thank you so much, buddy.
Thanks, John. That's it.
Thanks for having me, guys.
That's John Bloom joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. When we come back, what changes could come for the Cardinals after this rough start to the season? We'll dive into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
4 possessions into the game, they had 3 touchdowns. It was 21-3. It looked like a laugher, and then it all just fell apart.
But that's where seemingly every time this happens, the Cardinals push away from the table. You know what? I'm full. They got to go full Jarrett Carlin. Go back for more.
Exactly. Get the 4th plate at the buffet.
Don't let being full stop you from continuing to eat.
Exactly.
Bickley and Marotta mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information, man. Moving is difficult, isn't it? I mean, you don't want to move yourself. You don't, brothers. I mean, just organizing it all and then having to actually do it, put the muscle into it. It takes a lot more than muscle to actually move. You need the professionals, Basinonians. You need Moving Team 6. Moving is difficult, and Moving Team 6, they understand that. You can trust the professionals to pack your belongings safely and move your most important possessions safely and securely. You're going to be glad you actually use Moving Team 6. Moving Team 6, they strive for excellence. They are the moving and storage pros here in the Basin. Whether it's local, it's long distance, commercial, residential, they also have a massive air-conditioned storage facility right here in Phoenix. Go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What? You've got brothers. Huh? $50 and $200 bills just like you.
Hey, what's up?
What? We just got them for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're all going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $250 cash bonus when they open a checking account with direct deposit or $50 with a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Okay, I have to tell you. I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Football fans, every Sunday, the ultimate watch parties are going down at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Get ready for an unforgettable game day experience with special guest appearances, mouth-watering food and drink specials, all the big plays on massive screens that make you feel like you're in the stadium. Whether you're rooting for your favorite team or just there for the good vibes, you won't want to miss a minute. So bring your friends, your game face, and catch every thrilling moment every Sunday at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
You know, in the game of life, a lot of people are in the red zone close to retirement, and they haven't thought about what happens after they're gone. It's not easy. Paul Calvisi here. That's why I went to Matt Dagas and his Bright Wealth Management team. Matt.
And that's a tough conversation, Paul, because the retirement red zone is one of the most important times of life. And estate planning isn't just about money. It's about making life easier for the people you love.
So what happens if someone doesn't have a proper plan?
Well, their family could be left with court battles, confusion, and a lot of stress during an already difficult time. And that's where we help people create a full strategy for that next phase of life.
Because it doesn't have to be that way, right?
Not at all. And a simple estate planning session can give you peace of mind. And we'll walk you through the next steps to make sure that your legacy ends with a win and not a turnover.
Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116 or click brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Fallout continues from the Arizona Cardinals' 22-21 loss to the Tennessee Titans on Sunday. One of the biggest stories from the game was the altercation between Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon and running back Amari DiMercato after DiMercato's crucial fourth quarter fumble. Gannon spoke to Burns and Gambo yesterday and said he apologized to the team for the incident.
I didn't love how I handled that, truthfully. Let the moment get the better of me there, and my emotions ran a little bit hot. So I apologize to Omari and apologize to the team in the team meeting, and I won't let it happen again. You know, it's a mistake that I made.
According to USA Today, the NFL Players Association is looking into the situation but has not started a formal investigation. And the MLB divisional round continues today. Coverage of Yankees-Blue Jays Game 3 begins at 4:30 over on ESPN 620 AM.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley with the Cardinals moving on to Indianapolis. Can our football team put a traumatic loss in the rearview mirror and get on back to winning football? We'll discuss our football team. Shenanigans begin at 6 a.m.
I just want to check this as we start the final hour of the show live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. For Command and Control, somebody finally beat Wolf this week at fantasy football, correct? All right.
Yeah, I'm 4-1.
Take that, Wolf.
I don't even touch my lineup, basically. Honestly, it's interesting how it happens.
I will say you had a pretty good draft.
Well, that's what we believe. That is our core philosophy, of course.
Okay.
In Team Wolfley, you have to draft well.
Do you have a GM, or do you just not know how this is happening?
No, I just don't know how it's happening right now.
I would ask
I thought Vetter was running the team.
No, he actually is not running it. He would like to run it. I just haven't told him yet.
You're like, don't mess with it. We're 4-1.
So I'm like, draft well and let the guys play.
Well,
that's our
You know, there's bye weeks, though, and, like, you have to switch the guys out, right?
Okay, yeah. When is my bye week coming up?
Everyone,
Maybe
like
that's what got him this
like you'll have bye weeks for your players whenever there's a bye week for teams in the NFL.
Rick, I'm 4-1.
Okay. I mean, yeah, I know. I'm 0-5. I'm ridiculously 0-5 because I scored 130 points and lost this week, even though Luke scored 101 points and won.
Isn't that the worst? But also, I scored 140 2 weeks ago and lost, Rick. So join the club. It's the downside of fantasy football. I had my worst week of the season by far this week and won.
Also,
so there you go.
Nonsense Poopy Pants is leading our league.
Well, that really kind of sets the tone.
We cannot let him walk away with the belt.
Who exactly is Nonsense Poopy Pants?
I don't know, but they have a Browns logo in their.
I mean, if they're a Browns fan, they've suffered enough. They probably should win.
I'm just saying that, like, you know, the Browns uniforms look kind of like poop.
Well, you know, it was one of the things I appreciated the most about wearing the Browns uniform was the fact that it had the spectrum of the diarrhea, and it was, you know, nasty.
This is not where I thought the conversation was going to go.
I liked it when it was nasty.
Well, it still is. They haven't changed the uniforms, like, at all.
Yeah.
The Cleveland Browns. For the Arizona Cardinals, as far as potential changes, Wolf, you put this in your email before the show, or I guess you put it in your email yesterday going into today's show. What can change mid-season? You know, you said in your email, a lot of times if something is going to change, it might change like a Monday night or a Tuesday because this is the player's day off.
Yeah.
The Cardinals, I think we would all agree, not a great feeling around this team right now. But 2-3, if you separate all the emotion and how they got here, 2-3 is not. There's no stat of teams that start 2-3 never make the playoffs. That's just not it. They have the same record as the Chiefs right now. So, and I'm pretty sure the Chiefs aren't giving up. So, what do they have to do, or what can they do? I guess is the better way of putting this. What sort of changes can they actually make?
Yeah, I feel so weird saying this, Basinonians, but Will Hernandez has got to play more than 23 snaps. Okay, and I know they're easing him back in. This is, I was surprised that there wasn't fair warning that Will Hernandez was going to be on a snap count. I was surprised that was the case. And when he was in the game, he made a difference. He did make a difference in the game. So that one still is, when you talk about changes, I'm just surprised it's taken Will Hernandez this long to actually get into the offensive line, knowing the offensive line has had all sorts of issues.
Yeah.
And knowing that even at the guard position, they haven't played exceptionally well at the guard position, where Will Hernandez plays, of course.
Well, here, JG.
That's a change that I think is going to happen.
JG talked about Will Hernandez yesterday, his media availability. This is what he said.
Pretty good. First time back in action after about a year, First time playing in a real game. Coming back off an injury as severe as that one. I was glad he came out okay. He's got to get his sea legs back, he'll tell you that, but it was good to see him out there. Will there be a pitch count for him? We'll see how the week goes.
There it is. We'll see. Wow. I'm really, really amazed by this because, I thought once they signed Will Hernandez, Basinonians, I thought, oh my goodness, this means that he's healthy. He's ready to go, because you would not sign him if he was not healthy and not ready to go. And then all of a sudden it was like, okay, he needs to practice, and that's great. And he did need to practice and needed to get his legs underneath him. And now all of a sudden it's week 5, and, you're only going to play him 23 snaps. And that's what he did play. And I thought he did well.
It looked pretty good when he was out there.
So I thought, okay, this is the beginning, obviously, where he was getting the start. I was surprised to see them take him out again. And now, going forward, there's still a question mark over Will Hernandez in week 6. Mm-hmm. And I didn't see that coming, I guess.
Yeah, now we're into the season. And you're right, the offensive line has been a weaker point of the team this season.
Big disappointment.
I want to play a couple of these cuts, too, because I know this came under the microscope for a lot of people. This is A.Q. Shipley on with Bickley and Murata yesterday, talking about the 3rd and 8 run that essentially ended the game for the Cardinals on offense.
I just didn't understand the run on 3rd down. I get the first 2 ones. The run on 3rd down, there was a difference in 6 seconds before the 2-minute warning, so, you're not gaining much there.
Yeah, he talked about that live on the broadcast, too, and that's the part that I think a lot of us were just kind of ripping our hair out. The 2-minute warning's coming up anyway, so you're not running off 45 seconds. You're running off a couple seconds. JG was on with Burns and Gambo yesterday, and they asked him if he agreed with that call.
No, we talked about it today. We got to put him in a better spot there to try to get a first down. And what we thought they were going to do to that personnel group, they didn't end up doing. So we got to look at different things to try to get to another call there. So, it's something to live and learn from. But no one feels great about what the position that we put him in there on 3rd and 8.
So when he was on with Burns and Gambo yesterday, he once again defended Drew Petzing. They asked him if he has any issues with him. He said no. And then they asked him about that specific play, and you heard his answer right there.
Yeah.
They also asked him on Burns and Gambo, and this is an interesting question because I don't believe this was the intention, but when you run the ball right there, it looks like you don't trust your quarterback to make a play in that situation. They asked him if that's the case.
No, both Drew and I, the whole building trusts Kyler to make those plays, and that's what we talked about today. Like, we got to make sure that we keep the ball in the quarterback's hands, and you can do that a lot of different ways, but we got to make sure we have the ball in the quarterback's hands with a chance for him to impact the game.
Yeah. There's no doubt about that. Yet at the same time, you know the way I feel about this. Just go do your job. First and foremost, too, when we talk about change, unless you want to continue on this path, for me, I don't want to see as much 12 personnel from the Arizona Cardinals. And the reason being is because of James Conner, Tip Ryman, and Will Hernandez. I mean, those three guys right there, they are 12 personnel to me. They are. They're everything that I wanted to see, the physicality of them. James Conner, done. Tip Ryman, done. Will Hernandez on this snap count. They need to go more. 11 personnel, believe it or not. I think they need to go more 11 personnel and be more balanced out of 11.
That's it's interesting to hear you say that. I think it's a really good point because I know how much you like 12 personnel, but it is this is the hand we've been dealt, and we need to try to figure out how to maximize what we have. When you are building your team to be this just physical offensive team, you just named probably their three most physical offensive players, and two of them are done for the year. And I do think Will Hernandez is going to play more and more as these games go on. But you're right. We're going into week 6, and he's played 23 snaps this season. So you have to sort of adjust to what's in front of you, too. The WNBA Finals are here. Your Phoenix Mercury need their fans loud and proud for Game 3. Taking on the Las Vegas Aces tomorrow. And you could be in the stands. Text Finals to 620, 620 for your chance to score Finals tickets. History's on the line, so be a part of it. Text Finals to 620, 620 right now. All right, when we come back, over to college football. How is Utah preparing for ASU? You're going to hear the Utah side of things next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Kyler Murray either is your quarterback or he's not your quarterback. And if he's your quarterback, that's the moment where a quarterback has to make a play for you. And if you don't trust the quarterback to make a play for you in that moment, he shouldn't be your quarterback.
Kyler Murray's like, he's your most expensive player.
Yeah.
He's your highest paid player. He's the face of your franchise. Like, to not trust him to make that play is just, that's why I had to ask Gannon the question. Do you guys not trust Kyler? Because it was ridiculous that 5 out of those 6 plays were running plays.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to Tim Hovick, Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com, Basinonians. Listen, the original Bronktober sales event at Tim Hovick, Santan Ford, it is on right now, man. Stop and think about this. How about $299 per month on a Bronco Sport? That's an amazing plan. It really is. So think about that. $399 a month on the big Bronco as well, right now at Santan Ford. And during the original Bronktober sales event, there's all kinds of other incredible lease offers on the entire Ford lineup. Not just Bronco and Bronco Sports, it's all on sale and lease specials that will make your eyes bug out, man. No doubt about it, Basinonians. And for all these lease details, not everyone qualifies. 36-month lease terms. See Santan Ford for details. Some fees apply. All offers expire 10/31/25. Go to santanford.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Walt's TV and Appliance. And Bear, tell our listeners why they should avoid the big box stores and shop at Walt's, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner.
Well, Dan, we offer unbeatable prices on all the products you really want. And if you think you found a good price somewhere else, bring it to us and watch us beat it. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Get what you want when you want it, only at Walt's. Shop local. Shop Walt's.
9 Inch Nails. Live at Desert Diamond Arena, Friday, March 6th. Get tickets Wednesday, October 8th at 12 p.m. at NIN.com. 9 Inch Nails. Live in Glendale. Peel It Back Tour 2026.
Doesn't it make you feel better?
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Hey, everybody, it's Burnsy. Arizona State begins their 4-game gauntlet this weekend. Is the showdown in Salt Lake City the toughest one of the bunch? The Burns and Gambo Show starts at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Yeah, ASU facing a stretch here where they obviously could win any and all of these games, but the quality of opponent they have coming up, they could lose, I would say, any of these next 4. I don't totally buy Houston yet, but Utah certainly on the road on Saturday. That's going to be tough. Texas Tech is number 9 in the country. That's, to me, those are the 2 best teams in the Big 12, ASU and Texas Tech. There's obviously a lot of football left to decide if that's the case, but you're talking about a top 10 team now in the nation in Texas Tech. Then you have Houston on October 25th, and then you go to Ames to play Iowa State on November 1st. I know they just broke down defensively against Cincinnati, but that's still a good football team, and they in particular want revenge on ASU. So this is the stretch right here, and you had a good idea before the show, Wolf. Why don't we hear what Utah's saying about ASU?
Yeah, before you actually do that, though, I just want to say that it starts with 1, does it not? They beat Baylor, of course.
It starts with 1.
Okay, I didn't even put my hand or my finger into the air,
Doesn't
Rick.
matter.
I did
Said it
not do
starts
that.
with 1.
It continues with 2. They beat TCU. And the pattern is real when it gets to 3 for me. And that's why Utah, this game, specifically, is a big one.
Are you rhyming on purpose? 2 with TCU, 3 for me?
No, are you kidding me?
Okay.
No, I just ripped that off.
All right, that's good. You got very musical once Rick played 1 second of Linkin Park.
I am a poet. Did you know that?
That's so close. Kyle Whittingham is, of course, Utah's head coach, and this is what he said about ASU yesterday.
So Arizona back at Rice Eccles this week, Arizona State, excuse me, and night game at Rice Eccles. It's one of the best environments in the country at night, anytime for that matter, but especially at night. And Sun Devils are playing good football. They've got 2 really outstanding players. Zero, the receiver, leading the conference in receiving, and number 3, the running back, is leading the conference in rushing. So those are really the 2 catalysts for their offense. In addition to the quarterback. Quarterback is dangerous, especially when he runs the football. He's done so much damage to teams this year, making big plays with his legs, and that's something that we got to try to keep in check if we can. Averaging about 4 1/4, 425 a game, total low, very balanced, about 215 rushing and about 210 throwing, so a balanced attack.
Wow.
Such a coach right there.
That is so good. What are your thoughts on that?
Well,
Luke?
it's just funny. I mean, he talks like a coach. Well, ASU, they've got receiver and running back, and then they have quarterback as well. Like, as a coach, you don't have time to learn opposing players' names, I guess. You don't get caught up in that stuff. I'm sure he knows their names. But, I remember this from all the years with covering the Coyotes, especially like in training camp. The coaches would call their own players just the numbers. They would call certainly the players on the other teams just by their number.
That was great.
Because if you're a coach, especially in hockey, you're not walking around and be like, I got to make sure I pronounce everybody's names right. Nope, you're just number 11.
That's right. That was the first thing that I picked out based on these was the fact that Kyle Whittingham was doing the number thing. Number 3. Yeah, you got number 3. Everyone knows Jordan Tyson for the most part. Can you actually say his name? No. We're just going to say 0.
That's because that's how you show up on film, right? When he's pointing to
That's
everybody.
right.
Yeah, he knows Jordan Tyson's name, but he might not know Baylor's number 3 receiver's name off the top of his head, but he knows his number and he knows what he does.
Yeah, and he also, I love the fact that he cited the balance of ASU because that really is something that I wanted to see from the very beginning, and I thought we would see from the very beginning. And you know who epitomizes that maybe the most or the best for ASU is Raleek Brown, and the fact that he can be a weapon coming out of the backfield and throwing him the ball. He can run the ball. I know we're talking an awful lot about what are they going to do. Kanye Udo, of course, in the red zone. What are they going to do to run the ball better, more effectively in the red zone? But Raleek Brown, for the most part, is that balance, represents that balance to me.
19 catches on the year already for Raleek Brown.
Yeah.
He had 9 in his last game, and that's so, 19 catches to go along with the 506 rushing yards that leads the Big 12, or at least it did going into last weekend when ASU had the bye week. And he's second on the team in terms of receptions with 19, and yet is still one of the best running backs in the entire conference. So you're right. I mean, here's more from Kyle Whittingham. Now, you heard at the beginning of that cut, he called them Arizona. Then he quickly corrected himself. But I guess one of the reporters there went to ASU, so this was that exchange.
Yes, you old ASU Sunundevil.
You said Arizona at the start. I'll overlook that.
It was, tomatoes,
going into the
tomato.
That was a little awkward.
That's going to get ASU fans so fired up. Because that always gets ASU fans fired up because it gets ASU and Arizona fans fired up because the two schools are constantly called Arizona for Arizona State and Arizona State for Arizona.
Yeah. I mean, I think the first cut we played where Kyle Whittingham called them Arizona, but then corrected himself.
Okay.
I don't think that's going to get people fired up because he corrected himself. There at the end where he said tomato, it's not,
Okay, so you guys think that will fire up ASU's fan base, what he said?
Oh, 100%. Saying
good.
tomato.
You know what? Play it again. Play it again. Let's play it for everybody out there that wants to be a Sun Devil fan.
Shortcut.
Play it again.
So this is not the full cut where he said Arizona. Because, again, he corrected himself there. I think he's fine there. Sometimes you slip up, right?
No, we want the tomato.
Here you go.
Yes, you old ASU Sunundevil.
You said Arizona at the start. I'll overlook that.
It was, tomatoes.
Going into the
He was fine until tomato.
Yes. Okay.
It's I don't look at Utah and think Utah State, or I guess their bigger rival is BYU, so you don't have the easy word confusion there. But
do you have anything where Coach Whittingham is talking about his guys and what he thinks they're doing well? Is there anything slugged where he's talking about his guys?
No. I don't have anything like that in front of me, but I do have. He was asked why ASU's been so good in one-score games, and I'm interested to hear what an opposing coach says about that.
Just making plays when they need to be made. And they've been in some tight games this year, although they lost the Mississippi State game. That was a one-score game, but they have done a good job of pulling those games out and being on the winning end of those. And just all I can say is that when the time comes to the end of the game and things get tough, they make plays.
Even I heard that.
He can get that one.
Even I heard that. Mississippi. Oh my goodness, he's got an issue with the state thing.
Well,
right? That's what it is. Arizona.
He's probably focused on what's in front of him.
Mississippi.
Again, I don't have a problem if somebody misspeaks he caught himself both times. But the tomato, Rick's right, is going to bother some people because then it's just like, what's the difference between ASU and U of A? Guarantee you, people on both sides are not going to love that. One more. He was asked what he's impressed with about Kenny Dillingham.
How he stayed the course, and because he had some rough spots the first year, things didn't go real well. I think that was the year we beat him 50-something, to not very much his first year. And he also had a few other, rough games that year. But I've talked to him a few times, and he's we've conversed, and he's picked my brain a little bit, and just said, hey, if you believe in what you're doing, keep doing it. Don't question yourself. Don't panic. Just keep doing it. He's been doing it, and you can see the progress they've made. So he's stayed the course, I guess is the best way I can term what he's done.
Man, I love this. This is really, really good. This is the kind of thing we've got to start playing more of.
We might just need to play Kyle Whittingham every week.
Kyle is, I love this right here. He stayed the course. I think we beat him. What was that? 50. He had to throw that in there.
I don't know if you had to bring that up for context, Kyle. We all remember the game.
It was just beating up, right? We just, of course, we thrashed him. I forget what the score was. 53. What was it?
We're up by 50. I lost count.
I know. This is really, really good stuff. Can we agree to do this as a show every week?
Yes.
Where we're preparing for the Sun Devils, and we're preparing for their game coming up. And let's do that by actually listening to the opposition and what they're saying about the Sun Devils.
Yeah, I like that. And I just think for the sake of balance, I should just point out that ASU won the game last year. 27-19.
Yeah, it was Coach Whittingham. Forgot about that, apparently.
Well, he's focused on 2 years ago. I want to thank our listeners in Waddell, too, Wolf.
Oh, Waddell.
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 Everybody listening in Waddell right now.
And I've always wondered what Waddell is like on a Friday night.
Well, there's only one way to find out what Waddell is like on a Friday night.
Yeah.
When we come back, what is the national perspective on the Arizona Cardinals? We're going to ask USA Today NFL columnist Jarrett Bell. He's going to join us next because it's kind of a weird time for the Cardinals, and we've been looking at it from up close, but let's look at it. Let's zoom out and hear what they have to say. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Phoenix Mercury are in the WNBA Finals. Arizona Sports is giving away a pair of tickets to see the Mercury face the Aces Wednesday night downtown. Text the word finals to 620-620 for your chance to win. Be part of the best atmosphere in the WNBA and cheer on the Mercury in the finals against Vegas. Text finals to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey everybody, it's Dave Burns here, and I'm with V's founder, Jimmy V. Tell me, what is it about V's that makes it feel like almost a sanctuary for people who want to go and just get away from it all?
I think it's a place where you can go and it conjures up memories, Dave, of a time gone by. A place to take your kid, to give them a piece of what you had culturally as a kid growing up. As a place where you feel like I can go in and feel my best when I walk out of here. As a place that's happy, as a place that talks about sports, as a place that asks you about your dad, ask you about your family, your kids. That's what V's is. It's just not four walls and barber chairs. It's a culture. And that's what we try to do, and try to make it timeless without any type of pretense, without any type of judgment or prejudices, but to make it a barbershop that you look forward to going in because every single time it's V's.
So book your next great cut and get away from it all by going to V's. Visit vbarbershop.com. That's vbarbershop.com for your next great haircut at V's.
Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, an award-winning family-owned business since 1966. They offer unbeatable selection. They have a great reputation for making luxury attainable. And best of all, you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. Ask for my guy, GM Shane O'Hanrahan. He guarantees our listeners will get a smoking hot deal, the best you're going to find in Arizona. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
There's never been a better time to experience Sundevil football. Pressure coming, Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again. Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Fallout continues from the Arizona Cardinals' 22-21 loss to the Tennessee Titans on Sunday. One of the big stories from the game was the altercation between Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon and running back Amari DiMercato after DiMercato's crucial fourth-quarter fumble. Gannon spoke to Burns and Gambo yesterday and said he apologized to the team for the incident.
I didn't love how I handled that, truthfully. Let the moment get the better of me there, and my emotions ran a little bit hot. So I apologize to Amari and apologize to the team in the team meeting, and I won't let it happen again. You know, it's a mistake that I made.
According to USA Today, the NFL Players Association is looking into the situation but has not started a formal investigation. And the MLB divisional round continues today. Coverage of Yankees-Blue Jays Game 3 begins at 4:30 over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. It's kickoff time. Score big at Freeway Chevrolet with our kickoff special. Chevrolet, let's drive together. Freeway Chevrolet off the I-10 and Ray Road.
Hey, it's Gambo. How do the Cardinals improve from their worst loss of the season? We'll discuss on today's Burns and Gambo show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, welcome back to the show, Wolf and Luke, on a Tuesday afternoon. I feel like we have looked at that Cardinals game from pretty much every angle locally. Wolf, would you agree?
Yes, I would.
So let's get the national perspective on this team and where they are right now. Jarrett Bell, USA Today NFL columnist, joining us on the Arizona Sports Line. Jarrett, we appreciate the time. Thank you. How are you doing?
Pretty good. How you guys? Out in beautiful, lovely, chilly Arizona.
We're
doing great.
We're enjoying the weather. We're not necessarily enjoying the football team right now. Let's just start with that game on Sunday. Such a weird way to lose a football game. Have you ever seen a football game like that?
Yeah, really. You know, I'm glad I wasn't watching like the whole thing. Or maybe it would have just been entertaining to see the whole game. But just, you know, catching the highlights and seeing how the whole thing flowed, pretty crazy. That's kind of been part of the deal this year in the NFL. You know we're going to have close games, and you know we're going to have long field goals and, you know, different things that kind of earmark the NFL product. But some of the crazy stuff that's happened this season has been, you know, tough to get around, get your hands around. But here's the deal. With the Cardinals, the way they've lost in the last 3 games now, it's got to be sickening when you have a chance to win the game, and then you lose on a field goal at the end. So, yeah.
Jared, what
Triple
would you?
The heartbreak.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. What would you say is the national perspective of Kyler Murray?
It's interesting because, he doesn't have much of a national profile when you compare him to, other quarterbacks. And, and all that it goes hand in hand with, how successful the team is, right? But when you look at his status coming into the NFL as a number one pick overall, and I'm just speaking for me, you have that pick and you want to use that as the jumping point to go to greater things, right? With the number one pick, and you build around them and all of that. And that just hadn't happened for Kyler Murray and the Cardinals. So, I was watching that game against Seattle, and they made a run at the end to get back in the game, but it was really looking bad there for a while.
Yeah.
And so, it made me wonder, is this really the guy that's going to take them to another level? And it's been, 6-7 years now?
7, yeah. This is, yeah.
Yeah. So, it's fair to wonder whether or not that's going to be your guy that gets you to that place. But then again, when you see some of these other quarterbacks who were drafted high, and then, like a Sam Darnold, even like a Carson Wentz now, and obviously Baker Mayfield, where you see a guy who was drafted so high, and then they go on to do great things elsewhere, that probably makes you say, well, we need to stick with this guy for a while longer.
We're talking to USA Today NFL columnist Jarrett Bell. Jarrett, in that Cardinals game, obviously, Amari DiMercato flipped the ball away before he scored what would have been the game-clinching touchdown. And yet, crazily enough, he's not the only NFL player that's done it this season. Donnie Mitchell did it for the Colts the week before, and they're not even the first two that have ever done it. Why do you think this is something that keeps happening?
I wish I had the answer to that because, coaches oftentimes, in their team meetings and, they have all sorts of, video reels and, film packages of different things. And you would think that would be drilled into, somebody's head not to do that. So I'm going to start with the coaching. Okay. And the reason why I say that is because if it's not in the player's mind that is just like the worst thing you could do to risk not scoring a touchdown when you've got one in the bag, I think it starts to coaching. And I'm going to tell you one coach who's not doing very well right now. So on another level, maybe he's not the best example, but Bill Belichick. Bill Belichick had a rule that running backs, and this is a little bit different, but it's in the same vein of what we're talking about. But he had a rule that running backs could not stretch to try to get to a touchdown, right? And I'm not even saying it was just running backs, probably receivers and everybody. But he had a rule that, if you're like at the 1 yard line and you're trying to stretch to get to the goal line, you can't do it just because the risk of having that ball pop out, get punched out or whatever is too great when you're right there on the verge of trying to score. So that's one way of looking at it, and one way of looking at how coaches can try to really, mandate a certain behavior near the goal line by their players. On the other hand, it still is something that the players should be accountable for when you're on the professional level. Okay. So yeah, the coach can remind you and put it there and mandate it, but come on, if you're in your third year, second year, 10th year, first year, you should know better than to not cross the goal line before you give the ball up.
Yeah, you know what, Jared, I think that's interesting. Jonathan Gannon, I think, has the exact same role here with the Arizona Cardinals. Having said that, the NFC West, is this the best division in football?
No.
Oh, okay, good. Who is?
Yeah, I know. I just kind of said that off the top of my head without thinking about it too much. So let me digress for a minute. It could be because you've got a race and you've got Seattle much better than it was a couple years ago. I mean, they've really done a good job under Mike McDonald. It is possible that it's the best division in football. And the reason why I think I kind of had that knee-jerk reaction is because I kind of went into this season thinking, and it could still be. So here's the other division that I'd say let's debate it. Right, would be the AFC West. That's with, Kansas City having a losing record right now. Okay. Mm-hmm. The Raiders lose, not really in that mix, but, Denver coming on. And, you talk about the Cardinals and the last 3 losses that they've had. Denver lost 2 games on field goals at the end, too. So they could kind of look in the mirror and say, you know what, we could be 5-0 right now. But you look at the Chargers and the Broncos, and the Chiefs are still going to, make a run at it. I think that A West is the other division. Now, even going back to last year or the offseason, you looked at the A North and thought that it was another division that could, kind of have a knockout battle, but that hadn't manifested itself yet. So you can make an argument for the AFC West, for the NFC West, but yeah, I think the AFC West deserves some consideration as well.
Well, Jarrett, we appreciate this. Thank you so much
Jared,
for the time.
thank you, buddy.
All right, I appreciate you guys having me.
Thank you. That's Jarrett Bell, USA Today NFL columnist, joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. Want to remind you the WNBA Finals are here, and your Phoenix Mercury need their fans loud and proud for Game 3, taking on Las Vegas tomorrow. You could be in the stands. Text finals to 620-620 for your chance to score finals tickets. History's on the line, so be a part of it. Text finals to 620-620 right now. When we come back, how is Drew Petzing planning to jumpstart the Cardinals offense, especially late in games? We'll react to what Arizona's OC just said. Next, it's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Is this the type of game you question everything? Me, you, the fan? Sure. Is Michael Bidwell questioning everything? He put a lot of faith in Monty and JG, and I personally still think they're the right guys for the job. I think that Monty Ossenford is a good GM. I think Jonathan Gadden's a good coach. You might have to make some changes on the coaching staff. Torey Lavella had to fire the third base coach because of a bunch of boneheaded plays. If Petzing doesn't get his act together, his job should be on the line. Definitely by the bye week. I'll say that. By the bye week, if this offense doesn't get turned around, you go look at this offense, it's not good.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. A little tip from your Uncle Ron, your costume should be scary, not your retirement. I love that. Trajan Wealth can help take the fear out of financial planning. One of the reasons why you ought to pick up the phone and give them a call today. I used to wonder, do I have enough to retire? Am I missing something here? That's kind of a scary thought, isn't it? Then I met with Trajan Wealth. Now I have the answers and a real plan as well. They're not just advisors, they're fiduciaries. And they treated me like family. I'm a client today because they earned my trust. That's right, a fiduciary. The better you do, the better they do. Take the stress off your shoulders. Pick up the phone and call Trajan Wealth today. 480-990-3300. 480-990-3300. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC. SEC Registered Investment Advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Homeowners, are you wanting to move but feel stuck? Call Carol Royce of Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Many home sellers face a catch-22, risking owning 2 homes or none at all. Skip the stress with Carol's Guaranteed Sale Program. No double mortgages, no getting stuck. Carol will guarantee the sale of your home at your agreed-upon price and time frame, or she will buy it so you can move with certainty. Call Carol Royce today, 480-776-5231, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. Dave Burns here. As nationally renowned trial lawyers, they're here to change lives for the better by fighting in court and getting families compensation for their injuries. Berg Simpson also makes it a priority to give back to their community. It's at the heart of everything they do, helping people when they need it the most. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO. It's October. Say goodbye to the heat and hello cooler weather. That means it's National Car Care Month, and there's no better time to make sure your car's ready for the fall. The fall is so busy, we no sooner shut our cars off and then, oops, we're gone again. So I know we all want to take care of our cars, but we never seem to find the time until it breaks. There's a couple of quick and easy things we need to do to keep our cars ready. Checking the brakes, battery, and tires is a start. And let's not forget about the fluids. A simple oil change and topping off your coolant can save you major headaches later on. If you're hearing strange noises, see dash lights, or just need a tune-up, now's the time to act. Please don't wait until your car leaves you stranded to come see us. We know that getting car repairs can be confusing, but where to go when you need them isn't. That's us at AMCO. Remember, transmission repair is our specialty, but we do all repairs too. And we take the hassle out of getting your car repaired. So Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA. MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and fall is a great time in the Valley. It's also the best time to replace your windows, so do what I did. Take advantage of a great special from my friends at Advanced Window Products, where you get $2,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. You will not be disappointed. My new windows look awesome. The installation process was fantastic and professional, right down to the cleanup process. Highly recommend Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company that sells directly to the public, where there are no middleman markups. They build your windows, they install your windows, then they guarantee them for life. By the way, that lifetime warranty is transferable. It's serviced by a local team with labor, glass, and parts included, and with financing options available. It is a great time to invest in your number one asset. Call 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
Is it worth it? Can you even hear me? Starting with your spotlight on me. Not enough to feed the hungry. I'm tired and I felt it for a while now.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Wednesday morning. We'll have our weekly NFL conversation with Mark Schlereth. The fun starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, final segment of the show here on a Tuesday. And Drew Petzing. His name has been talked about a lot lately, Wolf.
Yes, it is.
And he just spoke. So I'm going to start playing some audio. You and I haven't got to hear it yet because he just spoke, so it's during our show, okay? I got a lot of Drew Petzing cuts here. Okay, I'm just going to start firing through them. He was asked right off the top, why run the ball on 3rd and 8 at the end of the game?
At the end of the day, anytime I make a call, I'm trying to go win the game. You know, whether I'm putting the ball in Kyler's hands, whether I'm putting the ball in the back's hands and trusting the O-line. You know, I think just based on the situation where we were, the down and distance, I didn't love the call. Felt like I put our guys in a tough spot and not happy with that.
He was asked what he saw that made him want to run the ball on 3rd and 8.
I mean, again, looking at kind of where we hit the first drive, felt like we hit that obviously on the 3rd down on the big run earlier in the quarter, and some of the things that they were doing to sell out to stop the run. Felt like we could try to split one there for a big one and catch him off guard a little bit, and it didn't work.
And if Kyler could have checked out of it?
There are times where he has checks. He did not have one there.
Why not?
Just the play that came in did not have a check on him.
What percentage of the plays does he not have a check on?
I mean, that would be very different from game to game.
He's right about that. There are a lot of differences from game to game and how you're going to go about it. But it does seem odd that you would call a play he doesn't have a check on.
Yeah.
If they don't line up in the defense you're expecting them to, that maybe you'd go ahead and actually say, hey, let's think about this. Let's check to another play. For me, I most quarterbacks, I think, have checks for almost every play. It's just a matter of whether or not you trust the quarterback to get the check right, And again, I'm not saying they don't with Kyler.
It's
I'm
also
just saying
not a ton of time at that point.
It seems odd that they would call a play that didn't have a check.
Well, as a follow-up to that, Drew Petzing was asked what goes into deciding if a play has a check or not.
It could be a couple different things. Certain plays we only like into certain looks or certain fronts or certain coverages, so we want to give him an out because we know that there are some tougher looks. Other plays we feel like have answers to more looks. Other times there's motions and shifts on it where you don't have as much time to operate and can't get into different things. So I'd say there's a lot of different things that play into whether a play has a check or not.
He was also asked if the clock impacted the 3rd and 8 call at all.
Yeah, in a 4-minute situation, timeouts, clock, where we are on the field, what the score is, all of those things are going to go on in terms of what you want to call. You're looking to get the first down first and foremost, but there's a lot of other considerations that go into whether you run the ball, you throw the ball, what type of pass, what type of run, all those different things.
What was the first cut you actually played?
The very first one?
Yeah, you played an awful lot of them. So do you remember
why
which
he
one
ran the ball on 3rd and 8?
Yeah, I'd like to hear that again. Okay.
At the end of the day, anytime I make a call, I'm trying to go win the game. Whether I'm putting the ball in Kyler's hands or I'm putting the ball in the back's hands and trusting the O-line. I think just based on the situation where we were, the down and distance, I didn't love the call. Felt like I put our guys in a tough spot and not happy with that.
Well, how about that? That is stepping up to the plate. There's a little accountability right there.
Yeah, this might not be a popular opinion. Maybe it is. I don't know. But you and I were talking about this yesterday. I thought they got conservative for a little bit, but then I do think that Drew Petzing's play calling was more aggressive at times in the second half of Sunday's game than maybe it has been at earlier points this season. I did really like the drive in the 3rd quarter, but then the ball got snapped off Kyler's face. That's not Drew Petzing's fault. You know what I mean? So, you're not going to enjoy sports if you're getting into every single call and saying, well, I can't believe they did this on 2nd and 11 in the 2nd quarter. I think a lot of people focused on 3rd and 8 running the ball because so many games this season have ended for the Cardinals with them running the ball on 3rd and long and then having to punt. They can't run the ball very well right now. And the biggest thing is fix that. But until you have, I think you even just kind of heard Drew Petzing say it right there. Maybe that wasn't the best call.
There also were situations, too, where I thought trying to target Marvin Harrison Jr. in the second half would be something that would be, integral to everything else you were going to do offensively. Yeah. I just thought targeting him, whether it's forcing the ball to him, just trying to get him the ball in certain situations. To me, you think of the first half, if you juxtapose the first half to the second half,
looked pretty good.
It looked really, really good in terms of Marvin Harrison Jr. And I know, Basinonians, I know that the Titans probably continued to move that safety over the top of Marvin Harrison Jr. And play in and out of him. I know they did some things to take away Marvin Harrison Jr. Yet at the same time, there's got to be a way to try to target him a little bit more than what we've seen, especially in that second half.
And in particular in that game, because my mind goes back to that Larry Fitzgerald cut we had last week when he was on Sirius and he was talking about the Seahawks game. And he was saying, the best thing that could have happened for Marv is the second half of that Seahawks game. Because remember, Marv seemed to hit his breaking point at halftime, or maybe somebody said something at halftime, I don't know. But in the second half, he was a monster in that Seahawks game. It was just a little too late for the Cardinals, but he looked different. And so the question was, for 10 days, is he carrying that over now, or was that just kind of a flash? Well, he carried it over. He looked great in the first half against Tennessee. Had a great catch that looked like it was going to be a touchdown. He, 4 catches on 5 targets, and they were contested. The
back shoulder throw, too, from Kyler Murray to Marvin Harrison Jr. on that fade where they threw the back shoulder. That, to me, it's you can't cover it. It's a play you can't cover as a DB. You could play a safety over the top and have that corner on him as well. You could have 2 guys. But if you throw that back shoulder throw correctly, you can't stop it.
Yeah.
You can't.
Yeah.
That's what I'd love to see them develop a little bit more of, that chemistry on the back shoulder fade.
That's a good way to put it, because there are times when the Cardinals make plays, and specifically when Kyler and Marv are on the same page, or Marv's making catches like he did over Devin Witherspoon, or like he did on the 44-yard almost touchdown against Tennessee, where they can't cover that. They're not going to be able to cover it. I know you can't throw to him 35 times a game, but they're not going to be able to stop him when he makes plays like that. There are plays Trey McBride makes where you're they can't cover him. And then when you put it all together, it's there's no way they can cover both of them all the time. It would help if the Cardinals could run. But so I think that's what gets frustrating for people watching sometimes, is you see these plays and you're they've got a receiver that sometimes is uncoverable. They've got a tight end that sometimes is uncoverable. And then you just don't throw to one of them for a half of a game for some reason. It's it looks like the Cardinals stop themselves sometimes.
Yes. You got another cut you want to play?
Let's see. Yeah. How about this on how the bad snap happened off Kyler's face?
Yeah, people make mistakes. I think you see people false start when they forget the snap count. There are different people who are on different mechanics when we're using different cadences, which I think is extremely important, and a benefit of being at home. You can use your voice on some of that stuff. So it's a level of detail that I got to get right.
I mean, they got to clean it up. You're going to make some mistakes in a game. There's plenty of teams that won football games this weekend that didn't play perfect football.
Yeah.
But the problem for the Cardinals is they just had a really good first half, which highlighted just how bad the second half was. And then every mistake seemingly happened in that second half.
Yeah, for me, once again, it's a cautionary tale. It really is. You cannot expect players to go out and execute every play perfectly. The other guy is trying to.
All right, that's it for us. Thanks to Rick and Jamal. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gabo next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Peace and strength.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Do you cringe when you have to smile for photos? Are you lacking confidence because of broken, discolored, or missing teeth? Struggle to chew food properly or just function normally? Have you even forgotten how to smile? Well, ProSmile can change all of that with dental implants. At ProSmile, from start to finish, everything is done on-site with your implants by Arizona's top oral surgeons, cosmetic dentists, and an on-site lab to provide immediate teeth with the highest quality. The all-on-4 implants can give you back the confidence to laugh and smile and look good doing it. ProSmile Dental is the only practice. We have oral surgeons and cosmetic dentists available on-site every day. ProSmile is family-owned, not a national chain. They have locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale, and they offer multiple financing options, including interest-free financing or financing up to 10 years. So whether it's the all-on-4 implants, an issue with wisdom teeth, or even a smile makeover with on-site custom-designed cosmetic veneers, text PRO to 620-620 or go to ProSmileAZ.com to book your free consultation. And let's get you into a smile you'll love.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone with no startup fees. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to
what's next? A new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvisi here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Varel with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The baseball playoffs in Major League Baseball continue today on the American League side of things. We're still waiting for Game 3 between the Tigers and Mariners to begin. Series tied at a game apiece, but we're waiting on some weather in Detroit, Michigan to pass. So we'll keep you updated for when that one gets started. Assuming that one sees action today, they have a second American League divisional game tonight in New York as the Yankees look to stave off elimination and keep Gambo happy for at least one more day. They're taking on the Blue Jays in New York. Jays, if they win, they'll be the first team to advance to the championship series. First pitch is at 5:08, and you can listen to it all over on ESPN 620 AM, starting at 4:30. And if you're excited for the NHL season to start, well, we've got a triple header that's set to begin moments from now in Florida. The champion-winning Panthers host the Chicago Blackhawks. That's the game that's coming up in about 20 minutes or so. Later this evening, the New York Rangers will host the Pittsburgh Penguins, and then the nightcap in Los Angeles will feature the Colorado Avalanche and the LA Kings. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resorts. Join the football watch parties every Sunday with special guests, food, and drink specials, and more, only at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up to the claw on this Tuesday afternoon. Good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports in the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo.
Burnsy, what's going on?
So let me get this straight.
Yeah.
I was driving in for an early meeting this morning, and I heard this on the morning show.
Okay.
You mean to tell me that LeBron's big announcement today was so that he could pimp Hennessy? Is that correct? Is that
I was hoping we'd go the entire show without mentioning it, and you opened the show with it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought because we were talking about it during the commercial break that you wanted me to open the show
fraud,
with it.
LeBron. Fraud.
I thought you were planting the seed for me to bring it up. No. I mean,
nope.
Come on, dude.
I know.
Like just a whiff of self-awareness. Like just a hint. Nobody liked it that you did that with Jim Gray 15 years ago. We don't like that you're now commercializing it to sell whatever it is that you're selling. That's what it was for? Come on, man.
I know.
Come on.
I know.
Counter?
Yeah.
How did you guys not see this coming? Or something like this
You know what?
coming?
Because he might retire. He might have been retiring, if possible.
You're both right. And I mean that truly. Like when I heard the news yesterday, I thought maybe this is him retiring. And then Gambo made the funny joke about him and LeBron going out together. But you're also right. Like this is in some ways this is classic LeBron. Like I'm just gonna.
He did this with Amazon or something a year ago, I believe.
Yeah, watch me do something to get my name out there to help promote the products that pay. It's just it is. I should have expected this to take this seriously, but I should have known better. You're both right.
Yeah, I mean, I thought,
it's not worthy of.
I thought he would have the whirlwind final tour. This is it. Every place he goes, they give him a signed jersey or something like that. I don't know.
And he still might. But anyway, this is. Unless Lauren has it in the 4 o'clock reset. That is no, she does not. No, she does
that's
not.
it.
That is the last time we shall mention LeBron James's name.
Oh my God, is LeBron dead? Is he alive? Oh my God, get the ambulance! Oh my God, look at LeBron!
Where the hell did that come from?
That had to be a game where he went down with a fake injury or something.
I will say the date on this is May 20th, 2021.
Okay, so that's a 4-year-old drop.
It would have been when the Lakers were playing the Suns in the playoffs. No,
I don't.
Yeah.
Kind of remember. Yeah, would have.
Kind of remember like a fake injury, LeBron going down.
I don't remember that.
I kind of do remember that.
That's fantastic. Let's weigh in on our top story of the day on the Burns and Gambo Show, shall we?
Let's do it.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
Drew Petzing today on getting Trey McBride and Marvin Harrison Jr. the ball.
Always something that's going to be at the forefront of our mind. I think we're operating at a high level when those guys are impacting the game and touching the football. So we want to do that early. We want to do it often. I don't think that's ever going to change.
And why he ran the ball on 3rd and 8. This is what you all want to know, isn't it?
At the end of the day, anytime I make a call, I'm trying to go win the game. You know, whether I'm putting the ball in Kyler's hands or I'm putting the ball in the back's hands and trusting the O-line. You know, I think just based on the situation where we were, the down and distance, I didn't love the call. Felt like I put our guys in a tough spot and not happy with that.
Okay. I didn't love the call. I put our guys in a tough spot.
I mean, I'll go a step further. We hated the call, Drew. We hated the call.
Appreciate the honesty. We're going to take it a step further. We hated it.
Are you kidding me? What are we doing here? I didn't love the call. I always try to put my team in a position to win. Not there. You didn't put yourself in a position to win. Not there.
And I knew today, and I had forgotten to mention this when we were all collaborating on the show, pre-show. I knew today was the day Drew Petzing met with the media. So I wasn't expecting a lot in terms of, like real deep explanation into what went wrong or what happened. But obviously the Cardinals offense right now is at the forefront of just about every single conversation that we're having about this team. How bad they are, how much of a step back they've taken, the things that they're not able to do. Some of it is injury-based. Some of it is decision-based. Some of it might be because your offensive line coach is now the offensive coordinator in Dallas.
Oh, and they're doing great things over there. Number one rushing rate in the NFL?
That would be the team with the number one success rate in the run game in the Dallas Cowboys.
Arizona Cardinals, points per game, 23rd in the NFL. Yards per play, 27th in the NFL. Yards per pass play, 30th in the NFL. Rushing success, 31st. I'll take it a step further. Last year, the Arizona Cardinals averaged 23.5 points per game. This year, they're at 20.6. They've gone down 3 points per game from last year to this year. This is an offense that is, I don't even want to say stuck in neutral. It's regressed. It's not getting better. Did they go out and address a lot of needs in the offseason? I mean, no, but they give great talent on this offense. Trey McBride is a tremendous talent. Marvin Harrison Jr., and he may not be everything you want him to be, but he's a good football player. Now, you're obviously built to run the football, and without James Conner and now Trey Benson, you're really hurting those categories. But, the numbers don't lie. Through 5 games, you're talking about an offense that is somewhere between 23rd and 31st in 4 major categories.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you mentioned that about the Dallas Cowboys offensive coordinator, Clayton Adams. They are number 1 in run success rate in the National Football League. The Cardinals are second to last in that same category, I think was in your email. So,
31st.
At this point, so second to last. At this point, clearly there's a lot of different factors here, but the only thing that matters at the end of the day is how you're going to fix it, and what are you going to do to solve this problem? I mean, Jonathan Gannon said a couple of weeks ago, hey, we're in the solutions business. We got to solve problems. That's what we do. This is a problem for you to solve, and this is a problem for you to solve right now. James Conner's not walking through that door. Trey Benson's not going to be walking through that door anymore. Hell, Clayton Adams not going to be walking through that door anymore. You've got to figure a way to morph this offense into something that it's not. And at this point, how it can't be more of Kyler Murray, more of Marvin Harrison Jr., more of Trey McBride is beyond me. I heard something, Gambo, today that blew my mind. Our colleague, Ron Wolfley, who's a big, staunch supporter of 12 personnel and 13 personnel, said today, I heard this when I was driving in, said today the Cardinals need to run more 11 personnel. They need to do it now. They need to.
Tip Ryman out too.
Yeah, and he cited that as well.
With Tip being out,
between
you have
Tip
to.
and James Conner being out,
you have to go more 11 personnel, put more wide receivers, and start moving the ball that way because this other way ain't working.
I think with Tip out and Connor out and Benson out, that it makes more sense to try to get the wide receivers more involved. There was something, I had a big problem yesterday, with Drew Petzing's.
Just one?
No, I had a lot of problems. I wore a paper bag over my head yesterday.
Okay, good.
For the show.
Just wanted to clarify.
My friends, this is the difference between your friends and my friends. My friends, you actually look better like that.
Oh, my friends might have said that.
Your friends might have said that?
They might have said that.
My friends
aren't as...
Keep it on. You look better.
Yeah, you did bring another paper bag today. The Trader Joe's.
I did. I went to Trader Joe's for lunch.
Yeah, those are nice bags. I don't know if you want to cut holes into those.
I was so close to... But they have this seasonal, carrot cake thing at Trader Joe's that is, literally to die for. Wow. Have you had it?
Oh, Lawrence.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Lauren wasn't, wasn't listening to the word of the show, and all of a sudden you said carrot cake.
It's a Trader Joe's thing. I'll bring one in.
It's incredible. Making carrot cake, I can bake a lot. Making carrot cake is such a pain in the ass. It's, not even worth it. Okay. So I love that Trader Joe's carrot cake.
It's so freaking good. So good. All right, I'm going to bring one in.
Well, you know what? You got the pizza last time. I'll bring in Trader Joe's.
It's like $5.99. It's okay. No, I'm just saying. It's I should have just grabbed one today and brought it in. But
wow, I had no idea it was such a hit. Anyway,
all right. So
we got off track.
I had a big problem. Yeah, one of my big problems. One of my several problems yesterday was Marvin Harrison Jr. I pointed out how he got caught a pass in the third quarter. They went 26 pass plays. 26 plays offensively in a row without targeting him. You had a number from AZ Central that was kind of similar to that, and it just blows me away how they just completely ignored Marvin Harrison Jr.
Teo Mackey tweet, per fantasy points data, Marv was the first read just once on 15 pass plays after the first quarter.
How? And that's between his note and then mine yesterday that you had 26 plays in which he wasn't even targeted. I mean... Drew Petzing, why? This guy was you know how much money you're paying this guy?
Yeah.
You're paying this guy all this money to be a decoy?
Well, you're paying him, and you spent the fourth pick in the draft on him. I mean, that ain't cheap, right? That's like Boardwalk or Park Place. If the game of NFL, if the NFL draft is a monopoly board, the fourth pick in the draft is like Park Place or Boardwalk. You can't.
McBride and Marvin Harrison Jr. should be Boardwalk and Park Place.
Yeah, I mean, in your offense, now, especially with James Conner out, they should
and
be.
And Amari DiMercado's like a railroad. Or the waterworks. I'm just saying, he's got a spot on the board, but it's like the waterworks.
He's one of those. I only know them by the colors. I don't know them by the name. He's like one of those purple ones or one of those orange ones.
Baltic something or
I'm trying to think of some of the other ones.
What's the light blue one? The light blue one is
the light blue ones are like Oriental Avenue or something like that.
Yeah, he'll take you $10.
Yeah, but you need absolutely. And so 2 quick ones from Petzing.
Okay.
Could Kyler have checked out of the third and 8 play? Here's what he said.
There are times where he has checks. He did not have one there.
Why not?
Just the play that came in did not have a check on.
What percentage of the plays does he not have a check on?
I mean, that would be very different from game to game.
What he saw that made him want to run the ball on 3rd and 8. Here's part 2 to that.
I mean, again, looking at kind of where we hit the first drive, felt like we hit that obviously on the 3rd down on the big run earlier in the quarter, and some of the things that they were doing to sell out to stop the run. Felt like we could try to split one there for a big one and catch him off guard a little bit, and it didn't work.
Drew Petzing is the Cardinal of the week this week.
Drew Petzing is the Cardinals' the Diamondbacks' third base coach. He is you're on the hot seat.
You are under the brightest of spotlights.
How many games for the bye?
2 more.
They lose both of those games, and their offense doesn't get going. I think you got to make a change. I don't think you got to salvage. You got to try to salvage the season somehow.
You and I agree on that 100%. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, there's a blueprint for ASU to beat Utah. What is it? We'll tell you next on the Burns and Gambo show.
The Phoenix Mercury are in the WNBA Finals. Arizona Sports is giving away a pair of tickets to see the Mercury face the Aces Wednesday night downtown. Text the word finals to 620-620 for your chance to win. Be part of the best atmosphere in the WNBA and cheer on the Mercury in the finals against Vegas. Text finals to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know summers are never ending in Arizona, where it's way too hot outside for your AC to not be in tip-top shape. Call the pros at Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. They have got your back 24/7, and when you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Enter to be the next Arizona sports fan of the game, presented by Redbird Farms Chicken. Win tickets to a Cardinals home game, be featured on the Jumbotron, and receive a $100 grocery gift card. Text Redbird to 620-620 to enter to win today.
Message and data rates may apply.
And we're back with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, how is the service at Arrowhead Honda?
I trust my friends at Arrowhead Honda's service department to keep my Honda in tip-top shape. Their expert team always gets it right. From quick oil changes to major repairs, they will literally handle it all. Thanks, Arrowhead Honda.
Visit Arrowhead Honda today at the 101 and Bell Road, or shop online at arrowheadhonda.com.
Tell them Michael Wilson sent you. Go Red.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
If you want thick, healthy, gorgeous hair, then you need Hair Volume from New Nordic. Available as a tablet or delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Hey, it's Wolf. What does the Cardinals defense need to do better late in games? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, two things. Number one, I need you to tip jar Spoon for me, please. Thank you. Number two,
Is that the name of the group?
That's the name of the band, Spoon. They're out of Austin, Texas. I
don't know them.
They have one song called The Underdog. It's one of my favorite songs of all time.
I remember the cartoon Underdog.
If that's not the
Underdog.
If that's not the most classic Burns and Gambo bit ever, I don't know what is. Yeah, they have a great song called Underdog. Oh yeah, like the cartoon. Yeah, not at all like the cartoon, but whatever. Yeah,
it was awesome.
It was a good cartoon. The little dog with the cape. Yeah, I remember that. And then number two, thank you to everybody listening here on the Burns and Gambo show. A shout out to our audience in Avondale right now. Thank you, Avondale for listening to us here on the Burns and Gambo show. It's a longer cut. But this is Kenny Dillingham yesterday talking about the culture in Utah and how he wants to mimic the culture in Utah.
We try to keep guys locked in on the here and now. At the end of the day, like prior years don't win football games. But the culture that he's established there is elite. Bottom line. That's why I said if we can build something that he has built here, and that starts with the crowd. You always talk about when you go there, the crowd, how hard it is to play at home. Well, we're starting to get that, right? You talk about their physicality and their toughness. Well, hopefully we're not there yet, but we're creeping up on, hopefully being able to be in that conversation in 5-6 years. You can't just do it 1 or 2 years and say, oh, we're this team that's done it for 12, right? But hopefully we're getting closer and closer to that style, and that style is won, and it will win. For the end of time, if you can run the ball, stop the run, not turn the ball over, be physical, and win at home, you're going to have a lot of good seasons. And
Kyle Whittingham's teams have recorded winning records in 17 of his 20 seasons as head coach.
Great coach,
great program. Maybe not always elite, maybe not always at the top of their conference, but always a tough out. Utah is always a tough out.
They won a bunch of Pac-12 championships too.
They did.
I don't remember how many it is, but they won a few.
I'd have to go back and look to be sure, but it's a few. Yeah, where they were playing in Rose Bowls and they were playing it. Yeah, absolutely. They're always a tough out, Gambo. Always. And so Here starts the tough stretch for ASU. You could say it's a continuation if you wanted the tough stretch between the Baylor and the TCU game. Those were not easy either.
No.
But at Utah, home against Texas Tech, and then home against Houston, and at Iowa State, these 4 games shall define the ASU season.
Yeah, and Utah's had ASU's number. They've won 3 consecutive games against Arizona State, including a shellacking just a couple of years ago. They've won 4 of the last 5 contests, so they've had some success against them quite a bit. Now, they've got a good quarterback in the Dampierre kid. He's been very good through 5 games. He leads the Big 12, and he's 11th in the FBS in completion percentage. So he completes a lot of passes. He's 3rd in the conference in completions per game. This is a team good offensively. They're pretty good defensively. They just had the one really bad hiccup where they got beat by Texas Tech. And Texas Tech, they got beat pretty good in that game, didn't play very well. But overall, this has always been a really good program, and they usually give Arizona fits.
Yeah,
Arizona State.
They usually do. And Kyle Whittingham, he spent some time talking about ASU and how tough they are, why they've been so good in one-score games.
Just making plays when they need to be made, and they've been in some tight games this year. Although they lost the Mississippi State game, that was a one-score game, but they have done a good job of pulling those games out and being on the winning end of those. And just all I can say is that when the time comes at the end of the game and things get tough, they make plays.
And really, if you want to zoom out about this is kind of the game that, in a way, started it all for ASU a year ago. You know, the week before it was the Kansas game, which we talked about last week. The Kansas game was the one where they were behind at home. It was hot. Sam Leavitt rallied the team. They were down, and they won that game. But Kansas was just okay. I mean, Utah, when they beat Utah at home, and when they avenged that, 55-3 loss against Utah from 2 years ago.
You know what I remember about that game?
About which one? The year 1 or year 2?
55-3 game.
Okay, what about it?
I'm almost 100% positive here. I'll say Cam Scatterbu played quarterback.
Looking to
I don't have the.
Looking to our ASU people.
I lose notes for 2 years. I can't look
Scatterbu,
up.
probably Jalen Conyers in there a little bit too.
Conover,
Trenton Bourget. I think he got hurt in that game.
Played.
Hold on,
I think Cam Scatterbu played quarterback against you. That's how bad it was. That's Cam Scatterbu was the quarterback for ASU.
Okay, here you go. From that game, Jacob Conover was 5 of 22 for 41 yards, no touchdowns and an interception. Trenton Bourget was 3 of 6 for -1 yards. Cam Scatterbu, 0 completions, 1 attempt.
He played quarterback.
He played quarterback. He did. Conover, Scatterbu, and Bourget were the quarterbacks for ASU that day. Cam Scatterbu had 12 carries for 31 yards, no touchdowns. Yeah, that was bad. That was really 55-3. But you know, we talk about revenge and we talk about vengeance and we talk about getting back, right? So ASU got back at Utah for that game. And you've long talked about Utah wanting to get back at ASU for what happened last year, because I really think the Utah game was the first game last year where we started to take ASU really seriously. Where we started
100%.
Okay, you know, on second thought, this is a team to be reckoned with now in this conference. And this just went from a nice story and a team that could be bowl eligible to one that could be a contender in this conference.
My note from last year's game is maybe the Herm Edwards era and scandal didn't do that much damage.
Oh, I remember you saying that.
Maybe it did no harm at all. How else do you explain what is happening so soon after his infamous ending?
I remember
Sure, they
that.
lost a few kids, had a bowl ban in a year it didn't matter, but ASU won that game and they were 5-1 for the first time since 2019. And I'm sitting there after that Utah game, and Cam Rising was terrible. He had a terrible game. He probably shouldn't have played, but they put him in there, and he was awful. And the only thing I could say, my recollection and my notes are talk about how the Herm Edwards, they've got past it. It didn't set the university back 5 years or 10 years or do a lot of damage with the scholarships lost and the bowl ban and kids just leaving the program left and right. Thanks to Kenny Dillingham, they bounced back and they were 5-1. They were 5-1 for the first time since 2019 after that win. Incredible.
Yeah. It was. I can picture I can still remember you saying that on the air.
Yeah.
About maybe the Herm Edwards era wasn't so bad.
Wasn't so bad.
I'm like, whoa, okay, hold on. Let's talk about this here.
And
for
I
a
said
minute.
maybe because the brand wasn't that great to begin with, not so many pegs to be knocked down. A good coach, a lot of transfers in the portal, and the misery of Herm and Antonio is a distant memory.
Sam Levitt was talking about Utah today. Apparently the weather is not supposed to be great up there, or at least it's got the potential to not be great up there. So they were practicing with wet footballs all day today.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's different. I do change up a couple things, kind of like to keep that my secret. But, you know, I grew up in Oregon, like I said, it's one of the rainiest states, so throwing in that all off season and, you know, even during the season. Nothing I'm not used to.
Apparently Kenny was spraying down the balls before the long snappers would snap them and before Sam Levitt would throw them. He talked about playing a night game at Utah.
Yeah, I mean, I think I saw the stat there, like 92% win in the last 10 years at home at night games. So, you know, it's going to be an electric environment. You know, I've heard about playing at Utah. My whole family's out there, so it's going to be a fun time.
They're a little banged up. There are a few injuries that they're dealing with in Utah. Their safety, Nate Ritchie, had a leg injury, looked pretty serious. Two-way playmaker Jackson Benet has a lower leg injury. He stayed suited up, but he left the game. Starting defensive tackle left. A running back, Wayshawn Parker, left, but he ended up returning in the game. We found out from the ASU side of things, Jalen Moss expected to be back for this game at wide receiver.
Good.
But Xavier Alford will not be back for this game at safety, so they'll have to continue to lean on Adrian Boogie Wilson a little bit there in the backfield for them. So this is going to be look, the loss at Texas Tech, I think, took a little bit of the shine off of Utah. Don't get too fooled by that if you're an ASU
Texas
fan.
Tech may be that good,
Texas Tech might be that good.
They might be that good,
I mean, they who did they play this past weekend? Because they just demolished them. Who was it? Do you remember off the top of your head? Because I remember
Iowa State lost to Cincinnati. Right. That was the big one that I paid attention to.
Houston. They
clobbered
Houston 35-11.
Yeah.
Texas Tech might be that good. It might not be so much that Utah was that bad. It might be that Texas Tech is that good.
And I don't think Iowa State's that good either.
No, they looked. They're
good.
Beat to hell too. They got a bunch of injuries there. One other funny thing about Kenny Dillingham. Did you see that he got a phone call during his press conference yesterday?
Yeah, I didn't know he was having the press conference. I should have realized.
Was it you?
I should have realized.
Apparently, he looked at his phone and he decided you weren't worth stopping the press conference for.
It's not they're going to disappear forever. Like, Cam, that's my phone. Let's see if it's a recruit. No, not a recruit. I would have answered and laughed.
but because it's Gambo, I'll keep talking to you, cannolis. It's just Gambo. What does he want? Like, what could he possibly be bugging me about today?
He's great. He's great. This will be a big game.
Yes, it will.
This will be a really important game.
Yes.
They definitely got banged up in the West Virginia game, so they are definitely banged up. So hopefully, ASU can go in there and get a win.
Tune into Arizona Sports at Night right after our show. It's Kellen and it's Mitch, and they're breaking down the fallout of the Cardinals-Titans game. Listen on Arizona Sports 98.7 or the Arizona Sports app. In a topic that seemed, well, we kind of mocked it a week ago, to be honest with you. Is it time to talk about Jonathan Gannon in the hot seat? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
NFL record for most punt return touchdowns in a season. Played 10 of his 13 NFL seasons for the Cardinals and officially retired a Cardinal this summer. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Here to tell you about Stuart Willis, Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax, and why I think it's well worth it for any of you out there to hire him as your financial advisor and give him a chance to help grow your money, to help put together a good financial plan, retirement plan, tax plan. I've been using him for many, many years, and he's done a terrific job for me. Now, one of the things I really want people to understand is, like, for me especially, like, you work hard, you're saving, you're investing. You've got everything going with Roth IRA, 401ks, other investments. And all of a sudden you get to that point, okay, now I'm going to retire. I'm not going to work anymore. You got to make sure your financial advisor has a good plan for how you're going to be able to use that money and make it last through retirement. That's important too, right? It's not just about, hey, help me get as much money as I can. You want to have a good plan in place for what you're going to take out, how you're going to take it out, like what percentage do you want to take out, how to do it. And a lot of people like, how much do I switch into bonds? But if you're heavy in stocks, do you go more into bonds to be more secure in case there's a market downturn? You're able to, be okay with that. That's why having a financial advisor that knows what they're doing is important. I recommend Stuart Willis, Asset Preservation, Wealth and Tax. Get a free portfolio review. Call 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Having your car serviced is never convenient, but when you drop your vehicle off at Liberty GMC in the evening, you can pick it up the next morning. It's almost like no downtime. That certainly helps. Dave Burns here for Liberty GMC, and only at their certified service center can you get free wiper blades with every oil change as well. Liberty GMC is family-owned. They've served the Valley since 1997. In Peoria at the Highway Loop 101 on Bell Road and 87th Avenue, or check them out online, libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
9 Inch Nails. Live at Desert Diamond Arena, Friday, March 6th. Get tickets Wednesday, October 8th at 12 p.m. at NIN.com. 9 Inch Nails. Live in Glendale. Peel It Back Tour 2026.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Walt's TV and Appliance, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner. And Bear, what do our listeners get by shopping at Walt's?
Well, Dan, you'll get great expertise and great prices. We'll give you the best in-store and in-home experience every time. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Come check out our great selection, speak with our knowledgeable staff, and enjoy worry-free installation done by a pro. Only at Walt's. Shop local. Shop Walt's.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, Heat and Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical.
At the end of the day, anytime I make a call, I'm trying to go win the game. Whether I'm putting the ball in Kyler's hands, whether I'm putting the ball in the back's hands and trusting the O-line. I think just based on the situation where we were, the down and distance, I didn't love the call. Felt like I put our guys in a tough spot and not happy with them.
That's Cardinals offensive coordinator Drew Petzing with the media today. Asked about that controversial play call made on the 3rd down and 8 late in the Cardinals' loss to the Titans. Cardinals were up 21-3 at one point Sunday, but they failed to score in the second half. Looking over at the team's next opponent, there's a new kicker in Indianapolis. After they lost Spencer Schrader for the season, the Colts have signed Michael Badgley to replace him. Baseball playoffs continue today in the American League, but they have yet to continue because we're waiting for the clouds to pass in Detroit, Michigan. So the Mariners and Tigers, they're in a holding pattern right now, waiting to start their Game 3. That series is tied at a game apiece. Later tonight, the Yankees look to stave off elimination at least one more night against the Blue Jays in New York. Jays, if they get the win, they will be the first team to advance to the championship series. First pitch is at 5:08. Coverage starts at 4:30, and we'll carry that one for you over on ESPN 620 AM. And if you're excited for the start of the NHL season, a triple-header has just begun. In Florida, the reigning champion Panthers host the Chicago Blackhawks. They're about halfway through the first period. No score yet there. Later this evening, the New York Rangers will host the Pittsburgh Penguins, and then the nightcap is in Los Angeles, featuring the Colorado Avalanche and the LA Kings. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Termite season is here. Call 602-BLUE-SKY today to schedule your free termite inspection.
Hey, everybody. Dan Bickley with the Cardinals moving on to Indianapolis. Can our football team put a traumatic loss in the rearview mirror and get on back to winning football? We'll discuss our football team. Shenanigans begin at 6 a.m.
Jobs might depend on it. If we're just being honest about it, what Bickley just said a second ago, jobs might very well depend on them putting behind them that traumatic loss to the Tennessee Titans. Because, like we talked a lot about yesterday, everything's changed now for the Arizona Cardinals this season. The way we define this season has changed. We question everything now. We wonder about their culture. We wonder about their talent. We wonder about everything.
I mean, no finer words were said on yesterday's show than that. This is the type of loss that makes you question everything.
Everything. I mean,
I still can't believe they lost to the Titans.
For example, we were running a promo, one of our social media videos that went out, were you and I talking about Jonathan Gannon and how it was that hot seat list that you had a week ago. Remember that one?
And he was like
number 8
second to
on
last.
the list.
Like number 8, yeah.
The only guy who was behind him was John Harbaugh, and John Harbaugh's not on a hot seat, right? And we're like, come on, man, he's not on a hot seat. You know, like you want to tell me that the Titans coach is on a hot seat? Sure. Jonathan Gannon, he's not on a hot seat. And we cited culture, and we cited how things have changed and how expectations have changed, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, Sunday's loss changed that, erased that almost. And you hate to be so reactionary to just one game, but that's how bad that one game was, to the point where you sent us a story today, overreactions from week 5 of the NFL season.
Yep.
And it was, is the following statement an overreaction or reality? The statement was Jonathan Gannon won't last past this season in Arizona. Overreaction or reality? They said reality.
Wow. I mean, it
that
floored
happened
me.
Quick.
It floored me when I saw that, because I just, and this story had a lot of, good topics and good angles out of it. But yeah, reality said the Cardinals look strong with the 2-0 start, even with unimpressive victories over the Saints and Panthers. Saints got their first win, Spencer Rattler.
Yeah.
Over the Giants. Because then they lost a pair of one-score games to division foes, both off walk-off field goal, but then they lose to Tennessee. And said, look, the losses are close, but Gannon has little wiggle room. He needs to turn this around, or his tenure with the Cardinals won't last much longer. That's what he said. Now,
a week ago, I would have said ludicrous. Lose to the Tennessee Titans in a game that you should have been up 28-3 with 12 and a half minutes to go in the fourth quarter, and I'll say it's not so ludicrous. And again, it might be, to some, kind of knee-jerky and reactionary to react that way to one loss, but it was that kind of a season-defining loss. It like we said yesterday, it changed how we define the season, and I was thinking about that when I was driving in. This season is not about thriving anymore. This season is about surviving. In one Sunday afternoon, it went from, hey, maybe they're a playoff team, and maybe they can contend, and maybe they can get in, and maybe they finally have the roster to do it, to, man, now you're just trying to hang on for dear life because you've got 8 straight games against teams that are 500 or better. What are you going to look like 8 games from right now?
I still am going to say that you have to support Gannon and support Monty and give them more time. I hate firing everybody so quickly. I really do. And maybe it's the quarterback. Maybe you give them a new quarterback next year and things change. And maybe it's a change with Petzing. I'm not saying you don't fire a coordinator, but I'm still supportive of Monty Ossenfort and Jonathan Gannon. I am. Until they prove to me not to be. But at this point, I'm like, I told you at the beginning of the season, I don't really see a scenario unless they go like 4-13 in which like you would say, okay, it's, you lost everything. And I just didn't think that was possible. But I don't know if I'd ever get to that point this year, but even after that Tennessee loss, I'm not fire Gannon and Monty. I'm not of that belief.
And to be honest with you, I don't want to either, because I feel like both guys are they're good football guys. I don't know how else to say it other than like Cliff, I was never sure about. Keim at the end, I definitely wasn't sure about. There have been general managers who have come in here. There have been coaches who have come in here, and it just doesn't really seem like they know what they're doing. And I've never felt that way about Monty Ossenfort. I've never felt that way about Jonathan Gannon. They seem like they reek of competence. And I mean that in the nicest possible way. Like they really are two very competent football people who had to clean up a mess from people who weren't that competent at the football thing, right? And so you can't go just changing everything all the time, but at the same time, you also can't survive 3 years of a rebuild. I mean, this isn't the 70s. This isn't Tom Landry with 8 straight years of losing records before he finally gets a win, right? Where you just, it is so rare to find coaches and general managers who survive that long of a stretch without making the playoffs or even without posting a winning record. It just doesn't happen very often, you know?
And Darren Urban had a good column today, a deeper dive into the learning experiences. And I said to you yesterday, like the one thing I didn't like was, going to learn. Like, you're always learning. I get it. You're always learning. But man, there's a lot of things like 5 games into the season. I want that to be wrapped up. I want that to be solid. I don't want to be that we're going to learn from that. Like, that stuff should have been taken care of earlier.
Yeah.
Right. Some of that stuff should have been taken care of earlier. Like, I don't want every week to you do learn things every time you play a game. But there are certain things like I don't want everything to be a learning experience.
I'm glad you reminded me about that because I do have all that sound here in front of me. Jonathan Gannon yesterday, and this was in his media session before he was on with us. He was asked about the short leash, how short the leash is for Drew Petzing and others.
Coach, you talked about the clock's ticking on everybody last night after the game. How short is the leash right now for Drew Petzing or anybody for that matter?
Oh, well, I believe in everyone we got in that locker room and the team, so you just got to continue to do a better job.
How a play makes the field when the head coach and the offensive coordinator don't like it?
There's a clock ticking to that. That's a good question, Teo, and there's an element of time, and at that point in time, do you want to use a timeout there or not? I just decided not, but it's a learning experience for myself.
Quote, I could have used a timeout there. That's something I could have done better. I know Drew didn't really love the call either. It's something we talked about, and we have to put our guys in better spots. He also was asked if he'd ever override a Drew Petzing call.
You say that you know what's being called. Can you, as a head coach, you can override Drew if you wanted to?
I would never override Drew because he's the offensive play caller.
I would never override him because he's the offensive play caller. But you're also the head coach. And sometimes
buck stops here.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes, you got to hire competent people that you believe in, right? But you also sometimes you've got to make a final decision that may not be popular because it's the right decision. It's the right decision.
Yeah,
people under you may make mistakes, and you may make mistakes, but you've got to have conviction in yourself and what you're thinking. Like if you would have went to Gannon and said, it's a 3rd and 8 play, we're going to run the ball to Amari DiMarcado here. He probably said, that's probably not a really good idea.
And let's at least call a timeout to think about it.
Right, and that's what I said. Call a timeout.
Let's have a conversation.
Let's go over. Let's discuss. Is this really what we want to do here?
Yeah.
Let's win the game. Let's win the game.
And I agree with you. I am a big believer that we're always learning, all of us, all the time. We're always learning how to be better people, better at our jobs, better husbands, better wives, better, all of that stuff. I think we're always learning. But there are some things where, you're nearly halfway through year 3 as a head coach. Hey, man, you're the head coach. If you don't like that play call, if your offensive coordinator doesn't like that play call, and you've got timeout, take one. Take one and let's talk about it. Let's make sure we're running, because literally the game hinges on this play, right? There was one other thing he said, and I'm not going to play the cut, but this is where, to circle back to, we're now at the point where we question everything, okay? Quote, if we didn't have the right people in the locker room, I'd be on red alert. Just from experience being in the NFL, you can see this go bad a lot of times. I'm not worried about it, close quote. I read that and I thought, now I have to question whether you do have the right people in the locker room. I don't want to, but now I have to. He's like, hey, we've got good guys here. And if we didn't have good guys, I'd be on red alert. Okay, well, what if you don't have the right guys in the locker room? Shouldn't you just admitted you'd be on red alert if you didn't have the right guys in the locker room. After a loss like Sunday, I'm to the point now where I'm questioning everything. Do you? Do you have the right guys in the locker room? Because if you don't, then you're on red alert.
That's what you find out Sunday.
Yes.
If this team gets their, handed to them, you might not have the right guys.
Yeah.
You have to respond to this. You've got to respond to this. If you come back from Indianapolis and you lost 28-17, you've got to start questioning. These guys should be absolutely pissed this week. This should be the best week of practice ever, and they should go knock out the Colts next week, as good as the Colts have been.
And I know we're late for a break, but I want to make sure I'm clear about this so I'm not misinterpreted. I'm not saying, no, you don't have the right guys in the locker room. I'm saying, I don't know if you have the right guys. You know, there's a difference between saying, I know you don't have the right guys in the locker room. You guys are doomed. What I'm saying is, because I'm questioning everything, I don't know. Do you? Do you have the right guys in the locker room? Let's find out. I don't know.
The Diamondbacks, Perdomo's a great guy in the locker room. Okay? And Marte maybe not so much. So, like, everybody's had some guys that are really good and some guys that aren't so good.
Yeah. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, a crazy week for comebacks in the NFL. The Cardinals weren't the only team to blow a double-digit lead. It was kind of going around on Sunday and on Monday. That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
The sideline interaction, Paris Johnson Jr., talk about a great dude and a great teammate. Just over there with his arm around the shoulder of Amari DiMarcado. Jonathan Gannon storms over, and it's about as animated as I've ever seen him. Like, he's full of rage, and he's talking very emotionally to him, and then he takes his arm and kind of appears to slap him fairly hard, like on the side of his body. And at first glance, you're like, whoa, that's kind of violent. But Paris Johnson Jr.'s got his arm around him and doesn't do anything. So clearly what Jonathan Gannon is saying to the player is positive.
Look, as someone who's been slapped many times in my life, very few have been positive.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Just reading some news today. I always read a lot of financial news. Kevin O'Leary issues blunt reality check to potential U.S. homebuyers, warns the 3.5% mortgage is dead. How to get on with life without your dream home. Well, that's why I recommend everybody contact the London Mortgage team if you're looking to get a home, because interest rates have come down a little bit. And, you know, my generation, when I first bought my first house, interest rates were 7-8%. And now they're like 6%. We would have been thrilled with 6% back when I bought my first home. It's like, wow, because 7 and 8 was the norm. My parents paying 7-8%. That was just the norm. It was crazy that it got down to 3. But what you are seeing is a lot of houses on the market right now. You're seeing a lot of houses come down in price right now. You're seeing a lot of seller incentives to help you buy their house. And the Lund Mortgage team are getting people pre-approved absolutely free. They'll get you through the process. There's no reason to keep waiting and paying somebody else's mortgage by renting when you can own your own home. Let the Lund Mortgage get you pre-approved for free. Call them at 623-889-0130. That's 623-889-0130.
Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, an award-winning family-owned business since 1966. They offer unbeatable selection. They have a great reputation for making luxury attainable. And best of all, you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. Ask for my guy, GM Shane O'Hanrahan. He guarantees our listeners will get a smoking hot deal, the best you're going to find in Arizona. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Hey, it's Ron Wolfley. Choosing dental implants is one of the most important health decisions you'll ever make. That's why I want you to check out Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix. They're locally owned and proud to offer world-class care in a state-of-the-art facility. With decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored, Dr. Joe and their expert team deliver results you can trust. Unlike the gimmick dentistry you see elsewhere, bait-and-switch pricing, fake, limited-time offers, or surprise add-on fees, at Aria, you'll always know exactly what to expect. That's why they've earned over 500 5-star Google reviews from patients who felt truly cared for. This is your health, not a sales pitch. Come experience the Aria difference. Aria is helping patients regain their quality of life while saving thousands of dollars compared to the other corporate dental implant centers. Go see my good friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA Dental Implant Center.com.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, Lauren is here with today's social media poll question of the day, in addition to her love of Trader Joe's carrot cake, which we're going to...
All carrot cakes.
Oh, all carrot cakes?
All carrot cakes.
But that one, the icing on it is like...
It's because it's cream cheese frosting. It's not just vanilla frosting.
Okay, it's...
And I do draw the line there. I feel very
really,
passionate about
that's
that.
your...
Vanilla frosting does not belong on carrot cake. It is only cream cheese frosting.
God, there's a reason why you're the producer of the show, and that's it right
I just
there.
went to Trader Joe's to get a salad today, and I walked by that carrot cake, and I'm like, oh, my God.
I'm going to admit, I am that guy who every time I walk into Trader Joe's, I see like 20 things that I want. Ooh, I want that. And usually they're sweet. Usually they're cookies or candy or treats or something like that. But Trader, what do you got there?
You want a cookie?
Trader Joe's oatmeal coconut cookie.
I just did what you did. I was like, I walked by and I'm like, oh my God. I gotta get it.
I can't walk in that store without thinking 20 different things that I want to get. Love it. Love it. Free commercial for Trader Joe's.
It's an impulse buy place.
Totally, 100%.
Oh, God, yeah.
100%. All right, what's our poll question today?
Our poll question today has to do with the Indianapolis Colts.
Okay.
Because we're asking, which of these Colts offensive players are you most worried about for the Cardinals defense?
Okay.
Is it Daniel Jones, Jonathan Taylor, Tyler Warren, or Michael Pittman Jr.?
My head is telling me Jonathan Taylor. My heart is telling me Tyler Warren. Because he's good. He's really good. But I'll say Jonathan Taylor.
Jonathan Taylor.
Because I just can't, with a straight face, say Daniel Jones. I just can't.
It feels wrong.
It does feel wrong.
Right.
It feels
On
wrong.
tomorrow's Burns and Gambo show, we're going to talk about how highly rated Daniel Jones is as a quarterback in the NFL.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, did we mention he was the one who was drafted a few spots behind Kyler back in 2019? Oh, yeah, that's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
That was unnecessary.
No, I know. I just felt like going there.
Yeah,
Jonathan Taylor.
Jonathan Taylor's leading the way with 72% of the vote. A brave 16% going with Daniel Jones, 6% going with Tyler Warren, and 5% going with Pittman.
All right, thank you. That's the poll question today. This is Patrick Mahomes on the 2-3 start for the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of just talks about our whole entire season. I mean, I feel like we have the guys, and we've executed at certain points in the game and looked really good, and then we crush ourselves with penalties and mistakes and interceptions and fumbles or whatever that is. I mean, it's just we've kind of done that to ourselves all year long. It's kind of been one guy here or there, and in this league, it's so close that those change games, and so we got to be better. You know, we've lost too many games already, and so we got to find a way to be better as a team and come together and play better throughout the rest of the season.
As was noted on the ESPN broadcast last night, the Kansas City Chiefs lost their third game last year in the Super Bowl to the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah, because they were, look at them in one-score games last year compared to this year. That wasn't going to keep up, right? But they were so good in one-score games last year. One-score games, if any stat matters in the NFL, it's one-score games.
Yeah.
It just does. Last year, the Chiefs were like 8-0 in one-score games.
They won 11 one-score games a year ago, most in league history.
Right. And what are the Cardinals right now in one-score games? Every game has been a one-score game. Every single game has been a one-score game.
That's right.
Like, and if anything matters now, it is what the games are just too close. The competition, it's just too close. Well, the Denver Broncos just won a really good one-score game against the Philadelphia Eagles, right, Mitch?
And they were down double digits in that one, too. That was. I mean, the Kansas City Chiefs last night, that was their first loss after leading by 14 points in 4 years.
Right.
They had won 22 straight games when leading by two touchdowns or more.
They had a really hard time stopping that incredible running quarterback, Trevor Lawrence.
Did you see It was circulating around last night on social media. There's a picture of Trevor Lawrence on the ground. Like, he's on the ground, right? Like, because he stumbles, and it's a still shot, and someone's like, Trevor Lawrence scored a touchdown on this play. And then you could almost hold it side by side with Amari DiMercato, him on the 2-yard line. Amari DiMercato did not score a touchdown on this play, but Trevor Lawrence did on this play. Where he's on the ground, there's like 4 Kansas City Chiefs around him. He gets up and he scoots into the end zone.
Your two best rushers last night were Patrick Mahomes and Trevor Lawrence. Lawrence made big plays down the stretch, though. He made big plays to help him win that football game. So, he stepped up big time. I lost my fantasy football game because the tight end got hurt and he only had 1 catch.
Oh.
And he went out. If he would have stayed in the game and had 5 catches, I win.
Oh.
But my tight end got hurt and he didn't come back and play.
I
what the hell?
Obliterated Mitch this week. Just obliterated.
I had Trevor Lawrence. He was the quarterback I added. He had 2 touchdowns rushing and 1 passing.
So you got good points from him.
I got good points from
you
Trevor
got good
Lawrence.
points from him. Wait, so
Man, get a hobby. Get a life. Walk away. Hashtag walk away from fantasy football.
I hate it. I'm only because the guy Sean messed up my team so bad. Fired Sean. That's what we call him now. Fired Sean. He chose my team.
Is Sean still a listener of the show?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we haven't turned our back on one of our P1s, one of our loyals. He still
I've
is a
heard
P1
Sean
listener.
recently released a statement on the Gambo's team.
We keeping a buck right now. We ass.
Right.
Also, Sean still has access to your fantasy football account because he messaged me on the app. So I don't know what you're doing.
Oh,
I told Anthony we got to get rid of Sean. He got fired.
No.
Cambo, when you fire the GM, the first thing you do is you change the locks, man.
I know.
You don't
gotta
want to
get rid of his access.
I told Anthony, I fired my GM. Sean, he's got to go.
Lock him out.
Sean, I'm sorry. I don't mean to expose you like that, but...
Oh, man. I'm going to totally send Sean a message, and I'm going to offer him some terrible trade, and he has the power to accept it. I'm going to do it while he's still mean and vindictive to you about firing him. Oh, I'm going to steal your team right out from underneath your nose.
I already put in a waiver claim.
Oh, my God. Sean.
Chargers running back.
Sean, make this trade with me.
Chargers running back.
Sure. I'll trade you. Who's the best player on your team?
It should be Lamar Jackson.
Okay, who's the second best player on your team?
CD Lamb.
Okay, trade me CD Lamb, and in exchange, I'll give you Roshan Johnson.
I got the Cowboys running back now. That's a good trade for me.
One other thing about the NFL, and Mitch, truly, it was a great win for the Broncos to come back against the Eagles like that. I got to tell you right now, even though it was on at the same time as the Cardinals game, watching the Seattle Seahawks and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in those throwback uniforms.
And the last 5 minutes of that game.
It was a fantastic game, number one. And number two, it made me feel like a kid again. Watching those two teams in those two uniforms, the throwback look.
It reminds you of Steve DeBerg.
It reminded Steve DeBerg, Steve Young, Jim Zorn, Steve Largent. It reminded me of Chuck Knox. It reminded me of Kurt Warner.
Seattle.
Not with a K, but with a C. That
running
Kurt
back,
Warner.
the running back.
It's just like, it was so...
Did it remind you of the Boz?
I've tried
the Boz.
If it weren't so unpopular. I'm like, because as a kid growing up, before we had the Cardinals, I actually rooted for the Seattle Seahawks. Weird, long story. Don't ask me why.
No, that's fine. I think a lot of people did.
I would totally get a Seahawks throwback jersey because it just reminds me of being a kid. I loved that team as a kid growing up, before we had the Cardinals.
Right.
But now,
when they were in the AFC West.
Can you imagine if I came to work wearing a Seattle Seahawks throwback jersey? I mean, I can't now.
Who did we have that worked here that always wore a Seattle jersey?
Was it
Andy Greenberg?
Andy Greenberg.
Andy Greenberg.
Always wore Seattle stuff.
Talented guy. Always wore Seattle stuff, yeah.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, what happens if the Cardinals can't get themselves back on track? What happens to the decision makers then? That's coming up on the Burns and Gambo show.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader,
including Cardinals play-by-play.
Breaks a tackle, heads for the end zone, touchdown!
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, back here for the attorneys at the Berg Simpson Law Firm, where if you need somebody on your side, I'm here to tell you right now, my wife and I went through a process where we were involved in a car accident, and we did not have anybody on our side at all, and it was a huge, huge mistake. We should have called Berg Simpson. We didn't call Berg Simpson, and the whole thing was way more of a process and way harder work than it absolutely had to be. If you've been involved in a crash, especially if you've been involved in a truck crash, because they're a little bit different, you're going to want to call Berg Simpson. You're getting over 45 years of results and experience and reputation on your side. They've recovered over $50 million in trucking injury claims alone. They have real experience against some of the biggest trucking insurance companies that are out there. You want somebody on your side. You want Berg Simpson. Call 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Berg Simpson, good lawyers, changing lives.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Every day, reliable, comfortable, connected. Every day you rely on power. At APS, we work around the clock to deliver some of the most reliable power in the country. But with Arizona's extreme weather, outages can happen. Stay safe and informed with alerts by keeping your contact information up to date. And visit our outage center for updates online or on the APS app. For more ways to stay safe and informed, visit aps.com/brighter.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right.
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing, where we believe there's only one way, the right way. We only use the most durable, top quality products at a fair price. As a third-generation roofing company, we believe that if you have a lifetime tile, you should have a lifetime underlayment, which is why we only use the best products and offer the best warranties in the business. Look us up at azroof.com for a free estimate.
We'll always keep you watertight.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical.
At the end of the day, anytime I make a call, I'm trying to go win the game. You know, whether I'm putting the ball in Kyler's hands or I'm putting the ball in the back's hands and trusting the O-line. You know, I think just based on the situation where we were, the down and distance, I didn't love the call. Felt like I put our guys in a tough spot and not happy with that.
That's the voice of Cardinals offensive coordinator Drew Petzing with the media earlier today. He was asked about the controversial play call that was made on 3rd and 8 late in the Cardinals' loss to the Titans. Cardinals were up 21-3 at one point Sunday, but they failed to score in the second half. Looking over at the Cardinals' next opponent, there's a new man at kicker after the Colts lost Spencer Schrader for the season. Indianapolis has signed Michael Badgley to replace him. Baseball playoffs continue today in the American League, but rather, we're still waiting for them to continue because we are in a weather delay in Detroit as the Tigers and Mariners are yet to begin Game 3 of their series. Those two are tied at a game apiece in that best of 5. When that one gets going, we'll let you know. Later tonight, we've got the Yankees hoping to stave off elimination against the Blue Jays in New York. The Jays, if they win, they'll be the first team to advance to the championship series. We'll carry that one on ESPN 620 AM. First pitch is at 5:08. Coverage starts at 4:30. And the NHL season has begun. We've got a triple header today. The reigning champion Florida Panthers up early on the Blackhawks 2-1 through the first period of play. That one is in intermission currently. Later today, you got the New York Rangers hosting the Pittsburgh Penguins. And then the nightcap is in Los Angeles and features the Colorado Avalanche and the LA Kings. And that is what's trending now.
Hey, it's Luke. How can ASU football fix its red zone issues Saturday against Utah? We'll talk about that tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
I know you so well.
The warrior.
I
am the warrior.
As soon as I heard the first chord strum, I'm like, oh yeah, Gambo's gonna tip jar
that
this.
video, she was hot. That video? Like, seriously, go look. What's a Patty Smythe? Was that her name?
I don't.
What was the warrior? Yeah, I think it was Patty Smythe.
The Warrior song? I don't remember.
Scandal. The name was Scandal.
Okay, that's the name of the group?
Scandal. The Warrior, yeah.
Okay, well, I couldn't remember who sang it.
Scandal, yeah. It was either that song or another one. She was like in like a red dress.
I think it's Patty Smythe.
Patty Smythe.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll have to go back and watch it.
Yeah, I'll get. I think it was this song.
I'll show it to you. Is what he's gonna say.
Yeah.
3 o'clock hour here on the Birds and Gambo Show. I have not heard this song in a long time. I have not heard this song in a long, long time.
It might have been "Goodbye to You." That might have been the one with the red dress.
Oh, I think
Goodbye to You.
Well, that's the song we. Yeah.
You mean that one that we hear every single day?
Yeah, the one that tells me it's time to go home. Yeah, that one.
Because baby, it's over now.
It's one of my favorite songs. All right, so factoid number one about the Arizona Cardinals. Okay, and both of these. We didn't know how much these would matter. Now they do, okay, given where we are with the state of the Cardinals. Factoid number one. The Arizona Cardinals have not needed to change their general manager, head coach, quarterback, or either coordinator since 2023.
Okay.
I'll say that again.
This is really good.
This is really good. The Cardinals have not needed to change their GM, head coach, quarterback, or either coordinator since 2023.
Okay.
The only other three organizations that can say the same: Kansas City, Tampa Bay, and Denver.
All three of those teams are playoff teams.
All playoff teams. All playoff teams. Factoid number two.
That's really good.
And then we'll comment about both
That's
of these.
3 years not changing
a thing.
And
the only there have been changes, of course, but your core, like we're
offense
truly
coordinator,
talking about your
defensive
core.
coordinator,
Right.
coach, GM, and owner are all the same.
The Cardinals have a head coach in Jonathan Gannon, who, if they don't make the playoffs this year, will have not reached the playoffs in 3 seasons. There are currently 0 employed head coaches in the NFL who are in their 4th season without a playoff appearance to show for.
Okay, but I think that's an NFL problem. I don't think that means Jonathan Gannon's not a good coach. I think he is. I think there's an impatient problem with the NFL. Nobody has patience. We have to win right now. We're spending all this money in free agency. We drafted a quarterback, and I know he's 21 years old, but we put him in charge of the whole organization. He needs to win.
I disagree. I mean,
I know you do.
I agree with the concept that there is a patience problem in the NFL. But I also think in today's NFL, where teams routinely make the playoffs, don't make the playoffs, right? Like we're always flushing out old teams and flushing in new teams. That, man, if you've gone 3 years without getting into the playoffs in a league where it's kind of designed for you to get into the playoffs fairly easily, something's not working. Something's not right if it takes longer than 3 years to get you in.
The cupboards were bare when they got here. Remember, the Cleveland Browns once fired Bill Belichick before he became a superstar coach.
I know.
And then ends up now he's the worst coach in college football today, Bill Belichick.
You go into year 4 and you don't have a single playoff appearance to show for it. Look, I don't know what's going to happen the rest of this year. Maybe the Arizona Cardinals come back and they whoop the Indianapolis Colts this week and they restore all this lost faith that we have in them. And then we can take
it would almost be like ASU after the Mississippi State loss, bouncing back and, beating Baylor on the road.
Certain extent. I mean, yeah, but you were at home. Like, if they had lost to Mississippi State at home,
Mississippi State was a terrible SEC team. They never win anything. You lost to them, even though they're decent.
Yeah,
but okay. But for another day.
For another day. But it does speak to what's on the line for this organization if they can't take these 12 remaining games and make something pretty good out of it. Whether it's the playoffs or not, I don't know.
Okay.
But right now we feel like the season's kind of at this crossroads moment of what it's going to be. And when you look at stuff like this, it kind of suggests massive change could be in order.
Well,
if
it shows
they
you
don't.
the trend. It shows you the trend. The trend in the NFL is you don't get a fourth year. Year 1, year 2, year 3, no playoffs. Goodbye. Goodbye to you. As Schnell would say. Goodbye to you. Like that's the trend. I don't know if it's right or wrong. I mean, I would tend to think that I line up with a little more patience on that stuff. Now, should there be changes? Yes. If Drew Petzing's offense doesn't start getting things done, you've got to change your offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
Now, there is a point, like, I was always we talked about, okay, if the Cardinals go 8-9, am I firing the coach? No, I'm not firing the coach. But if they go 4-13, like, okay, like, I get it. Like, something went really, really wrong if you go 4-13.
Let's go back.
Now you may want massive changes.
I apologize. I thought you were done. And I do want to thank, and we get in the habit of doing this routinely here on Burns and Gamble. I want to thank Teo Mackey from AZ Central. This was in a story that he wrote yesterday on AZ Central. I want to go back to the first one, though, because the coach conversation is very much a wait and see. I don't know how that's going to turn out. It's obvious you and I both hold Jonathan Gannon in high regard, for his ability to be a very competent football coach in the NFL. The Cardinals have not needed to change their general manager, head coach, quarterback, or either coordinator since 2023. If this season fails to live up to expectations, that will change. And it's not.
Say it again.
GM, head coach, quarterback, or either coordinator.
Okay, so you're saying something will change there.
Of course.
Not all of it.
Not all.
Something.
I would think at the minimum, two things on that list change. OC, QB. I think at the minimum, those two things change at the end of this season. The OC might be sooner than that.
Okay, lose the next 2 games, change the OC. Right?
I could very easily see that.
Can you say it?
I could say, as long as...
Season, 6 games left in the season, you're going nowhere. Do you put Brissett in? Like, could you see both things? Could you see both things happening this year where they...
Look, I heard Dan and Vince talking about it this morning on the Bickley and Murata show, and I will admit that I kind of there was a moment when Kyler left that game, right? He only missed one play and he came back, and the one throw Jacoby Brissett threw was the one that Tip Ryman.
You're not going to want to get him hurt if you're going to move on.
But I will admit to wanting to. Just curious to see how this offense works when somebody else is calling the shots in it. And I mean Drew Petzing, but I also mean the quarterback. Just curious to see, does it work? Is it different? Does it function? I don't know. I don't know.
The amount of quarterbacks that are now going places and having success. I don't know that I've ever seen this. The Daniel Jones, Mac Jones, Sam Darnold, like the amount of quarterbacks that have gone places as
Baker Mayfield is the poster child for that.
Yeah.
He went from scrap heap guy to, swear to God, maybe my favorite quarterback in the NFL almost overnight. He is the man in Tampa Bay. The man.
Okay, so is there a scenario in which they could change the offensive coordinator this year?
Yes.
Is there a scenario in which you think they could change the quarterback?
Yes. I think so.
Depends on how bad it gets.
Yeah, it does.
But
it does. And
Kyler Murray had no touchdown passes this game.
And there's
against the Tennessee Titans, not one touchdown pass.
And
I don't blame him for the loss, but he's just still not doing enough.
Yeah. Yeah. There's also a scenario I could see where Kyler Murray goes somewhere else and does quite well. I could see that. I could see, what was it, Stephen A. Smith a couple of weeks ago, who kind of made the suggestion, hey, it might be best for both parties for Kyler to just go somewhere else where maybe he can be something else, and for the Cardinals to try something else, because and maybe that's the answer. I don't know if I'd predict it, but I wouldn't be surprised if Kyler went somewhere else and had success.
Because somebody will look at him and think that he's the next Mac Jones. Daniel Jones. Baker Mayfield.
Yeah.
Sure. He'll have a starting job next year if he's not here.
The WNBA Finals are here. Your Phoenix Mercury need their fans loud and proud for Game 3. They're taking on the Vegas Aces this Wednesday. You could be in the stands by texting the word finals to 620-620 for your chance to score finals tickets. History is on the line. Be a part of it. Text the word finals to 620 right now. Is ASU's season, this is hardcore, is ASU about to watch their season end these next 4 weeks? Whoa. It's next on Burns and Gambo.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Oh, my goodness. This is so hard for me. It really is. You know, the way I have so much regard and respect for Amari DiMercato. Base no needs, I respect him tremendously, yet what he did to me is unthinkable. It is unthinkable that he would do that on a football field, not Amari DiMercato. He would have been the last guy I would have ever picked to actually do that at the goal line.
Seriously, it wasn't just the one play like JG said, but that was the only one that was voluntary.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I was having a conversation this morning with some of the folks over at Global Credit Union, and it is real. And when I say it, their commitment for global members to pay low to no fees on their accounts, I mean, it is absolutely a goal, and it is real when it comes to what Global Credit Union is trying to accomplish on a day-to-day basis. They're trying to make banking more accessible and easier for everybody out there, which is why if you're in need of banking services, checking accounts, savings accounts, loans, all of the basics, explore the benefits of going with Global Credit Union because they are committed to low to no fees on their accounts. They're committed to better interest rates than you can get at a bank. And because of that, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. It makes a difference, and it's absolutely worth you checking it out. Explore all the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, the Scratch Kitchen delivers lunch in the clutch. I mean, where else can you order a 29-degree draft beer and a quickie combo on your lunch break? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Homeowners, are you wanting to move but feel stuck? Call Carol Royce of Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Many home sellers face a catch-22, risking owning 2 homes or none at all. Skip the stress with Carol's Guaranteed Sale Program. No double mortgages, no getting stuck. Carol will guarantee the sale of your home at your agreed-upon price and time frame, or she will buy it so you can move with certainty. Call Carol Royce today, 480-776-5231, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know summers are never ending in Arizona, where it's way too hot outside for your AC to not be in tip-top shape. Call the pros at Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. They have got your back 24/7, and when you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Whether you're posted up at home or cheering with your crew at Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, Kilt Lifter is the ultimate game day companion. Arizona's favorite award-winning amber ale, bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays. This season, lift your game with Kilt Lifter.
Scottsdale's so nice, we're doing it twice. October 15 through 18 at Westworld. The Fall Auction, presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Hundreds of collector cars in the all-new indoor Barrett-Jackson Fan Zone. Food, drinks, and live entertainment. Get tickets now at barrett-jackson.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Wednesday morning. We'll have our weekly NFL conversation with Mark Schlereth.
The fun starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Back here on the Burns and Gambo show. Thanks to everybody out there who are listening on Arizona Sports 98.7, who are watching on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Hello, YouTubers. We appreciate all of you, whether you're listening on the app, on the websites, on the YouTube channel. We special thanks to our listeners out in Surprise in this hour of the show. Hello, Surprise. Thank you for listening to us. We appreciate that. Kimbo, I want to make this clear before we get into this.
Okay.
I don't agree with this.
Okay.
Okay. But
I'm listening.
I saw it, and we're going to talk about it.
Okay.
I do love computers, and I do love technology, and sometimes I'll nerd out on things like this. ESPN's FPI, Football Power Index, believes that ASU is going to lose 3 of their next 4 games.
Ouch.
Good night, everybody. Thanks for playing, Kenny. We appreciate you. Thank you. But
Utah,
your
Texas
season's
Tech,
done. And
Iowa State.
Iowa State.
They think they'll lose all 3 of those games.
So what they do is, they simulate the games 100,000 times over, whatever it is, and they tell you the percentage of times that team X won versus team Y. So it's not even thinking. They're just saying, of the 10,000 times we played this game in our computer model, Team X won it 60% of the time. Team Y won it 40% of the time. So to that point, when it comes to these...
How long does it take to play those games?
Well, with a computer simulation, probably like a nanosecond, right?
Oh, they don't play the game?
No, they just it's a computer simulation, so they probably just...
So in 1 second, they tell you who won the game?
Yeah.
Sounds so stupid to me.
Yeah. So 3 of their next 4, and I had the numbers here, and
I have the percentages.
Oh, do you have the percentage? Okay,
yeah, ASU has a 33.8% chance of winning at Utah. So they give them a 34% chance of winning on the road against Utah. They've got a 43% chance of winning at home versus Texas Tech. Now, Texas Tech is the better team, but ASU has a stronger chance because it's a home game.
Yes.
And then they have a 39.5% chance of winning on the road at Iowa State, a team that they beat the hell out of last year in the Big 12 championship game. They said they're favored in the rest of their games, Houston, West Virginia, Colorado, and Arizona.
Mm-hmm.
But those 3 losses would give ASU 4 losses. For all intent and purposes, 3 losses, you're not playing in a Big 12 championship game with 3 losses.
No.
So you would not be getting, you'd go to a bowl game, but you would not be, you'd go to a bowl game, but you would not be you would not play for the Big 12 championship.
The question that springs to mind hearing you describe it like that, and I will never be able to find out the answer to this unless we kind of play it out in real time, is how many of these games they can afford to lose and still play in the Big 12 championship game.
Definitely 1.
For sure 1. Can they afford to lose 2? And I guess if it's the right 2, and it depends on what Texas Tech does, and it depends on what BYU does, and it depends on what some of the other top teams. I mean, teams like
BYU's 5-0, Texas Tech is 5-0.
Mm-hmm. So you'd need help from whoever plays.
I think 1 loss to Texas Tech, but then you are probably talking 2 losses. No, I would say no. Cincinnati's got 1 loss. Iowa State has 1 loss. So right now there's 5 teams that don't have 2 losses. If you have 2 losses, I would think you don't get in.
I wonder, and I'd have to look at the whole Big 12 schedule to know this, okay? How many, and just going off the top of my head here, how many games have been played so far between the top teams in the Big 12? Iowa State, for example, just lost to Cincinnati this past week. You were never a big fan of Iowa State.
No.
They were missing a bunch of their guys in that game.
No, I wasn't a fan.
But they lost. And so, without knowing BYU's schedule off the top of my head, without knowing Texas Tech's schedule off the top of my head, when they start playing the very best teams the Big 12 have to offer, will we have a situation like last year where we're staring at a bunch of teams?
4 2-loss teams.
Yeah, with a bunch of 2-loss teams.
Yeah.
And then you have to go to multiple different tiebreakers. And again, I don't know, because maybe BYU has a schedule advantage.
They play Arizona this weekend.
Okay, they play Arizona this weekend. Have they played anybody super tough so far in the Big 12 yet?
BYU or Arizona?
BYU.
Last year it was Arizona State, Iowa State, BYU, and Colorado that are all tied.
Yeah.
They got a 4-way tie with 2 losses.
Yeah.
And Iowa State and Arizona State got in.
Yeah, because ASU doesn't play BYU this year. So if BYU's got a stretch similar to this, then maybe you could say BYU's going to have a couple of losses. Maybe Texas Tech's going to have a couple losses. Like there's
so they do play Utah, so somebody's going to lose that game.
Okay.
They play Iowa State, somebody's going to lose that game. They play Texas Tech, somebody's going to lose that game.
There you go.
They also play TCU, who's 4-1, and they play Cincinnati, who's 4-1.
Okay.
They're going to beat the hell out of each other. They're going to eat each other alive.
The only team that you have to wonder if they can rise up. Well, there are two. Texas Tech seems like the team most likely to rise above it all, right? Because we think they're that good, okay? But this is where I think I don't like the computers and where I don't like the projection system. I think ASU is good enough to rise above it all as well. I do. I think ASU is good enough to get through a stretch like this and finish with just one loss out of these 4 games. I really do. Is BYU? I don't know. BYU hasn't. I don't think they've played anybody really good yet. I don't know if Texas Tech has played any outside of Utah really good yet so far.
Now, Texas Tech does not play Iowa State.
Okay.
They do not play them.
Who does Tech got? Give it to me.
Okay. So they've got Kansas this week.
Okay.
Then they're on the road at Arizona State.
Okay.
Their schedule's cake.
Okay.
Home against Oklahoma State. On the road at Kansas State, bad team. Home against BYU. Home against Central Florida. At West Virginia.
Oh, boy.
Their only chance for a loss is probably the Arizona State game.
So let's assume Tech's
Let's just say Tech goes undefeated.
in. Now it's all those teams fighting for the spot in the Big 12 title game. Yeah.
Which, now, if you're Arizona State, all of a sudden, the Iowa State game could become very important. Like, right, you don't want to lose that game. Like, if you have if you're Arizona State and you lose to Texas Tech, can you afford one more loss? Maybe, but it would come down to tiebreakers probably. You'd probably be in the same situation as last year. So it depends on who you lose to, right? So you're going to root for these other teams to lose games. Texas Tech might – I think the only game Texas Tech could lose would be the game at Arizona State.
Yeah.
And so far they're beating the hell out of everybody they play.
And it's just crazy when you're dealing with a conference this big. All right, you're talking about teams. I just pulled up Cincinnati's schedule. They're a factor in all of this. They're undefeated in the conference. They're 4-1 to start the season. They just beat 14th ranked Iowa State at home. No matter how bad Iowa State is, that's a ranked team that you beat at home. I looked up their schedule. They have to go. They host Baylor. They're at Utah. They host BYU. They're at TCU. You have to hope that they get beat up a little bit. You have to hope that some of the shine is off of them a little bit. I at the end of the day, Gambo, I really believe it's going to be a lot like last year. Maybe Texas Tech rises above the fray, and it's everybody else kind of fighting for that last spot. I bet there's going to be multiple tiebreaker scenarios between 2 or 3 or 4 teams to decide who gets into the Big 12. It's just when you're dealing with a conference with this many teams where there would appear to be at least 4 or 5 pretty good ones in the conference.
This could be the norm.
Yeah, it is.
Every year because it's not a top – this is not the Pac-12. This is not top-heavy with – Oregon and, USC and Washington. So the Pac-12 was always top-heavy with 2. For a long time it was USC, and then it was Oregon. But it was always top-heavy with 2 or 3 teams. You couldn't get in there. This is very balanced with 6 teams that are all, somewhere between 1 and 2 lost teams.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, based on each position on the floor, how do the Suns grade out? Plus, we haven't had a chance to talk about their preseason opener on Friday night as well. We'll probably throw that in there, too, here on the Burns and Gambo show next on Arizona Sports.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
4 possessions into the game, they had 3 touchdowns. It was 21-3. It looked like a laugher, and then it all just fell apart.
But that's where seemingly every time this happens, the Cardinals push away from the table. You know what? I'm full. They got to go full Jarrett Carlin. Go back for more.
Exactly. Get the 4th plate at the buffet.
Don't let being full stop you from continuing to eat.
Exactly.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with 0 risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
This March, Wendy's is fueling the madness with amazing deals on their hamburgers made with fresh, never frozen beef.
Like a juicy Dave's single for $1 and a fresh $2 Dave's double with in-app offer.
It's such a good deal, we wrote a little ditty about it.
Get it for $1. Dave's single, order in the app. Dave's single, get it for $1. Choose wisely, choose Wendy's official hamburger March Madness.
Limited time offer. Participating U.S. Wendy's. See offer details and redeem at Wendy's app. Account registration required. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S. and Alaska.
Arizona's only professional bull riding team, the Ridge Riders, are back in action at Desert Diamond Arena October 10th through the 12th. Feel the heat of the desert as the Ridge Riders defend their home dirt, battle for glory, and fight for bragging rights against the toughest teams in the league. This is bull riding like you've never seen before. The most exciting, heart-pounding sport in America. Get your tickets now at PBR.com or Ticketmaster.com.
It's kickoff time. Score big at Freeway Chevrolet with our kickoff special. Triple your rebate on all new trucks and SUVs. Every new vehicle in stock. No exclusions. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Kickoff special available on new inventory only. Cannot be combined with any other offers or incentives. NCC rebate only. On approved credit. See dealer for complete details.
Freeway, Chevrolet, I-10, and Ray.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Sonic brings fans the Sonic Smasher because you deserve a burger with 2 hand-smashed Angus beef patties, always made to order, served hot off the grill. Just like you deserve a veteran QB who's willing to mentor the rookie, a generational receiver who promises to never get traded, injured, or retire early, and a coach who respects your armchair play calling every single play. While we can't give you everything you deserve, we can give you a free large drink when you order a Sonic Smasher through the Sonic app.
Tax not included. See app for details. Limited time offer at participating Sonic drive-ins.
I'm Mitch Varel. This with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical.
At the end of the day, anytime I make a call, I'm trying to go win the game. You know, whether I'm putting the ball in Kyler's hands, whether I'm putting the ball in the back's hands and trusting the O-line. You know, I think just based on the situation where we were, the down and distance, I didn't love the call. Felt like I put our guys in a tough spot and not happy with that.
That's Cardinals offensive coordinator Drew Petzing earlier today with the media, asked about the controversial play call that was made on 3rd down and 8 late in the Cardinals' loss to the Titans. Cardinals were up 21-3 at one point on Sunday, but they failed to score in the second half. Looking at the Cardinals' next opponent, there's a new kicker for the Horseshoe team. After losing Spencer Trader for the season, the Indianapolis Colts have signed Michael Badgley to replace him. Baseball playoffs continue today, and we do have an update out of Detroit. Sounds like that one's going to get started in about 30 minutes or so. That's when the league is hoping to get that game underway. That would be 7 o'clock Eastern time, 4 o'clock local time, and it'll come just an hour before the Yankees and Blue Jays face each other in the Bronx. Jays are up 2-0 in their series and will advance to the championship series if they could get the win tonight. We will be carrying that one starting at 4:30 over on ESPN 620 AM. And the NHL season has begun. We've got a triple header to kick things off. The reigning champion Florida Panthers facing the Chicago Blackhawks. That one's into the second period now, about halfway through. That one is tied at 2 goals apiece. Later tonight, you've got the Pittsburgh Penguins visiting the New York Rangers and the Colorado Avalanche visiting the Los Angeles Kings. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Sundays belong to football watch parties with wall-to-wall action, special guests, food, and drink specials, football promotions, and more. Only at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley with the Cardinals moving on to Indianapolis. Can our football team put a traumatic loss in the rearview mirror and get on back to winning football? We'll discuss our football team. Shenanigans begin at 6 a.m.
Yesterday, we welcome you back to the Burns and Gambo Show. John Gambadoro, Dave Burns, along with Mitch and Lauren on the other side of the glass there. We were all Cardinals all the time yesterday, as you would expect. Literally, we had 16 segments of the show. The only one we didn't spend talking about the Cardinals the whole time was the 4 o'clock reset. That's it. The other 15 were all Cardinals. So we didn't get a chance. And I know it's days ago now at this point. So in today's news cycle world, it's long since gone. But a moment or two on the Phoenix Suns preseason opener on Friday. And I know it was just one preseason game. But it was almost everything that you had been talking about for weeks, maybe even months. They were fun to watch. They were diving for loose balls. They were switching. They were aggressively closing out. They were playing offense with a very movement-oriented, attack the rim.
Yeah, the offense. They were playing incredible defense.
It was, and I know no LeBron, no Luka. There's only so much stock you're going to put into a preseason game. But if we're talking about a season, and I'm certainly not going to say case closed after one preseason game, we got to see a whole lot more. But it was a very easy to watch style of basketball, fun to watch style. I still don't know how many wins it's going to lead to, but yeah, go ahead.
Dylan Brooks knocks down a 3 and he blows the kiss to the fans. And that was my favorite part. I love that.
My favorite part was Dylan Brooks in a game in which they were already up 25 halfway through the third quarter, diving on the floor for a loose ball. I mean, it's like, hey, look, you're actually allowed to dive on a floor for a loose ball. I didn't know they knew how to do that. I didn't know they were aware of that.
Bradley Beal's like, I would never do that. I might get hurt.
Look, there is something.
Kevin Durant, like, you see how tall I am? I can't dive on the floor. It takes me a long time to get up.
Something to be said for the level of want to that Dylan Brooks is going to bring to this team.
Yeah.
There really is. And again, just one preseason game, we'll see. But it was a very appealing brand of basketball on Friday night. I was pleasantly surprised by what I saw.
Listen, it's funny you said that because I just responded to somebody just messaged me on Twitter and they said, I don't know how good the Suns will be this year, but they're going to be fun to watch again. Been a while since the fans could say that. Somebody just messaged that to me. I said, I think so too.
Yep.
And you know me. I don't think that they're going to go to the playoffs, but I think they're going to win more games than they did last year. I think they're going to be fun, exciting. There's going to be young guys that you could get behind. And I think I don't want to hate the Suns. And the last 2 years, I hated the Suns. I hated covering them. I hated watching them. I hated talking about them. It was just really bad. I mean, we lived this. This is our lives.
Yeah.
This is what we do for a living. So, it was really tough on us the last 2 years. I want to get back to enjoying the Suns play because I like the players, because the players are playing hard because they're giving you something instead of quitting on the team in 25% of the games.
I'm certainly willing to concede at this point that stylistically they're going to be fun to watch and that they're going to be more fun to watch than they have been the last couple of years. I mean, I'm totally willing to cave on that point and say, okay, yeah, you were right. I still don't think they're going to win more games than they did a year ago. I still think eventually we've got a nice lunch, and not only a lunch bet on it. We're talking about a nice lunch, right?
At the rah-rah room.
That's what you said during Suns Media Day, but
whatever that place is in the Suns arena,
I don't think it's going to translate to wins.
I've never eaten there. I've had a membership. I got a temporary membership for 2 or 3. I never used it.
Really? Why would you not use that?
I don't know. I'm busy, but I did have a membership for
I'm too busy to use free things that have been given to me.
I had a member. And it's I had to sign up for it and everything. You've got a free membership, and I'm but I never used it.
Man, I don't care how busy I was. I would find time to use that.
Yeah, I don't know. Whatever. But anyway, that's where the lunch will be. I saw something today. I want to go over this with you because it'll take a few minutes here. It was the
Arizona Sports breaking news.
Maybe not.
Per Adam Schefter, the Cardinals are fining head coach Jonathan Gannon $100,000 for his sideline altercation with running back Amari DiMercato.
Yeah, the NFLPA is investigating it as well.
The Cardinals are the ones who are fining him. There will be no further discipline for Jonathan Gannon.
Get out ahead of it.
Get out ahead of it.
Yep.
There was a story today, and I just saw it for the first time. You alerted to it.
It was on Fox News
during the last commercial break.
Yeah, I was looking at. It was on Fox News, and it said that they are investigating. The NFLPA is investigating the sideline behavior of Gannon with the incident with Amari DiMercato.
I believe the USA Today was the first to report it.
Okay.
The NFL Players Association looking into the matter, it said that it has not launched a formal investigation. The Players Union did not have an official statement on the situation on Tuesday. NFL spokesman Brian McCarthy told USA Today Sports the league is aware of the incident, but had no further comment.
I'll tell you what we're going to do here. I'm going to pivot on my son's story, and we'll do it tomorrow.
Yeah, let's
because I really like it, but I think we got to talk about this.
Yeah,
you get out ahead of it. You fine him $100,000. Strong statement. He apologizes. You immediately react. And now you're just trying to lessen any burden that the NFL or the Players Association could be. Now, where that money goes, charity, whatever it is. Gannon made a mistake, and he apologized for it. It was a terrible mistake. You don't want to do that. But the Cardinals had an initial. Not going to suspend him, but I think a fine is very appropriate. I kind of agree with this punishment. Some people may think it's too lenient. Some people may think they needed to do more. But I think fining a guy $100,000 is a good way to approach it.
Lauren or Mitch, if you could, cue up Jonathan Gannon's apology from yesterday, either from the press conference or when he was on with us. They were both basically the same thing that he said when he was with the assembled media or when he was with us. Because yesterday he was apologetic almost right out of the chute when he was on with us and when he talked with the media for going after Amari DiMercato. Play it for me, if you would, please, Lauren.
Not afterwards. In a team meeting today, I woke up this morning and I didn't love how I handled that. Truthfully, I got let the moment get the better of me there, and my emotions ran a little bit hot. So I apologize to Amari and apologize to the team in the team meeting, and I won't let it happen again. It's a mistake that I made. That we got to make sure that we correct our mistakes and move on and get better from.
Very emotional. He was very emotional.
Yeah.
And that was a play that, again, that's the type of game that cost people their jobs. At the end of the season, when you look, okay, you lost to the Titans at home, it cost people their jobs. And you could see the emotions with Gannon were very high on that play, and he took it out on Amari.
Yeah, he, I would agree with you, was very sincere. His apology, not only to the media, but with us as well. I would also say that $100,000 is not insignificant. That's not an insignificant amount. Like, there's sometimes leagues fine players, like what the famous Randy Moss quote, $10,000. What's $10,000 to me, man? $100,000 for the coach, that is not insignificant. That's a substantial fine. And so clearly, as you said, it's an effort to get out in front of this and say, okay, we know you're investigating him. We have handled this matter. We have fined him. And now if that means the matter is dropped, and we can all move on. The story also referenced, and I had forgotten about this. I still don't remember it. I need to go look at it. Back in 2022,
Bruce Arians,
former Bucks coach Bruce Arians, was fined $50,000 by the league for striking one of his players, safety Andrew Adams, in the head during an NFC wildcard playoff win against the Eagles. I have no memory of that whatsoever.
I'll say this: inflation's crazy.
In 3 years, that fine went from $50K to $100K.
It was
like that.
Arians came off the sideline. There was a scramble or something. He came off the sidelines and he just hit him right in the head.
Okay, now I'll look it up. I'll Google it during the break because I can't. I'm trying to picture it in my mind's eye and I can't see it. I mean, okay. So I was funny during the break. I was during the crossover. I bumped into Wolf in the prep room. And he was explaining to me and somebody else, he's like, look, in the NFL, you just don't put your hands on another guy. You just don't do it. College, okay, maybe that stuff can kind of happen. In the NFL, you just don't do it.
No, they're grown men with families.
You just don't put your hand on another dude.
No,
you don't.
I mean, I get it. Times have changed a whole lot, right? I mean, college, yeah. I mean, Woody Hayes lost his job at Ohio State for belting a kid on another team.
Frank Kush at ASU.
Cush lost his job.
Anybody who's lived here, back in the 70s, we all remember what happened with Frank Kush. But it is a different era, and
it is a different era,
and especially in the end, it's just it's so $100,000. So that's it. It was a good Suns talk. We'll have it tomorrow.
We'll have it tomorrow because we had the breaking news.
Well, it's ranking all the Suns players at their position around the NBA.
Tomorrow.
And so tomorrow we'll do it. Tomorrow, because it was a good one.
Yep,
it was a real good one. When we come back here on Burns and Gambo and the Burns and Gambo show, Daniel Jones has found his home in, are we calling him Indiana Jones? Is that what we're calling him?
Isn't that one of your favorite movies?
Raiders of the Lost Ark is my favorite movie of all time.
It's your favorite movie of all time?
You might need to give me a little Raiders of the Lost Ark on the way back here on the Burns and Gambo show.
All time. Better than Shawshank Redemption.
Yeah, Raiders of the Lost Ark is my favorite movie of all time. I still, to this day, I see
better
it.
Than The Untouchables?
Yeah. Better
you
than
love The Untouchables.
I love Raiders of the Lost Ark. So I'm not sure I can call him Indiana
Better than
Jones.
What's the one where you trick the devil and you loved?
It's Kaiser Sose.
Kaiser Sose.
Better than that.
Ooh.
Better than that.
Wow.
Yeah, favorite movie.
I know your movie likes.
Well, now you know the one I like better than the rest. We'll talk about Indiana Jones next on the Burns and Gambo show.
8-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro First Teamer on the NFL's 2010s All-Decade Team. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, it is October, but at Sanderson Ford, they're calling it Bronktober. Bronktober. What does that mean? Well, they've got great deals right now. Big savings on the Broncos at Sanderson Ford, Arizona's largest Ford dealership. You could lease a new 2025 Bronco Big Ben for only $399 a month for 36 months. You could lease a new 2025 Bronco Sport Big for just $299 a month for 36 months. You can even purchase a new 2025 F-150 STX Super Crew for only $44,899. Plus, get 3.9% financing for 72 months. Don't miss the Bronktober savings. Shop and compare with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense at Arizona's most awarded Ford dealership for complete customer satisfaction. They're on 51st Avenue in Glendale. You can go online for more information at sandersonford.com.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states, as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and fall is a great time in the Valley. It's also the best time to replace your windows, so do what I did. Take advantage of a great special from my friends at Advanced Window Products, where you get $2,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. You will not be disappointed. My new windows look awesome. The installation process was fantastic and professional, right down to the cleanup process. Highly recommend Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company that sells directly to the public, where there are no middleman markups. They build your windows, they install your windows, then they guarantee them for life. By the way, that lifetime warranty is transferable. It's serviced by a local team with labor, glass, and parts included, and with financing options available, it is a great time to invest in your number one asset. Call 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone with no startup fees, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Swapping out your tires? There's nothing like it.
With eBay, you find the feel you're looking for, from smooth highway rides to grip for rough terrain. Get all the tires you need at prices you'll love. eBay, things people love.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Wednesday morning. We'll have our weekly NFL conversation with Mark Schlereth. The fun starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Without question, my favorite movie of all time. The first one, the original.
The one I would not put it in like my top 25, but
redefined action movies for 40 years.
Until Tom Cruise came along.
It was like after they made
Stunt on My Own.
After they made Raiders of the Lost Ark, everyone's like, "Oh, I got to make that movie." It was so good. It was so good. Love this movie.
Harrison Ford. Who else was in it?
Karen Allen, Paul Freeman.
Who directed it?
Steven Spielberg.
Okay. I didn't know that.
That's like asking what color is the sky to Bernsey, though.
George Lucas was the executive. So he was like billed as the guy who made Jaws and the guy who made Star Wars came together and made an action movie. And it was Raiders of the Lost Ark. It was so good. But I don't know if I can bring myself to call Daniel Jones Indiana Jones. But I also don't know if I can bring myself to call him Danny Dimes either. Like, if between the two of them, I mean, really? Is that where we are with Daniel Jones?
Danny Dollar Bills, y'all?
It's Danny Dimes or Indiana Jones is what I have to call him now? I don't know, but that team they're next for the Cardinals. We're going to have a lot of conversations about the Colts over the next few days, obviously, with the start that they're off to. But there was a story I was reading today on The Athletic.com. The headline says it all. After another Colts rout, it's time to acknowledge for what they are, contenders. And goes on to say, and this is, the Colts now have a 90% chance of making the playoffs, a 14% chance to earn the number 1 seed in the AFC, and an 8% chance to win the Super Bowl. The only AFC team with better odds in these three categories are the Bills.
Wow. Yeah.
And it points out, too, and I'll say this one last thing here.
Yeah.
It points out, too, that the AFC, there's a lot of question marks in the AFC. Kansas, the Ravens and Lamar Jackson. Kansas City's 2-3.
Think about how many teams can jump into the playoffs if Kansas City and Baltimore don't get in.
The Bengals and Joe Burrow with the injury, right? Like, there's suddenly the AFC, I mean, outside of the Bills, why not the Colts? They're destroying everybody. They've got an incredible amount of wins already by 20-plus points, right?
And they point to Indiana Jones. I'm reading the story. It says Indiana Jones is 3rd in the NFL in passing yards because they call him Indiana Jones, too.
I can't do
it. Says, shut up, Giants fans. You got rid of Daniel Jones. You didn't want him. And I talked about just how good he has been. But he's got a lot of talent around him, too. I mean, Jonathan Taylor he's healthy this year. He's playing outstanding football. This Penn State tight end,
Tyler Warren.
He's
good.
Tyler Warren leads all tight ends in receiving yards through 5 weeks. This is the rookie out of Penn State. First tight end in NFL history to record at least 300 receiving yards and score 2 touchdowns in the first 5 games of his career. They've got a good receiving corps with Pittman and Pierce and Downs. Schedule looks pretty good to them. They've got a pretty good schedule. Taylor leading the league in rushing yards and touchdowns. This is all of a sudden this game that we looked at in the beginning of the year, and we thought Anthony Richardson. This is going to be a win. Now you're looking at the Colts game and you're saying, man,
don't get killed.
I mean, no, I'm
going
at
the Colts game and you're saying don't get killed.
I'm going into this game like you've got to win. This is almost a must-win game for the Cardinals, to me. You can't fall to 2-4.
No. Not with the Packers coming up next week. Because then you got the Packers next week. Yeah,
and then after the Packers, you got at the Cowboys and at the Seahawks. 2 road I think you got to win this game.
Yeah.
So, are the Colts as good as they played so far? I don't know, but it's up for the Cardinals to kind of shut them down.
I'm glad you said it like that. Are the Colts as good as they have played so far? Because as you pointed out in your email, the Colts have beaten 3 teams by 20 or more points in just the first 5 weeks of the season. They had 0 20-plus point total wins last season. They didn't have any last year. They've got 3 in the first 5 games. I'm a little jealous of the Colts And I'll explain why. I'm a little jealous of them because they are. We can sit here and debate how good they are based off of the schedule they've played, and we can wonder truly, are they really that good or not? They have done the thing that has eluded the Cardinals all year. You see that team that you're vastly superior to,
beat the hell out of
we're going
them.
to go beat the hell out of you.
By 20 or more.
And we're going to leave no doubt. We're going to leave absolutely no doubt that we are the superior football team. You are the inferior football team. The Cardinals have failed to do that all year long. And that's the part where, is Daniel Jones that good? I don't know. Are they that good? I don't know. But, man, am I envious of the fact that they're doing the thing the Cardinals can't, even in the wins, even in all these close games. Like, come on, seriously? 1 point worse than the Tennessee Titans at home? No, you're not.
Yeah.
No, you're not. But you are because you went out and did it.
They have beaten 3 teams by 20 or more points. And you're right. I mean, these are not, Tennessee's not a good team, but they beat the hell out of Tennessee. Miami's not a good team. They beat the hell out of Miami, and then they beat the hell out of the Raiders. And I totally agree with you. And this is really what separates good teams from average to bad teams.
Yes.
Good teams. The Arizona Cardinals let the Tennessee Titans hang around that game too long. They let them hang around. 21-3 became 21-6, and then it was 21-12, and it's like, why is this I'm like, why is this a one-score game with 4 minutes left?
Mm-hmm.
How is this a one-score game with 4.5 minutes left? How?
Mm-hmm.
The Tennessee Titans just, the Colts, just buried everybody they played.
Yeah.
Raiders, Titans, Miami, and then they've got a big win over Mitch's Broncos. That was big, and they beat the Rams on the road, I think, right? On the road, they beat the Rams?
No, the Rams beat them.
The Rams beat them on the road. That's right. That was their one loss.
And that was
the Rams beat them.
And that was the game where A.D. Mitchell did the Amari DiMercato thing.
Yep. That was the game. Yep.
And made a couple of mistakes that could have
won that game.
Potentially, they could have won that game, too. They were in a position to win that game.
The Denver game was a big win for them because Denver looks legit. So, their schedule after Arizona, they got, they play Tennessee again. So their schedule's not terrible. I don't know how good they are, but they've got the confidence I wish the Cardinals had.
Yeah,
they're playing with that mojo.
Yeah.
That
yeah,
oh yeah, we're
there
good.
It is.
We're
there
good.
It is. Yep. They got that swagger that you wish the Cardinals
they got the
had.
Swagger. They got a good running back. They've got good wide receivers. They're off to a good start, which is where the Cardinals needed to be here, 4-1.
Mm-hmm.
They needed to be here
and beating some bad teams, beating up on some bad teams,
and have some momentum going forward.
Yeah, and it's in this too. Look, I know it's apples and oranges, but there is an interesting comp here too, considering that the last head coaching cycle for both of these teams, the Colts went with an Eagles assistant. And the Cardinals went with an Eagles assistant. Shane Steichen is their coach. He was the OC of those Eagles teams, and Jonathan Gannon was the DC of those Eagles teams. So there's a kind of a little bit of a baked-in comp there, too, to see how those two guys, how they've done since they both left the Eagles' nest, so to speak.
I was reading a story in Indianapolis, they've beaten up on some really bad quarterbacks, like Tua and Cam Ward and Geno Smith. I'm like, yeah, not us.
Spencer Rattler, Bryce Young, Cam Ward, Mac Jones.
Right.
Is this where the one-score games end for Arizona? Like, is this where they either blow somebody out or get blown out?
This is the NFL, right? Like, right now, your mind is telling you the Colts are going to win this game by 10 or more. Your mind is telling you the Colts they're at home. They've got the confidence. They're beating every up. Your mind is saying Colts are going to win this game by 2 touchdowns. It's not going to be a one-score game. But this is the NFL.
It's the NFL.
And
we were, and in full disclosure, Gambo and I were having this conversation off the air a second ago. It would be the most NFL thing ever for the Cardinals to win this game this weekend, right? Because we're spending all week talking about Gannon's future, Monty's future, Drew's future, Kyler's future, right? We're talking about it like it's over, done, sealed, finished, goodbye. It would be the most NFL thing ever for the Cardinals to win this game this weekend because it's the NFL, right? When you think you've got it figured out, it slides a little bit on you, and it does something a little. It zigs when you think it's going to zag every time. And so, would I be shocked if the Cardinals win this game? No, I wouldn't be shocked at all because that's the nature of this league. Absolutely.
What are the Colts? The Colts last year, they were 8-9, and this is what they're making the jump right now that you wanted the Cardinals to make. They were an 8-9 football team, and now they're making this jump. Now they're doing it, no Anthony Richardson, but Daniel Jones. But Michael Pittman's a legitimate number one receiver. They've got a great running back. Their defense has been good, but they're making that jump.
Yeah.
Into being a good team. But this is, I really do. I think it's a must-win game for the Cardinals. I don't think you can fall at 2-4.
Reset time when we come back. We'll get you caught up on everything going on in sports. Lauren next here on Arizona Sports.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Back here for Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. October brings incredible truck savings at Liberty GMC. $13,000 off an all-new 2025 Sierra 1500. $6,000 off the all-new 2025 Sierra HD. They've got trucks, they've got inventory, they've got selection, and they've got the deals for you to go in October and make a deal on a 2025 Sierra 1500 right now. $13,000 off of that. They've also got great deals on SUVs as well. Yukons, Yukon XLs. They're all waiting for you at Liberty GMC with the opportunity for you to shop and buy online at the website as well. And, of course, the service department that promises you nothing but convenience and ease. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Dragging through your day, low energy, poor sleep, no drive? At Vital for Men, we're experts in helping men take back control with testosterone replacement therapy, and now offering semaglutide. Plus, we accept most insurance. Book your free testosterone test today with 3 Valley locations, all experts in TRT. Go to vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Stop feeling exhausted. Start feeling unstoppable.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO. It's October. Say goodbye to the heat and hello cooler weather. That means it's National Car Care Month, and there's no better time to make sure your car's ready for the fall. The fall is so busy, we no sooner shut our cars off and then, oops, we're gone again. So I know we all want to take care of our cars, but we never seem to find the time until it breaks. There's a couple of quick and easy things we need to do to keep our cars ready. Checking the brakes, battery, and tires is a start. And let's not forget about the fluids. A simple oil change and topping off your coolant can save you major headaches later on. If you're hearing strange noises, see LED dash lights, or just need a tune-up, now's the time to act. Please don't wait until your car leaves you stranded to come see us. We know that getting car repairs can be confusing, but where to go when you need them isn't. That's us at AMCO. Remember, transmission repair is our specialty, but we do all repairs too, and we take the hassle out of getting your car repaired. So Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Per ESPN's Adam Schefter, the Arizona Cardinals are fining head coach Jonathan Gannon $100,000 for his sideline altercation with Amari DiMercato on Sunday. The altercation came shortly after DiMercato fumbled a would-have been touchdown through the end zone for a touchback. Schefter adds to his report that no additional discipline is expected. Baseball playoffs have finally gotten underway. The clouds have cleared in Detroit, and we have our first base runner in the game between the Mariners and the Tigers, or do we? There's a challenge on the field as to whether or not Randy Rosarena beat out the single. But the Tigers-Mariners just now getting underway in Detroit. About an hour from now, we'll have Yankees and Blue Jays in New York. Yankees hoping to stave off elimination. They're down 2-0. Jays with a win will advance to the championship series. First pitch is at 5:08. Coverage starts at 4:30. We'll be carrying that one over on ESPN 6:20 a.m. And we've got a triple header in the NHL to kick off their season. Just now done with the second period in Florida, where the reigning champion Panthers are tied at 2 goals apiece with the Chicago Blackhawks. An hour from now, the Pittsburgh Penguins will visit the New York Rangers. And then at 7:30 tonight in Los Angeles, the Colorado Avalanche take on the Kings. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. We're looking for the next student athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text CHARACTER to 620-620 to nominate a student today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
Show is flying by on a Tuesday. 4 o'clock already. It's time for Lauren to get us caught up. No.
No.
Oh, no.
No, not there yet.
No. Okay. Not yet. Okay.
No, we got a few things to cover before then.
Indeed.
But just a few.
Just a few.
Just a few.
It'll be over before you know it. Don't you worry about a thing over there. Lauren is here. She's got the top stories of the day. Lauren, what you got?
All right, well, we just broke a few moments ago with the fact that the Arizona Cardinals are fining Jonathan Gannon $100,000 for his actions with Amari DiMercato on the sidelines. They'll be taking no further action. So let's instead dive into what Drew Petzing had to say today to the media about whether or not him and Jonathan Gannon discussed calling a timeout before that 3rd and 8 run.
Sometimes those conversations are very in-depth. A lot of times in the moment, I'm giving him a quick piece of information, and he's got to manage clock time. He has so many other things to consider when taking a timeout or not taking a timeout. And again, a lot of not liking a call can be hindsight, too. Like, maybe at the time, I was like, hey, when I called it, I felt pretty good about it. As we broke the huddle, I start to look at the look, or maybe evaluate what it looked like on the picture when I see the tablet after. I'm like, I don't think I gave him the best shot there. I could have done something different, and I need to be better.
Yeah, you need to be better.
Yes, you do.
You need to be better. Look at the Cardinals' offensive ranks. They are 23rd in points, 27th in yards, 30th in yards per pass play, and 31st in rushing. Like, you got to be better.
Yeah.
Or you're not going to have a job.
Yeah, it's funny how this thing comes all full circle where, there was a while there not that long ago. We were talking about Drew Petzing as maybe the offensive coordinator you were going to lose to a head coaching job. I think he interviewed
for the Bears job. As the man in the YouTube comment said, wow, the Bears got one thing right. Yeah.
Look, it's great that they're all looking back on it and acknowledging that mistakes were made. Oh, okay, but at some point, our tolerance for those mistakes runs out, and those mistakes have to be corrected. And now we see on Sunday what they're going to take with the information and the lessons they claim to have learned from the things they said they've done wrong, and we see how they apply them on Sunday and see if it looks any different, or see if, we have another situation where they're calling a very timid, conservative-looking play in a situation that doesn't call for conservative or timid plays.
And you're still bringing a knife to a gunfight at the running back spot. You're down your number 1 running back. You're down your number 2 running back.
That too.
And last night, the Jacksonville Jaguars beat the Kansas City Chiefs on a final touchdown drive that involved Trevor Lawrence falling down not once, but twice, and then running in a touchdown for a 31-28 victory.
That was a great game. I actually watched a lot of that game, yeah.
Yeah. Gambo, I got a fantasy update for you, though, that came out today.
Oh, what do you got?
Jacksonville Jaguars placed tight end Brenton Strange on the injured reserve with a hip injury. He is not out for the season, but just an update for you.
He's on injured reserve.
He's on injured reserve, not out for the year.
Wow, I need a tight end then. All right, I got to get a tight end.
That wasn't.
I've just hired a new GM.
Oh, have you?
Breaking news.
Breaking news. I've hired a new GM.
Who is it?
I'll tell you in 1 second. He messaged me because I'd like to run your team, and his name is Cody Whitney. Cody,
welcome to the hottest seat in Valley Sports.
You are the new general manager.
Job.
Yep. If you don't win the next 3 straight for Gambo's fantasy team, you're going to be looking for a new job as well. Welcome, Cody.
Yes.
Welcome.
I don't know if I could ever fire 2 coaches in 1 season. Sean made a mess of my team, so he was fired. Cody will take over the team.
Okay, that's breaking news here.
Yes.
That and Jonathan Gannon getting fined $100 large. Yeah, that's
equally as important on this 4 o'clock reset. And the Bengals, they have traded for Joe Flacco. Yeah, the Jake Browning era over in Cincinnati. Cincinnati received a 6th-round draft pick, while Cleveland landed a 5th-round draft pick in the trade. And Cincinnati wants him to start this weekend against the Packers, who he's already beaten this year.
Look, if there's one guy who could do it, it's actually probably Joe Flacco. Yeah. I bet he doesn't need a whole lot of turnaround time. As crazy as it sounds, for a position that complex, he's been doing this for so long. I bet he could actually swing that over.
Yeah,
I really. How many teams? So how many teams is that for him now? Is it just
Flacco?
Flacco.
Oh, I couldn't even begin to tell you.
I mean, it's the 5, 6.
Probably. I'd have to think about
Ravens, Jets, Browns, Bengals. Somebody else. There's got to be somebody else I'm missing in there. Anyway, sorry, I'll look it up. I just thought maybe somebody knew off the top of their head, but they didn't.
No, right around then. And a new documentary about Saquon Barkley revealed that the running back requested a trade from the New York Giants during a phone call with owner John Mara in the summer of 2023.
You want it out, huh?
He wanted out in 2023. He's not having that great of a year this year, though, is he, Saquon?
No,
he's not. No, he's not having that great of a year. And Cam Skadaboo, by the way, see Cam Skadaboo apologize to Giants fans for the fumble.
Yeah, that's a huge fumble.
Yeah, he said he was.
Cam.
But Cam, I also saw a video today that went around on social of somebody on the Saints. Like, that dude is just.
Yeah.
Who was
the sideline Cam?
The sideline Cam is
yeah.
Cam Skadaboo's playing like that kid. You know, like that kid on a Pee-wee team who just won't stop. I mean, just is like everywhere. It was a really complimentary video of Cam Skadaboo. He is making a name for himself in this league, which I don't think surprises any of us at all. He's making a name for himself.
No, they do. They love him. He's going to get a lot of commercial opportunities in New York too. You watch.
Yes.
Got a lot of money in endorsements.
Oh yeah. And we'll dive into the MLB playoffs because the Dodgers took care of the Phillies 4-3 last night. It came down to the final pitch of that game, but the Dodgers won it. They have a 2-0 series lead. The Brewers beat the Cubs 7-3. They also have a 2-0 series lead. And after a lengthy weather delay, the Tigers and the Mariners are finally in action. That series is tied 1-1.
That's a good series. Man, the Brewers just look so much better than the Cubs, and the Blue Jays look so much better than the Yankees.
It's true.
The Blue Jays rocked Max Fried.
Yeah,
rocked him.
Yeah. It's funny watching it. You know, I know you watched the game last night. They so badly want to beat Craig Counsell for what he did to them, for leaving Milwaukee the way he did. I mean, you can tell that's a very personal series for the Milwaukee Brewers and their fans last night. And that Dodgers game, I mean, it looks like the Dodgers are going to win the series. They're up 2-0. Man, that Tommy Edman throw at the end of the game to Freddie Freeman, what, you disagree?
No, that game was very, very, very frustrating. Like, they leave Schnell in, and, you know, we talk about Schnell being a 5-inning thing. They leave him in, and he strikes out freaking Harper, right? And on the other side, the Phillies leave their guy in, and they rock them.
Yeah.
Like both got like big decisions by each manager. Dave Roberts, then Roberts made a terrible decision. He brings in Trainin instead of bringing in Sasaki. Sasaki's been great. Training's been terrible, and Trainin almost gives it up. Like, just to watch managers in these playoff games it's incredible to watch how stupid some of them can be. But I mean, Sasaki's been unhittable. Let's bring in Trainin, who can't get anybody out for the last month.
Yeah.
And in about an hour, we lose Gambo because the Blue Jays are taking on the Yankees.
I don't even know if I want to watch.
The 2-0 series.
We're not going to lose Gambo. They've been outscored 23-7 in this series, 22-7. We're not going to lose Gambo at all.
Bad.
All right, well, Gambo, I'm glad you're going to stick around for the final 2 hours of the show.
Good night, everybody.
I do got to figure out who's my tight end now. I got a new tight end.
We got a new general manager. Put him in charge of who your new tight end is.
Ask number one.
I need Anthony to be able to take off the old GM and put the new one on. I don't know how to do that.
You can walk down the hallway. He's like the first door when you get there.
Come on, Anthony. I need to. Sean was fired. I gotta remove him from the
Make
building.
it happen.
All right, and with that, that's 4 o'clock reset.
When we come back, thank you, Lauren. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, trying to find 8 wins for this Cardinals team. Are they out there? That's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
The sideline interaction, Paris Johnson Jr., talk about a great dude and a great teammate. Just over there with his arm around the shoulder of Amari DiMarcado. Jonathan Gannon storms over, and it's about as animated as I've ever seen him.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he's full of rage, and he's talking very emotionally to him, and then he takes his arm and kind of appears to slap him fairly hard, like on the side of his body. And in first glance, you're like, whoa, that's kind of violent. But Paris Johnson Jr.'s got his arm around him and doesn't do anything. So clearly what Jonathan Gannon is saying to the player is positive.
Look, as someone who's been slapped many times in my life, very few have been positive.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You know what? We get it. In today's real estate market, it really feels impossible to know when to finally get off the fence. And the pressure of making the right decision at the wrong time could cost you some real money. Well, here's the deal. Lund Mortgage makes it very easy with their free mortgage rate tracking tool that tracks real interest rates to fit your specific situation. Then when the right rate hits, you're going to get the heads up so you can move forward with confidence. You owe it to yourself to visit lundmortgage.com today. Bunker to Bunker, the golf show, is celebrating fall's return with their annual Turkey Gobbler 2-person scramble, presented by Shady Ray Sunglasses, on Saturday, November 15th at the Victory Course at the Verado Golf Club. Proceeds benefit the Society of St. Vincent de Paul of Arizona. Open to the public. It's good fun and a great value with breakfast, golf, competition holes, team prizes, a big raffle, and a bounce-back golf coupon. All for just $149. Space is limited, so sign up today at bunkergolf.com.
Home sellers, no matter your situation, consider all of your options before you list your home. Call Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. With Carol's guaranteed multiple cash offer program, receive up to 7 cash offers plus her guarantee sale offer, where Carol guarantees the price and time frame of your home sale, or she'll buy it. Sell with certainty and don't risk your hard-earned equity. Call Carol Royce today at 480-776-5231 or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and more these days, people who are in pain are taking control of their health and looking beyond traditional medicine, and that is why QC Kinetics is so successful. People with chronic joint pain are learning that there are other options besides steroids, meds, and surgery, and they're getting lasting relief from QC Kinetics, where they use advanced cellular level treatments and regenerative medicine to revitalize your aching joints using growth factors from your own body. So if your back or knees or shoulders hurt all the time, you need to explore all of your options. Do not let them tell you that more pills or surgery are your only choices. Thousands of patients around the country are finding a better life with QC Kinetics' amazing regenerative treatments. So look beyond the old solutions. Call QC Kinetics. Get your free consultation. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Toyotas are always a great value. Choose from best-selling models like Camry and RAV4, or rugged and dependable trucks like Tundra and Tacoma. Visit your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places.
Hey, it's Wolf. What does the Cardinals defense need to do better late in games? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Back here on the Burns and Gambo Show on this Tuesday afternoon. Thanks for hanging out with us. Thanks to our audience in Tempe who's joining us. Basically my hometown. I was born up north, but I was raised on the mean streets of Tempe. It's most
the
of my
mean streets of Tempe.
Most of my childhood was spent on the mean streets of Tempe. So yes, it was rough and tumble in Tempe back in the 70s and the 80s. So shout out to our audience.
It's a hard life back then, wasn't it?
It really was.
Yeah.
It was really tough. I mean, you have no idea how tough it was until you've walked a mile in my shoes. In the meantime, we're getting a lot of reaction on the YouTube chat, and of course, we appreciate any way you can interact with us, whether it's you text us or you send us tweets on social media, but the YouTube chat it's always interesting to kind of scroll through it. You know, we're talking about this Cardinals team. They're 2-3. They're playing a tough Colts team this week. They're 2-4. And some people on the chat have pointed out, hey, they started 2-4 last year too. You know, and then they went on that little run where they were 6-4 and kind of in control of their own destiny. The difference, and I would agree with you, I saw that you kind of chatted back with a couple of them. The difference is that last year the schedule kind of had that pocket after they started 2-4, where there were some wins that you looked at it and you said, okay, there's probably some wins in there for them to kind of get right and even the things out a little bit. That pocket's not there this year, and what we're concerned about, and I'll say the word "we" here. What we're concerned about here is that you're entering this stretch of the schedule where you're looking at it, and they're playing nothing but 500 or better for basically the next 2 months of the season. And you're trying to figure out where the wins are. Where are they? Where are they going to come from?
7 road games left, 5 home games. So that Titans loss at home becomes even bigger. It's hard to win on the road in the NFL. Well, the Titans did it, but it is. So you've only got 5 home games left, and you've got 7 road games. This stretch right here, you've got 3 of your next 4 games are on the road. At Indy, at Dallas, who, by the way, they can run the football as good as anybody, Dallas, and at Seattle. So, and then the home game is the Packers. That stretch right there, look, let's just call it like it is. This is the make or break stretch. If you want to throw the 49ers in there, a home game against the 49ers, you can. That's 5. The Jaguars all of a sudden. See, here's the problem. A lot of the teams that we counted on as being easy games are not easy games anymore for them, right? Tennessee was not an easy game. They lost. Indianapolis, it's not an easy game. We looked at the matchup against the AFC South and we're like, oh, this is cake. This is great. This is a great schedule. You're playing Indianapolis. You're playing bad teams. And we looked at, okay, they're not in the South, but Jacksonville, we looked at Jacksonville and said, okay, you just looked at the AFC South and you figured, okay, this is a great schedule there. And all of a sudden now these games are harder. The Indianapolis game is harder. The Jaguars game is harder. The Texans game is harder. You just lost to the Titans. It just becomes more difficult.
Yeah, we looked at the schedule, and I think, fair or not, we factored in this team's inability to finish these seasons as they have been kind of historically saddled with over the last 3, 4, 5 years. Last year, certainly included in that. And we thought you better get off to a good start. 1, because the schedule gets a little bit tougher. 2, because as you point out, rightfully so, even the easy pockets in the schedule don't look so easy anymore now that you've kind of gotten there and you've seen how these teams have done. And then in part because you might have to put yourself in if you don't start well, you're going to have to put yourself in a position to finish well, and you just don't do that very good.
Go tell me, look at the schedule and tell me what game you would say, okay, I'm pretty certain the Cardinals are going to win this game.
Yeah, hold on. Give me a minute.
We'll just go through them. Indianapolis on the road.
No.
Packers at home.
No.
On the road at the Cowboys.
Maybe, but probably no.
At Seattle.
No.
Home against the 49ers.
No.
Home against the Jaguars.
No.
At Tampa.
No.
Home against the Rams.
No.
At the Texans. They're playing better.
They're playing better. I mean, probably not.
Home against the Falcons?
Maybe.
Okay. At the Bengals.
Who's their quarterback that week?
Ken Anderson?
Boomer Esiason. I mean, seriously. By the way, I did look it up. Joe Flacco, this will be his sixth team.
Sixth team.
Baltimore, Denver. I forgot about Denver. The Jets, the Browns, the Colts, and now the Bengals. His sixth team.
My point is, the way the Cardinals have played, you look at the schedule now, and the only game where you say, okay, I think I really feel comfortable they're going to win this game is probably the Bengals game.
Yeah, the Bengals are the
probably
Falcons.
That.
Bengals are the Falcons.
All of a sudden, Indy, Green Bay, Dallas, Seattle, San Francisco, Jacksonville, Tampa, the Rams, the Texans. Those games are like, I don't know. I'm not so certain they can win those games.
Now, it's not to say that they can't, and I really have a hard time believing that they won't ultimately win some of those games. But how many is some? I don't know. Is it 1? Is it 2? Is it 4? Is it? I don't know, because up until this point, what we've seen is a team that just isn't good enough. You know, it just isn't good enough. And to your point, teams that we thought, and kind of looking at you, Jacksonville, kind of looking at you, Dallas, teams that we thought, oh yeah, they'll be able to win those games. Now I'm not so sure. Now I'm not so sure against Dallas if they can win that game.
Dallas will have should have CD Lamb back for that game. They're playing. They can score.
The Jags are
Dallas can score.
Jags are a good football team. The Jags are they're playing. They're 4-1 right now. They just beat the Kansas City Chiefs. They're a good football team. So it's
you get them at home, and I don't love Trevor Lawrence, but they're playing better now.
They are, and that new coach Liam Cohen seems to be doing a thing. Look, the Cardinals. And again, a tip of the cap to Teo Mackey over at AZ Central for pointing out in a story yesterday. The Cardinals have not beaten a team above 500 in 350 days. It's been 300, and the last time they did it, if I'm doing this right, the last time they did it was when they beat the LA Chargers on Monday, October 22nd, 17-15. I believe that is the last time they won a game
against a
team that had a winning record. They have not beaten an opponent with a winning record in, he wrote 349 days. That was yesterday, so I'll tack on a day. 350 days since they've beaten a team with a winning record.
They're 4-8 in their last 12.
And the pocket that I was talking about last year, you'll remember this. Okay, they were 2-4 after they lost to the Green Bay Packers, all right? They went on a stretch where they won their next 4 games. Those 4 games were the Chargers, the Miami Dolphins, the Chicago Bears,
Jets,
the New York Jets. So that was we looked at it. Okay, that pocket you can get right. You can get right with that pocket, right? You're not playing a bunch of great teams. You're not playing and they did. They got right and they got 6. I don't see that pocket this year. That's the difference. That's why I think this game is so important, and that's why I think 2-4 with the Packers coming up is like, hey, you just can't go there. You can't go there and expect to compete this season. Not with the schedule the way it is, and not with the way you finish these seasons the way you have. You can't.
Some people on YouTube will point out, well, the Rams were like 1-4 to start the season last year. I'm like, oh, I get it. Every once in a blue moon, this stuff happens. You lose to the Colts at home on the road, and then you lose to the Packers at home, and you're 2-5. You're not recovering from that.
But the Rams, the difference is the Rams have equity. The Rams have Matthew Stafford. He's a known commodity. The Rams have Sean McVay. He's a known commodity, right? The Rams had a defense that was the Rams have built up the benefit of the doubt. I don't think the Arizona Cardinals have built up the benefit of the doubt to believe, oh yeah, 2-4, they'll be fine. The Rams, you can look at 1-4 and go, yeah, you know what? They might actually be able to turn it around because of the Rams.
Yeah.
They've won Super Bowls. They've won division titles. They've got a little more skin in the game.
They were 1-4. They had lost to Green Bay, Chicago, the Cardinals, and the Lions in overtime. And they were 1-4, and they bounced back, and they went 10-7.
It's like a bank deciding to who to give a loan to, right? They'll look at somebody with a credit history like yours, and they'll say
850, buddy, and 850 every time.
Okay, he's worth the risk. It's worth looking at him and saying
Perfect credit score.
1-4 team. But look at that credit score. They might do it. And then I walk into the bank with my credit score that's scraping like 620, and they look at it and go, "Yeah, but that Burns guy, not so much." That's what winning a Super Bowl and winning games and winning division titles. It gives you that belief that you can bounce back from 1-4, and when you haven't done it, it's easier to believe that you won't. It's a lot easier to believe that you won't.
Yeah.
That to me is the difference. For all the YouTubers out there watching, that to me is the difference between the Cardinals and the Reds.
Excellent point.
Yeah,
excellent point.
The WNBA Finals, they're here. Your Phoenix Mercury
Let's go, Merc.
need their fans loud and proud for tomorrow's Game 3. They're taking on the Vegas Aces, and you could be in the stands for that game. Text the word Finals to 620-620 for your chance to score Finals tickets. History is on the line. Be a part of it. Text Finals to 620-620. How has the rivalry between Utah and ASU changed from 2 years ago? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader.
Including Cardinals play-by-play.
Hit by Josh Sweat and dragged down for a sack.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Great jazz classic song, When You're Smiling by Louis Armstrong. Oh, it was a great one. A lot of people aren't smiling these days because just over the years, the wear and tear on your teeth, the grinding of your teeth, lost teeth, gaps between your teeth, just poor oral care, a lot of silver in your teeth. People don't smile. A lot of people just don't like their smile. They don't have the confidence to smile. That's where ProSmile Dental Implant Center comes in. Locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale. They're offering you a free consult right now, and you're going to love the All-on-4 implants. The All-on-4 implants, you get a custom-designed temporary the day you get there. You get to approve it. You get to wear it for a little while. You get to approve the color, the shape, the size, and then within 2 weeks, you're done. From start to finish in 2 weeks. Now, you're going to say, okay, Gambo, I'd love to have a new smile. I don't like to smile. I hate my teeth, but, man, it's probably expensive. What if I told you that you could finance it 2 years interest-free? 2 years interest-free, or you're saying, okay, how about 10 years? How about paying it off over 10 years? You got one life to live. Don't you want to live your best life and have that confidence with your smile when you're with family photos and all of that stuff? Yeah, 10 years. You could pay it off over 10 years with ProSmile Dental. Phoenix and Scottsdale locations. Text PRO to 620-620, and I'll send you all the information. That's text PRO to 620-620, or go to ProSmileAZ.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters, a leading installer of artificial turf in the Valley. And Mike, you've got a great special going on if people sign up for the turf maintenance program.
Turf maintenance and cleaning is very essential to the longevity of your turf. Give us a call. We're giving up to $250 off on all cleanings, depending on size of project. We offer a 3-step process like none of our competitors in the business.
623-263-7388, online at turfmonstersaz.com.
When it comes to Redbirds, your favorite team may dominate the gridiron, but Redbird Farms chicken rules the roost in flavor. With hand-cut, antibiotic-free, cage-free, vegetarian-fed chicken, Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Our standards exceed the highest industry norms for quality. Find Redbird Farms chicken at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Having your car serviced is never convenient, but when you drop your vehicle off at Liberty GMC in the evening, you can pick it up the next morning. It's almost like no downtime. That certainly helps. Dave Burns here for Liberty GMC, and only at their certified service center can you get free wiper blades with every oil change as well. Liberty GMC is family owned. They've served the Valley since 1997. In Peoria at the Highway Loop 101 on Bell Road and 87th Avenue, or check them out online, libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
I'm Mitch Varel. With Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Per ESPN's Adam Schefter, the Arizona Cardinals are fining head coach Jonathan Gannon $100,000 for his sideline altercation with Amari DiMercato on Sunday. The altercation came shortly after DiMercato fumbled a would-have-been touchdown through the end zone for a touchback. Schefter adds to his report that no additional discipline is expected. Here's Coach Gannon yesterday with Burns and Gambo on the incident.
I woke up this morning and I didn't love how I handled that, truthfully. Let the moment get the better of me there, and my emotions ran a little bit hot. So I apologize to Omari and apologize to the team in the team meeting, and I won't let it happen again.
Baseball playoffs continue today in the American League. We are into the bottom of the second inning in Detroit. This one was delayed due to weather, but the Mariners and the Tigers are tied at a game apiece, and they're currently tied in the game because it's scoreless. Nobody has scored yet in the bottom of the second inning. Coming up in a half hour, but coverage starting right now on ESPN 620 AM. Yankees and Jays. If the Jays win tonight, they will advance to the championship series. The Yankees could live another day if they get a win at home in New York. Again, first pitch at 5:08. Coverage starting right now on ESPN 620 AM. And then an NHL tripleheader to kick off their season. The Florida Panthers, the reigning champs, now have a 3-2 lead over the Chicago Blackhawks. They are halfway through the third and final period in that one. Coming up in a half hour, the Pittsburgh Penguins go to the Big Apple to face the Rangers in Madison Square Garden. And then in Los Angeles, the Colorado Avalanche face the LA Kings. That one's at 7:30. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Sanderson is the #1 Ford dealership in Arizona for sales and customer satisfaction. It's located on 51st Avenue, just south of Glendale, and online at sandersonford.com.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Alex Weiner. Cardinals reportedly fined Jonathan Gannon for sideline altercation with Amari DiMercato. Sam Levitt has settled into structure after slow start, quote, brought some stress. And 12 dates to sum up the 2025 Diamondbacks from opening day until the final week. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
2 years ago, Kenny Dillingham, in his first season as head coach at ASU, went up to Utah and lost 55-3, a game in which Gambo pointed out 3 different players played quarterback for ASU.
Cam Scadaboo.
He was
a quarterback.
Threw a pass in that game. Kenny Dillingham was asked about that moment yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely pointed out that the last time we played here, it was really bad. And it's a tough environment. I mean, tough environment. There's 50-60% chance of thunderstorms, rain. We could hit a delay. And we have an 8:15 kickoff that could also get delayed. And we may be playing this game at 10 p.m., 10:30. I mean, that's not a far-fetched scenario based off the weather report. And it doesn't matter when we play it or where we play it. We're going to play a really good football team with a great crowd, and we got to be ready to go play a physical brand of football. And we got to be able to do all the little things right.
We talked about it earlier that game was demoralizing. Anytime you give up a 50 burger to anybody, it's demoralizing. But the game the year after that, when they play them here, was the beginning, right? Like it was the start of kind of what we now know to be ASU football.
No doubt about it.
I think it was born that day against Utah.
Yeah, I think what I remember a lot about that game is Utah was number 16 in the country when they won that game. Levitt was actually out for most of the second quarter. He didn't play in that game. Cam had a great game. And what I remember about that game is us talking about how the Herm Edwards era wasn't doing any damage. I brought it up earlier, but that was the big point to me. It was like, okay, maybe 5-1 for the first time since 2019. Cam Scadaboo was unbelievable in that game. And so you started to look at ASU like, okay, like after getting past the Herm Edwards and Ray Anderson era, as bad as it was, you thought there were going to be a lot of lean years, and there wasn't. They had a great game. Their defense was fantastic in that game. And they beat a ranked team, number 16 overall, after, and ASU was 3-9 the year before. They were the year they got beat by, 55 to, what was it, 55 to 3?
55-3, yes.
They were 3-9. That was a bad year. And all of a sudden you're 5-1 and you just beat the number 16 team in the country. And you have a big game from your defense. You have a big game out of Cam Scadaboo, 22 carries for 158 yards. He averaged 7 yards a carry. You're like, okay, ASU's good. It was the first time we thought, wow, this is a good football team.
And your point about ASU was well taken, because it was kind of this idea that, hey, the turnaround happened so much faster than anybody thought. Maybe it wasn't as damaging as we thought. Maybe the Herm Edwards era just wasn't as backbreaking as we thought it was going to be. This Utah team, they're off to a decent start so far this year. They lost at home to Texas Tech, which kind of took some of the shine off of our expectations for Utah. It doesn't mean they're done. It doesn't mean that they're not good. It just means that they got throttled at home by a team that might just be that good. This Utah team has a history of success under Kyle Whittingham that Kenny Dillingham desperately wants his program to have one of these days. Utah is... They've been ranked in the AP top 25 poll every season since 2014. So you think about it, like 10 years plus, they've been ranked every single year. The culture is elite. They've got a quarterback in Devin Dampier that Kenny Dillingham admits, I made a mistake in not recruiting him because he's a local kid. He went to Saguaro High.
Yeah, he's a phenomenal player. I mean, I definitely should have recruited him harder, to be honest. I mean, he's definitely proved me wrong. I always thought he was a really good player, but how productive he's been in college football, I mean, super impressed by him. Completion percentage out the roof, his ability to extend plays. I mean, how he runs the offense and operates it. I mean, super, definitely a miss by me, 100%. And kudos to them for having him on their team because he's a really, really good football player. And he's a tough guy to tackle. He gets the ball out fast. I mean, he just does a lot of things well, which is why he won a lot of games at Saguaro High School. So kudos to him. I'm happy for him. I mean, my brother-in-law coached him, was his quarterback coach. Jason Munns was his head coach. So even though we're playing him this week, I got a lot of respect for him, his game, how he plays, how he goes about his business, and how he continues to prove people wrong and has a chip on his shoulder. So I got nothing but respect for him, and I wish him luck the rest of the way.
Yeah, I don't know, bulletin board material. Hey, he didn't recruit you. Hometown, he didn't recruit you.
Trying to cut it off at the pass, right?
Yeah.
Trying to cut off any criticism like that off the pass.
I was so impressed with his. I watched one Utah game this year. It was against UCLA, and that kid ran all over him. Because you could talk about his completion percentage, and he's got a great completion percentage, one of the best in the country. Very, very accurate thrower. He can run the football. He ran all over the Bruins. UCLA. Didn't UCLA have a big one? Was it this week? Did they beat Penn State?
Penn State
at the Rose Bowl.
How the hell? What the hell happened to Penn State?
Oregon hangover for Penn State. I think to a certain extent that maybe they had a little Oregon
You're right
hangover.
on that Penn State coach.
Oh, I don't like him.
You're totally right.
I don't like him.
He's got to go. That team should be so much better.
They're so easy to root against because of him. I do not like him. What did I say? Like a couple of weeks ago?
Yeah,
I do not root for that guy. I do not.
Drew Alar. They should be so much better. Every year, this is the year for Penn State. This is the year. And then they wet the bed.
Yeah, there's something about James Franklin that just reeks of kind of that haughty, God complex, head coach, college football arrogance that I just hate. Like, I can do whatever I want because I am the coach of fill in the blank. I hate guys like that in college football.
I think it's great. I think Penn State's one of those programs that it's good for college football when they're on top.
I would agree.
But they cannot get back on top. I think Nebraska's the same way. I think Nebraska's a team good for college football when they're on top. They haven't been on top in a while.
Here's the other thing about this Utah game, too, that I think needs to be considered, and that is how much did ASU learn about themselves after Mississippi State? Because that was a far more challenging environment than we expected. We knew about the cowbells. We knew it was going to be loud. Clearly, it rattled, pardon the pun, it rattled ASU. Clearly, it did.
You're saying the same thing with Texas Tech for Utah?
No, I'm saying the same thing about ASU when they go to Utah.
Okay.
Because I don't think going to Baylor is the same thing. We talked about before the Baylor game how the Baylor crowd, nobody,
50% sold with two days before the game.
I think this game will challenge ASU the same way Mississippi State challenged ASU. Like you heard Kenny at night, it could be storming, 50% chance. He's like, who knows if we even start the game on time or if there's a delay because of the weather. I think this game will test Sam Leavitt and ASU's ability to function in a hostile environment on the road, and we'll see how they do compared to how they did against it. Because I think they failed that test in Mississippi State.
Yeah.
I think they failed that test dramatically in Mississippi State.
I think and the cowbells got to them.
Yep.
And the noise got to them, and they didn't play very well.
They recovered. They took the lead.
Yeah, took the lead.
I guess when I say they failed, they kind of... They were able to bounce back, but because of that giant hole they dug themselves. And that's why Kenny talked a lot about needing to start faster this week. They were down early against TCU. They were down early against Baylor. They had to rally in both games. He wants to see his team get off to a better start.
Yeah. Was it 17-0 Mississippi State? 17-0?
17-0 against TCU, right? Was it 17-0 game there?
I think it was 17. I definitely was 17-0 against Mississippi State. I
Yeah.
think it was probably, yeah.
Yeah, so he wants to see him start better. Utah's got this offensive tackle, Spencer Fano, whose last mock draft I saw, he was the number 4 player taken. He's good. They're physical, tough place to play. This is going to be a tough game for ASU. This will tell us a lot about where they are as a program.
Yeah, defensively, they're up for the task. You know, you got to contain Dampierre because he's going to get out and he's going to run. So you got to figure he's going to run 8, 9, 10, 11 times in a football game. But defensively, I think ASU's clicking right now. They're playing really good defense, so that'll be a chore. The Bentley kid's really good. So I think I think Utah's good. They're always a good program. You don't know how to judge them after the Texas Tech game because they played West Virginia, and West Virginia's terrible. Sorry, Ken Kendrick. But West Virginia's terrible.
Ken's never going to come on our show again.
You're ripping my West Virginia. Yes, they're not any good.
Sorry, Ken.
Although it's a great song about West Virginia that John Denver sang.
It is, but the football team. And you know what? Since we're handing out apologies for West Virginia being bad, sorry, Ron Wolfley. But your football team kind of stinks. Tune in to Arizona Sports at Night right after our show. It's Kellen and it's Mitch, and they're breaking down the fallout of the Cardinals-Titans game. Listen on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM or the Arizona Sports app. So basically, 5 weeks in, expectations have been flipped on their heads for both the Cardinals and the Colts. That is next here on Arizona Sports and the Burns and Gambo Show.
Arizona Sports is giving away a pair of tickets to see the Mercury face the Aces in Game 4 Friday night downtown. Text the word finals to 620-620 for your chance to win. Be part of the best atmosphere in the WNBA and cheer on the Mercury in the finals against Vegas. Text finals to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Brad's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, where batteries are as low as $89.99. Sammy, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge. And Sammy does that for free, too. In no time at all, Brad is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done. With precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
We are back with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, how's your new Honda?
Man, I love it. It's so smooth, reliable, and perfect for my busy life. Whether I'm heading to practice or a game, my Honda from Arrowhead Honda gets me there in style.
Visit Arrowhead Honda today at the 101 at Bell Road or shop online at arrowheadhonda.com.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Walt's TV and Appliance. And Bear, tell our listeners why they should avoid the big box stores and shop at Walt's, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner.
Well, Dan, we offer unbeatable prices on all the products you really want. And if you think you found a good price somewhere else, bring it to us and watch us beat it. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Get what you want when you want it, only at Walt's. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Our backyard needed a makeover big time, and it's a big decision until it was an easy call at Casa Galvisi with California Pools and Landscape. And they're celebrating the industry's biggest honor with the biggest savings. Do not miss the Pool Builder of the Year sales event Saturday, October 18th at all 4 Valley Design Centers, Arizona's most awarded pool builder for 37 years. The best pricing, fastest build times, industry-leading warranties. Get started with your free design consultation at calpool.com/Paul.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from IQ Bar. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at eatiqbar.com/policy/terms of service.
I've got good news and bad news. Here's the bad news. Most protein bars are packed with sugar and unpronounceable ingredients. The good news? There's a better option. I'm Will, and I created IQ Bar plant protein bars to empower doers like you with clean, delicious, low-sugar brain and body fuel. IQ bars are packed with 12 grams of protein, brain nutrients like magnesium and lion's mane, and zero weird stuff. And right now, you can get 20% off all IQ Bar products, plus free shipping. Try our delicious IQ Bar sampler pack with 7 plant protein bars, 4 hydration mixes, and 4 enhanced coffee sticks. Clean ingredients, amazing taste, and you'll love how you feel. Refuel smarter, hydrate harder, caffeinate larger with IQ Bar.
Now you can get 20% off all IQ Bar products, plus free shipping when you text IQ Bar to 64,000. Text IQ Bar to 64,000 to get your 20% off. That's IQ Bar to 64,000.
Hey, it's Wolf, and I've got to give a huge shout out to the team that just transformed my yard into an oasis with artificial grass. That is Legacy Green Solutions. These guys are the real deal. Family owned and operated in the basin for over 25 years, voted best of the valley. Legacy Green Solutions uses premium American-made turf with certified installation that looks and feels natural. Right now, Legacy is offering a limited time deal. Mention Wolf and get 15% off. Just text GREEN to 620-620 or visit LegacyGreenSolutions.com.
Message and data rates may apply. The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanders and Ford.
All right, just a quick update. Seattle has jumped out to a 2-0 lead over the Tigers at the top of the third. Randy Arozarena with an RBI single, and it was J.P. Crawford who had an RBI in this one as well. So it's 2-0 right now.
Always like that name.
Randy Arozarena?
Randy, you remember with Tampa.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Never thought much about his name, but yeah.
Randy Arozarena.
Arozarena. Lauren, it's just like
hard name for me to pronounce.
No. Yes, it is. It is. Lauren, hi.
Hi.
Poll question for us?
Yes, and I've got some easier names to pronounce here in the poll question.
Lovely. Fantastic.
Poll question today is, which of these Colts offensive players are you worried about the most for the Cardinals defense? Is it Indiana Jones, Jonathan Taylor, Tyler Warren, or Michael Pittman Jr.?
Out of respect for Harrison Ford, I refuse to call him Indiana Jones.
So will you be calling him Danny Dimes?
No, I refuse to call him that too.
That
He's
one's
Daniel
awful
Jones.
to me.
Jonathan Taylor.
Taylor.
And Jonathan Taylor is leading the way with 72% of the vote.
You know, Jones was not a bad quarterback with the Giants. But they got to the point where, like, how far can we go with him? So they got rid of him. Remember, he led him to the playoffs. They won a game and lost to the Eagles.
Would you categorize him as a good quarterback?
No, I think he's a middle of the pack quarterback, and that's why they moved on. But again, be careful what you wish for. Like with Daniel Jones, like they stink now.
Yeah.
Now maybe Dart will be the guy, and I hope he will be, but they're not very good.
These quarterbacks leaving, and I'm not just bringing this up because of potentially Kyler Murray being in the same boat a year from now, but it's potential. These quarterbacks who are relocating and having success in other places, it is fascinating. It causes us to redefine what we think about these guys. Because, like, you thought you had your mind made up about Baker Mayfield. Oops, never mind. Thought you had your mind made up about Sam Darnold. Oops, never mind.
Okay, but Jones was with the Giants for 6 years, and they decided, okay, we're going to part ways. You're not our guy anymore. I mean, I think there's some similarities with him and Kyler in that middle of the pack quarterback.
Potentially.
I mean,
Mac Jones, we thought we knew you. Oops, never mind. We misevaluated. Our apologies. It's kind of this crazy, weird trend, you know, and I don't know if enough of it is happening.
Baker, Jones, Mac Jones, Daniel Jones,
Darnold. I mean,
Sam Darnold.
It's a weird
There's
thing.
been a few that have had some success.
Yeah. Do you need to give out the rest of the results, or is it a runaway? Jonathan
It's a runaway for Jonathan Taylor, then followed by Daniel Jones, Tyler Warren, and Michael Pittman tied in last there.
Thank you for not calling him Indiana Jones. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thanks. The power rankings, and normally we don't care about the power rankings. We're always interested in what they write about the teams when it comes to the power rankings. But Gambo made a really good observation in our pre-show meetings and whatnot that the power rankings and where these two teams are right now, the Colts and the Cardinals, it's like they flipped.
Absolutely.
It's like they flipped
That's where we're supposed to be.
Most of the power rankings have the Cardinals somewhere around 21, 22, 23. Most of the power rankings have the Colts somewhere around 7, 8, 9, 10, maybe somewhere in that neighborhood.
Yeah.
And it is almost an exactly perfect flip from where we probably thought these two teams would have been at the beginning of the season.
The Washington Post ranked all 32 teams, and they had it, based on tiers too. And strong challengers, they put the Colts at number 6 overall. They said they scored 6 straight touchdowns, crushed Vegas. They belong among the AFC's elite, disciplined defense, 3 blowout wins, legitimate contender right now is where they build them out. And they said Daniel Jones is an MVP candidate. They didn't say Indiana Jones.
All right, if Daniel Jones wins the MVP this year, I will call him Indiana Jones.
It's time to start discussing Daniel Jones as an MVP candidate. He leads all quarterbacks in something that I have no idea what it is, expected points added, which I don't care about. It's
and yet you cite it.
Because it's in the
You're
story.
just reading it. Okay.
I'm reading it.
You cite
now,
it.
then they go down. So they're number 6. They got the Cardinals at number 19. They have them in that average team category.
Yeah.
The Arizona Cardinals are an average team.
Athletic power ranking, that's the same thing. They have the Colts number 7. They have the Arizona Cardinals number 22. And, like the Colts, if we don't do power rankings on the show, like we don't come up with our own.
Oh, thank God.
I know, thank God. But if we did, I'd probably have the Colts somewhere right around 7. They're 4-1. Here's a stat I do believe in. Their point differential is plus 74.
Yeah.
You can't ignore that.
No.
You can't sit there and say, well, they're not that good. Well, they've got the best point differential in the NFL. No team has outscored the opposition more than the Indianapolis Colts have this year. Now, is that a function of schedule? Yes, but again, the Cardinals, against a schedule that I would have expected them to be plus 74 against, they're 2-3 against. And they're barely beating some of these teams that they're playing. Look, I'm jealous of what the Colts are able to do again. I am. It's envy.
Is that crazy?
It's pure envy that how nice it must be for an Indianapolis Colts fan to see the Colts drop a 40 burger on the Raiders like they did this. Good. That's what you're supposed to do to a team like that. You're supposed to make it hurt and pile on. And hey, just because we're up 21-3 doesn't mean we're going to stop scoring.
No.
Doesn't mean we're going to go in a low power mode for the rest of the game like the
we're gonna
Cardinals
blow you
did
out.
We're going to kick
step
your
on
ass.
your throat. Yeah, that's what the good teams do. We're not going to let this team hang around.
Jealous of that.
Yeah, 3 wins by 20 or more. They're setting records on offense. I got a problem with their kicker. They lost their kicker for the season.
Yeah.
In that game against the Raiders. So he got injured, he's out, and so they do have a little bit of a kicking problem because he had been really good, right? I think he was 13 out of 14 on field goal attempts.
Sounds right, yep.
So he had been really good, 14 of 14 on extra points. Spencer Schrader, so they need a new kicker.
But like we've said, and I know today has been a lot on, and we'll get into this in the 5 o'clock hour too, it's been a lot on the future of Gannon. Been a lot on the future of Drew Petzing. It's been a lot on the future of Kyler Murray. And a lot of it is like, man, are you really going to go to Indianapolis and beat this team? At the same time, this is the NFL where the crazy is not so crazy. The unexpected, expect the unexpected. It happens all the time in this league. And it wouldn't even be the most Cardinal thing ever. It would be the most NFL thing ever for the Cardinals to go to Indianapolis and get their season back on track with a win. And I'm not predicting it. I'm not calling my shot. I'm just saying this league is built for things like that and moments like it.
Who
just
would have thought
is.
Jacksonville would have beat Kansas City? Who would have thought New England would have beat the Buffalo Bills?
Yeah.
This. Who would have thought that Denver would have went to Philly and won? Right? In Philly. You did not think they were going to win, Mitch. But I'm saying, like, that's now again that Denver beating Philly, good team beating good team. Is Jacksonville a good team? I don't know, but I don't think Kansas City's that good this year.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the Ravens completely falling apart. Like they can't. Like their defense is atrocious.
Yep.
So there are games you look at and. I don't know. I mean, if the Cardinals are a good football team, they can win one of these 2 games. What the Cardinals can't do is they just can't have this. Can't be a 3-game losing streak or 4-game losing streak. and you're 2-4.
Yeah.
Because I do think that, like, there's only 17 games. You get to 6, you're more than a third of the way through the season.
WNBA Finals, they're here. Literally, they're here tomorrow night. Your Phoenix Mercury need the fans loud and proud for Game 3. They're taking on the Vegas Aces tomorrow. You could be in the stands. Text the word finals to 620-620 for your chance to score final tickets. History is on the line. Be a part of it. Text finals to 620-620 right now, and hopefully you'll be there tomorrow. The Arizona Cardinals offense is a source of a lot of their problems. Is it Kyler? Is it Gannon? Is it MHG? Is it MHJ, pardon me? Is it some combination? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
To be fair, as much as I make the point that their loss yesterday counts only as much in the standings as, say, Seattle's does, or anybody who lost yesterday, it feels like more than one loss.
It does.
And
it's a great point.
Good
thing it isn't.
Yeah, we may know all we need to know about the rest of this season after Sunday's game against the Colts. If they come out swinging like the Diamondbacks did after the trade deadline, because that's kind of what this feels like right now.
Yeah.
If they come out swinging, they beat the Colts somehow, all right. I mean, you still gave this game away this week, but maybe it woke something up in you.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Progressive has great customer service, and it's easy to reach us because great and easy is the way to be. Like salads, great for you, and so easy you can put any group of veggies in a bowl and it's a salad. A full carrot with a head of cabbage, weird, but still a salad. 1 radish and a couple of green beans, also a salad. 14 blueberries, half an onion, and a sunchoke. Odd, yes, but an odd salad. So contact Progressive's customer service by phone, app, or online. It's great and easy, just like salad. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone with no startup fees, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
9 Inch Nails. Live at Desert Diamond Arena, Friday, March 6th. Get tickets Wednesday, October 8th at 12 p.m. at NIN.com. 9 Inch Nails. Live in Glendale. Peel It Back Tour 2026.
Doesn't it make you feel better?
In baseball, numbers matter. Every stat is tracked, every play analyzed, but numbers alone, they don't win games. And they don't build a secure financial future either. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team behind a personalized plan for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lavello.
Tori here. You're spot on, Jeff. Good numbers help, but it's teamwork that wins. It's about building trust, understanding goals, and creating a legacy.
At Trajan, we go beyond the numbers. We build real relationships and customized investment strategies so you can enjoy life today and feel secure about tomorrow.
It's a relationship, and that's why I chose Trajan Wealth. Call today to build your personalized plan. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Imagine finding your dream home and then just moving in right away, not waiting around to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later. That's it. Here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves. I've tried to buy and sell at the same time before. The double moves are rough, let me tell you. But Orchard cuts that hassle right out of the process for you, which is huge. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home so you attract the right buyers. Orchard agents are local experts. They're some of the most experienced around town. Plus, they're equipped with smart tools and products to help you sell your home for more. This is what they do. They've already helped over 10,000 customers sell their homes without the stress. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first, sell your old home later, buy before you sell, but still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Varel. With Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Per ESPN's Adam Schefter, the Arizona Cardinals are fining head coach Jonathan Gannon $100,000 for his sideline altercation with Amari DiMercato on Sunday. The altercation came shortly after DiMercato fumbled a would-have-been touchdown through the end zone for a touchback. Schefter adds to his report that no additional discipline is expected. Here's Coach Gannon yesterday with Burns and Gambo on the incident.
I woke up this morning and I didn't love how I handled that, truthfully. Let the moment get the better of me there, and my emotions ran a little bit hot. So I apologize to Omari and apologize to the team in the team meeting, and I won't let it happen again.
Turning to the Major League Baseball playoffs right now in Detroit, the Mariners are the team with the early lead over the Tigers, up 2-0. That one's in the bottom of the third, but the Tigers are threatening right now. They have a runner at second base with 2 outs. Colt Keith at the dish against Logan Gilbert. We're just moments away from first pitch in the Bronx, where the Yankees are hoping to stave off elimination against the Blue Jays. Jays with a win will be the first team to advance to the championship series. First pitch officially is at 5:08. You can listen to it on ESPN 6:20 a.m. And we are one game into the triple-header for the NHL's opening night. Florida Panthers claim 2 points with a 3-2 victory over the Chicago Blackhawks. We are moments away from Pittsburgh and New York. The Rangers taking on the Penguins at Madison Square Garden. And then later tonight, the LA Kings host the Colorado Avalanche. And that concludes the NHL day later tonight. This report is brought to you by ProSmile Dental. Start your smile transformation with the pros. Visit ProSmileAZ.com today to book your free consultation.
Hey, it's Luke. How can ASU football fix its red zone issues Saturday against Utah? We'll talk about that tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
5 o'clock hour here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Happy Tuesday to you. I wish it was a happy Tuesday for the Cardinals offense, because it's not. 23rd in points per game, 27th in yards per play, 30th in yards per pass play, 31st in rushing success. And oh, by the way, Dallas ranks number 1 in rush success. They have your offensive line coach,
that Clayton Adams guy.
Yeah, I did not have us talking about Clayton Adams this much through the first 5 weeks of the season on the Cardinals bingo card. I acknowledged it could have been a thing to talk about. I remember we talked about it the week leading up to the season. Like, I think it was Dan Graziano who said, hey, not for nothing, as Gambo would say, but let's at least keep an eye on this Clayton Adams thing and see if it makes any kind of a difference with the Cardinals. But, man, did we ever expect we'd talk about the former offensive line coach as much as we have?
No, Dallas is. I mean, Javonte Williams has been unbelievable for Dallas, just unbelievable. And they've got a great rushing attack. They really do. I mean, I think Williams is like top 3 in the NFL, but their rushing attack has been, sensational. The other thing to look at is just last year they averaged 23.5 points per game, and this year it's 20.6. They're down 3 points.
Yeah.
They're
not that far off from where they were in 2023. When they had a backup quarterback for the first half. When Joshua Dobbs was their quarterback for the first half of the season.
They were 19.3 points per game.
They're only a point per game better than they were in 2023 when Joshua Dobbs and a rehabbing Kyler Murray was their quarterback. That's astounding to me.
Yeah.
Astounding to me.
It's just, you look at the offense, you're like, okay, like, they rank near the bottom. Like total, you look at just like yards, right? Total yards per game. The Cowboys are number 1 in yards. They have 406.6 yards a game. And then the Cardinals, you got to go all the way down the bottom, 288 yards per game. The only teams that are in there that are below them are like the Browns and the Dolphins and the Titans and the Bengals. And, like those are some of the teams that are below them. So it hasn't been good. The offense, we know they didn't put a lot of resources into the offense, right? They spent their money on the free agency on the defense. They went out and they got Tomlinson and they got Sweat and they brought in Calais Campbell. Yep. And we know they spent their draft capital on defense.
Yes.
They got Walter Nolan, who we haven't seen yet, and they got Will Johnson and they got Simon and they got Birch. They went out and they spent a lot of that inventory that they had free agency and draft on defense. The offense had Marvin Harrison Jr., and it had Trey McBride, and it had James Conner, and you felt like you're okay. You were getting Will Hernandez back, and you felt like they're going to be fine. Their offense is going to be fine. They needed to fix the defense. And we all agreed they needed to fix the defense. And, last year was like, who's going to be the leading sack guy? You didn't know. They didn't have anybody. Mm-hmm. So this year they went out and they fixed the defense. But the offense has had such a setback, and we could sit there and blame it on the running game, but James Conner couldn't run the ball the first 2 games that he had him.
Nope.
That they couldn't run the football. So you've got a team that's kind of built their identity on being able to run the football that now can't run the football. And, do you change your identity? Because you would think that, okay, we can't run the football. We're going to go heavy McBride. We're going to go heavy Marvin Harrison Jr., and it just hasn't been the case.
No, it hasn't. And like when we were talking yesterday about the Titans' loss being the kind that makes you question everything, in real time, in the moment, I was mostly fine with the Cardinals not doing anything to dress themselves offensively. I was mostly fine with them not going to get another wide receiver or another running back or addressing the offensive line in free agency or the draft. I too, thought their identity was so strong and they were so good at it that they'd be okay to spend most of their resources on the defense. Like I said, a game against the Tennessee Titans causes you to question everything, and now I'm questioning the logic behind Monty Ossenfort looking at it and saying, no, we're good. We're fine. We don't really need to do anything offensively. I don't need to add anybody. Geno Suarez just hit a home run, by the way. It's 3-0.
Good vibes,
Good
Geno.
vibes, Geno. Good vibes. Good vibes, Geno Suarez. He's got that mullet just flowing freely behind his batting helmet. Good for you, Geno.
He fits in well there.
Yeah, he does. So now we have to question that.
Yeah.
Now we have to question Monty's logic for not doing that and whether it was flawed. And, of course, at the center of all of this is Drew Petzing, who met with the media today. And as you would expect, there were a lot of questions for Drew Petzing about why you're running the ball on 3rd and 8.
At the end of the day, anytime I make a call, I'm trying to go win the game. Whether I'm putting the ball in Kyler's hands or I'm putting the ball in the back's hands and trusting the O-line. I think just based on the situation where we were, the down and distance, I didn't love the call. Felt like I put our guys in a tough spot and not happy with that.
See, now that just drives me crazy. Because now we've got 2 Cardinals coaches on record saying they both didn't like the call. And yet nobody did anything about it.
Yeah, but play that again. It's not like he didn't like the call when he made it. It was kind of afterwards.
It was kind of afterwards when he saw it and looked at it. Yeah.
At the end of the day, anytime I make a call, I'm trying to go win the game. Whether I'm putting the ball in Kyler's hands or I'm putting the ball in the back's hands and trusting the O-line. I think just based on the situation where we were, the down and distance, I didn't love the call. Felt like I put our guys in a tough spot and not happy with that.
Didn't love the call.
Okay.
Felt I put our guys in a tough spot, and I feel bad about that. He said that. Jonathan Gannon told us yesterday. You asked him directly. Did you like the 3rd and 8 call? And so both coaches have kind of acknowledged that in retrospect, they don't love that call. And yet in the moment, and I know things are going fast, and I've never stood on an NFL sideline with a headset on my head in my life, so I can't sit there and pretend like I know exactly what I would do.
Yeah, but that's your job.
But I know, but you're right. That's your job.
It's your job. You've been a coach for a long time.
In that moment, if you've got 2 coaches and neither one of them like the call, somebody stop it.
Yeah.
So somebody just do this thing. Okay, hold on a sec. Hold on. Time out. Let's make sure we're doing the right thing here because the game hinges on this moment here.
He was never an offensive coordinator before he was the Cardinals' offensive coordinator. But he was a wide receivers coach. He was a tight ends coach. He was a quarterbacks coach. So he was a coach at a lot of levels. You have to think quickly in those situations. But that's what the preparation's for. Like you've got to go through these scenarios a million times during the week. Okay, we've got a 3rd and long, and it's a close game. We have a chance. What do we want? What's the play we want?
What are you gonna do?
In your mind, you need to know. I got a 3rd and 8, and if I can get a first down here, I can win the game. Who do I want to go to? My number 1 option's got to be Trey McBride. My number 2 option's got to be Marvin Harrison Jr. And my number 3 option's got to be Kyler making a play on his own. It can't be Amari DiMercato. Said no one ever. Nobody said, hey, listen, here's the situation. It's 3rd and 8. We can win the game right here. We're going to hand it off to Amari DiMercato on a draw and try to make up. Whatever happened, you didn't process the information quickly enough.
Yeah. Here's more Petsing today. And I'm sure I wasn't there at Cardinals headquarters. I'm sure it was a lot of questions. Could Kyler have checked out of the play if he wanted to?
There are times where he has checks. He did not have one there.
Why not?
Just the play that came in did not have a check on.
What percentage of the plays does he not have a check on?
I mean, that would be very different from game to game.
And can I play one more? Go ahead. You got thought.
I talked to Kurt Warner about this. And, he said that he didn't audible much. They built plays good versus everything. And, Kurt was always good at finding the weakness in a team. But there were alerts and stuff that were called at the line a lot. Like there were alerts and stuff that they could do. And Kurt said, look, and there are times you want to call a draw on 3rd and 8. There are times you want to call that, but it might be something you see in the defense. Yeah. You might be this draw is going to you check into. So he was saying that they had alerts and they called that a lot of stuff at the line like that. But he said that he didn't audible that much because a lot of it was just built in plays. And Kurt was always good at knowing that. But the question should be is, do you trust Kyler enough to see something at the line of scrimmage to say, if you see something better, change it.
Yeah.
Change it. That's the question. He wasn't allowed to check out of it. Why not? Why
was a play call that forced him into that play call that didn't give him
what if he gets to the line of scrimmage and he sees something that, okay, they're going to stop this run. We've got to audible out and do something different.
One more real quick from Drew Petzing. It's a short one. It's kind of part 2 to the whole 3rd and 8 play thing.
Again, looking at kind of where we hit the first drive, felt like we hit that obviously on the 3rd down on the big run earlier in the quarter, and some of the things that they were doing to sell out to stop the run. Felt like we could try to split one there for a big one and catch him off guard a little bit, and didn't work.
So basically he's talking about the Amari run, the one where he dropped the ball at the half-yard line. He said we kind of thought that was a similar moment where we're going to catch him in a moment where they're not expecting that. Boom, we break the big one like we did with Amari DiMercato, that we could have done the same thing on that 3rd.
The difference is the point in the game. The point in the game requires you in that situation
just get the first down.
To go to your best players.
Yeah, well, yeah, that too.
The point in the game when DiMercato dropped the ball compared to where in the final few minutes here, we get a chance to win the game with one play. You've got to get it to your best players.
Trust your money, guys. Trust your best players. Yep, and they didn't do that. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, as we're live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios, how will Kenny Dillingham be able to beat this version of the Utah Utes? That is next here on Arizona Sports and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Arizona Sports is giving away a pair of tickets to see the Mercury face the Aces in Game 4 Friday night downtown. Text the word finals to 620-620 for your chance to win. Be part of the best atmosphere in the WNBA and cheer on the Mercury in the finals against Vegas. Text finals to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
I've had plenty of people ask me, do you really, you talk about these companies on a regular basis, you really use them? Of course. Every one of them. Dr. Schwartz has been my team's, my family's eye doctor forever. All my kids have gone to Dr. J. Schwartz. Kaylee, Gabby, Allie, Quentin, Brooke, all of us. I've gone there. Chelsea's gone there. We've all gone to the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. I had LASIK surgery done 15 years ago at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. 15 years ago, LASIK surgery done. One of the best things I've ever done for myself was getting that LASIK surgery. No glasses, no contacts, no readers. I see great nighttime, up close, far away. I have no problem driving at night. I'll be 60 next year. Literally, I'll be 60 years old next year. I can't believe it. But I have no problem with my eyes thanks to the LASIK surgery I had from the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa. Dr. Schwartz offers 2 years of interest-free financing. And, of course, he's the team eye doctor for your sons and D-backs. Call him, 480-483-EYES, or go online at teamidoc.com.
Get 5 quarts of Valvoline full synthetic motor oil, a Wix filter, and a $15 gift card after rebate at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. I mean, mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Walt's TV and Appliance, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner. And Bear, what do our listeners get by shopping at Walt's?
Well, Dan, you'll get great expertise and great prices. We'll give you the best in-store and in-home experience every time. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Come check out our great selection, speak with our knowledgeable staff, and enjoy worry-free installation done by a pro. Only at Walt's. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
It's October everywhere, but at Tim Hovick Santan Ford, it is Bronctober. It's Wolf here, and all Broncos are on sale right now. Tim's got all the Bronco trim levels, a legit selection, all on sale. When affordability is your game, then Bronco Sport is the ticket. Select Bronco Sports priced below $29,000. It's the original Bronctober sales event at Tim Hovick Santan Ford, located at the Santan 202 Freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details. All offers expire 10/31/2025.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley with the Cardinals moving on to Indianapolis. Can our football team put a traumatic loss in the rearview mirror and get on back to winning football? We'll discuss our football team. Shenanigans begin at 6 a.m.
Love this song. Such a great song. Did Fleetwood Mac ever make a bad song?
Oh, I'm sure.
Like, did they ever have a bad song? But one of those groups like Boston, Fleetwood Mac had so many hits. This is a great song.
It's a good song. It's a good song. Welcome back, Burns and Gambo here.
You pumped up. You should play this before the Colts game.
Yeah, play a locker room filled with 53 guys, The Chain by Fleetwood Mac, and watch them go out and kick some ass.
That's right. It'll happen. Listen to the wind blow, watch the sunrise, run in the shadows. Come on.
I think you might have
That'll get you fired up. You run through a wall after hearing that song.
I think you might have just lost your music selection privileges.
You don't love me now. You will never love me again.
Shout out to our listeners in Cave Creek who are joining us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Hello, Cave Creek.
Creek.
Beautiful up there in the north part of the valley, no doubt about that. Kenny Dillingham and beating this version of the Utah Utes. It's going to be, well, first of all, he's a very busy man, this Kenny Dillingham. His phone is ringing.
By the way, Stevie Nicks is in town tonight.
Oh, is she playing
tonight? My old fired GM just told me that. Yeah, Sean. Stevie Nicks is in tonight.
You're still talking with your GM that you fired of your fantasy team?
I don't dislike the guy. I just fired him.
Gambo does a good job separating personal and work, as we've noticed.
Apparently he does. Kenny Dillingham loves what they've done in Utah, and he wants ASU to be just like them.
We try to keep guys locked in the here and now. At the end of the day, like prior years don't win football games. but the culture that he's established there is elite. Bottom line. That's why I said if we can build something that he has built here, and that starts with the crowd. You always talk about when you go there, the crowd, how hard it is to play at home. Well, we're starting to get that, right? You talk about their physicality and their toughness. Well, hopefully we're not there yet, but we're creeping up on, hopefully being able to be in that conversation in 5-6 years. You can't just do it 1 or 2 years and say, oh, we're this team that's done it for 12, right? But hopefully we're getting closer and closer to that style, and that style is won, and it will win, for the end of time. If you can run the ball, stop the run, not turn the ball over, be physical, and win at home, you're going to have a lot of good seasons. And
I'll give Kenny credit for a lot of things, and certainly one of the things I'll give him credit for is the home field advantage at Mountain America Stadium so far. I mean, it's been real. The TCU personnel were talking about how hard it was to get some of their stuff off on that Friday night game a couple of weeks ago. And if you're talking about emulating Utah, trying to be like Utah, and starting with that, that's a good place to start. And this year helps when you're coming off a Big 12 championship and an appearance in the playoffs. But, boy, has it worked. That building has been transformed into something different this year, I think.
Yeah, there's no question about it. I mean, that whole Activate the Valley thing, that wasn't just a line. I mean, that worked. That whole it's Activate the Valley. Look, in the beginning, I mean, Kenny was kissing babies and shaking hands and going door to door, and I mean, he was a great salesman too. He was selling the product. We had Dave McGinnis on the other day before the Titans game, the former Cardinal coach, and he talked about kissing babies and going door to door to try to get the stadium passed. Well, Kenny, in a similar way, was doing everything possible. I would call Kenny, hey, you want to come in today? Yeah, I'll be there. What time? And they'd come in studio, sit down with us, whatever it took to activate the Valley and get people excited about ASU football. To the point where I told him not to recently, hey, don't get too big now. He goes, you haven't asked me to come in. I'm like, don't get too big on me now. Now that you're this big-time coach and you playoffs and you won the championship. But Utah is a model program. They went to back-to-back Rose Bowls not too long ago, 22 and 23. They played Ohio State. They played Penn State. The year before that, they were in the Alamo Bowl against Texas. They've got a tradition of being in big bowl games and having a lot of success. And Whittingham is regarded as one of the better coaches in college football.
They're just so consistent. Okay, last year I know they didn't have a great year because of all the
quarterback situation,
was a mess. But I mean, you just 8 wins, 10 wins, 11 wins, 9 wins, 7 wins, 9 wins, 10, 9. I mean, just going back to 2014, and Whittingham's been there longer than that. I mean, and he had great years at the beginning too. But since getting into the Pac-12, you'd be hard-pressed to find years where Utah's just, okay, or they have a 6-6 season or a 5-6. They're there, but they're hard to find, and they don't last very long, and they don't. He's the guy that will have that program consistently at a higher level than most of the rest until he retires. And I don't know when that's going to happen. There's always rumors about when it might happen or when it could happen. But that is truly a great program to model yourself after if you're ASU. That is a great coach to model yourself after if you're ASU. I can't think of too many other West Coast programs that you would aspire to be like outside of the greats, outside of the Oregons of the world, or back when USC was really good. Other than those two, there aren't that many West Coast football programs where you say, I want to be like them.
The Utes are one of those programs.
Yes, they are.
Because of the success they had. He's 66 next month. So you do wonder, how much longer. He's still coaching at a high level. There's been no talk of him stepping aside. He could do, and they're not going to want him to go because of how good he's been. It's hard to replace coaches like that when you've got a legendary type coach that's had a lot of success. Those guys are hard to replace.
Yeah, they are indeed. Utah, this year's team, they're lost to Texas Tech at home, and they kind of got their teeth kicked in that day. Although, I watched a lot of that game, and if I remember right, it was a pretty close game until the fourth quarter, and then Texas Tech just stomped on them the way they did.
They turned it over a lot, I think.
Yeah, Utah's won 3 straight against ASU in Salt Lake City. 4 of the last 5 overall. Their third down conversion rate is fantastic. They're very, very good They get after the quarterback well. They protect the quarterback well. They've got a stud offensive lineman who's probably a top 10 pick in the NFL draft. They play with a physicality that's very much on brand for them. There's a lot of numbers that say this is going to be a very tough game for ASU.
Yeah, and they're just, top 10. They're third in the conference in scoring defense and scoring offense. They're allowing just 14.6 points per game. That's 16th in college football, and they're scoring 39, which puts them 18. So you're talking about a top 20 offense, a top 20 defense. You've got a balanced team. It's a tough place to play. It's a tough environment. This is a big game for them because, that second loss in the conference puts you in jeopardy of not being able to play for the championship.
Mm-hmm.
They've got the one already. That's why ASU beating Baylor, beating TCU. ASU's got a little margin for error. I think you could lose one game and still play for the Big 12 title because everybody's going to beat each other up. You look at the schedules, like they're going to beat each other up. Texas Tech might not lose a game, but their toughest game is on the road against Arizona State in 2 weeks. That'll be a big one. But, Arizona State doesn't have a loss in conference. Utah does. If Utah loses another game, now you really put yourself in jeopardy of being able to play for the Big 12 title.
It's a tough place to go play and win. The weather is not supposed to be great. They've been practicing with wet footballs so far this week at ASU.
It's going to rain here all week from what you told me. Might as well just go outside and play in the rain here.
Play in the rain here, yeah. Why not? So they've been practicing with that. I think, too, this is a great way to see how they respond to a hostile road environment because they didn't respond very well the last time they were in one.
No.
When they were at Mississippi State, they did not respond organizationally.
And Waco
very
was
well.
not a tough environment.
Waco was not a tough environment.
No, but Starkville was.
Yeah.
And they got overwhelmed a little bit. And that moment, that moment got to Sam. We talked about that, how that moment just got to him a little bit. He was rattled.
Last week, we had the Jonathan Gannon hot seat conversation, and it seemed really misplaced at the time. Is there a place for it now? That's coming up next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
4 possessions into the game, they had 3 touchdowns. It was 21-3. It looked like a laugher, and then it all just fell apart.
But that's where seemingly every time this happens, the Cardinals push away from the table. You know what? I'm full. They got to go full Jarrett Carlin. Go back for more.
Exactly. Get the 4th plate at the buffet.
Don't let being full stop you from continuing to eat.
Exactly.
Bickley and Marotta mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, back here for V's Barbershop, and it really is a very fortunate thing and a very cool thing that we have V's Barbershop in our city, our town, our market, spread across the valley with all their different locations. And the reason I say that is because my daughter-in-law, she's from Nebraska, and a lot of her family will come out and visit her often throughout the course of the year. And every time they're here, every time her brother is here, her brother-in-law is here, her dad's here, they always want to go to V's. They think that, V's is just for them like the coolest, because it is. It's kind of the coolest. You've got the best barbers in town. You've got this old-fashioned vibe. You got this very comfortable environment to walk in and get a great haircut and just kind of be and relax and chill and all of that stuff. And I swear, every time they're in town, it's a, hey, can we go to V's? Yeah, sure. Let's go to V's. Absolutely. We have it here. Take advantage of it. You'll never worry about your haircut ever again when you go to V's. Go to vbarbershop.com. That's vbarbershop.com to book your next service today at V's.
With Progressive, you can reach customer service in the way that's easiest for you, by phone, app, or online. We know it would be great if we just magically appeared, but that's more of a genie thing, and we do insurance. But with us, you'd be like, well, it wasn't a genie, but it was great customer service, so that's nice. And sure, you probably would still like the whole 3 wishes thing, so if you meet a genie, you should definitely ask. But when you need us, contact Progressive by phone, app, or online. Just no genies. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
All my young crunch brothers, I'm proud to put my name alongside Brooklyn Bedding, the best sleep ever on the best mattress ever, and I've literally never slept better. Based on earnings today and tomorrow only, it's the Brooklyn Bedding Flash Sale. 30% off everything in store and online. So head on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you and take advantage of this rare opportunity to get 30% off everything. I say it and mean it. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
At Vital for Men, aging doesn't mean slowing down. Our testosterone therapy is built to boost your energy and sharpen your focus. Thousands of men have already leveled up their sleep, stamina, and drive. Now it's your turn. We're adding semaglutide to support your full health journey. Plus, we accept most insurance. Start with a free test today. Visit vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Get back to you.
Sonic brings fans the Sonic Smasher because you deserve a burger with 2 hand-smashed Angus beef patties, always made to order, served hot off the grill. Just like you deserve a veteran QB who's willing to mentor the rookie, a generational receiver who promises to never get traded, injured, or retire early, and a coach who respects your armchair play calling every single play. While we can't give you everything you deserve, we can give you a free large drink when you order a Sonic Smasher through the Sonic app.
Tax not included. See app for details. Limited time offer at participating Sonic drive-ins.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Per ESPN's Adam Schefter and confirmed here to Arizona Sports, the Arizona Cardinals are fining head coach Jonathan Gannon $100,000 for his sideline altercation with Amari DiMercato on Sunday. The altercation came shortly after DiMercato fumbled a would-have-been touchdown through the end zone for a touchback. Schefter adds to his report, no additional discipline is expected. Baseball playoffs continue today in the American League. We're checking in on both games because both are in action, because the one in Detroit didn't start until much later than anticipated due to weather. But it's the Mariners making the most of that extended wait. They're up 4-0 on the Tigers. That one's in the top of the 5th inning in Detroit. If Seattle wins, they would go up 2-1. And things are going pretty good right now for the Blue Jays. A 2-run homer in the top of the 1st inning has them up 2-1. Yankees able to respond with one in the bottom of the 1st inning. That one's into the top of the 2nd now in the Bronx. Yankees need to win or they're done, the defending American League champs. And then checking in on the NHL, day 1 of the season, Florida Panthers defending well. They got a 3-2 victory over the Chicago Blackhawks earlier today when they raised the banner. We're about 4 minutes until the conclusion of the first period in New York. The Rangers and the Pittsburgh Penguins are scoreless. And then coming up at 7:30 tonight in Los Angeles, the Kings host the Colorado Avalanche. And that is what's trending now.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Wednesday morning. We'll have our weekly NFL conversation with Mark Schlereth. The fun starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
So you just heard Mitch mention it, and that's obviously was the breaking news of the day here on the Burns and Gambo show. It came down about 2 hours ago or so, and that was Jonathan Gannon being fined by the Cardinals organization $100,000, which is not insignificant. That's, I know sometimes we roll our eyes at these financial fines. Not on this one. $100K for a coach is a pretty big fine, I think. For the sideline altercation with Amari DiMercato, there was a report that the NFL Players Association was looking into it. From what is being reported by Adam Schefter, this basically ends the conversation. This is we
with
punished
the
him, it's done.
NFLPA?
Well, sources told Schefter there won't be any other discipline for Gannon.
From the Cardinals.
So maybe from the Cardinals. So was this offered up as and I don't know.
The NFL will not take any action against Gannon.
Okay.
The Tom Pelissero. We have been in contact with the NFL Players Association, and the club which addressed the matter, the league said in a statement obtained by Pelissero, there is no further action from the league.
So this was the sacrificial lamb that everybody needed for it to go away, right?
Yeah,
from the Players Association standpoint, from the league standpoint.
Jonathan Gannon was showing a lot of emotion. He made a mistake, and he apologized for it. And, don't do it again. Everybody wanted to cut Amari DiMercato. Why? Why? Kid made one mistake. Oh, we got to send a message. We got to cut him. The guy hasn't done it repeatedly. And look, if Gannon does this again, then we got a problem. But
if Amari DiMercato does this again, we've got a problem.
Don't judge people on their worst day. Not everybody. Some people maybe, but most people don't judge them on their worst day. Amari DiMercato. Yeah, it was a terrible mistake the kid made. Mark Dalton made a great point. The kid stood up. He took the music, the chin music.
He faced reporters in the locker room after the game. He was there. Yeah,
the kid felt terrible. Gannon should have known that. The kid nobody felt worse than the kid. He made a terrible mistake. And then Gannon, did what he did, and he made a mistake. And, it's fine. Don't do it again. Amari can't do that again, or he shouldn't be in the league. Gannon can't do that again either. You don't put your hands on a player. You can't do that. So I think, everybody learned their lesson. It was just mistakes.
I'll be curious to see how much, and it's kind of out of necessity. The Cardinals are in a tough spot here, but I'll be really curious to see how much Amari DiMercato plays this week against the Colts.
He'll play.
And the reason I say that, in doing my prep work for the show today, I came across, let me find it here for you real quick. I came across one of the stories that I sent to you about the Colts. Okay, here we go. Perhaps, and this is not at all, we're going to get to where we're going to go here in just a minute, but we'll go off on this tangent for a minute. Quote, perhaps the best argument for why these aren't the same old Colts is how the team handled wide receiver A.D. Mitchell. Following last week's blunders against the Rams, in which Mitchell's mistakes cost the team 2 touchdowns, he was effectively benched until garbage time in the fourth quarter. It didn't matter that starting wide receiver Alec Pierce missed his second straight game due to a concussion. Steichen wanted to send a message. Quote, I told you guys, AD has got to earn it, close quote, the coach said afterwards. Steichen had been non-committal about Mitchell's role all week and opted instead to play Ashton Doolin, a core special teamer, over the 2024 second-round pick.
Interesting.
Now, yes, it is interesting because there's a team, okay, we're not going to cut you for basically doing the same thing Amari DiMercato did. You were kind of switching the ball from one hand to another, but you were doing it so you could celebrate, not because you needed to. We're not going to cut you, but we ain't going to play you either. Not during the high-profile minutes. Do the Cardinals have that same kind of luxury with Amari DiMercato, given their room? The Colts kind of are in a similar situation with their wide receiver. They were missing Alec Pierce because of the concussion. And they said, we don't care. We're not going to play you till garbage time. I wonder how this affects DiMercato's snaps and playing time in the fourth quarter, if the Cardinals kind of follow suit. I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there. I don't know the answer to that. If you're not going to cut him.
I didn't look at the Pro Football Focus snap percentage this week. I just didn't.
But if
I have the
what's
snap
wrong
counts
with
here.
You got the snap?
If you want them. Yeah.
What did DiMercato play?
He got 19 on offense, and the point that I was going to ask about was 8 on special teams because he's one of their returners, too. Bam got 11 and 5 on special teams.
So DiMercato got 19 snaps on offense.
And Bam got 11.
I wonder if that flips, but then...
I'll bet you he's between 15 and 18.
But he's also one of their returners with Greg Dortch, right, on teams?
Okay, but
so does he get punished there or no?
I don't know. How many snaps did Carter get?
39.
Okay.
Just over half.
Okay. So 39 for Carter, 19 for DiMercato, 11 for Bam Knight.
I don't think DiMercato drops under 15.
You don't think so? I'm going to bet Bam Knight has more snaps than DiMercato does this week.
But DiMercato's, you like him on third down. Like, it depends on how many times you're in third down.
I don't say I'm making a bet. I'm making a bet with myself. In my own mind, I'm saying to myself, I suspect that we're going to see a reduction in DiMercato's snap percentage this week.
Okay, keep your eye on it. Let's see.
We'll see.
Because if he has 5 snaps in the game, are we basically saying he got punished?
Oh, if he gets 5 snaps in this game, yes, I'm saying he's getting punished. Oh, I don't think there's any question about it. If DiMercato only, he's getting punished. Oh yeah.
By the way,
they might not say it. But
by the way, Jerry Jones got fined $250,000
for doing what you did.
Is Lauren on tape?
No, because her mic wasn't on. Her mic's not on. Lauren, turn your mic on. No.
Jerry Jones got fined $250,000 for giving the middle finger.
For doing what you did. Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't get fined anything. I gave the middle finger, and I didn't get fined anything.
Well, because you weren't giving the middle finger really to anybody. You were just doing it as an example. But you were lucky to avoid any kind of punishment.
I got no punished. Not punished.
Where we were going to go this segment was there was a overreaction or reality piece. It was on CBSSports.com. And you often will see these, the day after a week 5 in an NFL season. And I'll say, here's a statement. Is this an overreaction or is this reality?
Okay.
And the statement was Jonathan Gannon is now on the hot seat. And the conclusion of the CBS sports writer who's in charge says that's a reality.
Reality.
He is now on the hot seat.
I couldn't believe it. Like you have a lot of points that are very fair on what happens with guys after 3 years and stuff like that. But they said the losses are close, but Gannon has little wiggle room. He needs to turn this around or his tenure with the Cardinals won't last much longer. Overreactions from week 5 of the NFL season and overreaction reality that, that he could get fired. I don't really see it. I mean, I bring back Gannon, I bring back Monty. That's how I feel right now. I reserve the right to change my mind if this team goes on a 7-game losing streak and then it goes to hell in a handbasket. But I'm not the biggest fan of always changing the coaches in the GM unless you have the wrong guy. Like with the Suns, you had to get rid of Budenholzer. I wouldn't have gotten rid of Vogel. I think Frank Vogel should still be the coach of the Suns. But I would have gotten rid of Mike Budenholzer. Sometimes you have the wrong guy and you have to make that change. And sometimes I think a little patience can pay off. But, to your point, man, it's hard. It's hard to have patience in this league. The expectations after 3 years are that you get it turned around.
It's hard when you realize that there are no coaches who currently have been with their team for 4 years that don't at least have a playoff appearance. There's just none. None exist in this NFL. None. And so when you filter it through that lens, it makes the argument for keeping him kind of difficult. It makes the argument for keeping him kind of tough. So, look, I don't. You have said all along, all right, Jonathan Gannon's not on the hot seat unless something unexpectedly bad happens this season. And unfortunately, my brain goes to that place when they lose to the Tennessee Titans at home. Because now suddenly something unexpectedly bad is on the table in a way that I never thought it would be. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Now unexpectedly bad suddenly is a very realistic, at least possible outcome for the Arizona Cardinals, where I didn't think it was possible. We could argue whether we thought they were going to be a playoff team or not, but I think we all thought they'd be decent this year, that they'd be in the hunt, that they'd be in the conversation, that they'd be relevant, and maybe they still will be. But when you lose a game like that to the Tennessee Titans, it opens up a door to another reality, one in which that awful, terrible thing that puts coaches on hot seats happens. And I didn't think we'd get there, but we might be headed down that road if they can't swerve out of the spin they're in right now.
You hope this isn't a snowball effect, losing a game like this. Hopefully the players respond and the coaches respond and they play well and they can hang around and give themselves a chance. I could see a scenario in which they go 8-9 and you don't fire the coach. I could see that, and you make a change. Like if the offense isn't good, you get a new offensive coordinator in here. Michael Bidwell may say that. Look, I'm not firing anybody, but we got to make a couple changes to the coaching staff. This offense is not good enough. It's got to be better.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, we've been talking about the Cardinals offense and Drew Petzing. He did also refer to the Marvin Harrison Jr. situation, and we haven't played that audio for you yet, and we will when we come back on the Burns and Gambo show.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Oh, my goodness. This is so hard for me. It really is. The way I have so much regard and respect for Amari DiMercato. Based on needs, I respect him tremendously, yet what he did to me is unthinkable. It is unthinkable that he would do that on a football field, not Amari DiMercato. He would have been the last guy I would have ever picked to actually do that at the goal line.
Seriously, it wasn't just the one play like JG said, but that was the only one that was voluntary.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Love telling you about Christian Brothers, AC, Plumbing, and Electric, and they've got some October specials that I want to tell you about for their plumbing department that are second to none. How about $500 off a tankless water heater? Yep, $500 off a tankless water heater right now. How about $100 off any toilet bowl replacement? Yep, you got one that's not flushing properly, or it's old and the handle's broken. $100 off any toilet replacement. And check this out, $60 off of any plumbing repair. You need a repair at your house? Call Christian Brothers AC Plumbing and Electric. They've got you covered with big savings of $60 off any plumbing repair. And I'll throw one more at you, $150 off a new water heater. If you need a new water heater, if yours is old and it's, take a look at that date. If yours is old and you need a new one, $150 off a water heater right now with Christian Brothers. They've been doing it since 1976. Nobody does it better, as Carly Simon once sang, I think. But you can get them online at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535, or go to cbrothers.com.
Bunker to Bunker, the golf show, invites you to get in the game with your 2026 Bunker Club membership. Early registration is open now. Renew or join with great discounts, and there's even a new under 30 membership for younger golfers. You'll get an official USGA handicap, online score posting, and invites to Bunker Scramble events throughout the year. You're also automatically entered to win VIP hospitality at the Patriot All-American in December and the WM Phoenix Open in February. Sign up today at bunkergolf.com.
Oh, it's here, the best time of year, and no, I'm not just talking about football season.
Wait, Wolf, what could possibly top football?
Robert, it's shade season, baby. I'm at the compound, on my patio, cool, comfortable, no glare on the TV, thanks to All Pro Shade Concepts.
That's exactly what we do. Our shade solutions block the sun, cut the heat, and keep your patio game day ready all year long.
Make your season complete. Visit allproshade.com today for a free estimate, because you gotta have shade.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
When it comes to Redbirds, your favorite team may dominate the gridiron, but Redbird Farms chicken rules the roost in flavor. With hand-cut, antibiotic-free, cage-free, vegetarian-fed chicken, Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Our standards exceed the highest industry norms for quality. Find Redbird Farms chicken at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's'.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
From the shadows of your bathroom comes a villain with 2 pinchers, 1 stinger, and 0 respect for your home.
Scorpions can make your home feel like a scary movie. At Blue Sky Pest Control, we rewrite the script. We keep scorpions out of your home so your story stays drama-free. Call 602-BLUE-SKY today. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
All right, what's on tonight? The games that we're going to watch this evening. And it's brought to you by Global Credit Union. Branches all over the place to serve you. Become a member. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Bottom of the 5th in a game that was delayed 3 hours because of bad weather in the Detroit area. Mariners are beating the Tigers by a score 4-1 right now in the 5th. The winner of that game will go up 2-1 in this best of 5. And they're in the bottom of the 2nd. And you know it's bad. You know it's bad. When Gambo hasn't even asked me to get up and change the channel to the Yankees game.
I have it recorded, so we'll see.
2-1.
Score?
2-1 they're losing right now.
2-1.
Okay. In the bottom of the second. Yeah.
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 Wapner.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Definitely getting beat. Definitely getting beat. Definitely.
What was the TV show that was on at 5? Judge Wapner.
Judge Wapner.
Judge Wapner. Oh, 5.
Yeah. I haven't seen that movie in such a long time. That's such a good movie. I enjoyed that movie quite a bit.
You know, a movie came on the other day that I really liked. I watched it for a little bit. It was just Radio.
Oh yeah, Radio.
Radio.
Yeah. With Cuba Gooding Jr.
Yeah,
and
it was a good movie.
Shawshank Redemption came on the other night. I thought of you. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm gonna totally sit here and watch it.
Did you?
Well, like it's like certain parts. It's got to the point now where I won't. If it's early in the movie, no. But if you're gonna tell me that it's getting close to the part where he breaks, spoiler alert, he breaks out of prison. Sorry guys, didn't mean to ruin it for you. If it's getting to the part where he breaks out of prison, you know, and what say you, Miss Fussy Britches, and he's throwing the rocks at the poster, going through the hole. I'm like, I'll watch that part. I like when he sticks his hand through the poster and he rips it away. And he sees the giant hole. I mean, it's such a great payoff.
It was a great movie.
It
was a really well-written. Was that a book?
It was Stephen King.
That was a book.
That was a Stephen King novel. It was called Rita Hayworth and the Shawshank Redemption. Yeah.
Really? I never knew that.
Yeah, it was a good book.
I never read the book versions of anything. I just watch the movie. It's a lot easier.
I'm reading the book version now of the Ryan Gosling movie that's coming out in the spring. Project Hail Mary. Yeah. I saw the preview for it, and I'm like, oh, I need to read that book first. So
my favorite moment about a movie, we was sitting there, and I don't think it was you. I think it was me. It was me and Ash, and we were doing a show at Cardinal Camp in Flagstaff, and Antro Roll came on, and we just came up okay, what's the best movie you've seen? And he's like, The Notebook. I'm like, get out of here. He goes, I'm telling you. He goes, The Notebook is such a my favorite movie. I just watched it. The Notebook had just come out. And he was raving about how good The Notebook was. And so all right, I'm going to watch this movie, The Notebook. And I did. But it was Antro Roll of the Cardinals doing a show with me and Ash talking about how great that movie was.
I can't one-up that story, but I also have a Flagstaff training camp. And I'm not trying to one-up yours, but I have a Flagstaff training camp movie story. So I was doing a show up there. This was a long time ago. And that horror movie, The Blair Witch Project, had just come out, right? And I was talking with Mark Curtis over at Channel 12 back before he was doing news and he was doing sports. And I'm like, yeah, I've heard this crazy stuff about the Blair Witch Project. It's supposed to be really scary. And so Mark Curtis and I went to go see the Blair Witch Project because we had nothing better to do. We're up at training camp. It's like, what are we going to do tonight? I don't know. Go have dinner and call it a night. Well, let's go see the movie. I'm like, all right, fine. So Mark Curtis and I went to go see the Blair Witch Project.
That's so great. Did you buy him popcorn?
No, I didn't buy him popcorn.
Did he get you a slushie?
No, we didn't sit next to each other either. We made sure there was a seat in between us where,
You didn't sit next, you didn't share the popcorn?
No, we didn't share the popcorn. We each got our own popcorn. Mark right now is probably going, God, why did he tell that story? I'm never going to.
That's so cute.
We did. Yeah, I thought you might.
That's so cute.
I thought you might think
buddies just going to the movies together.
True Petzing on why Marvin Harrison Jr. didn't get as many touches in the second half. Well, I can't wait to hear this.
A number of different things. Certain things they didn't coverage. Certain ways the game came up from a scheme standpoint. But I got to get him the ball. That's certainly on my mind.
Were there enough plays called in which MHJ was the main target?
I felt that way during the game. Going back and looking at it, I think there's maybe a couple things I could have done differently here and there. And you're always going to feel that way when you come out of a game. But he had 5 for I think 98 yards and almost a touchdown. So I feel like he had an impact on the game. I wanted to get him the ball more there towards the end and needed to.
Slippery slope when you consider he wasn't targeted after that one catch he had in the third quarter.
It's almost like that coach that forgets he's got a kid at the end of the bench that hasn't played the whole game. Like, how do you go away from Marvin Harrison Jr. for 26 straight plays in the second half of the football game? How do you do that? 26 plays after he caught the ball. They didn't target him once. 26.
Yeah.
You're paying this guy a lot of money to be your number one receiver, and you go 26 plays, you don't look at him. What was the stat you had? I think Theo had some stat about the not even the first option on a lot of the plays.
Yeah, Teo Mackey from AZ Central. Marv was the first read just once on 15 pass plays after the first quarter. So Kyler Murray, where are his eyes going? What's the first read? Marvin Harrison Jr. was the first read one time on 15 pass plays after the first quarter.
And he didn't get any after the first quarter.
After the first quarter.
Right.
So even when he had catches, he wasn't even the first read. It wasn't like the first place Kyler Murray's eyes were going to. I saw even a cut up of the great catch by Marvin Harrison Jr.
The double coverage one?
Yeah, the